The protagonist traverses time and space to become a lava, hatchling born in the depths of a city's sewers. Bestowed with the potential of dark golden dragon eyes, he is destined for conflict with both humanity and the dragonkin. After hatching, he finds solace with Nina, a dragon-blooded girl, as they seek warmth amidst the perilous surroundings of the sewers, teeming with ratmen and swamp frogs. Together, they establish a stronghold, gradually asserting dominance over the underground forces through cunning and plunder. Ultimately, he ignites the divine flame, ascending to the status of the dragon god of destruction, founding a dark empire, and redefining the relationship between humans and dragons. In the midst of the saintly cataclysm, he must either protect or subvert the existing order. Epilogue. Nina. Monster, get out. This is no place for you. Rotting vegetable leaves, spoiled eggs, and even excrement were hurled her way, accompanied by the gusts of the wind. They came flying towards Nina, who could only seek refuge behind a dilapidated wall, trembling in fear. Even without the debris striking her, the stench lingered incessantly, yet she had no choice. Nina's eyes were squinted to the point of nearly closing, but they could not conceal the peculiar glimmer within. She was a dragon-blooded being with a lineage so faint it was nearly negligible. Yet, the striking, obsidian-like vertical pupils brought her much distress in her life, especially in a city that had recently endured the fiery wrath of a dragon. Those with prominent draconic traits were seldom welcomed. Of course, this exclusion did not extend to the formidable dragon-blooded warriors, mages, or sorcerers among the adventurers. Nor did it apply to the nobles who brazenly kept dragon-blooded maids. For instance, a maid possessing the bloodline of the white dragon is quite favored in the perpetually warm land of Calendar. Her body remains perpetually cool, embracing her feels akin to holding a block of ice, yet it is not chilling. Moreover, it is said that the experiences within her are ineffably exquisite, of course. Only the noble gentlemen who have partaken in such encounters are privy to these mysteries. Thus, the only individuals they can intimidate are the frail and defenseless like little Nina, a peculiar being devoid of resistance. The threats and harassment from the townsfolk do not instill fear in Nina. She has grown accustomed to such expulsion. However, her current concern lies in the fact that she will once again face hunger today. Were it not for the city-state's reputation as the capital of freedom, she might well find herself banished beyond the city limits, cast into the wilderness. It is essential to understand that the wilderness is no safe haven. Creatures such as kobolds, goblins, and gremlins swarm it like rats in a sewer. Nina has never ventured to the gladiatorial arena, but she has caught a glimpse of it while rummaging through refuse behind the Iron Furnace Tavern. The towering walls, hundreds of feet high, dwarf her multiple times over. One can only imagine the terrifying number of beasts that could fill the arena, their roars echoing in unison. Leaning against the wall, Nina quietly awaited the departure of the cursing residents, her hand brushing over her somewhat deflated belly, which was now voicing its discontent. Gurgle, an unpleasant sound, one that Nina detests hearing. Yet she extended her head, catching sight of the idle children lingering at the entrance, their gazes fixed upon her. All she could leave behind was her silhouette, hastily slipping away before the stones hurled by those youngsters could reach her. Nina need not fret over the possibility of their pursuit. Even the children from that rustic place, known as Blanche, were well aware of the notorious reputation of Blackstreet. After all, in this lawless expanse, a solitary woman wandering about could easily become prey for others. Though Nina had already severed her silvery locks with stones, transforming them into a shoulder-length bob, she further obscured her exquisite features with grime and dirt. Her arms, legs, and neck bore the hues of various filth, mottled with shades of blue and red, resembling aged moss. She appeared akin to a frail, ailing boy, yet even in such a guise, Nina remained perilous. Indeed, some among the boys were indifferent to such appearances. Thus, applying a fresh layer of disguise became an essential ritual before each venture outside. For if the gangs of Blackstreet were to unveil Nina's true visage, no matter how adept she was at concealment, she would ultimately be unable to evade them within this treacherous domain. Nina adeptly navigated past several courtyard walls, skillfully avoiding the frequent haunts of gang enforcers, thieves, and those they referred to as Golden Fingers. In Calendar, a defenseless little girl, not yet 10 years old, walks through the dark streets, where the likelihood of becoming an innocent victim is alarmingly high. Others are indifferent to the afflictions you bear if you obstruct their path. They will strike you down without hesitation. The weak can only swallow their bitterness. These are the harsh realities that Nina has witnessed firsthand in the dark streets. Over the past year, Nina has observed countless such incidents, drawing valuable lessons from them. She is regarded as a diligent student, as both Grandmother Orlan and Sister Celia have affirmed. However, Grandmother Orlan has passed away, and the orphanage that took her in has been demolished by the noble lord, purportedly to make way for shops to cater to the townsfolk. Sister Celia left the orphanage long ago, having been adopted by a kindly couple when Nina was merely 7. Nina has transformed from a clumsy novice into a swift creature, darting through the streets like a rat in the shadows. An old manhole cover has vanished, leaving only the dark maw of the sewer. The sewers of Calendar are labyrinthine and grand, resembling an underground city. Yet, they're also home to numerous lurking monsters. In addition to the common ratmen and the swamp frogmen found in the filth, there are the vile sludge creatures that reside in the sewers. It is said that these magical beings are formed from discarded materials by a powerful sorcerer, and they are truly terrifying. Even the most formidable enforcers of the dark streets must flee upon encountering them. However, the darkness of the sewer appeared to Nina as bright as day, for her draconic lineage bestowed upon her a modicum of extraordinary abilities. It granted her the gift of dark vision, enabling her to navigate the pitch-black confines of the sewer, deftly evading the lurking monstrosities and discovering a sanctuary devoid of life, save for the occasional rat or cockroach. This forsaken section of the sewer, a dilapidated pipe, had become Nina's abode. It seemed neglected by time, uninhabited and long bereft of drainage or refuse. During her months of residence, she had yet to witness any disquieting intrusions from the pipe above. Contemplating the plans for the morrow, Nina felt an involuntary swallow in her throat. She maneuvered through the labyrinthine passages of the sewer with practiced ease, skillfully sidestepping areas rife with monstrous activity. Although one could argue she was not entirely avoiding danger, as she chose to traverse directly through the territory of the foul mud creatures. After all, these magical entities posed little threat to a human like Nina, unless one were to inadvertently cross paths with them. Thanks to her dark vision, the likelihood of such an encounter was nearly negligible, yet Nina remained vigilant. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes of navigating corridors and rounding corners, she arrived beneath a nondescript pipe and adeptly scaled its side. The pipe, though modest in size, was ample enough to accommodate her slender frame, with room to spare. Once atop, she skillfully maneuvered to the bend of the pipe, retrieving her sole possessions, 2 meager items of furniture, a blanket and a pillow. At times, Nina finds herself questioning whether the scent she emanates has lured those adorable creatures, who greet her each morning as if she were one of their own. As for the pillow, it is in fact an egg larger than Nina's head. This peculiar egg was discovered by Nina when she stumbled upon the opening of a sewer. Initially, she fancied it might be edible. However, after several attempts to crack it open, she found herself unsuccessful. The egg radiates a gentle warmth, providing her with a comforting embrace, which is why she has taken to sleeping with it. Each night, she cradles this oversized pillow, drifting off to sleep while listening to Granny Orlan's enchanting tales. Legend has it that such a large egg is a dragon's egg. Yet, it has been separated from its mother for far too long to ever hatch, as Granny Orlan has often reminded her. A dragon's egg requires the nurturing of its dragon mother, otherwise it will never emerge. However, today, as Nina held the egg, she sensed something amiss. It trembled in a manner unlike before, its dark gray surface adorned with fiery patterns quaking as if something re-stirring within. The tremors were subtle, akin to the rhythm of a heartbeat, causing Nina a sense of unease that made it difficult for her to fall asleep. Anxious and restless, she realized that she could not continue to hold the egg if she hoped to rest. For the sake of securing food for the morrow, she reluctantly abandoned her plan of sleeping with the egg and chose instead to lie flat upon the slightly contoured concrete floor. However, not long after, Nina, who had finally drifted into a shallow slumber, was once again awakened by a sound, though this time it was not a vibrating noise. Instead, it was the sharp crackling of fissures, reminiscent of the sound made when the walls of the orphanage were being torn down, a memory etched vividly in her mind. To her astonishment, the surface of the many grayish-black eggs, which had remained still for countless days and nights, began to develop numerous cracks. The frequency of these cracks, accompanied by the crackling sounds, grew increasingly pronounced. Indeed, it was cracks. Then, within her dim vision, the egg, slightly larger than her own head, split open. A dark, indistinct head emerged from within the shell. It seemed to have rushed out in haste, as the dark golden vertical pupils were partially obstructed by fragments of the egg shell, creating an oddly endearing appearance due to the disproportionate size of its head in relation to its body. Yet, when Nina beheld those dark golden pupils, her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an unseen hand. Adrenaline surged through her veins, and fear began to amplify steadily. She could no longer hear her own breath. It was as if she had forgotten how to breathe. Was this a black dragon? Chapter 1. The Hatchling. If he were merely an observer, he would undoubtedly be awestruck. Yet, experiencing it firsthand, he felt as though his very innards were on the verge of upheaval. Inside the cabin, male and female passengers simultaneously erupted in terrified screams. However, amidst the deafening roar of the tempestuous wind rushing through the fractured cabin door, their cries appeared feeble and powerless. At that moment, he too was shouting, but the words escaped him. He could scarcely recall what he had uttered, only that in the final moments of memory, he felt the intense force of a rapid descent, as if his body were on the verge of combustion, ablaze with heat. Then abruptly it ceased. A rustling sound ensued. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a veil of darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light seeping through the edges. It was only when he cautiously cleared away the debris beside his eyes with his newly formed, somewhat curled claws, still glistening with remnants of birth, that his vision began to re-emerge. However, it was as if he were viewing the world through darkened lenses. Everything appeared in monochrome, interspersed with shades of black. The dark green moss, the stark gray walls devoid of color, smooth and seemingly sculpted by human hands. Over the years, the arc of the rocky walls had been eroded, revealing deep, profound fissures. Yet, what occupied his mind more than anything was his own hand, or rather, his claw. He attempted to articulate something, only to find that the sound escaping his lips resembled a low growl akin to that of a beast. It was reminiscent of a train's rumble, albeit more piercing and jarring nevertheless. His throat involuntarily produced a string of peculiar, convoluted words. Gordon Alduin Targaryen. He was acutely aware of what he was uttering: his own name, Gordon Alduin Targaryen. The true name of a dragon, a title possessed by every genuine dragon. As he pondered why such knowledge resided within him, a torrent of chaotic memories surged forth, flooding into his modest mind. Fortunately, his soul's strength was sufficiently formidable. He was not an ordinary whelp, for otherwise he would find it exceedingly challenging to bear the legacy of the dragons. The continent of Ao, deities, their kin, humanity, the five-colored dragon clans, the metallic dragons, and his own identity, all of these intertwined within him. He was but a hatchling of a lava dragon, larger than a domestic cat, yet smaller than a pony, a genuine dragon offspring. However, soon he began to ponder, where was his mother? This place did not seem suitable for concealing such a colossal being. Could it be that she was absent? At the age corresponding to human years, approximately 16 to 25, hatchlings developed an innate desire to amass treasures and establish territories, prompting them to leave the nest, either alone or in small groups with fellow dragons. During this period, dragon mothers would begin to exercise caution towards their young. Once the hatchlings entered their adolescent phase, they were no longer permitted to entertain a mother's hoard. If the mother bore an intense greed for wealth, she might even expel her newly matured offspring from the lair. Yet, throughout the decade or so surrounding the hatching period, the young were not left to grow up in solitude. Moreover, dragon eggs typically numbered between 2 to 5, and he had yet to encounter any siblings. He was utterly alone. Fragments of memories began to surface, revealing themselves as if he were witnessing them firsthand, and he finally understood why he had become what he was. He had been stolen away, taken from the nest of his mother. It seemed as though he had been transported by a spell akin to a portal, whisking him directly from the volcanic mouth to a desolate expanse of desert, where the endless yellow sand formed his only impression. After that, he was continuously on the move, journeying, confined within a basket. It was only after approximately 7 sunsets that one arrived at an underground laboratory nestled beneath a coastal manor. At this juncture, the dragon egg of the lava dragon had finally settled into a state of tranquility. Were it a typical dragon egg, the hatchling within might have already met a tragic demise. After all, dragon eggs must not be disturbed during the incubation period otherwise. The hatchling risks failing to emerge, potentially leading to its untimely death before birth. However, the lava dragon's egg possesses a distinctive trait when compared to the colorful and metallic dragons. Its rocky exterior is a significant factor, with the shell being 1.5 times larger than that of the largest red dragon egg. Measuring an impressive 5 feet in length and weighing a staggering 100 pounds, the rocky shell encases magma, fostering a healthy development for the lava dragon offspring. Moreover, in dire circumstances where relocation from a nest is unavoidable, it offers an additional layer of protection that, if one were to draw an analogy, it could be likened to a portable charger. When the dragon egg departs from its nest, the rocky shell enables it to remain enveloped in temperatures exceeding 200 degrees, thus preventing incubation failure due to temperature fluctuations. However, this protective capability is limited to a mere tender period and is a one-time use thereafter. It will naturally shed. Yet, the consciousness of the hatchling within the egg, though momentarily shielded by the rocky shell, remains vulnerable to the nefarious hands of humanity. The last vestiges of memory recall a figure in a room filled with various reagents and vials, pouring cup after cup of peculiar solutions into the dragon egg. The final flicker of awareness within the egg faded into darkness, marking the end of its memories. It appears that the hatchling within the dragon egg was slain by that alchemical being, otherwise it would not have been possible for him to usurp the hatchling's body. Yet, the question lingers: why has it come to this place? What exactly does that alchemical entity intend to achieve? These queries remain unresolved. As he began to contemplate the philosophical musings of his origins and destination, a faint yet distinct sound of trembling rattled from behind him. It was subtle, yet in the stillness of the surroundings, it resonated with considerable clarity. He turned his head, which was somewhat disproportionate in size, and under the scrutiny of his dark golden vertical pupils, he beheld a girl not far away. To be precise, she was a human female, no older than 10, with short silver hair and black vertical pupils. She sat upon a filthy mat, her pupils dilating nervously to near pinprick size, her entire body quaking incessantly. He had no doubt that she might soon convulse in terror. The rattling sound emanated from her chattering teeth, trembling with fear. Upon observing her pupils, the deep-seated legacy of dragons within him instinctively provided clarity. He comprehended why this human girl quaked at the sight of a hatchling dragon, which was no larger than a pony. She was a dragonborn, possessing a trace of dragon blood, manifesting solely in her eyes, as the rest of her form remained indistinguishable from that of a human. She belonged to a subcategory of draconic lineage, classified alongside dragonkin and draconic beasts within a broader classification. It was indeed rare for a dragonborn to tremble in fear before a hatchling exuding draconic majesty. Only the dragon beasts fear the might of the hatchling dragon, for it is only those devoid of intellect who would mistake a hatchling for a fully grown true dragon. Unless this dragonborn has not undergone any systematic training, meaning he is not a practitioner. Practitioners refer to those of foundational professions such as mages, warriors, druids, sorcerers, rogues, and rangers. Of course, there exist numerous obscure and rare professions, which are scarcely documented in the annals of dragon heritage, with only a handful noted. He merely cast a cursory glance at her, opting to disregard her for the time being, with no intention of suppressing his dragon might. After all, he was currently in his most vulnerable hatching phase, and it would be approximately an hour before his body would permit him any significant movement. Thus, he allowed the female to continue trembling beneath his aura, while he focused on the paramount concern that lay before him following his emergence: the preparation for sustenance. That he required a substantial intake of food to absorb nutrition and replenish his strength. The fragment of the broken egg served as the optimal choice, rich in minerals and the vital energy most needed by a hatchling dragon. He began to sit within the remnants of the dragon egg, voraciously gnawing at the shell closest to him, not even pausing to cleanse the viscous residue clinging to his form. It was only upon consuming the final shard of black-gray shell, adorned with faint fiery patterns, that he felt a modicum of satiety. Ah, a sensation of being 70% full. Only then did he leisurely lick his body clean of the remaining slime. As a post-meal delicacy, the taste was rather pleasant, reminiscent of diluted wild honey, subtly sweet. After finishing his meal, he finally began to stretch his body and smacked his lips. Chapter 2. The giant rat rider was that a glimmering emerald beacon? The fledgling dragon, its draconic lineage already evident, cocked its head in bemusement at the verdant that had materialized within its vision. A vibrant green, no larger than a grain of rice, it resembled a signal light. When had it appeared? Was it during the consumption of the final shard of its eggshell, or perhaps as it cleansed the last vestiges of placental fluid from its scales? It could not recall. Yet, regardless of the direction it turned its head, the emerald remained steadfastly anchored in the lower right corner of its visual field, unaffected by its movements. The interval of its flicker was also consistent, pulsing approximately once per breath, almost mirroring its respiratory rhythm. The draconic heritage made no mention of nascent dragons perceiving verdant dots. Thus, if it was not a mere figment of its imagination, it must be intrinsically linked to its being, a soul from another realm, bearing certain accoutrements, having traversed to the continent of Eo and taken residence within a true dragon whelp. The occurrence of peculiar phenomena was, therefore, hardly surprising. Consequently, it attempted to engage the emerald with its consciousness. At the instant of contact, lines of pale azure data manifested before its very eyes. Gaiden Ojuin Targaryen, title, Nun Race, Lava Dragon Age, Wormling, 0 to 5 years, life, 31 rank, 2 abilities, Hardened Scales, 110, Sharp Claws, 15, Robustness, 120, Low-level Fire Magic Resistance, 112, Wormling's Dread, 14, Glutton, 29, Dark Vision, 111, Sound Mimicry, 12 Skills, Flame Immunity, Bite and Claw Strike, Lava Spit, Soul Ability. Talent Plunder. The sudden appearance of the data panel left him somewhat taken aback. Yet having perused numerous novels in his previous life, Gaiden swiftly acclimated. In essence, this was merely the digitization of the attributes within his being, providing a lucid representation of his current condition. Among them, Hardened Scales, Sharp Claws, Robustness, Wormling's Dread, and Glutton are innate talents possessed by all true dragon hatchlings. Inherent from birth. The low-level Fire Magic Resistance is attributed to the awakened skill Flame Immunity inherent to the Lava Dragon. Furthermore, the skills Flame Immunity, Bite and Claw Strike, and Lava Spit are those he has either grasped from the legacy of dragons or awakened within himself since his inception. This is merely the commencement. As the Wormling matures into a true dragon, the array of skills he can comprehend will undoubtedly expand. Take the Lava Dragon, for instance. From the fledgling dragon's comprehension of the Hand of Flame, to the young dragon's grasp of the Heart of Lava, the adolescent's mastery of the Searing Ray, and the adult's understanding of the Lava Wall, one can only marvel at such evolution. As one anticipates the future stages of maturity, the elder and ancient dragons, it is evident that this creature, born into the 2nd tier and reaching the 6th tier in adulthood, truly occupies the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. Initially, there was some discontentment with the notion of being reborn as a dragon, however. Such feelings seem trivial in light of the reality that most true dragons require no arduous training, merely through sustenance and rest. They surpass a vast majority of the beings inhabiting the continent of Endow. Among these beings, the frail humans, particularly the warriors, must wait until adulthood and undergo years of skillful training and rich adventures to attain the standard of a 2nd-tier professional, to effortlessly slay a young dragon. An average party of 5 2nd-tier professionals is essential for a decisive victory. In one-on-one encounters, most individuals would find themselves outmatched by even a fledgling dragon. If the young dragons present such formidable challenges, one can only imagine the prowess of the adult true dragons. Each true dragon is endowed with a legacy of draconic heritage, possessing innate combat skills that cannot be dismissed due to age. Nevertheless, dragon slayers on the continent of Ao continue to arise relentlessly, with waves of campaigns against malevolent dragons akin to the relentless cutting of chives, reaping harvest after harvest. After all, both wealth and prestige are coveted treasures that these dragon slayers ardently pursue. The talents of a fledgling dragon, much like skills, evolve with its growth, enhancing and strengthening as time progresses. For instance, a year later, the foundational skills of Godin might only amount to a mere fraction, perhaps 1/10 or 1/5 of his innate talent, yet it is highly plausible that he could evolve to levels 3 or even 4 in 2 years. He could reach the pinnacle of the fledgling dragon phase, subsequently solidifying his prowess before advancing further. Among his abilities, the sole talent known as Talent Plunder left him somewhat perplexed. Such a concept had not been mentioned in the dragon's legacy. Was it perhaps a boon bestowed upon him from his transdimensional journey? As he pondered the application of Talent Plunder, a series of rustling sounds emanated from the depths of the sewer. The noises were rapid and urgent, reverberating across the slick, damp ground of the sewer, reminiscent of footsteps racing upon a track. Moreover, the sounds were not singular. They came from a multitude, akin to a swarm of locusts descending upon a field. The dragon girl beside him gazed in horror towards the sewer's entrance, her eyes filled with palpable dread, clearly aware of the nature of the creatures that produce such sounds. This reminded Godin of the scurrying of rats from his past life. The legacy of the dragon promptly provided information regarding such creatures on the continent of Eo. Giant rats, one of the most commonly encountered monsters in the sewers, were several dozen times larger than ordinary rats, standing upright at approximately 1.2 meters in height, comparable to an adult goblin. Typically, a novice adventurer could easily handle 3 or 4 of them simultaneously, provided they donned specialized protective leather armor. Otherwise, a careless bite could expose them to bacteria that they would be ill-equipped to resist. In such cases, infection could ensue, and the ordinary physicians in town would find it exceedingly challenging to treat such wounds, considering that giant rats were indeed a type of magical creature, albeit not particularly advanced in rank. To procure a remedy, one must acquire consecrated water specifically designed to eradicate pestilence from the temple, albeit in a diluted form. It is rumored that high-purity consecrated water can even purify demons dwelling in the abyss. Alternatively, one may opt for a low-grade antitoxin, commonly found in apothecaries or alchemist shops, which is specifically formulated to dispel diseases carried by lesser monsters, though the expense is comparable to that of consecrated water. The remuneration bestowed upon adventurers for subduing the sewers is already meager, should they be compelled to expend a vial of antitoxin or diluted consecrated water. The compensation accrued upon completion of the commission would be substantially diminished, potentially precluding even the solace of post-battle revelry at the tavern. Consequently, commissions for clearing sewers are ubiquitous within adventurers' guilds across various cities. However, they are seldom undertaken, typically being the domain of novice adventurers or mentors leading apprentices for training purposes. The sewers proffer a degree of security superior to the untamed wilderness beyond the city walls, for one can never anticipate whether the next creature to materialize in the wilderness will be a mere goblin or a formidable dragon. The capriciousness of fate dictates that one can never foresee whether misfortune or the morrow shall arrive first. This explains why every high-ranking mage invariably undergoes a divination ritual before embarking on a journey. The continent of Ios is replete with hidden talents, indeed. One could unearth several vestiges of ancient evils. Nina's interstate is now one of utter dismay. How could there be traces of ratmen activity here? Otherwise, how could ratmen from several tunnels away reach this place? Amidst Nina's mounting trepidation, for pairs of crimson eyes ascended from the sewer entrance. The crimson glint in the eyes above fixated intently on Nina. The elongated spear fashioned from an unknown bone was starkly visible in the darkness, emanating a chilling radiance. These were the elite among the rat folk, a first-tier creature, the giant rat knight, mounted upon a colossal rat, brandishing a bone spear, galloping through the myriad corners of the sewer. Chapter 3. Tuka's fortuitous day. Tuka felt the unique damp and shadowy breeze of the sewer sweep past his sides, his glossy dark fur rippling like the golden grains of rice in a field, undulating in waves. He gazed upon the dense throng of giant rats ahead, as well as the kin clinging to their backs, a profound sense of pride swelling within him. He was a mere 4 years old, already considered middle-aged among the rat folk. In the face of such creatures, the once feeble rat folk had no choice but to scuttle into narrow crevices. Yet now, they possessed the means to stand their ground. He had been born 4 years prior, gaining awareness only a year later. Until then, Tuka had operated solely on instinct, rather than as a sentient being. This was considered rather late among the rat folk, for the so-called prodigious mutated rat folk could awaken their consciousness within a month. Occasionally, when he listened to the elders of the clan, who had lived for over a decade, recount tales of yore, Tuka felt a shiver run down his spine. The previous state of their clan had been nothing short of abysmal, merely a pitiful gathering of the old, young, sick, and disabled struggling to survive in the sewer, faring no better than the rats that thrived there. It was not until the emergence of the shaman 3 years ago that salvation came to their ratfolk clan, liberating them from the daily grind of foraging for sustenance. Furthermore, newborn ratfolk who had reached their first year were now subjected to specialized vocational training, aimed at enhancing the combat prowess of their kin. And Tucker, fortuitously catching the wave, became one of the beneficiaries. Which is why Elder Rat Master often says that their generation is the luckiest. However, Tucker, unlike his compatriots, did not opt for the ranger or rogue, the professions that ratfolk are naturally most adept at. Although ratfolk are inherently gifted with stealth and acuity, coupled with the setting of the sewers, making these two vocations exceptionally suitable, he instead chose to be a giant rat knight. Upon hearing the priest's description of the giant rat knight profession, he resolutely disregarded his family's dissuasion and unequivocally chose the path of the knight. It was a dream harbored in his heart, the ambition of a dragon slayer. Undoubtedly influenced by the book Knight Livy. It's not that rangers or rogues are incapable of slaying dragons, but rather, confronting a dragon astride a mount is the epitome of a valiant rat's deed, as opposed to surreptitiously launching cold arrows, poisoning, ambushing, or slitting throats from the shadows. Although among the cohort of fewer than 100 newly born ratfolk, only 5 were willing to choose the path of the knight, with the others naturally opting to become either ratfolk rangers or ratfolk rogues. This did not dampen Tucker's unwavering resolve. He persisted in pursuing the path of the knight. Though the path of the knight is solitary and arduous, glory accompanies him on his journey, undaunted by perils. This maxim, too, he had inscribed from the human book Knight Livy, where the protagonist, Livy, is a human knight. Yet Tucker, as a knight himself, still felt a sense of identification. Livy overcame countless obstacles, and countless monsters perished at his hand. Even the dragon that plundered princesses could not escape its demise. Tucker had thoroughly internalized the stories within. Yet, each time Tucker beheld the illustrations, he would tremble, his fur bristling as an ineffable sensation permeated his very cranium, particularly in the moments preceding the dragon's demise. When the protagonist, Leaf, lance in hand, stood over the dying WRM's head, proclaiming, "Let it be I, the vermin in your eyes, who brings an end to your wicked existence." As the 3-meter lance pierced bone, cleaving halfway through, and the dragon fell, Tucker felt as though his very being was taking flight, which is why he was so steadfast in his aspiration to become a knight. At the time, his parents, along with his dozen or so siblings, regarded him as a jest, a ratkin, inherently flawed in strength, aspiring to knighthood. However, they were soon silenced. For Tucker genuinely became a giant rat knight, the first of his kind in the sewers of Kalando, a testament to his arduous journey. The breeding of giant rats within the clan was not scheduled until the 3rd month of vocational training, and it was another half-year before the rats were ready. For the initial 3 months, Tucker trained without a mount, even though a steed is indispensable to a knight's training. Nevertheless, in a mere 9 months, less than a year, Tucker mastered the art of giant rat riding, indicating a considerable aptitude, at least in the realm of knighthood. However, this was earned through 9 months of sharing meals and slumber with the giant rats. A first-order knight, by definition, necessitates a mastery of horsemanship and a proficiency in the use of the lance. Tucker was no less assiduous in his training with the lance. Under the prevailing circumstances, the method of training individuals like Tucker in the art of ritualistic combat involved equipping them with a withered branch, surpassing their own height, to serve as a makeshift lance. They were tasked with executing 500 thrusts and jabs daily. Tucker, however, would perform 1,000, sometimes escalating to 1,500 repetitions. Beyond the structured training, Tucker sought to internalize the sense of spatial awareness required, binding his hand to the lance with rope, ensuring it was an ever-present extension of himself, even during sleep. Many of his contemporaries abandoned the monotonous lance training, deeming it tedious. Ultimately, Tucker was the sole perseverer among the initial 5, and the only one to ascend to knighthood. A success rate of 1 in 5 is remarkably high. Professions also have qualifying rates. While numerous ratfolk enrolled in the training for the rogue and ranger professions, approximately half were eliminated in the initial phase, with only a scant few progressing to become true professionals. At times, a ratio of 20-to-1 proved insufficient. The knighthood profession gained prominence among the ratfolk following the successful breeding of the giant rat. Tucker, mounted atop his giant rat, would patrol the ratfolk's subterranean domain daily, fearlessly confronting the swamp frogs. The giant rat knight profession swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of aspirational careers among the ratfolk. It is worth noting that Tucker, The slayer of kobolds was the object of affection for countless female ratfolk. Consequently, a considerable number of the current generation of ratfolk carry Tuka's lineage. The allure is evident. However, once this group of 11 giant rat knights graduates, the situation is expected to improve significantly. This time, Tuka arrived in this newly explored sewer area under the mandate of the priest, tasked with locating a suitable stronghold. After all, even cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. The wisdom of the rat folk is not to be underestimated. They contemplate breeding in batches, ensuring not to place all their eggs in one basket. Just as Tuka felt that everything was proceeding normally, suddenly, a giant rat leapt up through a sewer opening above them. Tuka recognized the rat folk, Vicky, as the most suited for reconnaissance among the nightly cadre due to its keen sense of smell, capable of detecting scents imperceptible to its kin. It could even pick up the scent of humans. Had it caught wind of something? Vicky, what is going on? Tuka inquired. My lord Tuka. Alive. A human whelp. Female. Vicky exclaimed joyously from above, as if having stumbled upon a great treasure. The dozens of giant rat knights below erupted in jubilant squeaks. Indeed, those rat folk who had tasted the flavor of human whelps could never forget it. Sweeter than cake, more fragrant than cheese. Tuka's heart swelled with joy, secretly affirming that the priest had spoken the truth. It is through exploration that one uncovers surprises. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. Perhaps it would be fitting to adopt the name Tukasar. In the ratfolk tongue, Sir signifies luck. Vicky, capture it alive. Tuka, or rather Tukasar now, cheerfully called out to Vicky, who had already vanished into the depths of the sewer. Chapter 4. The light sphere Vichy and her colossal rat steed. With their 2 pairs of crimson, cherry-sized eyes, fixated intently on the human infant before them. The scent unmistakably indicated that this was a female. Vichy was certain of it. She trusted her nose. Gripping the reins tethered to the rat's exoskeleton, she shook them slightly, listening to the cheers of her ratfolk companions echoing from below. For a fleeting moment, she felt like a true, elegant knight. The only drawback was that her opponent was merely a human child. How much better it would have been if it had been a goblin instead. Vichy felt that her debut as a sewer knight, engaging in combat with a human infant, somewhat tarnished her self-proclaimed title of the second knight of the sewers. Yet, she cared deeply about this reputation. After all, it was not merely her honor at stake, but also that of Tuka's, which she held dear. Thus, she resolved to capture the child alive, not solely for herself, but also in fulfillment of Tuka's expectations. With her head held high, she endeavored to lock eyes with the trembling human female, stammering yet resolute as she declared, "You, come with me, or else." Vichy brandished her half-meter-long bone spear, the implications of her threat all too clear. To her surprise, the human female recoiled in fear, retreating deeper into the shadows of the sewer. What utter foolishness! It seemed that force would indeed be necessary. Otherwise, this imbecilic human would remain huddled in the corner like a quail, unwilling to emerge. With this thought, Vichy tugged at the reins, signaling her formidable rat steed to charge forth. Charge is the sole active skill mastered by the giant rat knight, necessitating a profound rapport between the knight and their mount. Initiation into charge signifies their status as a first-tier giant rat knight. Achieving mastery in charge is also a prerequisite for advancing to the rank of giant rat grand knight. The distinction between initiation and mastery can be likened to a newly licensed driver tentatively navigating the roads versus a seasoned veteran with a decade of experience, executing maneuvers with finesse. As for the master realm above mastery, it is said that upon mastering a skill, its effects undergo a qualitative transformation. For instance, with master-level charge, some knights, indeed blessed with innate talent, achieve mastery even at the Grand Knight level, the second tier. However, each master-level charge manifests diverse effects, not all identical. Furthermore, some, upon attaining master-level charge, generate 2 or even 3 phantasmal afterimages during their charge. Typically, such knights possess inherent magical aptitudes. A rare few experience an amplification of speed, surpassing even the velocity of a mastered charge by severalfold, traversing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Should such a knight wield a magical weapon, even the most stalwart hill giant would likely succumb to a devastating blow from this charge, potentially pierced through. For in combat, speed is paramount, a principle universally applicable, provided one possesses a sufficiently resilient magical lance. Yet, the knights are not entirely devoid of weaknesses. Firstly, mastering the master-level skill of charge is no simple feat for either warriors or knights. Just because one has reached the second tier does not guarantee the possession of such mastery. it is likely that across the vast continent of Endow, only a rare few can attain mastery in any specific skill at the second tier. Moreover, the spells employed by mages, such as the grease spell and web spell, along with terrain-altering spells like mud from fossil, can render a knight's charge utterly ineffective. Additionally, the rogue's abilities such as stealth, evasion, and vanish allow them to elude the knight's sight, making it difficult for the knight to pursue their target. Even the most simple-minded individual can evade a charge by climbing to the treetops, as knights typically do not venture into the branches, save for dragon knights, of course. However, a knight who grasps master-level skills at the second tier, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, has an incredibly promising future ahead. Aspirations of reaching Tier 7, Extraordinary, Tier 8, Hero, and Tier 9, Legendary, are not mere fantasies. As for Tier 10, Demigod, that remains a matter for debate. As igniting the divine flame is no trivial task, presently Vicky's charge is merely at the threshold. She cannot yet wield the momentum of charge at will and must coordinate with the giant rat beneath her. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for a frail human juvenile. A first-tier giant rat knight is more than adequate to handle her. This is also why the other giant rat knights refrained from engaging. Upon confirming the presence of only one feeble human juvenile, adding more knights would tarnish their knightly honor. For the final time, they emerged, surrendering. Or else Vicky issued her ultimatum. Its short legs straddled the massive rat's body, resting in a hollow of the creature's exoskeleton, serving a purpose akin to a saddle. Vitch was poised for a charge, unperturbed by the prospect of employing its bony spear should the human before it prove unwise. Though the bony spear measured merely half a meter, bolstered by the charge, it could easily create a gaping wound the size of a foot upon impact with human flesh. One should not underestimate the ratfolk merely due to their diminutive stature. Their compactness could indeed be an advantage, particularly within the confines of a sewer, where their small size rendered them elusive to targeted magic and stray arrows. "I can't move, can you help me?" Vitch was about to spring into action when it suddenly heard a voice, the common tongue spoken with a stutter and tinged with trepidation. It was the voice of a human female, prompting Vitch to lift its head. There, the human child gazed at it with a bewildered expression, though the words undeniably emanated from her. While Vitch was not particularly adept in the common tongue, it had no difficulty in understanding written text, albeit its spoken words were somewhat halting. Otherwise, it would not have comprehended the human tales inscribed in common, such as Knight Levi. Therefore, Vitch was confident it had not misheard. The human child was pleading for mercy. Pride surged within Vitch, prompting it to ease its charge, advancing slowly with the rhythmic approach of the massive rat beneath it. The human child seemed to have already resigned to her fate, no longer retreating. Yet her expression grew increasingly panicked, her gaze dropping as she dared not look at it. Thud, thud, thud. Vicky drew nearer, the lance now a mere half-meter from the girl, almost piercing her pallid skin. He scrutinized her from head to toe, betraying a hint of distaste for her physique. A bit more corpulence would have been preferable. Yet, what was that, a tail? Behind Nina, a tail covered in ebony scales flickered momentarily. Vicky was bewildered, wondering if his eyes had deceived him. Just as Vicky questioned his perception, a shadowy figure surged forth from behind the human, launching a lightning-swift pounce. It pinned Vicky and the giant rat beneath him, each paw exerting immense force on the cracking, ashen concrete, rendering them immobile. Vicky barely managed a gasp before a searing pain shot through his back, and darkness enveloped him. The other giant rat met its demise even quicker, its legs twitching as it expired. Then, in Gordon's sight, two orbs materialized above the rat corpses. Roughly the size of ping-pong balls, they emitted a soft glow, remarkably conspicuous in the monochrome darkness. However, the dragonborn girl seemed oblivious to the orbs, her gaze fixated on the carcasses as she licked her lips. She was, undeniably, famished. Chapter 5. Tier 1 Talent Fragment. The dragonborn bloodline's influence on Nina extends beyond mere visual acuity and pupillary changes. It appears she has not inherited the agility, litheness, or predatory instincts of dragons, but rather a semblance of disguise and a capacity for learning. Yet, it is precisely because of this. Despite her tender age of under 10, Zarina had managed to subsist in the shadowy recesses of the infamous Blackstreet. However, at that moment, Gordon was oblivious to the nuances of Zarina's facial expressions, his attention captivated by the two ping-pong ball-sized orbs before him. If his conjecture was correct, these were likely the soul talents, as described in his interface, specifically the talent plunder. Yet, the method of assimilation eluded him. Gordon was momentarily perplexed. Initially, he had attempted to make contact with one of the diminutive orbs using his curved, hook-like claws. The outcome was predictable. The orb remained unaffected by his touch, a result mirrored by the other. A slight furrow creased his brow, accentuating the wrinkles on his nascent dragon visage, lending him an unexpectedly endearing, albeit somewhat grotesque, charm. It seemed that conscious intent was required to interact with the orbs, he mused. Subsequently, with an experimental mindset, he employed his consciousness to engage with the orbs before him. Success ensued as expected, suggesting that the connection between the orbs and the deep azure interface could only be established through conscious means. Shortly after his consciousness made contact with the orbs, the pale white orb before him began to ascend tremulously from the corpses of the two rodent-like monsters, before streaking into Gordon's chest, covered in thin black scales, with meteoric velocity. Simultaneously, two lines of information materialized on the pale azure interface. Ding. Host has absorbed a fragment of talent. The system is conducting an analysis. Progress 11, progress 98, ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent. Charge, activate. Yes, no. Ding. A fragment of talent has been inhaled by the host. The system is currently assessing. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent. Dark vision, activate. Yes, no. It is evident that the former talent belongs to the rat man wielding a bone spear, while the latter pertains to the colossal rat creature. Although a single rat man may find it challenging to execute, charge, the timing of its deployment indeed relies on the ratman's mastery. As for dark vision, it likely elucidates why their eyes are crimson. After all, ordinary rats possess poor eyesight, relying instead on their whiskers to navigate their surroundings. Gordon did not deliberate long over the two talent options presented on the panel. He was certain to accept charge. Even though the dragon's legacy contained numerous techniques related to dragon attacks, hunting, and close combat, this particular charge was notably absent, likely preserved as an advancement for a specific dragon class. Conversely, dark vision is inherently one of the dragon's talents and will evolve as Gordon matures. He also wished to experiment with this talent fragment, curious to see the outcome should he choose not to activate it. With a mere thought, he selected the first option to activate, charge. Almost simultaneously, a line of pale blue text appeared on the panel. Ding. Talent activation successful. The panel began to transform accordingly. Gaiden Ojuan Targaryen, title, Nun Race, Lava Dragon Age. Whelp, 0 to 5 years. Health, 31 rank. 2 talents. Armored Scales, 110. Sharp Claws, 1-5. Robustness, 120. Low-level Fire Magic Resistance, 112. Whelp's Dread, 1-4. Glutton, 2-9. Dark Vision, 111. Sound Mimicry, 1-2. Charge, 115. Skills, Flame Immunity, Bite and Claw. Lava Breath, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder. Simultaneously with the alteration of his attributes, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. However, compared to the previously overwhelming legacy of dragonkind, this influx of recollections was but a mere drop in the ocean. Gaiden perused the fragmented memories with fleeting curiosity, and imprinted within his consciousness was the charge ability, which had taken Vich a year of arduous effort to master. It became indelibly etched in his mind. Within his tender, nascent form, a reflex seemed to awaken. It was as if a mere thought from Gaiden would set his limbs into swift coordination, readying the stance for charge. The draconic power within him would surge forth at the appropriate moment, culminating in a decisive charge. At this moment, the brilliance of the light orb revealed itself in all its glory. Activate dark vision. Yes, no, yes. Gaiden wished to experiment, but in the next instant, the pale blue panel data refreshed once more. Upon detecting a congruity within the host's inherent aptitudes, the system prompts. Activation will result in the superimposition of identical talents. Activate. Yes, no. Gordion refrained from assimilating the second fragment of dark vision. Activation would merely squander the fragment, given its redundancy with his existing dark vision talent. Furthermore, considering its irrelevance to the current predicament, Gordion opted to explore alternative options. No, he mentally affirmed. The cerulean data matrix responded accordingly. A relinquished talent fragment has been detected. Decompose. The prospect of decomposition piqued Gordion's interest. Eager to ascertain its potential benefits, he promptly assented. Decomposition successful. Acquired. Tier 1 blank talent fragment. Simultaneously, A cerulean bracket appeared beside each of Gordian's talents: armored scales, razor claws, robust, lesser fire resistance, wormling intimidation, voracious appetite, dark vision, voice mimicry, and charge. A new subcategory materialized beneath the soul talent: talent plunder, free talent fragments, tier 1 fragment 1. As Gordion delved into the intricacies of his newly augmented abilities, a faint squeak emanated from the sewer entrance. Nina remained oblivious, but Gordion, endowed with comprehensive linguistic proficiency through his draconic heritage, readily comprehended the Skaven dialect. Vitch, is it not yet complete? Beneath the sewers, Takasa found himself increasingly restless. However, for the sake of knightly honor, he refrained from ascending to observe the spectacle. Furthermore, he dissuaded numerous ratmen eager to witness the commotion. In his estimation, only a duel between two combatants would bestow upon Vicky the distinction befitting a true knight. Any intrusion would desecrate the sanctity of the contest. Remarkably, in an era when humanity had long abandoned the ideals of chivalry, it was astonishing to encounter a ratman of Takasa's ilk, steadfastly adhering to the virtues of a knight within a ratman settlement. One could only marvel at the boundless wonders of the EO continent. Nevertheless, after several dozen breaths, Takasa's curiosity overwhelmed him, and he sought to inquire about the situation above. Shortly thereafter, a chorus of squeaks echoed through the pipes. Takasa, fluent in rat tongue at an advanced level, readily comprehended the message, as it was his native language. Human fledglings. There are many within the pipes. 204. I require assistance. The voice, urgent and shrill, carried undertones of Vicky's indignation, as well as his somewhat stammering common tongue. Damn it. Do not climb. Chapter 6. Molten eruption. Upon hearing Vicky's voice, Takasa's apprehension abated. However, after processing Vicky's words, his brow furrowed slightly, and his rodent-like face betrayed a human-like perplexity. Are you jesting? 4 or 5 human fledglings in the sewers? What brings them here? How did they materialize? It is well known that the sewers of Kalandu are rather chaotic. The sewer entrances in the commoner districts have long been secured with iron grills. Should adventurers wish to enter, they must possess a guild commission, and only then will the guards in charge hand over the key. If entering the sewers poses such complications for seasoned adventurers, one can only imagine the plight of the frail human children. If Tukas's memory serves him correctly, encounters with human infants in the sewers are exceedingly rare. The last time he stumbled upon a human child was pure luck, having accidentally wandered into the territory of the rat folk. Now, as Vicky had mentioned, the possibility of encountering 4 or 5 at once seemed as improbable as discovering a true dragon lurking within the depths of the sewer. However, before Tukas could dwell further on his burgeoning doubts, a cacophony of chaotic voices erupted from the sewer entrance. Mommy, I miss Mommy. Wah, get away. Monster, beware. I want to be merciful. The voices, both male and female, were unmistakably those of young children, brimming with innocence. From the sounds alone, Tukas could discern emotions of weeping, despair, and defiance. Yet amidst this turmoil, there was an odd, stuttering tone of triumph in Vicky's speech, a peculiar inflection that felt somewhat out of place. Suddenly, Tukas recalled the admonitions of the priestess before his previous journeys, urging him to be vigilant regarding any anomalies within the sewers and to report them diligently. He had once inquired of the priestess what exactly he was meant to seek. The venerable ratfolk priest, though appearing somewhat aged, radiated an aura of wisdom that did not elude Takasa. He candidly divulged the entirety of the information without any concealment. It was revealed that a remarkable artifact of spatial magic had been abandoned within the sewers of Kalandu, said to be the relic of a legendary mage, though its circumstances of arrival in the sewers remained a mystery. Upon learning of this, the priest hastened to the free city of Kalandu, driven by the desire to acquire this extraordinary artifact. According to the priest, he had devoted 4 arduous years to this pursuit. During this time, apart from training his fellow rat folk, he had scoured the vast expanse of the sewers, yet regrettably, to no avail. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Enlisting the aid of the rat folk he had trained to aid in the search until the day of discovery arrived. Although Takasa was unaware of the significance of a legendary mage, he surmised that the prefix of legendary suggested that such a being was beyond the reckoning of the rat folk. After all, even Takasa had to concede that rat folk were inherently a frail, intelligent race on the continent of Ao. Aside from a select few who could ascend to become professionals and a handful of mutated rat folk who awakened magical talents, the racial potential of the rat folk was exceedingly limited. The number of legendary rat folk throughout the annals of AIO's history was exceedingly scarce, with none having ascended to divinity or ignited divine flames. Most rat folk professionals reached their peak at the 4th tier, and without extraordinary encounters to enhance their capabilities, they would likely find themselves in a state of decline, barely able to maintain even the 4th tier, let alone aspire to the 5th. Now, if the sudden emergence of those human infants is indeed due to that spatial magical artifact, then Tukasar's fortune today can hardly be described merely as lucky. It is as if the Lady of Night herself has graced him with her benevolent presence. Yet, one might argue that the truly fortunate individual is that lad Vicky. The furrow of worry that once marred Tukasar's brow has vanished, replaced by a grin revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, resembling a mouthful of jagged spikes. His cherry-red eyes still harbor a hint of bewilderment and emptiness, akin to the delight of being unexpectedly struck by a colossal cheese wheel or the disorientation of awakening atop a cake. Upon hearing the commotion, the other giant rats engaged in a chorus of chattering, expressing their gratitude towards the revered priest as well as admiration for Vicky's keen sense of smell. Of course, a greater number eagerly stepped forward, volunteering to assist Vicky in his endeavors. With the first rodent making its advance, the other nightly giant rats began to surge around Tukasar, clamoring to join Vicky in battle. They were filled with impatience, yet the code of chivalry restrained them from rushing forward like other creatures, compelling them to adhere to Tukasar's commands. Faced with the ardent enthusiasm of the giant rat knights, Tukasar found himself at a loss for whom to select for the task as they debated amongst themselves about who should advance. Gradually, the sounds from the sewer pipes faded into silence, restoring tranquility. However, all the rat folk, including Tukasar, paid little heed to this. Their focus remained fixed on the honor that lay before them, deeming all else insignificant. However, Tukasar did not linger for long. Despite being a first-tier giant rat knight, it faced 5 human youngsters. Underestimating them could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, the giant rat knight stood no taller than half a human, and its physical advantage was minimal, merely a lead in technique. Thus, it swiftly determined the participants. It would join 5 giant rat knights, while the remaining 5 would wait at the sewer entrance. Although some of the giant rat knights were not chosen by Tukasar and wore expressions of disappointment, they did not voice their grievances but instead retreated quietly to take up their posts. This clearly indicated Tukasar's esteemed position among them. Once the 5 giant rat knights were assembled, Tukasar took the lead, swiftly climbing into the sewer pipe that rose over a meter high. Moments later, the 5 giant rat knights followed suit, one after another. In an instant, had there been ordinary folk present, they would have been utterly terrified. The dark entrance of the sewer, within mere moments, revealed a dozen pairs of densely clustered crimson eyes, accompanied by the rustling of movement, a sight that would unnerve anyone who chanced upon it. Yet, upon entering, Tukasar did not spot Vici. Besides the foul-smelling tattered bedding before it, there was the silhouette of a human child at the farthest corner of the pipe. All that was visible was a frail back, a tangle of disheveled white hair, and ragged linen garments adorning a slender frame. Though not as robust as the human infant encountered previously, Takasa felt a sense of satisfaction, for there were still 4 remaining. The frailty of 1 or 2 was inconsequential. Vici, curse it. Thus, it swiftly mounted the giant rat and advanced, soon darting from the pipe to the corner. To Takasa's surprise, the corner led to a dead end, devoid of the 5 humans Vici had mentioned. Instead, there stood a solitary white-haired human female, leaning against the iron bars, her gaze fixed upon them. This time, Takasa discerned the features of the white-haired female clearly, along with her striking dark golden, feline-like vertical pupils that could not be obscured even in the dim light. Damn it, Vici, where are you? A sense of foreboding washed over Takasa, prompting an involuntary query. I'm here. A familiar voice in the language of the rat folk resonated above Takasa. Without overthinking, Takasa inquired, what of the 5 human infants you promised? They are here. Just as Takasa was about to question where, a familiar voice echoed from above. A desperate child's voice pierced the silence of the sewer, causing Takasa's heart to race violently. A chill crept up its spine, for the voice emanated from the very direction of Vici. Mama, I miss Mama. Wah. Another clear voice of a girl rang out above Takasa, instantly recognizable as the earlier cries for her mother. Get away, monster, beware, for I may not be gentle with you. These were the sounds that Takasa had just perceived atop the steps of the sewer. Unable to restrain itself, it lifted its gaze upwards and beheld a creature hitherto unseen, specifically, a black monstrosity possessing eyes identical to those of the white-haired human. The creature's sharp claws firmly gripped the rocky wall above as it locked eyes with Takasa, revealing no emotion within its dark golden slit pupils. Its tail, cloaked in ebony scales, coiled silently in the shadows. Yet beneath the translucent, crystalline scales adorning the creature's chest, a flickering ember of flame appeared to ignite. Shifting from dim to bright, the glow illuminated the sleek, black fur of the ratman, casting reflections upon its surface. Under the radiance of the flames, Takasa felt a surge of alarm. Just as it intended to utter a warning, the firelight from the creature's chest surged once more, transitioning from orange-red to a searing crimson, as if fueled by an unquenchable inferno. In the span of a heartbeat, the incandescent glow ascended from its chest, converging into a sphere within the creature's maw, lined with sharp teeth. The foreboding sense of danger still lingered in Takasa's mind, causing its fur to bristle anew. Without a moment to spare to alert the other ratmen, it instinctively urged the giant rat beneath it to unleash its most refined skill, the charge. After 2 years of rigorous training, Takasa had mastered this technique, becoming quite the seasoned veteran. In an instant, Takasa and its giant rat vanished from sight, propelled forward with the speed of a tempest and a roar, surging behind the black monstrosity. However, the 5 rat knights trailing behind were not as fortunate. They witnessed a torrent of searing, crimson magma erupting from the creature's gaping maw. At the forefront of the turmoil lies the very spot where it had just stood. Had it not evaded, it would have surely been the first to suffer. The column of magma, composed of molten rock, transformed the previously cold and damp sewer into an inferno, illuminating the confined surroundings, casting a crimson reflection even beyond the sewer's mouth. In less than a breath, this black monstrosity enveloped the corner of the pipeline with searing magma, reaching temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius, ensnaring all 5 of the giant rat knights it had summoned, akin to a sandwich. Initially, Takasa could still hear the pitiful squeaks of anguish, but within mere moments, the cries of both the ratmen and the giant rats fell abruptly silent. Even before Takasa could fully comprehend the scene, the 10 corpses before it had already been devoured halfway by the scalding magma. The remaining ratmen remains curled up like half-cooked shrimp, resembling the very posture of their newborn selves. In this confined space, apart from the ever-blazing magma, the air gradually filled with the aroma of roasted flesh. The scent of barbecued meat wafted through the atmosphere. In times past, Takasa would have deemed this a divine blessing. Yet, when the cost is the incineration of its own kin, its heart is awash with emotions unspeakable to others. The once vibrant red of its eyes now reflected only fear and panic, as it realized there was no escape. The flaw of its charge left it unable to adjust its angle in that critical moment, resulting in a trajectory it could not control, forcing it to rush behind the black creature, leaving a mere 5 meters between it and the white-haired human. Magma obstructed the path, with iron bars looming behind. Even with the strength of the rat folk, they could not breach this formidable barrier forged from wrought iron in years past. For Takasa, this was indeed a dire predicament. Nonetheless, it refused to surrender. In a sudden flash of insight, it beheld the dark golden vertical pupil and instantly recalled the nearby silver-haired human girl. She, too, possessed those identical eyes. Thus, a plan began to form within its mind, yet it refrained from immediate action, cautiously directing the massive rat behind it to retreat. Stammering, it inquired, "You are not Vicky. Who exactly are you?" However, before it could complete its thought, a horrific black creature surged forth like a cannonball, charging directly at it. The enormous beast, cloaked in black scales, was enveloped in a fierce wind. Takasa recognized this move. It was one of the advanced abilities of the Rat Knight, Charge. Instantly, it was seized by terror, its soul nearly escaping its body, and it abandoned its pretense, desperately attempting to turn and seize the last straw of hope. It considered taking the silver-haired girl hostage. Whether this would prove effective was uncertain, but Takasa could only gamble on this desperate measure. Yet, the black creature's speed outstripped its own. Before Takasa's lance could even breach a meter's distance from the girl, a thunderous boom echoed. Takasa, along with its giant rat steed, was launched against the iron bars. They fell heavily to the ground, and the lance slipped from its grasp, clattering several times before rolling to rest at the feet of the dark creature, halted before its razor-sharp claws. Takasa felt as though his body was on the verge of collapsing, the corners of his mouth oozing with blood from the impact of the charge. His mind a complete blank. The giant rat, the primary target of the ebony monstrosity, was even worse off, lying prostrate and unable to move. The white-haired human girl had swiftly distanced herself from Takasa, crawling to the side of the black creature, her expression tinged with timidity. Despite her considerable size, she seemed more like a pet in the presence of the monster, meek and docile. Then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Takasa felt his body lifted by a clawed hand, his non-existent neck seized. He heard a familiar voice in the Skaven tongue, the voice of Vicky. "I am indeed not Vicky, my apologies." The voice warped as it continued, reverting to a tone Takasa had never before encountered, a rumbling akin to the wail of a steam engine. Next, Takasa felt a sharp pain in his tail, and darkness enveloped him. The last image seared into his mind was the mouth of a monster covered in jet-black scales, its chilling fangs bared in a semblance of human contrition. Its dark golden, vertical pupils regarded him with a hint of avarice, as if he were a delectable dessert. Chapter 7. Iron Talent. The incandescent magma had yet to cool, likely due to the blunt force of Gordon's expulsion, which had created a large pit at the bend, capable of containing the torrential magma flow. From afar, it resembled a fiery sea, with bubbles occasionally rising to the surface. However, the color of the magma had begun to shift from its initial golden hue to a shade of orange. However, it remained exceedingly intense, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. Given enough time, it could even melt bones. The remains of 10 rodent corpses crammed within the fiery pit were reduced to stark white skeletons, with mere flecks of undissolved flesh floating above this inferno at the corner. They bobbed uncertainly. Yet, at this moment, Gordon's gaze was not fixated on this scene. Although it was his inaugural use of the lava dragon's innate skill, magma spit, the power he wielded seemed trivial in comparison to the vast memories of the dragon's legacy. It is vital to note that, according to the dragon's ancestral recollections, a fully matured lava dragon of the 6th tier could unleash a torrent of magma the size of a football field from its chest, sufficient to engulf a 1,000-strong battalion. Presently, the meager output at the sewer's corner, covering merely a few square meters, hardly warranted a second glance. Instead, his curiosity was captured by the more robust rodent corpse in his grasp, or more precisely, the luminous orb upon it. Strikingly, it was not the previous white hue, but a brilliant black, reminiscent of its fur, subtly radiating an iron-like gleam. Gordon rubbed his dark golden eyes several times, yet the orb remained a striking black, conspicuous under the scorching light. Could the black signify a higher-grade fragment? Let us name it the Black Iron Talent Fragment, Gordon mused, assigning a name to the glowing orb. He then carelessly grasped the twitching giant rat, bereft of its master, and followed his prior actions, gripping its neck and tugging at its tail. Crack! Amidst the bubbling sounds of magma, the resounding crack of dislocation resonated from the colossal rat, which, though convulsing, appeared to find a newfound tranquility, its visage devoid of anguish. Another case of occupational hazard, it murmured, casually discarding the massive creature to the side as it began to mentally guide 11 white orbs along with a single black one. The orbs gradually ascended from the fiery pool, and the corpses strewn across the ground, collectively hovering in the air. In a swift and orderly manner, they surged into the body of Godin. A dense array of pale blue data simultaneously materialized before Godin's eyes, reminiscent of a computer screen crashing in a blue haze. Ding! A fragment of innate talent has been detected as the host inhales. The system is undergoing diagnostics. Progress 1. Progress 23. Ding. Detection successful. Ding. A fragment of innate talent has been detected as the host inhales. The system is undergoing diagnostics. Progress 2. Ding. A fragment of innate talent has been detected as the host inhales. The system is undergoing diagnostics. However, this chaotic and intricate pale blue interface persisted only for 3 breaths, until the barrage of completion notifications flooded the screen. Godin soon discerned the outcome of his magma eruption combined with charge. A total of 11 first-tier fragments of innate talent were acquired, categorized as follows. Dark Vision 3. Rodent Perception 2. Source of Plague 1. Rodent Riding Proficiency 3. Charge 1. And Spear Weapon Proficiency 1, summing up to 6 distinct talents. Among the abilities that piqued Gordon's interest were Plague Vector and Charge. The other talent shards were dismantled into Tier 1 universal shards. Charge requires no further elaboration. While the Plague Vector talent imbued his claws and bites with a subtle venom, akin to the Scorching talent he would later develop upon maturing into a juvenile dragon. Talent, Scorching. The The lava dragon's bites and claw attacks inflict additional fire damage equivalent to its age tier. Gordon harbored no aversion to Plague Vector, especially as a young dragon without a mother's protection, readily accepting any power offered. Had it not been necessary to utilize mimicry to imitate the voices of human children and the Skaven Vicky, in order to deceive the giant rat knights outside the sewers into entering, he would not have spent a tier 1 talent shard to enhance his mimicry ability. However, this investment proved worthwhile, excluding the shards granted by the luminous black orb. If one were to observe his status panel, they would notice that mimicry had vanished from his talent list, replaced by a newly evolved talent, vocal mimicry. Talent, vocal mimicry. As the young dragon matures, its vocal cords approach a state of perfection. At will, it can produce any audible sound in the world. A cunning young dragon can even flawlessly imitate a pig's squeal to lure unsuspecting predators. This is a common talent among true dragons, save for perhaps the red dragons among the chromatic dragons. At times, one must concede that the true dragons are indeed favored by the deity of creation, Ao. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elucidate the innate talents that countless wise races must diligently cultivate. For the true dragons, these skills come as effortlessly as eating and drinking. Yet, despite the astonishing potential for growth that true dragons possess, the unalterable truth remains. Godin is merely a defenseless hatchling, devoid of any sense of security. Although he boasts a rank that surpasses most beings of the continent by 2 tiers, should news of a hatchling in the sewers of Calandus circulate, a multitude would undoubtedly flock to hunt him down, or the slave-capturing teams from the arenas would come seeking him. In the face of such adversaries, even a 6th-tier adult dragon, lacking loyal subordinates, would find it difficult to escape the grim fate of slaughter or capture. Thus, Godin spares no opportunity to grow stronger. When presented with the option to activate the talent, Source of Plague, he did not hesitate for long. Yes, he willed his consciousness to engage, yet in the following moment. The talent Source of Plague did not manifest in his list of abilities. Instead, a line of brand new data emerged. Due to the host's excessively high body temperature, the activation of Source of Plague had failed, and the system had automatically converted it into talent fragments. Godin's dark golden eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation, momentarily rendered speechless. Could it be possible for a talent to fail to activate? The implication was clear. The virus within Source of Plague could not survive even a second within his body, destined to be entirely consumed by his searing dragon blood. The path of the virulent seed is fundamentally untenable for him, the lava dragon. However, Gordon swiftly recovered from his discouragement, redirecting his gaze towards a line of data, comprised of stark, illuminated characters, situated in the lower echelons of the dataset. Activate talent, charge? Yes, no. Beneath the suffix of charge, 2 smaller, meticulously crafted characters were affixed, proficient, evidently. Judging solely from the hue of the font, it surpassed the preceding 11 fragments by a considerable degree. This was precisely the iron talent Gordon had extracted from the ratman he had propelled with charge, a tier above the introductory level. Charge, proficient. One of the prerequisites for advancing to a 2nd-tier knight. Chapter 8. Nina, revised. Activate talent, charge, proficient. This, charge, more potent than the rudimentary level, resembles a skill more than a mere talent. Gordon remains uncertain as to how the system categorizes it as a talent. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to activate this talent. He had tentatively employed charge once before, and the singular experience filled him with elation, as if his frail, cumbersome body had suddenly become weightless. The resistance in the air significantly diminished, akin to a tempestuous force bolstering each scale beneath his hide. This augmentation tripled his velocity for a brief duration compared to his normal running pace. If he could sustain this augmented speed, he surmised he would no longer need to lurk around corners to ambush the giant rat knights. Alas, it could only be maintained for a maximum of 10 seconds. And if interrupted, the remaining time could not be accumulated, automatically initiating a cooldown phase. Yet, in the mere blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of meters with the swiftness of a gale, employing his braced arm and retracted dragon wings to send the ratman and giant rat hurtling against the iron bars. His charge resembled a shoulder barge more than the dragon chariot he recalled from his previous life. He wondered what it would be like to fully master charge, a question he wouldn't have to ponder for long. With a gentle mental nudge to the affirmative in his information panel, the Tier 2 talent fragment was swiftly processed and loaded. In his talent list, the initial novice, charge, 115, had been replaced by charge, proficient, 1/8, making it one of only 2 talents without a suffix, the other being mimicry. Clearly, Tier 1 talent fragments could no longer enhance charge, a fact Gordon understood well. As before, this loading brought with it a wealth of memories, specifically the ratman's numerous charge training sessions. However, this time, the techniques, experiences, insights, and momentum were richer, more refined, and more seasoned than before. After assimilating the fragments that flooded his mind, Gordon noticed that his body had unconsciously developed muscle memory. So much so that his lower limbs and arms naturally adopted the optimal posture for charge as he moved. Like a leopard perpetually poised to pounce, he was crouched, coiled, and ready to unleash. Evidently, the ramifications of this event were more profound than Gordian had initially conceived. So much so that the Draconid maiden beside him began to scrutinize the black dragon's peculiar behavior with burgeoning curiosity. Nina, possessing a paucity of knowledge. Her understanding of dragons was relegated to mere chromatic distinctions, and even then, she only recognized the malevolent ones. It wasn't that Nina was oblivious to the existence of metallic dragons, but rather that the intimidation evoked by the chromatic dragons far outweighed that of their lawful counterparts, thus etching themselves more vividly into her memory. Nina's nomenclature for these chromatic dragons was equally simplistic. Those of sable hue were deemed black dragons. Those of ivory white were referred to as white dragons, and so forth. However, the environs of Calando and Blanche lacked the dense forests reminiscent of a sea of trees. Nor did they possess the gloomy and eerie marshes, rendering the black and green dragons elusive. Even if present, they would only be transient sojourners, with no intention of establishing lairs. As for the active volcanoes favored by red dragons and the frigid domains of white dragons, these were conspicuously absent. Therefore, should one seek to encounter chromatic dragons in this vicinity, the only recourse would likely be to venture into the great surreal desert west of Calando. It is rumored that travelers have discovered traces of blue dragons in the desert oases, including footprints and the pranks perpetrated by the aforementioned dragon. The entire oasis's water source was rendered turbid and fetid by the blue dragon's putrid water spell, making it unfit for consumption, even by livestock. These were anecdotes Nina had gleaned from the boisterous conversations of adventurers or merchants in the Iron Furnace Tavern. Nina's gaze was exceedingly cautious, as if fearful that even a fleeting glance might disturb the true dragon engaged in his strange gesticulations. However, much of the apprehension in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by an overriding sense of curiosity. In her perception, the black dragon rescuing her from the ratmen seemed somewhat divergent from the tales told by Grandma Oren. It wasn't the man-eating, marrow-devouring, temperamental beast she had envisioned. This dragon appeared capable of communication. After all, Nina had distinctly heard Gordon's imitations. His mimicry of children's voices was so uncanny that, were Gordon not standing before her, she would have found it impossible to believe such sounds could emanate from a black dragon. Gordon, sensing the alterations within his form, also detected the cautious appraisal in the dragon-blooded girl's gaze. He then deliberately approached the girl, who was squatting on the ground. Alas, even in a crouching position, Gordon had to tilt his head slightly upward to meet her eyes. He retracted his somewhat extended wings and regarded the dragon-blooded girl, who, even in a squat, towered over him. "What is your name?" he inquired, his voice subdued, retaining the innocence of a fledgling dragon. However, the lava dragon's vocal range was broad and deep, yet somewhat constricted, which explained the drawn-out and piercing quality of his voice's tail end, entirely dissimilar to the chirping innocence of ordinary hatchlings. No one hearing this voice would suspect it belonged to a newly born dragon. "Nina. My name is Nina." "Nina? You may call me Gordon." Gordon's inquiry about the girl's name was not without purpose. Since he had arrived in this world, his primary objective was to comprehend his surroundings. And who better to enlighten him about the environment than this docile dragon-blooded girl before him? Otherwise, this fledgling dragon would not survive long in this world. It would either be sent to the arena or once again become a subject for experimentation upon a wizard's workbench. "What assistance can I offer you, Mr. Gordon?" Nina, relieved to hear the black dragon introduce itself, attempted to employ the etiquette her grandmother, Orlon, had taught her in addressing a dragon. However, before she could complete her sentence, her stomach audibly protested, resulting in her face flushing with embarrassment and leaving her momentarily speechless. Gordon remained silent, his dark golden slit-like eyes fixed intently upon the blushing dragonkin girl. He then stepped behind Nina and, under her curious gaze, lifted the two rodent corpses lying before her, placing them at her feet. He subsequently retrieved two additional rodent bodies concealed in a small recess on the left side of the sewer grate and set them down before her as well. Before leisurely remarking, "Let us converse while we dine." In the legacy of dragons, the rat folk are regarded as both companions of true dragons and appetizers for their amusement. After all, these squeaky little creatures are perceived by true dragons as mere sustenance, akin to the cattle and horses they typically consume. The distinction lies solely in one being a main course and the other a dessert. The four rodent corpses included two giant rats and two rat folk. With the rat folk being slightly smaller than Gordon, the two giant rats surpassed him in size. However, Gordon was not concerned about being unable to finish the meal. The appetite of a young dragon is quite formidable, especially shortly after birth, as they need to ingest a large amount of nutrition to replenish the depletion from their initial slumber. Furthermore, the preceding magma spit had already expended a considerable amount of Gordon's stamina. Although he didn't feel hungry at the moment, he did feel a void in his stomach. "Very well, Mr. Gordon," Nina said, squatting obediently in front of him. She was not averse to rodent corpses, even though these monsters were sewer creatures. But these monsters were clearly healthy when they were alive. For Nina, who had scavenged leftover food, eating rats was not even a slight psychological barrier. Faced with an empty stomach, these were simply not issues. "All right, wait a moment." Then, Gordon followed the methods in the dragon's inherited memories to prepare the raw materials before him. Carrying the two giant rats by their tails, he dragged them to the nearby lava pool and set them down. He began to count down, his two dark golden vertical pupils watching the changes in the giant rats within the lava pool without blinking. The giant rat corpses were visibly singeing their fur and constricting their flesh at a rapid pace. And then, just before they began to melt, Gordon lifted them out and twisted off their heads, discarding them into the lava pool to accompany their companions, who were reduced to mere bones. It must be said that the method of consuming meat in the lava dragon's inherited memories is actually similar to Gordon's favorite cooking method from his previous life, hot pot. Both involve placing ingredients into boiling liquid to cook them. However, one uses magma with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, while the other uses a carefully prepared hot pot broth. Yet the essence remained unchanged. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted once more through the sewers, as Gordon generously offered a hind leg of a colossal rat to the dragonborn maiden before him, whose mouth was nearly watering. He then indulged himself with fervor. Nina, too, did not hesitate. Her stomach had protested for 2 consecutive days, yearning for a sumptuous feast. She found no reason to decline, and even devoid of any seasoning. It tasted delightful and succulent to her palate. This meal left Nina thoroughly satisfied, her belly pleasantly round. As Nina relished her contentment, Gordon began to gradually comprehend the world around them, including Calando, Brancy, and the vast Surrey Desert, though most of all, they remained within the confines of the sewer. Chapter 9. Preparations before departure. The commotion within the sewers had long since alerted the previously despondent rat knights below. They had lamented their lack of diligence in training, which had cost them the opportunity to be chosen by Lord Tuka. Now, they had unwittingly squandered a chance to showcase themselves before the high priest and their fellow rat folk. However, upon the emergence of the peculiar and fearsome sounds, the dazed rat knights were thrown into chaos. They would not abandon any comrade who could still be saved. They would not falter on the battlefield. Even if their adversary were a true dragon, as knights, they would spur their mounts on to deliver their most formidable strike. This encapsulated the essence of knighthood. With Tuka absent, the rat knights felt akin to a headless swarm, disoriented and frantic. The cacophony of squeaks resounded incessantly. However, these rat folk ultimately stand as the paragons of their tribe. Each one is an elite among their kin, for without such prowess, they could not ascend to become mighty rat knights. They decided to first ascend and observe discreetly, ready to act should any signs of enemies arise. Soon, they left 2 mighty rat knights outside to wait. 3 rat knights, led by one named Terry, cautiously entered the seething, crimson-lit sewer pipe, moving in a formation with 1 ahead and 2 behind. Yet, upon Terry's inspection, he found not a single hair of his kin, let alone the sight of his companions. The only illumination came from the orange glow that bathed the entire arched pipe, accompanied by a wave of searing heat. The once docile mighty rat beneath him began to stir restlessly, shifting its stance intermittently. Perhaps an unknown danger lurked within the sewer, instilling fear and a desire to flee. Or perhaps the scorching concrete beneath them was simply too unbearable. After all, these mighty rats, accustomed to damp and dark environments, had never experienced such oppressive heat. Nevertheless, under the soothing presence of their rat-folk riders, they remained silent. As they advanced halfway towards the source of the flames, the mighty rat came to a standstill, refusing to budge despite their attempts to urge it forward. Yet from this vantage point, nothing was visible. With no other option, Terry dismounted from the mighty rat, relinquished his lance, and stepped onto the searing concrete slab. Enduring the scorching sensation, he sprinted forward briefly, eager to discern the commotion ahead. What he beheld was an unforgettable and horrifying scene. A modest pool of lava teeming with floating, erratic white bones, while the lava bubbled ominously. From the skeletal contours, Terry could discern that these were indeed the remains of Skaven. As for the origin of these bones, they undoubtedly belonged to the giant rat knights who had moments ago entered the tunnels with such bravado, intent on seizing human children. There was no other explanation for the current scene, though the exact number of corpses submerged in the lava remained indiscernible, judging by the earlier commotion and the now unheard companions. It seemed they had all been annihilated. A sudden chill ran through Terry, rising from the soles of its feet and enveloping its entire being, even causing the unbearable heat of the air to feel somewhat diminished. Beads of cold sweat trickled down its forehead, only to be quickly evaporated by the scorching atmosphere. Flee! Flee at once! I must recount all of this to the priest. The thought consumed him. All dead, all dead. A myriad of thoughts swirled within Terry's mind, yet it suppressed its curiosity and began to retreat slowly, careful not to make a sound. It hastily gestured the retreat signal, learned during training, to its two Skaven companions. Then, remounting its giant rat, already restless from the heat, Terry and the other two Skaven, one leading and one following, swiftly departed from the sewer pipe that had become the burial ground for 7 giant rat knights. Only a bone spear, left behind in their haste, remained as evidence of their presence. As Terry descended, relishing the familiar dampness and coolness, it had no time to explain to its companions, merely uttering, "Bones, nothing but bones." None of them survived. Terror gripped Terry's crimson eyes, as if the horrifying scene were still vividly imprinted upon them. Flesh and hide were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere bone. Tyree emphasized, "This is beyond our capacity to confront. We must hasten to inform the high priest." Upon hearing this, a trace of trepidation flickered in the eyes of the other giant rat knights. Though they had harbored a premonition, the utter annihilation, as confirmed by Tyree, was difficult to accept. It was, after all, unfathomable that half of the giant rat knights, who had moments ago jubilantly marched forth to seize human children, had instantaneously perished within an unknown sewer conduit. They were even ignorant of the perpetrator, the true cause of their demise. Thus, before long, 5 giant rat knights swiftly departed, vanishing into the depths of the sewer corridor. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern, within the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes fixed upon the firelit aperture. Of course, before their departure, they remembered to leave one behind as a clandestine observer, facilitating future rendezvous. Within, after exchanging information with Nina, Gordon understood that they could not tarry. Although Nina had informed him that the vicinity of this sewer entrance was previously devoid of monsters, allowing her to reside here peacefully for months. The recent assault by the giant rat knights might be purely coincidental. Nevertheless, he would not be complacent. Despite having swiftly eradicated a number of formidable monsters, he was, after all, merely a fledgling dragon of the 2nd tier in AIO, hardly a significant presence within this sewer system. Though rare, there indeed exist entities far superior to it. A lone lich lurking within the depths of the sewers, a high-ranking wraith, or even a goblin shaman could effortlessly leave it in utter disarray. Moreover, the ratman tribe capable of nurturing such a multitude of standard 1st-tier monsters must possess considerable prowess. It is quite possible that within their ranks lie several 2nd-tier or even 3rd-tier ratmen. Thus, after luring and dispatching the giant rat knight, it had already prepared for a hasty retreat. After all, why linger in place, awaiting the arrival of adversaries eager to engage in battle? Perhaps only those fearsome red dragons, or rather, the white dragons, would boldly remain, poised to confront their foes. However, before departing, it intended to meticulously restore the surroundings, striving to erase any evidence of the presence of a fledgling dragon. Such were the thoughts of Gurdon. Then, amid Nina's astonished gaze, it plunged into the magma with a resounding splash. The first step to obliterate its scent. Chapter 10. misleading great shaman. The giant rat knight, covertly observing, turned at the sound of rustling behind it. The entire rat became animated, promptly expressing its respectful inquiry. What transpired? What is the situation? Terry, the foremost rat, stepped forward to inquire. I have been stationed here since your departure, and aside from the dimming of the flames from the cave entrance, there has been no other activity. Terry nodded, trusting that the giant rat knight spoke the truth, while cautioning that the malevolent entity responsible for the demise of its comrade may still linger within the cave, urging the shaman to proceed with utmost vigilance. Having personally confronted the scalding magma, it harbored a sense of dread towards the entity capable of conjuring such molten rock. Despite the seemingly omnipotent nature of the officiating priest, its heart remained unsettled. The colossal ratman's stature was akin to that of a fully grown Calandian human, yet it was draped in an all-encompassing black robe, obscuring its form save for a pair of crimson eyes and an unmistakable tail, betraying its true identity. The ratman priest, after hearing Terry's words, paused in contemplation before turning towards the ageless darkness behind him, emitting a soft squeak. A seasoned adventurer would undoubtedly recognize the sound as the innate ability of a rat king, the summon swarm. Irrespective of location, it could transmit its directives to any rat under its command, akin to an otherworldly form of unlimited telecommunication. Furthermore, rats and giant rats that receive the summons would experience a surge in both attack and movement speed, essentially granting them a fleeting agility enhancement. Before Terry could register the passage of time, several ratman professionals clad in leather armor emerged from the shadows. They wielded a diverse array of armaments, ranging from crossbows and daggers to even a pair of swords. Their keen eyes and refined equipment made Terry, the giant rat knight, feel somewhat inferior in comparison. Apart from his giant rat mount, he possessed nothing of note. However, to Terry's astonishment, these leather-clad ratmen were evidently of the second tier, their presence far more imposing than before. Moreover, he recognized these ratmen. They were the formidable individuals from the ratman tribe who were contemporaries of Master Tukka, having transitioned into rogues or rangers. According to whispers, some had even attained the second tier, a notion Terry had initially dismissed. After all, breaching the threshold to become an elite ratman rogue or an elite ratman ranger, equivalent to a second-tier giant rat knight, was no simple feat despite the ratmen's natural agility. Weapon mastery demanded the same level of proficiency as their great knights. Mastering daggers and ranged crossbows required considerable time and countless battles to truly grasp. However, upon further reflection, Terry understood. After all, Master Tukka himself was on the verge of reaching the Great Knight rank. It was only natural that those ratmen who had become rogues and rangers would surpass him. As these ratmen, now at the second-tier professional level, emerged from the shadows, they knelt humbly before the giant ratman, exclaiming in unison, "High Priest." Their voices resonated with unwavering determination, as if prepared to face death at the giant ratman's command. The ratman high priest, cloaked in black robes, his crimson eyes flickering, finally issued the aforementioned directive from within his robes. Yes, the four ratman professionals chirped in response. Just as they were about to depart, they felt a sudden chill, and their vision blurred. They discovered that a layer of frost blue diamond-shaped shields had enveloped them. Concurrently, they distinctly overheard the placid intonations of the Skaven tongue emanating from behind. With this, the Skaven priest intoned, "There is no cause for apprehension regarding the Baelor's curse within the conduits." Indeed, the Skaven priest had bestowed upon them a mass frost ward, an esoteric spell of the third tier. While generally unregarded, it proves an invaluable boon in the arid expanses of deserts or during engagements in torrid climes. The enchantment not only augments external armor, but also renders the recipients impervious to the insidious Baelor's curse. The Baelor's curse, colloquially known as heatstroke, is a malady that even seasoned professionals are not immune to. Each year, a multitude of paupers succumb to the frigid grasp of cold or the sweltering embrace of heat. The Baelor's curse claims even more lives than goblins or kobolds, for it is indiscriminate, assailing individuals regardless of whether they find themselves in the untamed wilderness or within the confines of a city, so long as they are exposed to the sun's radiant gaze. The Skaven priest had gleaned from Terry, the colossal rat knight, that the temperature within those tunnels remained consistently above 100 degrees Celsius, and even now, blisters marred his feet as a testament to the scalding heat. Fortified by the frost ward, these second-tier Skaven rangers and rogues could unleash their full potential, engaging the denizens of the tunnels without succumbing to the oppressive heat. Terry yearned to accompany them, but hesitated. ultimately resigning himself to watching the four professionals disappear into the sewer entrance, which glowed with an ominous orange red light. He feared hindering their progress and harbored a deep-seated aversion to the lava-filled abyss, teeming with the skeletal remains of countless Skaven, a scene reminiscent of the infernal depths. However, the four second-tier ratman scouts emerged shortly after entering, carrying various items. The keen-eyed Terry naturally noticed that among them was the bone spear he had inadvertently left behind. Had they resolved the issue so swiftly? Just as Terry was engulfed in doubts, those second-tier professionals approached the ratman shaman with their findings, recounting their observations within the cavern. Upon learning that there were no remaining creatures inside the cave, the ratman shaman instructed the second-tier ratmen to lead the way, cloaked in a layer of ice shield. It followed into the entrance of the drainage pipe. The adult ratman shaman, towering in height, could not advance upright like the other scouts. It had to stoop and wriggle forward, the dark robe billowing around it, concealing whether it was its hands or feet that stirred beneath the fabric. Before long, the ratman shaman and the four second-tier ratmen arrived at the edge of the corner's lava pool. However, the once searing lava pool had now transformed into a dark crimson hue, indicating that the temperature had nearly reached the base of the magma. Had the ratman shaman and the others delayed any longer, they might have encountered merely a heap of cooled lava rocks. At the end of the corner, the iron bars had been contorted by an unknown force, creating an opening wide enough for any creature capable of navigating the drainage pipe to pass through. Surrounding the lava pool, both the ground and the rock walls were splattered with solidified black material, undoubtedly remnants of the cooled magma. Above the corner pipe, there were several areas widened by sharp instruments, clearly elevated above the surrounding terrain. Even the Skaven priests there need not stoop. They can stand or lie down as they please. High Priest, it is here. One of the Tier 2 Skaven rogues pointed in a direction, standing respectfully before the Skaven priest. The Skaven priest followed the rogue's indication, gazing toward an area obscured by rubble, where crimson-like patterns were visible. From the fragments peeking out from under the stones, it appeared to be a circular, six-pointed star magic array, the outer ring of which was adorned with artistic, calligraphic-like patterns. It possessed a certain classical aesthetic, with a touch of delicate refinement. This is Abyssal Tongue, a summoning array? The Skaven priest exclaimed, evidently taken aback by the appearance of a deep abyss monster in the sewers. This was precisely why Gordon was so confident in concealing himself. After all, magma had no connection to dragons. With a little misdirection and a few abyssal summoning arrays drawn from the draconic legacy memories, not even fully complete, others would naturally fill in the blanks. In this way, its existence would be entirely erased from the sewers. As for the draconic scent, could one truly discern any other aroma amidst the pervasive scent of sulfurous magma? Thus, while the Skaven priest was inspecting the sewer pipes, Gordon had already led the dragon-blooded maiden to a new, secure section of the sewers, where the fledgling dragon began its first torpor. Chapter 11, The First Fortune. In fact, shortly after birth, the fledgling dragon would enter a day-long dormancy. In this period of slumber, the hatchling dragon fully absorbs the nutrients from its eggshell, allowing its vital organs to begin developing. This explains why, at the outset, Gordon's personal panel displays progress only in the glutton talent, while others remain in the single digits. The remainder of the talents will only commence their automatic growth after the hatchling's first slumber. Beneath a dried-up riverbed in the sewer, debris, dead wood, and refuse are haphazardly piled, forming insurmountable mounds. Beneath an anonymous heap of garbage lies a narrow space constructed from broken planks and stones, where a black hatchling and a white-haired girl, not yet 10 years of age, slumber peacefully upon a wooden door that is missing a corner. The concealment here is quite adequate. However, even the common monsters of the sewer seldom take refuge in such a riverbed. Firstly, the spatial capacity is ill-suited for a tribe's habitation, and clearing it would demand considerable manpower. Tribes capable of such labor would typically refrain from nesting in this type of riverbed. Secondly, the stench is unbearable. Without water, the mud of the riverbed reemerges, liberating its foul odor. The thick, putrid scent, a culmination of years of decaying refuse, is enough to overwhelm anyone who dares to inhale it. This, indeed, was the very environment that Gordon's discerned from Nina's descriptions, marking it as the optimal hiding spot, without exception. Not far from the original dwelling in the sewer. This natural olfactory barrier provides excellent camouflage. Furthermore, despite the chaotic pile of stones, Finding a space that accommodates both a hatchling and a human girl is remarkably simple and convenient for concealment. If this is not the epitome of safety, what is? As Gordon roused from his slumber, he became aware of a gentle embrace. Yielding and pliant, it would have been easily shrugged off, and without much contemplation, Gordon instinctively did so. His initial posture had been fetal, and the subsequent extension stirred Nina from her sleep beside him. She blinked the sleep from her eyes and gazed upon the awakened Gordon, momentarily stunned. Her voice, tinged with elation, betrayed a hint of stammering. Mr. Gordon, you're awake. I thought you would sleep for much longer." "Ah, that's not what I meant. Your scent is simply too alluring." "No, that's not it either." Nina's words became increasingly jumbled, bordering on incoherence. Eventually, she lowered her head, her silver hair drooping, and fell silent, resembling a chastised child caught in the act. "Nina, how long have I been asleep?" Gordon inquired, unperturbed by the maiden's earlier ramblings. Relieved that Gordon had not taken offense at her impropriety, Nina exhaled in relief and promptly replied, "Mr. Gordon, you have been asleep for approximately a day. It is currently night in the black streets above, the time when those creatures are most active." She added a supplementary note, indicating that the disturbances in the waterways were far from minor tonight, or rather, that such activity was the norm in the sewers. As for the time, Nina had deduced it from the moonlight filtering through the dilapidated manhole cover nearby. Indeed, were it not for Gordon's presence, Nina would likely have long succumbed to fear, cowering and trembling, with little inclination to observe her surroundings. After all, this place was not far from the ratmen's domain. Each time Nina heard the dense patter of footsteps, her heart leaped into her throat, fearing they had discovered their trail and were coming to seize her and Gordon from the river. Fortunately, the day passed without incident. A day, then. Although the dragon's heritage had long informed Gordon that a dragonling's slumber would last only a day, he would still inquire as a matter of routine. After all, he was unconscious during his slumber and could only rely on external observations for assessment. In this regard, Nina possessed greater insight. "Yes, Master Gordon. And those items I gave you yesterday, you still have them, Nina?" Gordon lifted his head, unfurling his wings, which had been closed for a long time. He stretched his stiff limbs, tail, wings, and head as he questioned Nina. "I have them all. No more, no less, precisely 7 tail vertebrae." The lustrous 3-foot-long jade bones appeared somewhat pallid in the dark vision. The giant rat's tail vertebrae served as spell-casting components, a fact Gordon had gleaned from the dragon's heritage. Heaven knows why the dragon's heritage contained so much arcane knowledge, but upon merely glancing at them, Gordon automatically recognized that they could be used as a medium for summoning animal companions, possessing a low to moderate level of spirituality, but excelling in affordability and common availability. They were a staple material for novice mages, druids, and warlocks, and until they mastered the material-free casting talent, they would need to carry them at all times. Originally, Gordon was neither a mage, nor a warlock, nor a druid. Thus, the materials he encountered held little significance for him, and he had little inclination to collect them. However, before his departure, he observed Nina devouring rat meat as if she were a ravenous specter returned to life, her tattered garments a testament to her plight. This prompted him to ponder the essence of integrating into a foreign realm. Is it wealth? No, it is resources. Yet, resources necessitate assistance in their acquisition. Before him stood Nina, ensnared in dire circumstances, making her the most opportune ally he could secure. After all, she was the only individual he had come to know, and her current demeanor was indeed satisfactory to Gordon. Despite her seemingly delicate and fragile nature, she had adhered to his instructions with remarkable diligence, and her ability to survive in the sewers for such an extended period spoke volumes of her resilience and resourcefulness. Gordon prided himself on his discerning judgment when it came to people. To win her allegiance, he understood that it was imperative to ensure her willing submission. This was not a mere matter of empty rhetoric, it required tangible actions. Wealth, however, remained an insurmountable obstacle, for while he could subsist on the earth, Nina could not. Her dental fortitude was yet insufficient for such sustenance. Nevertheless, she remained a fledgling dragon, struggling against hunger and societal alienation, and acquiring wealth posed a considerable challenge for her. Yet for Gordon, thriving within the sewers of Calandu, and doing so splendidly necessitated Nina's invaluable assistance. Unless he chose to abandon Calandu for the wilderness, where his only concerns would be the immediate meal at hand and the next repast to consider. However, the wilderness is far from safe. Wergs, trolls, and ogres are not uncommon in these untamed lands, alongside numerous humanoid creatures. There are even instances of enslaving true dragons, as evidenced by frost giants who subjugate young white dragons or hunt them. True dragon hatchlings are coveted prizes, whether amidst human society or in the wild. And wherever there is a possibility, someone will surely attempt to seize them. Thus, the seven-tailed vertebrae of the giant rat became the means through which Gordon intended for Nina to exchange for her first earnings, gradually plotting his next steps thereafter. When dawn breaks, you should visit the alchemy shop in the commoner district as you suggested. They should be willing to accept these. All right, Mr. Gordon. Nina felt somewhat reassured after he patted her hand through the linen cloth, sensing its comforting weight. Then please rest well. After giving his instructions, Gordon noticed the weariness etched on Nina's face. She had spent the entire day enveloped in an atmosphere of dread. It was impossible to be devoid of pressure and fear, but for now, all Gordon could do was ensure she could quickly fall into a restorative slumber. Good night, Mr. Gordon. Nina readily agreed and sought a corner to curl up, closing her eyes. In the sulfur-laden air, she found solace in sleep, especially knowing that Gordon was awake. Observing Nina drifting off, Gordon, having no pressing matters at hand, decided to open his personal panel to examine any changes in his talent list after this slumber, as well as the rather substantial reward of 11 first-tier talent fragments that he had yet to utilize. The next moment, a cerulean data screen materialized before Gordon's eyes once more. Chapter 12, Extravagance and Augmentation, Revised. The Azure screen abruptly halted in Gordon's vision, and he swiftly scanned its contents. Gordon Odwin Targaryen. Title: Nun Race, Lava Dragon Age, Dragonate, 0 to 5 years, Vitality, 34 tier, 2 talents, Resilient Scales, 410, Keen Claws and Teeth, 3-5. Robust Physique, 420, Lesser Fire Magic Resistance, 212, Dragonate Intimidation, 2-4, Voracious Appetite, 5-9, Dark Vision, 4-11. Mimicry, Charge, Adept, 1-8, Skills, Flame Immunity, Rend and Tear, Molten Breath, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder, Unallocated Talent Fragments. Tier 1 Fragments 11. Gordon was mildly astonished. A single slumber had yielded such an increase. He wondered what transformations would occur when a dragonate evolved into a juvenile dragon. He was generally familiar with the data presented, but he was particularly intrigued by the robust physique, talent, which seemed to correlate with his vitality. It appeared that 3 points in robust physique granted him an additional 3 points of vitality. However, as Gordon had not yet sustained any injuries, he was unsure how much blood a stab wound would draw, so he lacked a tangible comparison for the vitality boost provided by robust physique. Furthermore, he sensed a subtle increase in his strength, but he refrained from testing it, lest he awaken Nina or alert any lurking monsters in the river. Even while clutching his claws, a deceptive sense of power lingered. In terms of percentage, the sturdy talent augmented his health by 10 in one fell swoop and possibly enhanced his strength. The other talents, too, had progressed to varying degrees, some halfway, others by a third. Clearly, the gains from this dormancy rivaled, if not surpassed, the rewards he reaped from slaying those 14 vermin. He observed his scales, now tinged with a dusky hue, and his talons, gleaming with a frosty light. Prior to his slumber, Gordon recalled vividly that his scales were of a lighter shade, and his claws possessed a gentler curve. Now, the curvature of his claws had subtly elongated, becoming increasingly sharp. If his claws resembled crescent moons at birth, they now resembled a cluster of frigid daggers affixed to his hands. As for lesser dragon intimidation, low-tier fire magic resistance, and voracious appetite, Gordon couldn't discern any immediate changes. Even with his resilient nerves, he couldn't possibly unleash his dragon's might now, causing Nina to panic anew. Testing his fire magic resistance was even more preposterous. Only those chaotic evil buffoons would seek out a mage to experience the force of a great fireball. As for voracious appetite, he hadn't eaten, felt no hunger, and couldn't assess it for the time being. However, it seemed that because Gordon had indulged in a rat meat hot pot before entering his draconic slumber, some of the eggshell nutrients within him hadn't fully digested. Consequently, Gordon didn't yet feel the pangs of hunger in his abdomen. In other words, Gordon was still in the process of digestion. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable that the hatchlings in the dragon heritage memory would immediately devour everything upon awakening. The dragon mother will also bring them a sumptuous feast, allowing them to nourish themselves. Dark vision is the most prominent effect, although it has only increased by 3 points. Gordon feels that his whole world has become much clearer, and even in the dark gray world, There are vaguely several more colors, but it is not very obvious. But in general, it allows him to understand everything around him no longer as watching black and white television, giving Gordon the illusion that he has replaced it with a high-definition camera that can capture colors. The remaining two talents, mimicry and charge proficient. One is because the upper limit has been reached, and it seems that it can no longer be further improved, after all. Only, mimicry has no progress bar display after the suffix. The other talents have suffixes of NX. The other, charge proficient, has crossed this level without corresponding Tier 2 fragments or black iron fragments, so it cannot be added. Although there are more talents in the talent list, Gordon quickly arranged the priority weighting ratio for adding points, simply divided into 3 batches. T1, charge proficient, hardened scales, sturdy. Evaluation, can fight, can resist, and can run away. There is nothing more suitable than these. T2, sharp claws, dark vision evaluation. Sometimes, when you can see things that others can't see, then you have already won half, and only by living can you have output. T3, young dragon's intimidation, low-level fire magic resistance evaluation. Although the young dragon is a true dragon, it does not have the strength. If you emit the aura of a true dragon, it is like a deadly poppy, while the latter is a mere trifle. Awaiting categorization, gluttony, assessment. My corporeal form has yet to apprise me of any internal transformations. After a concise mental classification of these inherent abilities, Gordon designated destinations for his talent fragments. Although nascent dragons merely require gradual maturation for their concomitant talents to flourish, to put it plainly, even without the boon of talent fragments, Gordon's inherent aptitudes would inevitably reach their zenith. Subsequently, it would metamorphose into a juvenile dragon, and this process would reiterate until it attained the status of a 6th-tier adult dragon. Further advancement to the 7th tier and 8th tier would necessitate the dragon's personal experiences and endeavors. Numerous dragons opt to reclassify themselves as druids or clerics to augment their capabilities. However, Gordon remained cognizant of the fact that he lacked the protection of a maternal dragon. He was merely a disparate lava dragon hatchling, concealed within the human world, lurking in the sewers. The augmentation of talent fragments necessitates a period of gestation, and he could not afford to emulate a miser, tenaciously hoarding fragments. Should he encounter a formidable adversary and seek a sudden surge of power, his body might not acclimate to the augmented state, or the processing of talent fragments might impede his current combat prowess. In such a scenario, all would be forfeited. This elementary principle was not lost on Gordon. Of course, the paramount consideration was that first-tier fragments were of negligible value, thus their expenditure was inconsequential. The sewers are replete with monsters, making them readily available. Consequently, Gordon expeditiously allocated 11 Tier 1 blank shards to keen claws, sturdiness, and tough scales, respectively. Deeming this the most judicious allocation, he possessed ample shards to fully augment keen claws and tough scales. Without hesitation, he invested 3 Tier 1 talent shards into keen claws, 3-5, 5-5, steel fangs and claws, 110. In a fleeting instant, the pale blue talent panel contorted and transformed before Gordon's eyes, revealing a novel talent. So rapid, Gordon mused, experiencing this accelerated progression for the first time. A stark contrast to the activation of the charge talent. He instinctively extended his claws, observing their transformation. The once dagger-like claws now appeared as if coated with a layer of argent sheen, presenting a distinct visual experience. Their length had surged from approximately 4 to 5 centimeters to a formidable 7 to 8 centimeters, their points acutely menacing. With a soft, his claws effortlessly pierced a nearby gray rock, as if cleaving through tofu. Exceedingly potent. While his claws were already notably sharp, his previous endeavors in excavating stone during his guise as a sewer pipe were met with considerable resistance. The current tactile sensation was akin to replacing a rusted, dull cleaver with a brand new one. After acquainting himself with his enhanced claws, Gordon directed his attention to the next talent, sturdiness, and promptly commanded, "Panel, allocate." Gordon suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, enveloping him in a comforting glow and filling him with boundless energy. He distinctly sensed an increase in his strength, which validated his earlier conjectures. The life points in his interface ascended from 34 to 37, and as he observed the gradual rise of his health, a sense of reassurance washed over him amidst the uncertainty of traversing this strange realm. Though his health was still modest, the future seemed promising. The remaining 6 first-level fragments were allocated to hardened scales, and he was eager to discover what transformations awaited him upon reaching hardened scales 1010. Given the prior example of sharp claws, his curiosity was piqued. In less than a second, Gordon felt a weight settle upon him, as if he had donned a suit of heavy armor. Was it truly that intense? He examined the 2 to 3 centimeters thick, lustrous scales adorning his body with fascination. Experimenting with his claws, he gently prodded the scales, applying slight pressure or tapping them lightly, producing a clear, metallic sound with each strike. It was evident that his defensive capabilities had significantly improved. The talent, hardened scales, vanished from his list, replaced by a new talent named scaled transformation that emerged in his field of vision. Concurrently, another talent quietly slipped away from his roster alongside hardened scales. Indeed, Chapter 13, Nestling. The low-level fire magic resistance has vanished, while the scale armor transformation has inexplicably increased. The coincidence of these two anomalies compelled Gwydion to contemplate their connection. However, the personal interface lacked artificial intelligence. Despite his speculation, Gwydion found himself devoid of evidence. He could only tentatively attribute the emergence of the scale armor transformation 220 to the disappearance of the low-level fire magic resistance. He pondered the implications had the fire resistance been fully developed at that moment, and the scale armor fortified to its maximum. Gwydion remained uncertain. After all, the loss of an inconspicuous talent in exchange for a modicum of unassignable scale armor transformation seemed a worthwhile trade. It is noteworthy that the scale armor transformation provides resistance across all attributes, mitigating damage from elemental, kinetic, and other forms of magic. Alas, Gwydion sighed, glancing at the interface, which now displayed 2 skill suffixes akin to charge, proficient, devoid of its previous warmth. Next, he resolved to enhance his robustness to its peak, followed by gluttony, and ultimately dark vision. That night, Gwydion began to plan for the future and the tasks at hand. For instance, seeking a refuge within the sewers and recruiting some subordinates as his tools. Additionally, if possible, he wished to improve Nina's circumstances, sparing her from scurrying like a rat in the sewer and granting her a place within Calandu. Naturally, the condition was that Nina must succeed today. This fleeting thought danced through Gwydion's mind, for it was not yet the time to contemplate such matters. Beneath the scattered beams of moonlight, Gwydion's dark golden dragon eyes peered through the gaps in the chaotic pile of stones and timber, gazing at the miniature world below, no larger than a fingernail. It lay in serene silence, though Gwydion could only see a dilapidated European-style wooden window swaying and creaking in the wind. Yet, his eyes brimmed with yearning. Though he could not yet experience the wonders of this other world, the memories inherited from his dragon lineage revealed to him the vastness of the continent known as Ao. Countless adventurers had traversed its dense forests, towering mountains, and deep valleys, seeking wealth and renown. The intertwining of humanity and beast often echoed the lament of existence. Even the lofty deities would engage in fierce battles for their faith, igniting divine wars that could engulf several duchies and nations, potentially sweeping across half the continent. In those moments, both the mighty and the meek exerted their efforts for a singular cause, spreading the glory of the deities they revered throughout the world. Such a fascinating realm, a world so vividly real, how could it not stir a sense of longing within Gwydion? Yet, to avoid becoming merely a dragon-slaying hero or a mere accolade of a team, Gwydion had resolved to focus his immediate plans on survival, cultivating land, leveling up through monster hunting, and seizing talents. Should the sewers become unbearable, he would seek an opportunity to leave Calandu, venturing into the wilderness or the distant islands. If all else failed, the desert would serve as an alternative. However, the sewers are undeniably the most suitable locale for it at present, though replete with monstrous denizens. They lack the perils of the wilderness, where one might inadvertently stumble upon a slumbering black or red dragon. Gwydion is not of the chromatic dragons, and it is commonplace for true dragons to slay the offspring of other true dragon species. Given his current state as a fledgling dragon, his chances of survival in the wild are exceedingly slim, even with his advantages. For in the wilderness, adventurers concur that one never knows whether misfortune or the morrow arrives first. Within the sewers, Gwydion must also evade contact with other humans whenever feasible. Should avoidance prove impossible, thorough preparations are paramount. No one who becomes aware of his existence must be allowed to escape. He must act with swift and decisive force, eliminating all who possess knowledge of him. Any action must be executed without leaving a trace, ensuring the complete obliteration of evidence, including the scattering of ashes. He is mindful that clerics in this world learn divine spells capable of resurrecting the deceased, snatching souls from the grasp of death itself, compelling Gordon to exercise utmost caution. Of course, should he find himself outmatched and without a chance of victory, he would have no recourse but to flee with haste. Gordon exhaled slowly, further intensifying the pungent sulfurous atmosphere within the confined space. Nina, curled up in the corner, wrinkled her nose slightly, yet her youthful face bore a smile, as if she were immersed in pleasant dreams. However, her body trembled slightly, her arms wrapped around her chest, evidently feeling the chill. The temperature in the sewers is notably cooler than above, particularly with the occasional draft that sweeps through the waterways. Gordon cast a glance at Nina, clad in a flimsy dress, and then at the frigid wind from the river, which incessantly seeped through the cracks into their cramped refuge. He contemplated the matter, concerned that without the sewer pipe's protection, the scantily dressed girl might succumb to a cold due to the constant subterranean drafts. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to put his worries aside. With a series of small, deliberate steps, he settled down behind Nina with a soft thud. In truth, a human pillow wasn't such a bad thing, he mused, as if convincing someone or justifying his actions. The soft, yielding sensation he had felt upon awakening was still palpable, even through his scales. It was indeed comfortable, yet he felt a certain unease sharing such close quarters with another being, particularly since he had always been solitary in his previous life. Despite his transformation into a dragon, he still felt a bit disconcerted. Once settled, he instinctively used his body to shield the gap behind them, preventing the cold wind from penetrating. His dragonling head, disproportionate to his body, rested askew, fortunately avoiding Nina's short hair. With him acting as a mobile warmer, she should be able to sleep soundly tonight, he thought. However, after a short while, Gordon still felt slightly apprehensive. After some consideration, he unfurled his right wing, draping his small, 2-day-old fleshy wing over Nina's somewhat sunken abdomen. With a nod of satisfaction, he thought that his helper would not catch a cold this way. As the first rays of light pierced through the cracks in the wooden frame and the shattered edges of the sewer grate, Gordon lay awake, listening to the sporadic sounds echoing from the waterway. The sewers fell silent. The mental exertion of a night spent in conjecture and future planning had taken its toll on Gordon. The dragonling's mind, never vast to begin with, felt overwhelmed, and the persistent recumbent position only exacerbated the encroaching drowsiness. Finally succumbing to the fatigue, Gordon drifted into a hazy slumber as the first light kissed the horizon. Thus, the slumbering dragon-blooded maiden and the dozing young dragon, head to head and tail to bare foot, with black dragon wings draped across the girl's slender form, huddled together for warmth in the dilapidated ruins of the sewer, creating a scene of exquisite beauty, both tender and serene. Meanwhile, not long after Gordon succumbed to sleep, the dragon-blooded girl's internal clock roused her. Her eyes fluttered open, and she beheld the familiar dragon wings resting upon her. Chapter 14. Departure. Nina gazed at the black scales covering the dragon wings, then at the dilapidated wall almost entirely concealed by Gordon's body, her eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. Though not yet 10 years old, she was far from naive, her experiences perhaps surpassing those of many adults. She had grown up in an orphanage, where, aside from Grandma Orin and Sister Celia, she had no friends. The orphanage children seemed to address her by only 2 names, mongrel or monster. She had been raised on such words. The children in the orphanage seemed to have reached a consensus. To criticize her was the only way to fit in, and thus, Nina found herself isolated, growing up in such a despairing environment. However, she dared not disturb Grandma Orlon or report her plight, fearing it would only anger and sadden her. Nina had no desire to bring sorrow to Grandma Orlon, not in the slightest. It wasn't until Sister Celia arrived at the orphanage that she found someone to confide in. Unfortunately, this brief solace was short-lived, as Sister Celia was soon adopted. Following that, Grandma Orlon also departed, leaving Nina with no refuge. The orphanage, her sole sanctuary, was demolished by a nobleman to make way for commercial establishments. The land, situated along a trade route near the Free City, was indeed of considerable value. It was deemed a waste to use it for an orphanage, and had it not been for Orlon's esteemed reputation among the townspeople, the noble would have long since razed the dilapidated structure. Subsequently, Nina made her way from Blanche to the dark streets of Calando, where she struggled for a year, encountering the malice harbored by countless souls. Some coveted her beauty, others resented her impure lineage, and most significantly, there was the ever-looming specter of poverty. with no money to her name. Had she not crossed paths with a few kind-hearted adventurers along the perilous journey from Blanche to Calando, she might have perished in the wilds, beset by goblins, wolfmen, and kobolds, creatures rumored to devour humans. It was said that larger tribes even kept humans as livestock, and had Nina not encountered those adventurers, her fate could well have mirrored such grim tales. However, the reason they rescued Nina was ultimately to sell her at a good price in the City of Freedom, as there were indeed many nobles with such appetites within the city. One night, upon overhearing the adventurers' idle chatter and discovering the truth, Nina seized the opportunity to escape into the darkness, guided by her night vision. Fortunately, the campsite was not far from Carandu, and the nearby monsters had just been cleared out by a recent sweep of adventurers and soldiers. Thanks to Nina's cautious nature, she encountered no monsters along the way, skillfully evading them, and eventually entered the magnificent City of Freedom. She once believed her life might persist in such a manner indefinitely. Perhaps, after suffering an injury or illness without timely treatment, she would meet her end in the sewers, decaying into mere bones. She often pondered that if discovered in such a state, no one would consider her a mongrel or a monster in life. If not for Grandma Orlon's final words urging her to live well, she might have simply drifted along, finding solace in being a plaything, an existence that, at least, spared her the struggle of scavenging through refuse and competing with the wild dogs of the city for scraps. Living was exhausting and truly devoid of meaning. Thus, when she felt the nascent dragon wings draped across her, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. Perhaps it was Mr. Gurdon, with his similarly hued eyes, who would recognize her as kin, offering her compassion and protection. With such thoughts, Nina gently shifted her body, her small hands cradling the dragon wings that had settled upon her, careful not to disturb the slumbering hatchling. Regrettably, Gordon was disturbed nonetheless. The newly hatched dragon before her, clad in thick, ebony scales, opened its dark golden eyes. The draconic might nascent within those eyes inspired a feeling of reverence in Nina. It was as if she stood not before a hatchling, but a colossal dragon capable of traversing the skies, its wings conjuring tempests that could sweep one away. My apologies, Mr. Gordon, for disrupting your slumber, Nina said with a hint of embarrassment, inwardly chiding herself for not being more cautious, which might have prevented Gordon's awakening. It's nothing. Is it morning already? Gordon's draconic aura flashed momentarily before receding. He had been in a light doze, and any disturbance from Nina would have roused him. After all, he was in the sewers, and barring a deep slumber, a young dragon's vigilance remained keen, with even the slightest sound capable of stirring it. Yes, it is morning, Mr. Gordon, Nina responded, before quickly adding, I must depart now, or I may be unable to return. Nina's words were swift and urgent. Gordon did not inquire as to why she would be unable to re-enter the common district if delayed, but merely nodded slightly, watching her in silence. Seeing Gordon's assent, Nina promptly began to improvise, making adjustments to her appearance using whatever was at hand. This time, she did not subject herself to the cruel rigors of makeup. Instead, she opted for a mere covering of grime and mud to obscure her fair skin, rendering her at first glance an inconspicuous, filthy wild child. It was not that Nina had let her guard down. Rather, this guise facilitated her upcoming dealings at the alchemical shop. After all, those apprentice sorcerers regarded themselves as superior beings, and should they catch sight of Nina, reeking and adorned with unsightly red splotches and white patches, they would likely expel her at once. She executed her preparations with remarkable swiftness, for time was a luxury she could ill afford. While the common folk were still in the throes of slumber, she aimed to infiltrate the alchemical shop in the lower district to exchange her goods. Should she tarry too long, she risked being discovered by well-meaning individuals, potentially relegating her to the dire circumstances she had faced only days prior. Being pelted with vegetable scraps, stoned, and doused with refuse had become all too routine. Being driven away was of little consequence. She had grown accustomed to it. However, failing to fulfill the task assigned by Mr. Gurdon would be a grave transgression. Before long, while the morning mist lingered, Nina was ready to embark, her disguised self unrecognizable from the once delicate and fair-skinned girl. Mr. Gurdon, I shall take my leave now, she whispered. Be careful on your way. He replied with a nod. With that, Nina stealthily bent her form and departed from her temporary, cramped dwelling. Before leaving, she patted the materials at her waist, which were somewhat uncomfortable, her eyes gleaming with hope as she pondered whether these items could indeed yield the substantial wealth Mr. Gurdon had promised. Upon exiting her dwelling, Nina's petite form deftly navigated the various obstacles along the riverbank, her movements agile and remarkably nimble. This was her signature skill, although she lacked physical strength. Her speed was commendable, a necessity for surviving the jaws of the sewer monsters. Before long, she arrived at a manhole cover with a gap, leading to a narrow alley, specifically, the third alley of the Black Street. Nina was well acquainted with this area, where rodents typically outnumbered humans. However, beyond the alley lay the main thoroughfare of Black Street. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered within her, perhaps due to the wealth she carried or the eerie stillness of the morning. After patiently waiting for a minute or two, and confirming the absence of activity above through the gap, she exerted herself to push the manhole cover. The screeching sound of the cover scraping against the ground made her heart race even faster. Once she managed to create an opening large enough for her to pass, Nina nimbly climbed out of the sewer, bending low and feeling the roughness of the linen fabric against her tailbone as she emerged into the misty morning haze. Meanwhile, below in the sewer, it wasn't long before Gurdon, too, with his short legs, departed from the slumbering abode, ready to undertake his own tasks. Chapter 15. Celia's 7 pieces of first-tier magical materials, the tailbone of a giant rat. Indeed, splendid. Both the quality and texture were impeccable, devoid of any bloodstains, quite pristine. This amounts to 6 silver coins and 55 copper coins. Here, take it. In the civilian district of Carindar, where the morning fog had yet to dissipate, a small alchemy shop named Fran glowed with light. A half-elf woman, adorned in a flowing aquamarine robe and appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age, addressed Nina. With delicate, slender fingers, she toyed with the phosphorescent bones presented to her by the young dragonborn girl, nodding in satisfaction. Without hesitation, she retrieved 6 gleaming silver coins from her pocket and handed over a small, weighty pouch filled with copper coins. After all, previous adventurers had seldom been adept at handling the materials obtained from monsters. Some had even brought entire corpses to her, claiming them to be fresh. A notion that struck her as utterly deranged. In contrast, despite the dragonborn girl's grimy visage and tattered linen dress, the half-elf found her rather agreeable. There was also an unspoken reason for this affinity. Both were of mixed heritage. One was a half-elf, the other a dragonborn, both bearing the bloodlines of other races, often fostering a sense of kinship. In any society of sentient beings, mixed-blood individuals are frequently labeled as abominations. Such titles are regrettably commonplace, leading to mutual disdain. However, the acceptance of half-elves tends to surpass that of dragonborns, primarily due to the elves' intrinsic disinterest in worldly affairs and their minimal conflict with humans. Indeed, one dwells within the dense forests, while the other roams the vast plains. If one were to consider, elves generally harbor a greater aversion towards humans. It is worth noting that the price of elven slaves in Kalandu has consistently remained exorbitant, with the black market often rendering them either overpriced or unavailable. The chromatic dragons, notorious for their rapaciousness, wreaked havoc across the continent of Eo, delighting in the torment of travelers and the plundering of treasures. Though tales of successful dragon slayers occasionally surfaced, it was humanity that bore the brunt of their depredations. The dragon girl, however, appeared to be in a daze, slow to accept the offered coin. It was only after repeated prodding from the half-elven woman that she seemed to awaken from her reverie, belatedly taking the money. The price was eminently fair, with no exploitation of her youth. Prior to their departure, Gordon had apprised Nina of the approximate value of Tier 1 materials, generally fluctuating between 70 copper coins and 1 silver and 10 copper coins. The half-elf's offer of around 90 copper coins was exceedingly generous. These nearly 7 silver coins were almost equivalent to 4 months' earnings for a peasant under a baronial estate. Beneath the copper coins lay other forms of currency, such as grain or wheat, used for bartering and supplementing transactions. Of course, such supplementary methods were unnecessary in Calendar, where even the most inexpensive item cost at least 1 copper coin. Yet, a single copper coin could procure enough black bread to feed a family of 3 for a day, or rather, bran bread, more accurately described. This black bread, often mixed with wood shavings and bran, was so hard it could serve as a weapon. During monster raids on villages, goblins and kobolds had fallen victim to the blunt force of these bread clubs. For this equitable exchange, Nina offered a soft-spoken gratitude. "Thank you. May the celestial deities watch over you." It was a standard locution, one that Granny Orlon had often used when greeting outsiders. Indeed, the tenets of belief diverge among individuals. And with such a multitude of benevolent deities, Discerning the specific allegiance of any person proves challenging. One might readily identify a female warrior, clad in heavy armor and wielding a flail, as a devotee of the god of war. Yet, divested of her panoply, she transforms into a delicate maiden in a white dress. Would a fleeting encounter suffice to unveil her true faith? With gratitude expressed, Nina accepted the coins proffered by the half-elf, nestling them securely within her pouch, which she then concealed at her waist. The ample folds of her dress rendered the presence of the burgeoning purse imperceptible to the casual observer. Only Nina herself could feel the comforting weight nestled within her attire. Fear not. Should you acquire more materials in the future, seek me out. I am Falon Willow. I typically reside within this abode, Falon's alchemy cottage. Should I be absent, I shall leave a sign upon the door, the half-elf, nay, Falon Willow, said to Nina with a smile. Evidently, this was a customary overture employed by the astute half-elf to cultivate enduring patronage. Her perspicacity allowed her to surmise that the dragonborn girl was merely an emissary. The possessor of the 7 first-tier fragments was another entirely, likely a solitary adventurer recently arrived in Kalando. To vanquish 7 giant rats from the sewers bespoke a professional of at least the 2nd tier. Such a distinguished client was a prime target for Fulon's solicitations. For their patronage, whether as vendor or purchaser, would undoubtedly yield a substantial income. Very well, I shall, Nina replied, before departing with haste. As time passes, the morning fog is gradually dispelled by the sunlight, revealing a clearer path, the distant towering city walls, the cacophony of curses, and the cries of children all emerge along the streets of the Commoner S district. In times past, at this hour, Nina would have been rummaging for food in the back alley of the Iron Stove Tavern, her mind consumed solely by the pangs of hunger. However, she now refrains from lingering, keen to avoid the uncertainties that a prolonged night might bring. After all, she carries a fortune of nearly 7 silver coins. In the dark alleys, a mere copper can spell death, let alone a silver coin. In stark contrast to the clean and tidy streets of the Commoner S district, this area is plagued by flowing sewage and litter strewn about, remnants of discarded eggshells from days prior still visible. Unbeknownst to her, someone has begun to trail her from a distance. Nina's subtle disguise has not gone unnoticed. As she enters, a few idle ruffians lurking in the shadows of the dark street spot the unfamiliar girl. Upon catching sight of her unmistakable obsidian-like dragon eyes, they recognize her as the frail beggar afflicted with sores. Nina's transformed appearance astonishes these miscreants, who are incensed at having been outwitted by a mere child for so long. Thus, 3 of them decide to follow her, intent on causing trouble or, at the very least, to amuse themselves at her expense, seeking to vent their pent-up frustration. Unsure whether they are indeed pursuing her, Nina cautiously quickens her pace, only to find the footsteps behind her growing more insistent. A sense of dread settles in her heart. It is indeed her they are after. Yet now, the nearest sewer entrance lies a block away, over 200 meters distant. If she were to run in a straight line, she would undoubtedly be outpaced by these adults. Moreover, should the manhole cover remain closed, her escape would be utterly impossible. After all, regardless of her agility, her age presents a limitation. Her stamina and speed are evidently inferior to those of the grown-ups, her only advantage being a slightly quicker reaction time. Thus, Nina hastened toward a nearby alley, a labyrinthine expanse where she intended to employ her adeptness at navigating terrain to elude her pursuers. The individuals trailing her seemed to have detected her unusual behavior, promptly abandoning their playful pursuit and accelerating in their chase. After all, a blunder here could lead to ridicule for an entire year. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Nina collided with a soft body, a forceful rebound propelling her to the ground. As she lay there, the laughter and footsteps of her pursuers grew almost unbearable, plunging her into despair. She felt the futility of escape, and terror welled within her as she turned to face the 3 gangsters closing in. In a flurry, she attempted to rise. At that moment, a delicate, pale hand extended toward her, accompanied by a voice that resonated with a hint of familiarity, one buried deep within her memories. Nina? It was only then that Nina lifted her gaze, recognizing the figure responsible for her fall. This was a girl clad in a form-fitting black robe, her low-hanging hood obscuring half her face, revealing only her exquisite lower visage and slender neck. Her countenance, discernible even from the lower half of her face, unequivocally denoted a woman of exquisite beauty, further enhanced by the enigmatic aura conferred by the floral-patterned black robe that enveloped her form. Nina, upon hearing the voice, felt as though she were in a dream. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign visage of the black-robed maiden, she exclaimed with astonished incredulity, "Is it you, sister? Sister Celia? How did you come to be here?" Chapter 16. Northern pseudo-dragon Celia had not anticipated encountering Nina, a former companion from the orphanage, in this place. However, it was evident that the girl, who had once lived in penury in the orphanage, was now enduring an even more dire existence in Kalando. Celia, observing Nina's grimy appearance and the silver hair that had been shorn to half its original length, spoke with some hesitation, "It truly is you. Weren't you in Blanche? How is Granny Orlan? And how did you arrive in Kalando?" Celia harbored a multitude of questions she wished to pose, especially after being driven from the home of the couple who, despite their ostensible benevolence, regarded her as a monster. She felt a profound nostalgia for her life in the orphanage. Her arrival in Kalando, the city of freedom, marked her closest proximity to Blanche since then. Upon discovering her orphanage comrade, she was overjoyed and thus posed a barrage of questions. However, upon witnessing the dimming of Nina's gold-tinged eyes, Celia, having experienced numerous life and death separations, naturally understood the underlying meaning. The orphanage was gone, and Granny Orlan had passed away. Otherwise, Nina would not have been reduced to such a state in Kalando. Her once lustrous silver hair, comparable to her sister's long gray tresses, was now faded, dry, and devoid of color, reduced to a disheveled, chin-length cut. As Celia scrutinized Nina, the latter spoke with urgency, having detected the sound of approaching footsteps from around the corner. "There's no time for this, Celia. You must leave at once. Those men are after me." Nina, mindful of the three pursuing thugs, attempted to push away Celia's outstretched hand, not wanting her newly reunited sister to suffer the same fate. "I may be falling into the abyss, but I won't let you be dragged down with me. Heh, you little runt. Try to run now. Nowhere to go, eh?" The three thugs, seeing Nina's fall, approached her with the mindset of a cat toying with a mouse. In their eyes, she was already within their grasp. And now was the time for endless humiliation. They jeered at Nina as she lay in the mud, her already soiled dress now further stained with black grime. "Hey, you in the black robe. This is the Dragon Hunt Gang's territory. Unless you want to incur the wrath of the boss, Finch, I advise you to leave immediately." They had noticed the mysterious figure in the black robe, but all they could see was the dark hood, obscuring Celia's face. Having spent many years in the dark alley, they knew who to avoid. They always kept their distance from mysterious figures in black robes, never knowing what they might be hiding: daggers, swords, or perhaps even a staff. Therefore, desiring to eschew a confrontation with the sable-clad figure, they invoked the name of the Dragon Hunter's chieftain, Finch Grant, renowned for his slaying of Tier 3 draconic beasts as a means of bluster. The appellation of Finch the Dragon Hunter resonated not only within the Black Alley, but also echoed in the ears of Calendar's aristocracy. However, upon beholding the face revealed beneath the cowl, they were rendered speechless. They had anticipated a gaunt youth, yet instead, they were confronted with a fair maiden of tender years. Her visage framed by cascading, ashen tresses, surpassing even the most comely courtesans of the Black Alley's taverns in pulchritude. Thus, a nefarious scheme germinated within the mind of the ringleader, who addressed the ashen-haired damsel, intending to employ Nina as leverage against her. For he deemed that his list of untouchables in the Black Alley did not encompass a lass of perhaps 14 or 15 years. "I purloin naught from thee," Nina retorted, hastily beseeching the gray-haired maiden before her. "Sister Celia, pay them no heed. Abscond hence, for they are knaves of ill intent." The villain scoffed derisively. "If thou art innocent, why take flight?" He chuckled with self-satisfaction, evidently pleased with the pretext he had concocted. Nina was left momentarily mute, yet before she could formulate a response, another voice interjected on her behalf. It was Celia, who, having been in a crouch, now arose. She cast aside the cowl, her countenance unveiled, and her profound gray eyes fixed upon the scoundrel who had spoken, uttering softly, "Did she, in truth, pilfer thy possessions?" The voice possessed an almost ethereal quality, imbued with what seemed like enchantment. Had there been any adept individuals present, they would have undoubtedly discerned the girl as a spellcaster, one who wielded the notoriously contentious First Circle spell, Charm Person. While ineffectual against seasoned professionals, it was unfailingly successful on nobles bereft of magical defenses, let alone these street thugs. The thug, gazing into her gray irises, initially faltered, then appeared to fall under a spell, his eyes losing focus as he blankly responded, "No." "Then why did you falsely accuse her?" The voice inquired further. "To coerce you, to engage in amorous activities." This revelation sent shivers down the spines of the other two thugs. a wave of icy dread washing over them. A single thought echoed in their minds. A mage. Surely, one of those unattainable mage lords. But what would a noble mage be doing in the squalid backstreets? Why would they forsake the refined aristocratic districts for this dung-strewn slum? They inwardly raged. Yet their outward demeanor resembled that of startled quails, heads lowered as they watched the gray-haired girl interrogate the ringleader. Such individuals, preying on the weak and fearing the strong, reacted predictably when confronted with power. Despair gripped the two thugs, for they knew that even invoking the name of their boss, Finchy, would not save them now. Finchy would not risk incurring the wrath of a spellcaster of unknown rank for the sake of their worthless lives. Do you two have anything to add? The smile held within it a demonic quality in the eyes of the thugs. This girl, whose face was an amalgamation of elven and angelic features, was someone they dared not even look at. Venerable mage, the thug asserted, gesturing towards his gang leader Finch's cousin, currently under the sway of Charmed Person. We are under the leadership of the Dragon Hunter Syndicate. Perhaps this information will serve as leverage. Others attempted a final plea for mercy, but their hopes were dashed within moments by the young sorceress's derisive chuckle. Is that all? A miniature vortex swiftly materialized in her hand, stirring a gentle breeze that caused her long, silver hair to dance and her black and gold-trimmed robes to billow. Two slender, wind-forged arrows, each a foot in length, materialized in her palm. The incantation of Wind Arrow, a first circle spell that launches projectiles of air at targets within 30 feet. The number of arrows could be adjusted at the caster's discretion, though at the cost of reduced damage and precision, the latter being contingent upon the caster's focus. The elemental arrows took shape in a mere 3 seconds. The two thugs barely managed to flee 3 meters before the relentless projectiles pierced their throats. Blood gushed forth, staining the muddy street a dark crimson. The gruesome scene jolted the last remaining thug from his charmed state. He broke free from the enchantment, only to confront the grim reality of the situation. His comrades lay lifeless, their faces frozen in terror, surrounded by a pool of blood. He gazed upon the ashen-haired maiden with trepidation, his avarice supplanted by dread. He stammered, "You mustn't slay me. I am a cousin of Finch. You mustn't slay me." A fetid odor emanated from his nether regions, yet he remained oblivious to his soaked trousers, incessantly reiterating his plea in a futile attempt to elude the maiden's wrath. He retreated gingerly, and when the maiden remained motionless, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Could it be that he was to be spared? Had she truly been intimidated by his cousin, the renowned dragon slayer, Finch? A faint smile crept across his lips, only to be swiftly suppressed. He would refrain from uttering any provocative words, lest he incite the ire of the sorceress who had just committed murder. He had yet to savor the pleasures offered by the nightingales near the taverns of the Blackstreet. He had yet to taste the delights of the elves, beast women, and dragonkin. He was not prepared to meet his demise here. As his vigilance waned, a swift, dark silhouette emerged from the shadows beneath the eaves. With astonishing alacrity, it traversed the expanse, hurtling towards him. Panic seized him, and a chilling sensation ascended his spine. Then he felt as if a chasm had been rent in his throat, and a warm, acrid fluid gushed forth, saturating his garments. A searing pain coursed through his throat, rendering him incapable of coherent speech, only able to emit guttural moans. The subsequent cascade of effects resulted in weakened limbs, until, finally, he succumbed to a lightheadedness that left him prostrate in a ditch, the bottom of which was coated with layers of dried, black sludge several centimeters thick. A tepid fluid emanated from his neck, cascading over his chin, lips, and the bridge of his nose, before inundating his eye sockets. Ultimately, a crimson haze consumed his vision, followed by an utter and irreversible oblivion. "Sister Celia, have you now become a mage?" Nina inquired, regarding the 3 corpses with a marked lack of unease. Having spent nearly a year navigating the grim realities of the Blackstreet, she had developed an unflinching indifference to death. Her curiosity was now piqued by the arcane spell that Celia had just employed, reminiscent of the sorceresses from the fairy tales recounted by her grandmother, Orin. "I am not a mage, but a sorceress," Celia clarified. "Mages are required to study, whereas my abilities are innate." Celia elaborated that the distinction between sorcerers and mages was significant, and if Nina were interested, she would gladly devote considerable time to explicating the nuances. Then, what was that shadowy figure from before? Nina had clearly perceived the earlier Charm Person's spell, as well as the gust of wind incantation, and the peculiar creature that had been assisting them. "Ah, that would be Miss Liz, my familiar." "Miss Liz? A familiar?" Nina questioned, her bewilderment evident. Is it a creature akin to Mr. Gordon? Observing Mina's perplexity, Celia merely offered a smile. Thereupon, a swift shadow darted forth from beneath the eaves, allowing Mina to discern the appearance of Celia's magical companion, a diminutive, silver dragon, no larger than a domestic cat, its body covered in a dense array of scales. Alighting upon Celia's shoulder, she twisted her head, flicking her silver dragon wings, which appeared to still be flecked with crimson fluid. Then, with her slender, forked tongue, she began to lick away the bloodstains that had not yet dried. Once finished, she nestled her elegant neck against Celia's other shoulder, feigning sleep. An obvious display of deep affection. This was a pseudo-dragon from the northern reaches, a first-tier creature, and Celia's contracted familiar. This is Miss Liz. A pseudo-dragon with the blood of a northern silver dragon, my companion, Celia introduced, gesturing towards the pseudo-dragon. The northern pseudo-dragon obligingly opened her golden, vertical pupils, gazing at what seemed to be her master's childhood playmate, a dragonkin girl. But after a moment of observation and a sniff, she shuddered. The scent of sulfur mingled with majesty, a familiar aura of a true dragon. How could this dragonkin before her possess the scent of a true dragon? The pseudo-dragon's tiny mind was utterly stunned. Chapter 17. Speculation. Pseudo-dragons, as the name suggests, are kin to true dragons. Unlike dragonkin or dragon beasts, they are classified separately within the dragon family. Although they lack the power of true dragons, their intelligence in adulthood is comparable to that of a common adult dragon. However, due to their frailty, most true dragons do not acknowledge their connection, regarding them merely as slightly intelligent dragon beasts. Adventurers share this sentiment, refusing to believe that a creature the size of a cat could be a true dragon. Over time, the name pseudo-dragon spread throughout the continent of EO. Liz was a pseudo-dragon who had just turned 30, a juvenile female. Liz's character diverges from the typical timidity and bashfulness of ordinary pseudo-dragons. She is imbued with an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the icy expanse. From a tender age, she has yearned to escape the frozen tundra and explore the human realm, having heard tales of boundless enchanting stories, intriguing novelties, and an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Self-proclaimed as a connoisseur of culinary delights, she has grown weary of her monotonous diet of insects, mice, squirrels, rabbits, and the wretched existence of consuming snakes. Thus, through a serendipitous twist of fate, specifically drawn by the tantalizing aroma of roasted black sturgeon, she forged a magical bond with Celia, becoming her familiar and fulfilling her desire to depart from the northern ice fields. After all, whether one is a true dragon or a pseudo-dragon, longevity is a shared trait. Even sorcerers endowed with ancestral power or elven blessings seldom outlive a dragon. Liz envisions her time as a lavish indulgence, relishing the rich cultural tapestry of EO and savoring the diverse culinary offerings. Though referred to as a familiar, the bond between them resembles that of true companions. Celia never imposes her will upon Liz. She acts solely out of her own volition. It was in this spirit that she readily agreed to assist the ruffian encountered earlier. Along their journey, the dragon and her human partner have consistently supported and encouraged one another, nurturing a profound bond. Moreover, despite Liz being female, she cannot abide anyone coveting Celia. Celia belongs to her, now and forevermore. If one were to impose a temporal limit on this bond, it would likely be the moment Celia ceases to offer her roasted black sturgeon. Only then might she contemplate departure. Since Liz entered into the pact with Celia, they have been part of the adventuring party known as Dawn and Blossoms. For more than half a year, I have undertaken numerous tasks, both grand and trivial, encountering a plethora of professionals and an uncountable array of monsters. Liz, who prides herself on being battle-hardened, had never truly felt the pangs of danger, as the assignments she accepted were seldom perilous. However, today, from the filthy dragonborn girl, she sensed the unmistakable essence of a true dragon, a scent ancient and profound. Although faint, she, possessing the unique inheritance of a pseudo-dragon, was well acquainted with the myriad of dragon scents, and she could not be mistaken. Even the overpowering odor of sulfur could not mask the delicate threads of true dragon fragrance. To detect the sulfur-laden scent of a true dragon hinted at something ominous. Having perused countless human courtly novels, Liz felt as though she had caught a whiff of conspiracy. The first conclusion she drew was that this sulfurous aura could not possibly belong to any metallic dragon, be it bronze, brass, or gold. They preferred the cool, mountainous caves of the forest rather than the perpetually erupting volcanoes. The only dragons likely to linger around volcanic craters, and thus acquire a sulfur scent, were the red dragons. There was also the possibility of the violently chaotic magma dragons, both of whom were not known for cordial interactions, particularly the latter, who was deemed a menace by most true dragons due to their erratic temperament, even more unpredictable than that of the red dragons. Just like that incident in Corando. And now, here it was again. Liz shuddered at the thought. The presence of such a being in human society, remaining undetected. Could not be a hatchling or a juvenile dragon. It had to be at least a young dragon, signifying a minimum strength of the 4th tier. Though it may seem inconsequential in Corando, where even a 7th tier, extraordinary, can be found, for those who are merely 2nd tier sorceresses and 1st tier magical beasts. It feels akin to an impending catastrophe. With this thought, Liz trembled even more, recalling the madness of those dragonkin who could resort to any means. Celia, who had direct contact with the situation, turned her gaze towards the unusually peculiar pseudo-dragon, instinctively probing its anomaly through telepathy. What troubles you, Liz? Let us depart swiftly from here. Liz suddenly realized that if Celia were to learn the truth, her demeanor would likely shift drastically. If that dragon and lunatic were to assume human form and secretly observe from the shadows, it would complicate matters. Thus, she resolutely altered her approach, opting not to disclose the reality to Celia, and instead urged her to leave post-haste. Indeed, Nina, let us go. I shall introduce you to a friend I met later on. Seeing the corpses scattered around, Celia seemed to grasp that this was not an appropriate setting for conversation. She gently ruffled Liz's hair and extended an invitation to Nina. May the gods bless us. At that moment, Liz was engulfed in despair, yet she quickly interjected through telepathy. Addressing Celia, do we not have a mission from Free City? It might be somewhat inconvenient to bring her along. We can discuss it further once we complete our task. Liz chose not to reveal to Celia that this former acquaintance might have ties with the Red Dragon. After all, should she act recklessly and require assistance, her prized smoked sturgeon would be at risk of vanishing. To ensure a continuous supply of black sturgeon, Liz assiduously and persuasively coaxed Celia, expending considerable effort. However, before Liz could sway Celia from her intentions, Nina began to waver. She had overheard Celia's invitation, and though she longed to converse with Celia, her former sister, given their prolonged separation and the multitude of unspoken words between them, the mention of Celia's acquaintances gave her pause. Observing Celia's pristine, gold-embroidered, rune-adorned black robes, she glanced down at her own soiled hands, clutching a flaxen skirt stained with fresh, dark mud. Ultimately, she raised her gaze, shook her head, and forced a smile. Sister Celia, thank you, but I am otherwise engaged. Once my affairs are settled, I shall certainly seek you out. With these words, she attempted to bypass Celia, brushing past her as she made for the alleyway. Celia, who had been somewhat swayed by Liz's entreaties, momentarily forgot to intercede, only just managing to ask, Nina, where do you reside? She intended to extract Nina from this grim alleyway once her current task was complete. It wasn't that she couldn't do so immediately. Her earnings from the past year's assignments would suffice to rent a room in a common district inn. As a sorceress, she had no need for costly spellbooks. However, Liz had articulated several points that resonated with her, such as the complexities of human nature and the potential dangers of leaving a child under 10 unattended in an inn. It might be safer for her to remain in the familiar surroundings of the Black Street, at least until the deaths of these 3 individuals could be definitively disassociated from Nina. I shall find you, Sister Celia. Rose Lane, the White Horse Inn. I remember it well. Nina waved farewell to Celia, indicating that this was a genuine parting. Celia, undeterred by not obtaining Nina's address, remained unperturbed. If she was unwilling to disclose it, Celia possessed alternative means of discovery, given Nina's distinctive features. Of paramount importance at present was ensuring the proper handling of the 3 corpses, so as not to implicate Nina. Her gray eyes surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of windows, only walls. With a subtle sigh of relief, the gray-haired maiden donned her black hood, obscuring her countenance, and silently departed the premises, leaving behind only 3 bodies gradually succumbing to the chill and the pervasive scent of blood. Chapter 18. Tumultuous shift. The Black Market District was disrupted by the raucous squawks of crows startled into flight. As a group of individuals trespassed upon the land already saturated with blood, now stained a deep crimson. Pairs of feet, clad in leather boots, trod through the pools of blood, mingling it with the grime, causing splatters of gore to erupt. Upon the chests and arms of these individuals, large and small, were emblazoned tattoos of a dragon's head clutching a sword in its maw. It was immediately apparent that these were the insignia of the dragon hunters, the most infamous gang in the southern reaches of the black market. Finch, the dragon hunter chieftain, led his retinue to the scene, which had undergone a transformation since Celia's departure. The leather boots, belts, vests, and other articles of clothing had been plundered from the three corpses. They were left with nothing but their bare undergarments, a common occurrence in these parts. After all, they had witnessed far more gruesome acts. Eyes, limbs, organs, anything that could fetch a copper coin from the merchants. The impoverished denizens of the underbelly can elucidate matters with startling clarity. As for notions of morality or revulsion, these hold no sway over them. For such individuals, the prospect of earning a few coins and securing a morsel of black bread constitutes a veritable paradise. However, such individuals represent a minority within the underworld. Were it otherwise, the order of the Calando underbelly would be far more chaotic. Nonetheless, they still exhibit a modicum of restraint, for the three lifeless bodies belong to the Dragon Hunters faction, thus sparing Finch from an even harsher fate. Finch is a robust man, appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s. His bare torso adorned with countless healed scars, numbering in the hundreds. The longest and deepest among them are 3 brownish scars that extend from his right chest to his navel. Those who understand the significance recognize these marks as the testament to Finch's title as a dragon hunter, inflicted by a third-tier bipedal dragon. Yet, upon seeing him, one cannot help but marvel, for it is unfathomable to comprehend the extent of his injuries. In the past, Finch had no trusted allies, but now, a figure clad in gray robes stands half a body's length behind him, obscured from view. The loyal confidants of the dragon hunters, who prided themselves on their closeness to Finch, are entirely unaware of this stranger's sudden appearance. They can only discern a hoarse voice emanating from the black cloak, sounding akin to that of an elderly woman. Emerging from the robe are skeletal hands, further corroborating the unsettling reality. Those hands, emaciated and devoid of flesh, bear deep wrinkles that resemble the shedding of skin. Age spots cluster densely, eliciting discomfort for those who suffer from a fear of the grotesque. What troubled them even more was the coarse voice of the dragon hunter, Finch, echoing in their ears like thunder, sending shivers down their spines. Who could possibly know who was responsible for this? Raising their heads, they were met with a dark and familiar face, coupled with a fierce gaze. It was evident that this dragon hunter was teetering on the brink of fury. A single misstep could unleash his wrath. Finch was seething with rage, a stark contrast to his earlier mood that had been relatively pleasant. After all, anyone would feel a sense of satisfaction and relaxation upon witnessing a task completed successfully. He had intended to treat his subordinates to a night of merriment at the taverns in the trade district, seeking a respite from the pent-up frustrations of the past. However, no sooner had he stepped out of the secret warehouse than he was informed of a murder occurring in the Black Streets. While violence in the Black Streets was not unusual, the victim was one of his own, the Dragon Gang's member and his cousin, which ignited a fury within Finch that was hard to contain. After years of biding his time and remaining concealed, it seemed a mouse had dared to test him. Yet, his subordinates offered nothing but silence. No one knew the identity of the assailant. The 3 individuals involved had acted on a whim, failing to inform anyone of their intentions. Moreover, at that hour, most of the Black Street denizens were still ensconced in slumber, and with Celia's swift resolution of the matter, no commotion had arisen. The incident had gone unnoticed, akin to a mere ripple on the expanse of a tranquil lake. "Boss, we've heard that the group in the southwest corner is in possession of our attire. Perhaps we should inquire with them?" one individual tentatively suggested. The western corner is a desolate area within the Black Street, recently claimed by a group of gnomes, reportedly refugees from across the sea, predominantly composed of civilians and women. A few among them carry the air of soldiers, typically engaged in labor around the dock district. Occasionally, they venture outside the city to undertake brief tasks, seldom lingering beyond a day, and they maintain little interaction with the gangs of Black Street. Their leader, a towering figure wielding a massive broken sword, stands taller than Finchy, resembling a bear in stature. It is unlikely that they are responsible for the recent troubles, yet one might inquire with them, ensuring a courteous demeanor. Finchy's ire diminished slightly, his lips twitching. If the gnomes were indeed the culprits, there would be little he could do. Despite the leader's seemingly stoic appearance, he fought with the ferocity of a madman, exchanging injury for injury. Even if he emerged victorious, both sides would suffer greatly, and such individuals were typically best avoided. Furthermore, in recent days, the gnomes have adhered to a code of conduct. remaining confined to the western corner without any intentions of expanding their territory, aside from the presence of another group of pickpockets in Blackstreet. These matters were trivial and tolerable for Finchy. There were traces of magical residue, suggesting the presence of a spellcaster who may have been responsible for a recent death. A raspy voice reached Finchy's ears, emanating from the cloaked figure. At that moment, she had positioned herself at the alley's mouth, crouching to examine the markings on the ground, precisely where Celia had once lingered. Finchy, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily distracted. Magic? Where could a spellcaster possibly emerge in Blackstreet? Upon hearing the crone's words, his countenance shifted subtly as he strode forward with great strides, inquiring in hushed tones. Could they be targeting us? It seems rather peculiar that a spellcaster would arrive just as the ritual's preparatory work is complete. Master Vermeer, should we perhaps postpone the ritual, lest it attract the attention of the temple? He had already dismissed the lives of his 3 subordinates from his thoughts, focusing instead on the sudden appearance of the spellcaster and their potential motives. His voice betrayed a hint of apprehension, suspecting deeper implications. There is no need. The black-robed woman named Vermeer responded serenely. It appears to be merely a spellcaster passing through. Nevertheless, we should seek a more secluded location for the ritual. Your warehouse is simply too exposed. Observing Finch's somewhat alarmed expression, she offered further reassurance in a soothing tone. Fear not. The paladins of the temple will not readily venture into the Black Alley, for the nobles of the aristocratic district would be the first to deny them entry into the free city. The aura of wickedness that clings to them is no less potent than that of us heretics. A touch of jesting laced her gravelly voice, indicating that she did not regard the matter with undue concern. Vermeer's words brought a sense of relief to Finch, and he exhaled audibly. Very well, Master Vermeer. If all goes according to plan, the next consignment should arrive in 3 months' time. The timing should be opportune, wouldn't you agree? Finch hinted, and Vermeer nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sewers would be an ideal location. However, transporting such a large quantity, 500 in all, may prove to be somewhat problematic. Vermeer hesitated, leaving her thought unfinished. Rest assured, I shall ensure that not a single one is amiss, Finch avowed with a confident pat on his chest, reassuring her. Then it is settled, Vermeer stated, rising to her feet with a subtle air. Let us depart. Given that he is a spellcaster, it is prudent that we refrain from provoking him for the time being. Should he indeed be targeting us, we shall address the matter then. Indeed, Finch acquiesced with a helpless nod, understanding the rationale. Even without Vermeer's counsel, the realization that a spellcaster was responsible had dissuaded him from seeking retribution. Only a spellcaster could hope to vanquish another. The sewer. With meticulous caution, Nina emerged from the derelict conduit, her hands sullied with patches of verdigris. Yet, aided by her dark vision, she beheld the familiar, albeit alien, vista of structures cobbled together from refuse along the desiccated riverbed. I wonder if Mr. Gordon has grown impatient during my extended absence, Nina mused. She gingerly leapt from the pipe, traversing the short distance to the dry riverbed. To avoid the mire, she sought purchase amidst the ubiquitous debris. That dilapidated door panel served as their makeshift bed the previous night. However, upon entering the cramped enclosure, a sense of foreboding washed over Nina. Mr. Gordon, who had shielded her from the wind that morning, and the diminutive black dragon, barely half her height, were nowhere to be found. Chapter 19. Creature Distribution. Gordon had not ventured far, merely taking repose beneath a crevice on the right flank of the arid riverbed. From this vantage point, he could maintain an unobstructed view of their former abode, encompassing a substantial portion of the overhead panorama. It was, in essence, a superlative observation post. The moment Nina materialized, Gordon sensed her presence. Upon hearing the solitary footsteps echoing along the riverbank, a subtle relief washed over its heart as the rhythm of its pulse began to slow. It appeared that the worst possible outcome had not come to pass. Concealed in this refuge was a contingency plan. Should Nina indeed betray it and bring others to capture it, a mere change of position would suffice to thwart their attempts. Although the likelihood of such an event unfolding was minimal, Gordon had prudently chosen to depart after Nina's exit, rather than linger in place. As Gordon observed the anxious Nina emerge from her dwelling, rising to scan her surroundings with an expression teetering on the edge of a shout, yet restrained by fear, its emotions became decidedly intricate. A desire to reveal itself stirred within him, yet he imposed a self-defined limit of 1 hour. This was also in consideration of the fact that Nina's acquaintances were likely to be the nefarious denizens of the underworld, individuals notoriously lacking in patience. They would scarcely entertain the notion that a fledgling dragon possessed the cunning to engage them in a game of hide and seek. The most probable assumption would be that the young dragonborn girl had succumbed to madness, attempting to deceive them with falsehoods. Hence, if a true ambush were in place, it would not be long before their ruse was uncovered. Fortunately, Nina refrained from searching actively. After a brief scan of her surroundings, she settled upon a stone, curling her legs and directing her gaze towards the river's entrance, her expression hidden from Gordon, leaving only her silhouette. Yet, this state of repose did not endure for long. Upon perceiving the stillness at the entrance, Nina retreated into the cramped space where she had slept the previous night. The faint rustling within suggested she was engaged in some activity, though the precise nature of it remained obscured to Gordon through the narrow crevices. He could discern that she was not asleep, as time swiftly passed, and the shafts of sunlight filtering through the gaps grew increasingly vibrant. Gordon extricated himself from the crevice and ambled slowly towards Nina's location. Before he could reach her, he heard a soft exclamation, and then a figure swiftly emerged from the gap ahead. It lunged forward, crouched down, and tightly embraced his not-so-lithe neck. "Mr. Gordon, I thought you had abandoned Nina." The voice of the dragonborn girl was filled with a poignant longing. The long hour of waiting felt to her like an eternity. Countless thoughts intertwined and collided in her mind, only to be dismissed one by one. "I merely stepped out for a moment," she said, regaining her composure after releasing her pent-up emotions. With a beaming smile, she tugged at Gordon's forelimb and urged, "Mr. Gordon, you should go inside and have a look. Nina has prepared something that your true dragon heart will cherish." "Oh," Gordon mused, for Nina's previous rustling had indeed piqued his curiosity regarding her activities. He then took the lead and squeezed through the somewhat low entrance, discovering the delightful surprise Nina had arranged for him. On a dilapidated door plank, 55 copper coins were meticulously arranged in a circle, with 6 gleaming silver coins placed at the center, forming a small circular disc of currency. The disc was just large enough for Gordon to rest all 4 of his paws upon. "Though our finances may be meager now, soon the gold will accumulate into a mountain, filling this entire space," Nina exclaimed as she crawled in behind him, gesturing with her hands to illustrate her vision for the future. This left Gordon in a state of bemusement. However, Nina's assertion held a kernel of truth. Most true dragons possess a profound obsession with treasure. Yet, treasure does not exclusively denote gold coins. Rather, different species of dragons amass distinct forms of wealth. In the lair of a red dragon, one might discover mountains of sparkling gemstones, while within the blue dragon's domain, one is more likely to encounter exquisite paintings or artworks that are highly esteemed in human society, or perhaps artifacts such as ceramics and jade, or even a few wandering bards. Music and art are the pursuits of the blue dragon. Conversely, the desires of the magma dragon diverge from those of its brethren. It yearns for the gemstones and ores buried deep within the soil of the continent of Ao. Thus, the magma dragon's fondness for artificial currency is not particularly fervent. It would much prefer gold ingots or copper bars. This inclination is not innate, but rather a remnant of the dragon's ancestral memories. The scent emanating from those deeply buried gems and crystals, along with the tactile pleasure they provide when in contact with its scales, are unparalleled, even surpassing primal physiological urges. The desire to recline amidst a trove of gem-laden minerals, with a favored view of a molten lake before its lair, and then indulge in a deep slumber, is a cherished aspiration for many magma dragons. If one were to draw an analogy, these peculiar treasures evoke a response in dragons akin to catnip for felines. Although this catnip does not induce hallucinatory effects in true dragons, it undeniably elicits a euphoric reaction akin to a cerebral climax. Gordion, having no reason to decline Nina's kindness, accepted her offer. He stepped onto the small discs of copper and silver with his nascent, elongated limbs. The sensation was peculiar, as Gordion was unfamiliar with draconic physiology. He merely perceived a cool current ascending from his feet into his body, a subtly numbing yet pleasant feeling. However, he remained focused on their immediate concern and turned to Nina, stating, "We must relocate today. Remaining here will likely prevent us from resting." Given his recent slaying of numerous giant rat knights, lingering in a region teeming with Skaven was unwise. Even if Gordion felt no fear, Nina would undoubtedly be anxious and sleepless. Rather than passively await their fate, Gordion resolved to take the initiative. He intended to explore other sections of the sewers during the Skaven's diurnal lull in activity, seeking a more suitable abode. The sewers were not solely inhabited by Skaven. Nina had informed him that several other creatures had already established their territories, including kobolds, the most devoted minions of true dragons. However, Gordion was merely a fledgling dragon. Should the kobold tribe number over 100, the emergence of a kobold sorcerer would be highly probable, transforming him into an easy meal. Even with Gordion's combat prowess, he would be overwhelmed by hundreds of club-wielding, charging kobolds. Therefore, he needed to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Furthermore, Nina's information was often vague, as she habitually detoured upon encountering monsters, though she possessed considerable knowledge of their distribution. However, the extent of the monster's capabilities remained enigmatic, as Nina was no match for even the most ordinary among them. "Mr. Gordon, are we departing?" Nina inquired, caught off guard by Gordon's abrupt decision. Despite having spent less than 2 days there, she found the place agreeable, save for the nocturnal disturbances. "Unless you relish the prospect of perpetually sleepless nights?" Gordon retorted. "In truth, we could remain. I could assist in keeping watch during the night," she asserted to Gordon with newfound courage, marking her first instance of dissent. "There are numerous other monsters lurking within the sewers. Why can't we simply bide our time here until you mature? Then, we can venture forth." She persisted, evidently attempting to persuade Gordon. "And what of sustenance? A dragon's appetite is prodigious, particularly that of a newly hatched dragon. Someone of your stature would scarcely suffice as a mere snack," Gordon jested, discerning Nina's reluctance to have him take risks, even with his ability to spew lethal magma. Upon hearing Gordon's words, Nina was suddenly dumbfounded, realizing the validity of his point. If they were to remain there indefinitely without actively seeking sustenance, what would they consume? She could subsist by scavenging through refuse, but to subject a true dragon to such a diet, or to feed it scraps and leftovers, would undoubtedly result in its expulsion from the lineage of true dragons, rendering it a disgrace to its kind. She hesitated, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but found herself unable to voice them, as she herself was perpetually in a state of semi-starvation, having been provided with food by Gordon the previous day. "Come, let us depart. As you suggested previously, guide me through the labyrinthine sewers." As Gordon arose from the coin-laden disc, he ambled towards the egress of their confined space. Addressing Nina, utterly acquiescent, Nina recognized this as their sole recourse in the present circumstance. She promptly followed suit, mindful to gather the coins, depositing them into a small pouch, which she then nestled within her bosom before emerging. Having exited the cramped recess, they proceeded forward until they reached a precipice at the terminus of the desiccated canal. 5 meters below lay a still-flowing subterranean waterway, several times broader than the parched channel Gordon had inhabited, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 carriages abreast. It was manifestly the main artery of the sewer system. Indeed, within Gordon's purview, several stone arch bridges were visible in the waterway's vicinity, prompting him to ponder the original intent of the sewer's architects. If mere drainage were the sole purpose, many elements seemed superfluous. Bridges and steps were decidedly redundant. Increasingly, this subterranean realm resembled an underground palace rather than a mere sewer. However, this palace was now infested with monstrous denizens amidst refuse and effluent. To the right dwelled the ratmen and swamp frogs, while to the left resided kobolds and goblins. The rearmost section, once occupied by sludge creatures, was now likely overrun by ratmen. "Traverse this river," Nina noted, "and you will arrive at the sewers beneath the commoners' district, held by other monsters. I cannot quite name them, but they bear a resemblance to humans, albeit with disproportionately large heads and diminutive, emaciated bodies, even more so than Nina." Initially, Nina contemplated remarking that Gordon's physique bore a resemblance to those creatures, but upon further reflection, she demurred. After all, those beings were grotesque and terrifying, whereas Gordon possessed an endearing charm. How could one possibly compare him to them? They also rode creatures akin to dogs, far larger than the previous giant rat, yet devoid of fur, their skin slick and bare. "I ventured there once before, and I dared not return, for I felt on the verge of exposure," she confessed. Nina perched upon a stone, meticulously supplementing Gordon's knowledge with her own observations. Gordon, in turn, gazed at the sluggishly flowing sewage below, listening with rapt attention. He possessed a general understanding of what Nina described: goblins and goblin hounds. They favored dwelling in caverns, dense thickets, or the dilapidated ruins of structures abandoned by other races. Their presence in the sewers was somewhat unexpected, yet, upon reflection, entirely plausible. "Nina, I comprehend," Gordon affirmed with a nod. He had gleaned a rough understanding of the monster's distribution from Nina's account, and the next step was on-site reconnaissance. Gordon harbored no intention of relying solely on Nina's testimony. Within the sewers, she occupied a low rung on the food chain, fleeing from every monster she encountered. How could she possibly possess genuine intelligence? Everything required his personal experience. Chapter 20. Submit to death. Choose one. Initially, Gordon had no desire to bring Nina along, but he also recognized her vulnerability in this place, defenseless as she was. Thus, it was preferable to keep her by his side, where she could at least provide some assistance. Moreover, he undeniably required a guide to navigate, or else his expedition would be fraught with peril. The prospect of such a predicament was far from appealing. Thus, he continued to bring Nina along. In this manner, Gordon took small, measured steps, trailing closely behind the dragonborn girl as they ventured towards the territory inhabited by the kobolds and goblins. The pitch-black environment of the sewers, coupled with the incessant cacophony of rushing water, posed no challenge for either the dragon or the human. Gordon's feet were equipped with pads, allowing him to move as silently as a cat. Although Nina was not quite as adept, she had already navigated the sewers for nearly a year, mastering the art of stealth. As they progressed, the two of them glided like specters through 3 corridors and traversed over 1,000 meters of waterways, in addition to climbing through a pipe. It was at this juncture that Gordon observed the dragonborn girl, Nina, abruptly halt at a corner of the sewer. For a moment, the air was filled solely with the sound of rushing water. No other noise could be discerned, save for the faint glow emanating from ahead. Gordon cautiously peered around the corner and soon discovered the reason for Nina's sudden stop. Approximately 30 to 40 meters ahead, in a spacious clearing, a bright and roaring bonfire blazed, with an exceptionally large pot of soup simmering atop it. Several diminutive humanoid figures busied themselves before the cauldron, some adding ingredients while others tended to the fire. Further details remained obscured by the corner-s wall, rendering them invisible to Gordon. He dared not extend his head any further, fearing detection. Before long, the aromatic smoke from the soup wafted through the air towards Gordon. He inhaled deeply, only to promptly seal off his nostrils. The dreaded scent of cilantro, how unexpected to encounter it in this otherworldly realm. After observing for a while and realizing that there was no other movement around, it resolved to adopt a different method of observation. After all, it understood the wisdom in the adage that caution is the key to longevity. It turned to Nina and said, "Wait for me here and do not move." Gaetan's voice was low and fragile, almost drowned out by the sound of the water from a distance. Nina said nothing, merely nodding silently before blending completely into the shadows of the wall. She was acutely aware that her presence was a burden to Gaetan, although she wished to change. She was in no hurry as this was merely the beginning. Seeing that Nina was perceptive, Gaetan glanced behind and, finding no signs of monsters, took a few steps back. Facing the wall, he exerted his powerful hind legs slightly and pushed off gently, without even spreading his wings. His sharp claws firmly gripped the uneven surface of the sewer wall. The entirety of the dragon clung to the slightly mottled wall illuminated by the flickering light. With a subtle exertion of his limbs, he began to ascend toward the ceiling of the sewer. The height at the top of this sewer was more than 3 meters from the ground, although it was Gaetan's first climb. His innate draconic talent allowed him to navigate it with ease. Under Nina's watchful vertical gaze, he quickly reached the top, then moved slowly around the corner. The height was such that the humanoid creatures below had never considered the possibility of life above them. Their observations were limited to glancing occasionally at the corridors on either side. Soon, the forms of these humanoid creatures came into clear view for Gaetan. Through the flickering light, these beings, averaging over 3 feet in height, were illuminated by their reddish-blue skin. They possessed pointed ears, sharp noses, and jagged teeth, complemented by frail and emaciated bodies, each adorned with a tattered piece of cloth at their groins. Undoubtedly, these are goblins. Gordon did not anticipate that the first creature he would encounter today would be a goblin, and moreover, it was a small tribe at that. Clinging to the apex of the sewer, Gordon could discern clearly. In this open space, counting the playful little goblins, there appeared to be more than 30. The hierarchy within the small tribe was rigidly structured. Through keen observation, Gordon noted that the 4 or 5 goblins boiling a fragrant cilantro soup on the periphery shared a commonality with those within, who were honing weapons and crafting arrows. All of them exhibited a striking weakness, appearing gaunt and malnourished. Clearly, they were the oppressed lower-class goblins. Deeper within the clearing, nestled among makeshift tents constructed from stones and timber, lay robust and boisterous goblins, sprawled upon beds of grass, soundly asleep. It was evident that these were the elite among goblins, akin to the formidable rat knights he had previously encountered, representing the CR de la CR of their kind. They played a pivotal role in the tribe's rise and fall. Gordon estimated that there were 5 elite goblins visible before him. Further inside stood a stone dwelling, impressively constructed, larger than the other huts, yet devoid of windows, with a door firmly shut, concealing its interior from view. However, it was apparent that the residences of the elite goblins encircled the stone house, indicating that the goblins within held a position of significance. He resolved to stealthily approach that location, biding his time for the opportune moment. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, a timeless truth that Gurdon comprehended well. Thus, suspended like a gecko from the apex of the sewer, Gurdon commenced his operation. The sound of his claws piercing the wall was drowned out by the crackling of wood in the bonfire. His obsidian-scaled form melded seamlessly with the color of the wall. Without careful scrutiny, one would scarcely discern the young dragon perched above. Gurdon intentionally avoided the areas directly illuminated by the flames, lest the glint of his scales be inadvertently detected by the goblins below. With caution, he ascended to the shadowed summit of the stone cottage, unperturbed by the 30-odd goblins beneath him. The flickering light of the bonfire did not reach this height, further diminishing his risk of exposure. Yet, Gurdon refrained from acting hastily, for he understood that should he strike without eliminating the master of the stone abode, he would face the onslaught of over 30 goblins. Although his scales were fortified with a formidable talent, he was not foolish enough to test the sharpness of goblin weaponry with his own flesh. He believed that patience would yield opportunity. He had already observed the bubbling surface of the soup in the distance, indicating that it was boiling. This signified that the goblins' mealtime was imminent. Indeed, before long, the elite goblins began to awaken one by one, emerging from the dilapidated cottage. They approached the bonfire, brazenly shoving aside the feeble goblins who had been toiling since dawn. However, they did not commence their meal immediately. Instead, they lifted the iron pot and began to relocate it. Moreover, the direction of movement was clearly towards Gurdon. It was evident that the intention was to allow the owner of the stone cottage below to partake first, causing Gurdon's heart to tighten. He understood that the outcome hinged on this moment. Whether he could secure an effortless victory in this battle depended on it. Garrick Long was a goblin warrior, awakened by hunger. However, upon catching the delightful aroma wafting through the cracks of the door, Garrick Long realized that everything outside was ready, merely awaiting his push of the door to feast. What a splendid and comfortable day it was, he mused. Soon, after not lying down for long, and as the fragrance intensified, Garrick Long rose. He donned his rusted but intact half-armor upon his muscular chest. Once adorned, he rummaged through a chest behind him and retrieved a piece of red silk cloth to tie around his waist. This year marked his 5th year, a significant milestone as proclaimed by the priest. Garrick Long had kept this in mind. Thus he resolved to wear red cloth throughout the year, firmly believing that red was his lucky color. Fully attired, Garrick Long pushed open the door of the stone cottage. The entrance was low, requiring him to bow his head as he stepped outside. Upon emerging, he beheld the elite goblins, poised with a pot, eagerly awaiting his commencement of the meal. After surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he addressed them with solemnity. "Let us dine." The 6 elite goblins swiftly formed a circle around the iron pot, leaving one seat conspicuously vacant, clearly reserved for him. Garrick Long took his seat with an air of authority, observing the apprehensive expressions of the surrounding goblins. And he nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the grandeur spoken of by the esteemed priest had indeed manifested within him. Just as he was about to utter a few words, he suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from above, causing the sparse hair on his head to curl in response to the scorching sensation. What was happening? Garrick Long sensed something amiss as he lifted his gaze. He beheld a golden red sphere hurtling directly towards his face. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he instinctively crossed his arms, shielded by his bracers, in a desperate attempt to block it. However, in the next instant, an excruciating pain surged through his hands, face, and any exposed skin. The burning sensation? Was it fire? Liquid fire? Before Garrick Long could fathom the concept of liquid flames, a shadow descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon his head, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. The last image etched in his mind was that of his body collapsing to the ground, accompanied by a low vantage point from which he heard a thunderous roar echoing in his ears. "I am the favorite of Aou, the future great true dragon, Gordon. Submit. Death. Choose one. A black hatchling dragon, having descended from the sky, stood upon the skull of Garrick Long, the mightiest warrior in the goblin's heart. Now reduced to mere bones by molten lava, it roared at the panicked goblins, who gazed at it and the lifeless body beneath its feet. Chapter 21. Kneel. Within Gordon's roar resonated the initial manifestation of his burgeoning, hatchling's dread, commonly referred to as dragon's might. While insufficient to induce abject prostration, its advent instilled a palpable sense of trepidation, deterring their advance. The singular imperfection lay in Gordon's diminutive stature, scarcely surpassing the height of the elite goblins writhing in agony upon the ground. His nascent form, less than a week into existence, rendered him comparatively small, though his scales possessed a density exceeding that of ordinary hatchlings. His limbs and torso, while robust, merely approximated the dimensions of a small pony, dwarfed by the goblin warriors submerged in the surrounding magma. Had it not been for the sheer spectacle of Gordon's arrival and the abrupt demise of the goblin warrior, these creatures, individually timid yet emboldened by their collective numbers, might have been tempted to test the mettle of this promising dragon. However, a sense of bewilderment washed over Gordon as he perceived not submission or retreat in their eyes, but rather a nascent encirclement. This defied expectation. Considering the recent incineration of 3 goblins by Gordon's inaugural magma, none could withstand the cataclysmic fusion of flesh and molten rock. Even the goblin warriors proved vulnerable. Prior to any engagement, nearly half of the elite goblin forces had already perished. The remaining elite goblins, scorched by the molten spray upon their eyes, legs, or arms, undoubtedly suffered diminished combat effectiveness. Yet, despite the eradication and enfeeblement of their most formidable warriors, the goblins persisted in their belligerence. Thus, there exists but one truth. Gordon's dark golden pupils narrowed slightly, reminiscent of a reaper's embodiment in a child, as he found himself filled with conjecture. His gaze began to swiftly scour the surroundings. Within this hall, there undoubtedly lurked a goblin of higher rank, greater honor, and superior strength than the goblin warrior beneath him. An unseen force sustained the morale of this goblin tribe, bestowing upon these goblins the courage to stand firm against his draconic might. Otherwise, the situation would be inexplicable. The goblin warrior, serving as the chief, lay utterly lifeless, its skeletal remained stark against the molten landscape. Yet, these timid goblins displayed no inclination to flee. They seemed unworthy of the goblin title. Moreover, Gordon was acutely aware that the concealed goblin was not one of brute strength. It could very well be a shaman, a practitioner of the arcane arts. This deduction emerged from the peculiar architecture surrounding him. Otherwise, he would not have overlooked such a distinctive abode, unless he were not a resident. However, a creature of the goblin tribe could hardly exist outside the confines of its community. As for the nature of the spellcaster, he held his own suspicions. Among goblins, spellcasters are commonly referred to as shamans, albeit with varied professions. They could be priests or warlocks. After all, some goblin shamans possess innate powers that are not derived from divine supplication but are awakened from birth. Nevertheless, in a tribe of this size, if there were priests, they would not be of such a modest scale. Furthermore, during his earlier ascent to the hall's apex, he had not observed any evident divine markings or statues within the chamber. Thus, it surmised that within the goblin horde, there lurked a goblin spellcaster, most likely a sorcerer. Warranting caution. After all, even the mightiest adult dragon, once matured, is still merely an adult. Not to mention that its scales do not afford the same resilience as those of a fully grown dragon, and some of its magical abilities may become impractical. To the spellcaster, it was akin to facing a slightly more ferocious beast. Should the tide turn unfavorably, and the goblins manage to overpower it, death would indeed be final. Who knows if a dragon has a second chance at life? Consequently, upon observing the goblin's reactions, Gordon swiftly altered its course, almost in the blink of an eye. It unfurled its dragon wings, ascending into the air, feigning an eagerness to flee. The goblins, witnessing Gordon's intent to escape after its rampage, were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, it had been a fearsome dragon roaring with ferocity. Now it appeared desperate to vacate the premises. This stark contrast left many goblins so bewildered that they did not even aim their weapons at Gordon, instead watching it depart the empty hall at a leisurely pace befitting a young dragon. Despite Gordon's formidable black scales, they offered no semblance of security. However, the dragon's flight was not intended as a retreat. Rather, it sought to lure forth the concealed spellcaster from the goblin tribe. This was the very reason it had placed itself in plain view. Gurdon was resolute in believing that the hidden spellcaster would not let such an extraordinary opportunity slip away, nor would it suppress the urge to act, allowing Gurdon to escape unscathed. If that is indeed the case, then Gurdon has no choice but to accept it and depart, for the fledgling dragon's stamina is limited. While dealing with a horde of intellectually challenged goblins may seem straightforward, the presence of a spellcaster among them complicates matters significantly. As the dragon ceased its flapping wings, it descended like a kite severed from its string, landing amidst the throng of goblins. Fortunately, the altitude was not great, allowing its limbs to touch the ground with stability. Ignoring the bewildered antics of the surrounding goblins, it swiftly adjusted its trajectory towards the northwestern corner of the hall, precisely behind the stone cottage, where the recent incantation had emanated. Gurdon had little time to ponder why the spellcaster would conceal themselves beneath the very spot where it had previously hidden. Instinctively, it activated the skill etched deep within its being, Charge. A black dragon, slightly larger than a foal, displayed muscles that bulged beneath its obsidian scales. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing before the still-dazed goblins, some of whom had their trousers literally blown away. Meanwhile, the spellcaster's incantation was beginning to take shape. Behind the stone cottage, the air seemed to warp, sending ripples of magic radiating outward. As Gurdon charged halfway, a shadowy orb materialized in the flickering light of the campfire, swelling as it met the wind. In an instant, it expanded into a basketball-sized mass of black-green light. Suspended in the air, Gurdon could clearly discern the nauseating acidic liquid and the twisted black water swirling within the orb. This was a second-tier spell known as Acidic Sphere, a rather obscure incantation that could be learned by mages and warlocks, as chronicled in the Dragon's Legacy. Beneath the kaleidoscopic glow of vibrant black light stood a figure, more diminutive than the average goblin, hunched and frail. Gurdon could see clearly. It was an aged goblin, adorned with an enigmatic circular ornament atop its head, leaning upon a bony staff. The creature had aged beyond recognition, its green skin etched with deep, mountainous wrinkles, while its emaciated form appeared as though a mere breath could topple it. Yet, beneath the radiant and sagacious gaze of its bright eyes, illuminated by the ominous jewel of acidic light above, one might hardly perceive it as an ordinary monster. This was the shaman of the goblin tribe. Upon concluding its chant, it spotted Gurdon nearby and emitted a roar that belied its years. Children of the Gallic clan, restrain it. Seize this foul whelp of the true dragon. At that moment, other goblins seemed to awaken from their stupor, as if finding their resolve, and began to impede Gurdon's progress. The nearest goblin lunged forward, intent on ensnaring the black hatchling that matched its own size. However, Gurdon's tail swept gracefully, sending the goblin hurtling several dozen meters away. The impact was so forceful that the goblin's sternum visibly caved in. It was evident that even a weak hatchling was still a true dragon, not something a mere goblin, let alone one of inferior skill, could hope to thwart. Indeed, when elite goblins swung their bone clubs at Gurdon, they too found their strikes deflected by his robust black scales. Gurdon surged forward unimpeded, while the goblin staggered from the counterforce of the bone club. Such commonplace weaponry was, to Gurdon in his current state, akin to a mere tickle. Utterly worthless, the goblin priest hissed under its breath upon witnessing this. It knew it could no longer afford to delay, relying on these wretches who weren't even elite goblins. It only served to destabilize its emotions, potentially causing its spell to fail. Now, it could only depend on itself. Its consciousness began to manipulate the acid sphere overhead, linking it to the black-clad Gurdon in the distance. Aim, fire. In one fluid motion, the acid orb hurtled through the air at breakneck speed, carrying an overwhelming stench towards Gurdon's location, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Continuing his advance, Gurdon, rapidly closing in on the goblin priest, finally experienced a perspective akin to that of the ratmen and goblin warriors before him. The black-green acid orb swiftly magnified in Gurdon's vision from a mirror, and the stench it carried assaulted his senses even before it arrived, making him nauseous. Upon seeing this acid orb imbued with magical power, Gurdon felt a chill run down his spine, his back prickling with dread. He dared not imagine what it would be like to be struck by that sphere of acid. The mere odor was almost unbearable. Thus, he scanned his surroundings, seeking a place to take cover, contemplating halting his charge to seek refuge. However, when he spotted a protruding rock on the ground, his dark gold vertical pupils gleamed slightly. An idea. just as the putrid acid orb was about to collide with Gordon. With an exceedingly sinuous arc, Gordon's draconic tail snagged a rock embedded in the hall's floor. The dragon evaded a head-on collision with the acid orb, rotating with the precision of a pointer. Inevitably, his body grazed the acidic projectile, causing a searing pain that gnawed like a persistent parasite. His dorsal scales felt as though they were being etched with tiny pits, but the flesh remained unscathed, posing no serious threat. Behind him, the acid orb splattered against the hall's flagstones, accompanied by a chorus of sizzling sounds. The corrosive acid effortlessly melted the stone, leaving shallow craters over half a foot in diameter. However, Gordon spared no glance at the corroded pits. As soon as he regained his balance, he resumed his headlong rush toward the hunched goblin priest. The goblin priest was still muttering incantations, and Gordon could sense a magical force brewing in the air. Judging from the aura emanating from the magic, it was clearly a spell no weaker than acid orb. However, with no goblin warriors to guard him and a frail, immobile body, Gordon would not grant the goblin priest a second chance to cast. He seized the goblin priest's throat, silencing him. The magic gathering in the air faltered, then dissipated with a soft pop. Great true dragon, I, Gallic venom wand, pledge my fealty, the goblin priest stammered, his voice constricted by Gordon's grip. But death has chosen you. Before the goblin priest could utter another word, Gordon's claws mercilessly pierced the wizened neck of the aged goblin warlock, the gushing blood staining Gordon's claws crimson. Disregarding this, Gordon unceremoniously cast the priest's corpse to the ground, and with a swift advance, planted a foot upon the lifeless, aged cranium. Towards the green-skinned monstrosities, he unleashed a roar akin to the rumbling of distant thunder. Kneel. Submit to me. Chapter 22. Title activated. A true dragon's patience shall not be tested with a count to 3. Gordon advanced, hoisting the goblin priest's remains from beneath his feet as a display of dominance. This time, Gordon's roar finally subdued the goblin tribe, who had lost their leader and were on the verge of dissolving into disarray. Great and small, feeble and robust, the goblins were utterly overwhelmed by Gordon's draconic, prostrating themselves upon the earth, muttering indistinctly. However, Gordon paid no heed to their murmurings, his attention captivated by the sudden emergence of a pale blue data list. His personal panel, as all the mobile goblins in the hall bowed before him. Gordon Odwin Targaryen, title, Lord of Gallic race, Lava Dragon age, Dragonet, 0 to 5 years, vitality, 32-37 rank, 2 talents, scaled armor enchantment, 220, steel fangs and claws, 110, sturdy, 720, Dragonet's intimidation, 2-4, voracious appetite, 5-9, dark vision, 4-11, mimicry, charge, adept, 1-8, skills, fire immunity, rend and tear, lava breath, soul talent, talent plunder, unassigned talent fragments, 0. Gordon immediately noticed the alterations. A new title graced his title section, Lord of Gallic. What manner of title was this? It sounded rather unimpressive. Yet, as he pondered, a line of cerulean data materialized before his eyes, offering elucidation. Lord of Gallic, while you have ascended to the position of master of the Gallic clan, your influence is presently confined to this subterranean hall. Furthermore, most creatures would scarcely regard a dragonet reduced to enlisting goblins as minions with any esteem. Equipping effect, draconic aura, Gallic clan reputation, a negligible effect. Yet it afforded Gordon a glimmer of opportunity. Should he one day unify the entirety of Coranto's sewers, his title might well be elevated to Subterranean Emperor of Coranto, the sovereign in Coranto's shadow, titles that resonated with formidable power. The novelty of the title was fleeting. Gordon, having ascertained that he could freely interchange titles, proceeded onward. He scrutinized the appellation that had materialized before him, unperturbed by its peculiarity. As it was an augmentative buff, there was no detriment to it. Furthermore, he mused, he could append the epithet Master of Gallic to his own name when self-referencing, thereby embellishing his nomenclature. At this notion, Gordon's countenance split into a wide, mirthful grin. This display of amusement only intensified the tremors of the prostrate goblins below, who surmised that their newly instated master was revealing his true nature, poised to devour them. After all, Gordon's physiognomy did not suggest a herbivorous disposition. Nevertheless, the goblins remained supine, resigned to their fate, their bodies quivering but immobile. Until they received an order from Gordon, they were bound to remain prostrate, as atonement for their prior rejection of a true dragon's invitation. Though they were not culpable, The weak must acquiesce to the dictates of the strong and adapt, lest they perish. The goblins were well versed in this paradigm, as it was intrinsic to their own hierarchical and predatory society. Gordon had not forgotten his spoils of war. He had recently slain numerous goblins. However, he was somewhat taken aback that the cadaver of the ordinary goblin he had flung away with a tail swipe did not seem to emanate the characteristic porcelain white orb. He could only conjecture that its weakness precluded even the lowest tier white orb from manifesting. Nevertheless, Gordon did not dwell on this for long, as first-tier orbs held little allure for him in his current state. Gordon swiftly began to gather the scattered orbs of light towards his chest, melding them together and scrutinizing their essence. Soon, the personal panel within his retina, a soft azure of data, began to leap and materialize, inundating his vision with a flurry of information. The incessant stream filled his entire field of view, rendering everything immediately comprehensible. Ding. Host detected the inhalation of a talent fragment. System is undergoing analysis. Progress 1. The data was overwhelmingly monotonous and rigid, with the sole variation being the distinctiveness of the talents. A new development had emerged from the talents dropped by the giant rat knight he had previously vanquished, talents belonging to goblins. In truth, the orbs he had collected were few in number, totaling merely 5, 2 black and 3 white. However, in terms of practicality, the goblin talents far surpassed those of the giant rat knight, rendering them incomparable. The 3 white orbs represented stamina, trap mastery, and stamina. Evidently, both of these talents were advantageous skills for Gordon. Stamina was particularly beneficial for a fledgling dragon. As for traps, they were his favorite, providing him with myriad options to evade direct combat. After all, he had already savored the sweetness of ambushes along this journey. Were it not for the dragon race's inability to transition into a rogue, he would have even contemplated advancing towards the profession of an assassin. It was not that Gordon disliked fair duels. Rather, the allure of ambushes was simply too enticing. Without hesitation, he selected the 2 talents. The talents, Stamina, 1-7, and Trap Mastery, 1-4, now appeared on Gordon's talent list. In his mind, as well as in his chest, the heart began to synchronously absorb the information and energy emanating from the fragments of talent. Thump, thump, thump. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It was uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, but once he completely digested the traps that goblins could craft, he sensed that his heart grew even stronger and more robust. Even the pain from the acid-corroded back had diminished significantly. The talent, Endurance, presented itself. It promises perseverance, enhancing one's stamina in all aspects. Moreover, it possesses a miraculous restorative effect. Although this explanation seemed somewhat peculiar to Gordon, interpreting it at face value, the talent appeared quite remarkable. Recovery, durability, and formidable prowess. What more could one desire? Similarly, Trap Mastery did not disappoint Gordon. The myriad methods for crafting traps suitable for use in sewers and wilderness, whether for hunting or inflicting harm, were all encompassed within. This alone made him feel that this fragment of talent was extraordinarily valuable. After all, possessing numerous skills is never a burden, even for a true dragon. With another fragment of Endurance in hand, Gordon chose not to use it hastily. Instead, he opted to decompose it into a free talent fragment for future consideration. Now, he was left with 2 black iron talent fragments, each obtained from the Goblin Warrior and Goblin Priest, awaiting his confirmation. The detection data soon manifested in Gordon's field of vision. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent, Fury. Activate talent. Yes, no. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent, Spell Enhancement. Activate talent. Yes, no. Chapter 23. The Apex Predator of the Sewers Berserk Ability. At your discretion, you can awaken the power within your bloodline, entering a state of frenzy. While Berserk, your physical attributes, reflexes, and willpower are significantly enhanced. You also gain resistance to certain levels of hypnosis, stunning, and human charm effects. However, upon exiting the Berserk state, you will experience a period of enfeeblement equal to the duration of the Berserk state. Note, while Berserk, your stamina consumption is doubled. If your stamina is depleted, the Berserk state will automatically end. Upon reading this skill description, Gordon immediately activated the ability without hesitation. An instant activation, no questions asked. A Berserk ability that doesn't result in a loss of reason or intelligence is, in Gordon's opinion, absolutely perfect. It was fortunate that the goblin warrior didn't have the chance to use it before being eliminated. However, Gordon reflected that Berserk doesn't increase health. Even if the goblin had used it, it would have been futile against the close-range golden shower. Gordon closed his eyes, savoring the changes within his body after activating the Berserk ability fragment. As the fragment infused him, his bloodline underwent a silent transformation. His blood vessels were like withered tinder, and his consciousness was the spark. Whenever he desired, he could ignite the power buried deep within his bloodline. Entering a Berserk state was a simple operation. Even before trying it, Gordon felt as though he had already mastered it. However, Gordon had no intention of experimenting at present, mindful of the black iron talent that awaited him. Furthermore, the Berserk state was not without its aftereffects. He opened his eyes, refocusing his gaze upon the line of pale blue text beneath the Berserk talent. Talent, spell enhancement, effect. You possess a unique and refined understanding of spells. Spells cast by you will receive a degree of augmentation, the nature of which is yours to determine, selecting from damage, duration, area of effect, and other aspects. Gordon hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately opting to activate this talent. Although his current repertoire of spells was limited, he was uncertain whether Lava Spout qualified as a spell or a breath weapon, and Fire Immunity was merely a passive ability. He recognized that his identity as a spellcaster was inescapable, regardless of whether it was the burning hands he awakened in his youth, the scorching ray of his adolescence, or the wall of fire he would awaken in adulthood. He was, after all, a magical dragon. Since spell enhancement could amplify the spells he would awaken in the future, Gordon deemed it prudent to prepare for the future. Despite his apparent lack of any currently known spells, yes, Gordon silently activated the talent. A new talent promptly materialized in the talent list, positioned alongside the recently activated Berserk 118. Spell enhancement 150. Upon beholding the denominator of the suffix appended to spell enhancement, Gordon could not help but inhale sharply. This is the pinnacle of the progress bar's talent, assuming its comprehension is not flawed. Should it neglect to hone its knowledge of spellcasting? Transforming spell enhancement would necessitate 49 shards of black iron talent. This equates to nearly 50 second-tier monsters, which, when contemplated, renders spellcasters truly formidable. Indeed, one cannot provoke them lightly. Yet, upon further reflection, this is quite normal. Others devote years to perfecting a particular talent. When the time comes, it will not be a matter of choice and enhancement. The rate of advancement in such talents is already extraordinary, making the spellcaster appear less monstrous in comparison. With this thought, Gordon felt considerably more at ease. After assimilating the shards of spell enhancement within his mind, he grasped the profound theories of spells, practical operational experiences, and intricate techniques. Gordon realized he could genuinely optimize his spells as the effect suggested. However, he currently lacked a spell to practice on. Thus, he considered the option of scavenging corpses. Although it seemed somewhat tardy, it was not too late. Yet, upon glancing at the bodies, he abandoned the idea of seeking spoils from them. It appeared that the most valuable bone staff had been inadvertently broken during his attempt to thwart spellcasting, and the circular ring atop the goblin priest's head was merely a common iron wire coated in silver paint, serving as a mere decorative emblem of status within the goblin tribe. As for the goblin warrior, it was even less noteworthy, aside from a rusted, heavy half-armor unfit for human wear. It sported only a silk red loincloth. The poverty was glaringly evident. Sighing, Gadon realized that he could not expect anything of value from the goblins. However, they must possess some knowledge, particularly concerning the precise details of the sewer. Nina, hiding in the depths of the sewer, was surely unaware of this information. Gadon pondered that these creatures likely understood more than Nina did. He gazed at the goblins, still trembling and crawling on the ground not far away, and casually pointed at one, calling out, "Come here." This goblin, the closest to Gadon, had green skin, pointed ears, and a robust physique, with muscles bulging beneath its verdant exterior. It was also taller than the average goblin. A foul, acrid odor emanated from it, suggesting that its previous actions had not come without consequence. Upon hearing Gadon's summons, this elite goblin shivered but could not refuse the command. It obediently approached, bowing low before Gadon, and knelt on the ground, allowing the viscous blood of goblin rituals to stain its knees. It looked up at the black hatchling dragon before it, feeling an indescribable pressure and authority. The closer it drew, the more it trembled, its green face twisting in fear. "O great true dragon," supreme ruler of our Gallic tribe. What commands do you have for your most loyal servant? It inquired. Tell me, who is the strongest in the sewer? The commanding voice of the black hatchling dragon resonated in its ears. Of course, it is you, my master. The goblin replied without hesitation, its face adorned with an obsequious expression. And aside from me, Gordon furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the elite goblin kneeling before him, a head shorter than himself. He wondered if the green-skinned creature had lost its mind, unable to comprehend his meaning. However, Gordon quickly dismissed the thought. Apart from you, no being in the sewers is worthy of being called strong. They are merely humble vermin crawling beneath your wings. Chapter 24. The Dragon and the Kobold. Gordon was at a loss. Looking at the elite goblin's fawning, ingratiating expression, he felt it was beyond redemption. He had no choice but to try a different approach, asking, Map. Is there a map of the sewers? He needed a more direct, two-dimensional representation, which the elite goblin could then use to point out and clarify, so he could gain a general understanding of the power distribution in the sewers. Yes, the old fellow's room has a map. I saw it hanging on the wall when I entered his room once. The elite goblin, without the slightest hesitation, betrayed the priest it had once revered, revealing everything it knew to its new master, a black dragon wormling. Gordon was immediately delighted upon hearing this. Since it was a map collected by a spellcaster, it must be very detailed, perhaps even showing the allocation of power. He instructed, Then what are you waiting for? Fetch it quickly. Bring anything else you find as well. However, after noticing its charred left arm, Gordon added, Gather a few others to go with you. Yes, my master. The elite goblin eagerly responded in rapid succession and then, in the presence of Gurdon, summoned a few robust goblins to assist with the heavy lifting. Gurdon then recalled the timid Nina, who was hiding in the shadow around the corner. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the hall amidst the goblins' reverent adoration and made his way towards the dimly lit corridor. He gently nudged Nina, who was anxiously pressed against the wall, straining to hear any sounds. Startled by the sudden presence of a small black dragon that silently approached her and nudged her with its paw, Nina gasped. Upon seeing Gurdon, she quickly regained her composure and whispered in concern, What is it, Mr. Gurdon? Are you unharmed? After a swift glance, she noticed that aside from a slight curvature in the scales on his back, there was no blood or visible wounds on him. Relieved, she quietly offered her gratitude to the divine beings above. Phew, thank the gods for their protection. She was uncertain which deity to credit, so she merely addressed them collectively. Nina considered herself a general believer, not because she lacked faith, but rather because she held reverence for many gods without ever being truly loyal to any. She had once prayed to the god of travel for her sister Celia's safe journey after her departure. Similarly, she had ventured to the sole temple dedicated to the earth goddess in Branchy to beseech her for the well-being of dear Granny Orlon, who was ailing. During storms, she would implore the storm god to safeguard the fishermen, for without their catch, the orphanage would go hungry. However, the consequence of Nina's lack of a faithful belief is that, after death, she will not be guided to the realm of the gods by any divine messenger. She will either enter the river of oblivion or be entombed within the wall of the faithless. On the continent of Io, many live without faith. They may have thrived in life, yet their souls will face the harshest of fates after death. Returning to the matter at hand, Gurdon felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing Nina's genuine concern for him, and he gently ruffled her small head. I am all right, he declared. As he spoke, he playfully scratched Nina's palm with his long dragon tail, sending a ticklish sensation through her. Hee. Nina giggled at Gurdon's antics, still pondering how Gurdon's recent endeavors had fared. Yet, this cozy and heartwarming atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of noise emanating from the hall. Master! Oh, exalted master! Where are you? Do not forsake your most loyal servant. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from the hall, accompanied by a flurry of other indistinct sounds, reminiscent of goblin chatter, that spilled forth from the corridor. Clearly, the elite goblins who had entered to retrieve items had emerged, only to discover Gurdon's absence, causing them a degree of alarm. Nina, bewildered by the commotion, looked to Gurdon and inquired, Mr. Gurdon, what is happening? They seemed quite distressed. Gurdon offered no explanation, instead responding to Nina, Come, Nina. We have found a new abode, and no longer shall we sleep amidst the heap of clutter that leaks in the night. However, Nina wanted to express that there were monsters over there, but upon seeing Gordon leading the way, she clenched her teeth and followed him outside. The bright bonfire blazed, illuminating the hall, where Nina observed a group of creatures crawling in the center. Before she could take action, the previously piercing roar echoed once more. "My most revered master, I knew you would never forsake your most loyal servant." Yet this time, it was a voice filled with jubilation. Had it not been for the similarity in tone, Nina would have never realized it belonged to the same individual. The speed of transformation was swifter than turning the pages of a book, akin to the scruffy dog behind the tavern. She also beheld the source of the voice, a robust goblin taller than herself. Even the strongest thug in the dark alleys appeared as an infant beside it, despite their similar heights. However, it seemed injured, with its left arm charred and limping as it walked, yet its speed remained unimpeded. Gordon had already perceived that, even if Nina was oblivious at that moment. The situation was not as she had imagined. It appeared to be exactly as Mr. Gordon had stated, that he had tamed this group of monsters. Before she could finish her thought, she stood in awe, watching the tall goblin rush forward, disregarding its painful foot. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the towering goblin bent at the waist, its knees buckling as it knelt before Mr. Gordon, murmuring the previously spine-chilling praises. Nina was in no doubt that if this green-skinned creature were to be adorned with a tail, it would wag with a frequency surpassing that of the windmill at Aunt Vernie's. Gordon offered a sheepish grin to the bewildered Nina beside him, revealing a set of rather formidable teeth. "My apologies, I didn't intend to startle you. I was unaware of their disposition." "It's quite all right, Mr. Gordon," Nina responded. "Please, carry on as you were." "Very well." Gordon nodded, then addressed the elite goblin still kneeling on the ground. "You've acquired the map?" "Indeed, my lord. Under your brilliant guidance, your humble servant successfully retrieved the map from the old codger's chambers." Gordon disregarded the ensuing string of elaborate praise and proceeded, with Nina in tow, toward the area where the goblins were congregated. It was the same spot he had occupied moments before. The sacrificial corpse had been removed, but the bloodstains remained. The area was now cluttered with various items pilfered from the goblin priest quarters: a miniature desk, bookshelves, a bed crafted for a goblin's stature, and even a quill. Scattered haphazardly on the ground were 7 or 8 books, with a long roll of parchment resting atop them. Gordon was slightly taken aback. He had anticipated only a map, not this trove of literature, which he instantly recognized as a valuable find. However, his immediate concern was the map itself. He was eager to ascertain his location and the distribution of monsters in the vicinity. Approaching the books, he picked up the parchment map from a volume entitled A Mage's Primer written in the common tongue. He unfurled it on a blood-free patch of ground, weighed down the curling edges, and began to scrutinize it intently. Nina assisted by holding down the other side, and thus the parchment map lay before Gordon, perfectly flattened. The map was intricately detailed, depicting not the sewers of the Black Street, but rather the layout of Calandu, divided into upper and lower tiers. The upper tier represented the streets, while the lower tier illustrated the sewers. Numerous areas were marked with ink, depicting various monstrous skeletal figures. The ink appeared fresh, indicating it had been applied not long ago. Nina was the first to locate her former residence, pointing to it as she addressed Gordon. "Mr. Gordon, this is the place of your birth." Gordon followed Nina's finger to a nondescript junction in the northwestern corner of the map, where 2 skeletal monster symbols were indicated nearby, one representing a rodent-like creature, the other resembling sludge. Clearly, these were the ratmen and the muck creatures Nina had mentioned. Indeed, the details were remarkable. Gordon marveled at the precision, though he noted a slight disappointment. The monster markings seemed confined to the Black Street. In contrast, the sewers of the trading district, the commoners' area, and the nobility's quarters bore no markings beyond the sewer route maps. Nevertheless, this information was still sufficient. Surprisingly, the most dominant and powerful race within the sewers was the goblins, a revelation that took Gordon aback. They firmly occupied the northern section of the Black Street, situated north of the main river artery and near the ocean, bordering the commoners' sewer. Yet, despite their strength, they did not seek expansion. They guarded their territory diligently, only engaging if other monsters encroached upon their domain. Otherwise, down in the Black Street sewer, it seems that apart from the bog frogmen, all other creatures will tremble in the shadows of the goblins. The southwest is not worth mentioning, as the ratmen occupy a significant portion of the sewer, alongside various other monsters such as the bog frogmen, carrion beasts, and mud creatures scattered throughout. In the southeastern region of the sewer where Gordon currently resides, the dog-headed men and goblins are in a standoff. There are 2 goblin clans of considerable size, akin to that of Garrick, within the southeastern area, though they are quite distant from one another. It is not that they do not desire to draw closer. Rather, These three goblin tribes lack unity and often engage in internal strife, resulting in conflicts when they cross paths. The dog-headed men, conversely, are represented by a singular tribe, estimated to consist of over 100 members, situated in the southeast corner near the walls of Free City. Moreover, Godin has marked on the map the location adjacent to the dog-headed men's skeletal insignia, where he also observed a familiar monster emblem featuring a dragon's head with dual wings and 4 claws. Is this a dragon? Chapter 25, The Curtain Falls. Are there other dragons lurking in the sewers? A shiver ran down Godin's spine as he beheld the map's markings, prompting him to summon the elite goblin awaiting nearby. Are there true dragons like myself within the dog-headed men's tribe? What kinds? The elite goblin, initially taken aback by his new master's inquiry, soon gazed in confusion at the markings indicated by Godin's claw on the parchment. Great Master, I have never heard of any other dragons dwelling in the sewers. The old codger never mentioned anything of the sort, and if the kobolds had a true dragon, our Gallic clan wouldn't have survived until today. Those dog-like whelps with their hideous lizard heads. Oh, Master, that's not what I meant. The elite goblin elucidated, somewhat truculently as it spoke of the kobolds, evincing a palpable sense of animosity. However, in its vituperation, it abruptly recalled that its master, too, possessed a lizard's visage, and it hastily began to backtrack. There won't be a next time. Continue, Godin intoned, gazing intently at the goblin groveling before him. Although he cared little for the goblin's blather, he was unconcerned by it. Nevertheless, to uphold the dignity of a true dragon, he would not hesitate to make an example of it. A true dragon is inviolable. Yes, the goblin, now apprehensive, nodded vigorously, assuring him that it would not err again, and it continued to expound to Godin. If the kobolds truly had a dragon backing them, our tribe would likely have been subjugated long ago or served as the kobold supper. Nor would we have encountered such a magnificent and benevolent master as yourself. Every few words, the elite goblin would glance at Godin's countenance, and only when it perceived no alteration would it cautiously proceed. Indeed, Godin acknowledged, nodding, conceding that there was some validity to its words. He, too, was pondering that if the kobolds did indeed have a dragon behind them, the goblins would not be coexisting with the kobolds in this region. It is worth noting that this matter poses no difficulty for the true dragon, which can assert its presence without the need for any minions, effortlessly compelling those fickle goblins to submit. Just as the goblin shaman, slain by its might, succumbed before overwhelming power, these creatures will inevitably become the most loyal servants. Moreover, dragons are inherently territorial magical beings. Even dragon beasts devoid of magical prowess would not tolerate the existence of other threatening entities in proximity to their lairs, a transgression that they could not abide, let alone a true dragon. Even now, Godin has begun to envision how, in a few days' time, he will incorporate the other 2 goblin tribes, ultimately culminating in the conquest of the most formidable kobold faction. He harbors such intentions, it is inconceivable that the dragon does not as well. Unless, perhaps, this thought flickered through Godin's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. After all, nothing occurs without reason. The presence of the mark signifies that there must be a cause. Even if Godin harbors doubts, he must remain vigilant, exercising utmost caution to avoid missteps. Nonetheless, the subjugation of the kobolds is an indispensable component of his plans. When the time comes, whether the kobolds are backed by a dragon can be discerned through the probing of a few goblins. As Godin contemplated, he had already devised his initial 5-year plan for the sewers while studying the map. He aims to secure sufficient territory in the sewers before entering the slumbering phase of a young dragon, striving not merely to dominate the dark street sewers, but at the very least to gain complete control over a designated area. This marks the crucial first step in his plans for the sewers, a significant and pivotal undertaking. This is indeed the world of AIO, a paradise for deities and a proving ground for adventurers. Even the most formidable lone dragon may find itself outmatched by those treacherous adventurers. Moreover, it is but a fledgling dragon, and despite having vanquished all the monsters within the sewers, its strength remains limited. Can it truly challenge foes of a higher tier armed only with fragments of talents no greater than the 3rd rank? It is worth noting that the ancient red dragons and primordial blue dragons, whose lairs are well known across the AIO continent, continue to thrive. The common thread among them is their status as local lords, commanding armies of monstrous kin numbering in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. They have ruled their domains for millennia, impervious to the attempts of councils or kings to dethrone them. Even the celestial deities turn a blind eye. And as for the adventurers, they scarcely possess the courage to confront these mighty beings. At best, they may accept commissions to deal with the minions that wreak havoc under the dragon's command, leaving the true masters for another day. This is also why some true dragons, upon arriving in a new locale, are inclined to gather and subjugate their followers. An overwhelming multitude of vassals will often alert the adventurers and armies long before they can approach the dragons. Consequently, they must endure an unending onslaught from the monsters, with no respite in between. Even if they manage to reach the dragon's lair, they may find it a hollow cavern, devoid of even a single coin. For the dragons have long since sensed the danger and absconded with their treasures. Thus, this understanding is quite clear to Gurdon. In the future, once it dominates the entirety of the Black Street's sewer system, every movement within those tunnels will be within its awareness. In such a scenario, no matter how many adventurers come forth, it will not feel fear. After all, if one cannot prevail, one should simply retreat, an age-old tradition of true dragons. And it sees no fault in this approach. After all, with a lifespan exceeding that of others, why engage in perilous endeavors? With this clarity, Gurdon ceased to be troubled by the dragon's symbols on the map. Without a confidence exceeding 90%, it would not make a move against that kobold tribe. However, the remaining 2 goblin tribes were fair game. Yet today, its capacity for expelling its fiery breath had reached its limit. Recovery would require until tomorrow, as the magma within the body of the young magma dragon needed ample time to coalesce. Unlike an adult magma dragon, which could unleash its fiery breath 8 times in a single battle without issue, the quantity was considerable. The experience of consuming that which it had expelled felt rather peculiar, especially since the magma did not originate from its stomach. Very well, I understand. Gurdon instructed the goblin before it. You may withdraw now, and kindly rouse the others. Also, bring a portion of food from over there. After ensuring that the goblins in the hall would no longer kneel, it reminded the goblin to procure some sustenance. It recalled that both Nina and it had yet to dine. With that said, it resumed its contemplation of the regions on the parchment map, aside from the Black Street. After all, this was the first time it had encountered the map of this free city, Calando, and it remained uncertain how long it would linger here. Would it be in its juvenile phase? Or perhaps its adolescent phase? The prospect of departure was still uncertain. Acquiring a deeper understanding of the intricacies of sewers is undoubtedly beneficial. Meanwhile, the elite goblin, who overheard Gurdon's words, reacted with exaggerated and flamboyant gratitude, nearly prostrating himself at Gurdon's feet. Master, even if the ancestors of the Gallic were to rise from the river of the dead, they would not possess your boundless benevolence. I shall promptly prepare breakfast for you and your kin. Upon noticing the slight furrow in the brow of the black dragon before him, the elite goblin hastily curtailed his flattery and diligently set about fulfilling Gurdon's commands. The Gallic clan was not lacking in provisions. After all, they were in the sewers, where everything one desired was at hand. The goblins, who had been crouched on the ground not far away, finally rose, and the once oppressive atmosphere in the hall softened considerably. However, they remained silent, moving, working, and speaking in hushed tones, fearing to disturb the dragon and the individual intently studying the map on the floor. The hall was still illuminated by flickering flames, with the firewood crackling persistently. The only change was that the master of this hall had undergone a transformation. In less than an hour, Gurdon had become the owner of his first territory, having only been a newly hatched magma dragon for 3 days. Chapter 26. The Adventurers Guild. As Gurdon fervently began to reshape his first domain within the sewers above ground, the gentle golden light of dawn dispersed the morning mist and gloom of the free city, heralding the issuance of daily quests from the Adventurers Guild of Calendar. Celia was still clad in her black hooded cloak, an unchanging attire that concealed her exquisite beauty. She understood well that a sorceress's allure, if left unhidden, would be a calamity. She, along with hundreds of other adventurers, queued outside the guild hall, each receiving a numbered token. Adventurers entered the guild one after another, proceeding to peruse the commissions displayed on the walls in the order of their numbers. It wasn't that the Adventurers Guild was the sole place to accept commissions. Various vocational guilds existed, such as the Thieves Guild, Warriors Guild, and the temples and shrines corresponding to priests, all offering commissions. However, these commissions were more specialized. For instance, thieves were offered thieving assignments, warriors received escort duties, and priests were tasked with exorcising evil spirits, banshees, and skeletons in the villages near the free city. acting on behalf of the divine to rescue ignorant villagers. Mages were mostly engaged in tasks like transcribing scrolls. The Adventurers Guild, on the other hand, offered a broader range of commissions, more general and lower in rank. Most importantly, the monetary rewards were quite generous, significantly higher than those offered elsewhere, where reputation could be used for payment. Moreover, anyone who was a professional could accept commissions here. The temples required faith, even alignment. Those not of lawful good alignment could not accept commissions. The Adventurers Guild was much more convenient, and the difficulty of the commissions was not high, generally involving clearing out monsters and guarding caravans. Most adventurers on the AIO continent were distributed in the first to third tier regions, making these commissions perfectly suited for them. Of course, the Adventurers Guild also had high-level commissions, even legendary commissions, to hunt a male ancient white dragon, Naknos. A bounty of 10 million gold coins, or an equivalent in gemstones, is offered, alongside 3 O's from a female elder silver dragon, provided they align with the respective factions. This commission has remained unfulfilled for nearly 130 years, with countless adventurers venturing into the free city, yet none have dared to accept this perilous task. After all, the age of this dragon surpasses that of their ancestors combined, with the exception of elves and dwarves. However, it must be acknowledged that any adventuring party capable of slaying an ancient white dragon would hardly covet such gold or the promises of an elder silver dragon. Moreover, the challenge level of the ancient white dragon has ascended to nearly the 9th tier of legend, compounded by its loyal minions, rendering the difficulty of its defeat exceptionally high. Only the intervention of divine avatars, or those legendary mages nearing demigod status capable of traversing the astral plane, might suffice. Otherwise, whether a conventional team could vanquish an ancient white dragon remains questionable. It is not one to remain idle and engage in a futile struggle. The ancient white dragon is not only immune to all spells below the extraordinary tier, but is also a proficient spellcaster itself, possessing the ability to fly and employ advanced teleportation. Should it retreat into the depths of glaciers, even a legendary sword saint would find themselves at a loss. The northern glaciers extend into the endless sea, which cannot simply be drained. Furthermore, underwater combat presents its own challenges. Even with potions for underwater breathing, success remains elusive. In summary, the endeavor to slay the ancient white dragon is fraught with challenges, necessitating years of meticulous preparation and a modicum of fortune for any chance of success. However, should one triumph in this formidable quest, the rewards are indeed bountiful. Aside from the commission's remuneration, the treasure hoard of the ancient white dragon is likely to rival that of the venerable silver dragon, a testament to millennia of accumulation. Within its trove lie powerful magical weapons, scrolls, and materials, everything one could desire. Nonetheless, such legendary commissions are seldom encountered. On average, a single legendary task is completed in the continent of AIO roughly every 20 years. Should the frequency increase, it might occur within a decade, or even as little as 5 years. After all, the completion of each legendary commission is often shrouded in bloodshed and the demise of formidable warriors. The fall of a legendary figure is a momentous event, sufficient to be whispered among half the sentient beings of AIO. Beyond the legendary, there are also high-tier and master-level commissions, corresponding to tasks of the 4th to 6th ranks, as well as 7th rank extraordinary to 8th rank heroic endeavors. The most recent master commission was jointly funded by the Merchant Guild of Rhine City, aimed at repelling the blue dragon populace of the Surreal Desert, or rather, resolving the trade route dilemma to prevent blue dragons from assaulting caravans. The frequency of these blue dragon attacks on merchant convoys has escalated alarmingly. It is reported that this week alone, 3 caravans, comprising hundreds of merchants, have vanished amidst the swirling sands. Naturally, the more cunning blue dragons opt for a trade approach, such as polluting oases in the desert and subsequently selling water to weary travelers. The azure dragon seems content with the price, though whether the travelers share that sentiment remains uncertain. Consequently, in light of the recent anomalies involving the azure dragons, the Rhenish merchant guilds aspire to either vanquish or eradicate this band of azure dragon tribesmen who have been assaulting merchants. Alternatively, they seek to at least compel them to vacate the trade route stretching from Rhenish Royal City to Kalando. Initially, the merchants of Rhenish Royal City intended to solicit assistance from the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth, given their profound devotion as adherents within the City of Freedom. However, for reasons unknown, the temple's personnel have been consistently insufficient of late, seemingly dispatched to amass wealth for the Goddess of Fortune. Moreover, the Goddess of Wealth, who had invariably answered their pleas in the past, remained unresponsive this time, failing to deliver even a single divine revelation. Despite their donations totaling 2 million gold coins, no discernible effect was observed. Left with no other recourse, they were compelled to seek assistance from the Adventurers Guild. In addition to issuing a commission for the extermination of the Azure Dragons, they also posted a commission for the escort of merchant caravans, requiring a minimum rank of 4th-tier adventurers. They are loath to relinquish this lucrative trade route, which yields immense riches. The spices, porcelain, and silk transported from the eastern continent. Docking on the eastern shores of the western continent and destined for the Rhenish Federation on the western coast, command prices that far exceed tenfold profits, reaching even a 100-fold increase. Small wonder, then, that the Rhenish merchant guilds are incensed. However, the aforementioned commissions are beyond the capabilities of Celia's team, whose expertise extends only to tasks such as eliminating solitary frost giants. She stood before the commission board, perusing the postings for a duration of 5 minutes, her demeanor composed. This interval afforded her ample time to examine the commissions listed in the lower-tier section, and she leisurely sought a suitable objective. Low-level quest, search for the missing Flander. Number of participants, unlimited. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, deduction of 100 coins upon failure. Clue, a single gold coin. Note, the clue must be verified within the temple of the just god. Cecilia furrowed her brows upon seeing this quest. Was it still unfulfilled? She had assumed it had already been claimed by someone else. This morning, she ventured to the Black Street, motivated by receiving this missing person quest yesterday, hoping to investigate and perhaps stumble upon something fortunate. Regrettably, her inquiries yielded no results, but she fortuitously encountered Nina, which made the trip worthwhile. It was indeed a challenging search. After deliberation, Cecilia decided to abandon the quest. Although the disappearance occurred in Calando, the vastness of the region rendered the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, divination spells proved ineffective. Pursuing this endeavor blindly would amount to a gamble for the 5 members of the Dawn Adventurers Guild, who were currently experiencing financial constraints. As the vice captain, Cecilia had no intention of engaging in such a gamble. She was not a gambler by nature. She recalled that in order to keep Nina by her side, a considerable sum of money was required. Ever since encountering Nina, she had resolved not to let her suffer in the Black Street any longer. She might even be hungry at this moment. Thus, her gaze shifted to the middle section of the low-level quest board, landing on the far-right quest. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Goblin Hall, a succulent, tender, and pale frog leg was thrust toward Nina's mouth. Thank you, Mr. Gurdon, but I'm full, quite full. Nina waved her hand hurriedly, declining the offered pointed frog leg, and she gently patted her round belly, feeling somewhat stuffed. However, she relished her meal, savoring the ample flesh of the unique sharp-nosed frog from the sewers, which was exquisite in flavor. After consuming 3, she felt satiated. These sharp-nosed frogs were among the provisions stored by the goblins, each measuring over a foot in length. Observing that Nina had ceased eating, Gurdon indulged himself, devouring one frog after another with great delight. He utilized the still warm magma to sear the frog meat, imparting a distinctive taste, though it lacked spiciness, leaving a slight sense of disappointment. He mused that next time he must urge Nina to see if there were any condiments like chili peppers available for purchase. Chapter 27. Faith. The other goblins bustling about in the hall watched in astonishment as their new master devoured food like a glutton, consuming one sharp-nosed frog after another, tears nearly streaming from the corners of his mouth. This delicacy had previously been reserved solely for the high priests, reputed to enhance vision in darkness and possessing a delightful sweetness. Yet, they dared not voice any reproach, for even in Gurdon's absence, such fare would not be theirs to enjoy. Instead, they felt a sense of relief accompanying Gurdon as feasting. After all, a well-fed new master would be less inclined to desire the pitiful and fragile goblins. Suddenly, a crisp crack of a whip striking stone echoed through the hall. It served as a reminder that they still had work to do. They hurried to complete their tasks, striving to finish before their esteemed master took his rest. They aimed to present a well-constructed dwelling for him to admire, showcasing the prowess of the Gallic clan. The 10 fastest workers of the day would earn the privilege of drinking with that elite goblin, whose elbows were charred from his labors, as he wielded a whip with one hand, supervising the construction efforts of the goblins. Though its tone was stern, the words were laden with encouragement, as it pointed with a whip towards the distant cauldron exuding a fragrant aroma. As a distinguished goblin among its kin, it possessed a profound understanding of their nature, laziness intertwined with fear, necessitating both gentle persuasion and firm discipline. Only through this approach could it effectively manage this feeble tribe, whose thoughts revolved solely around sustenance and procreation. The task at hand was to dismantle the stone dwelling and construct a nest spacious enough for both a dragon and a human, destined for their esteemed master, Godin. It was determined not to falter on the very first day of the assignment bestowed upon it by Godin. The commotion here was merely a triviality to Godin, who continued to indulge in his meal. It was only when he felt a slight fullness in his abdomen that he gradually ceased his consumption, prompting the goblin attendants nearby to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. If he continued to eat, there would soon be no provisions left. It was not that they were particularly attached to the food. Rather, they feared the consequences of depletion. Should Godin desire more to eat and direct his ire towards them, the outcome would be dire. Serving a dragon was akin to walking alongside a tiger. The risks were ever present. Heaven forbid that one day he might suddenly take a fancy to the taste of green skin. Godin observed his abdomen, which was not as prominently rounded as Nina's, after consuming a meal equivalent to the weight of a sharp-nosed frog, and he felt no sense of distension. He almost suspected that his mouth, along with the spatial pocket within it, had absorbed the food without any sensation of fullness in his stomach. Despite having spent 3 days in the company of the true dragon, Godin could not help but marvel at the exquisite structure of the dragon's physique. Moreover, it senses that its body remains to be developed, nay, to be matured. As the river of time flows ceaselessly, the draconic beings attain their ultimate form, reaching adulthood, and can then be deemed as favored by the creator deity, Io, possessing a colossal heart capable of generating vibrations powerful enough to shatter granite. Its body is shielded by scales of varying sizes, stretching over 20 meters in length from head to tail. The shadow cast by its wings at low altitudes is sufficient to obscure a 100-strong battalion, rendering it a mythical creature. It is said that the primeval dragons could surpass the physical limits of ancient dragons, leaping to lengths exceeding 100 meters and weighing nearly 10 tons. The elemental energy stored within a dragon's blood is what fuels its body, rather than fat. Thus, the notion of dragons becoming corpulent from excessive consumption is utterly unfounded. Additionally, dragons lack any conspicuous means of dissipating body heat. They neither sweat nor breathe heavily. The heat generated is extracted and transformed into energy by the dragon's core organ, the basal vessel, which subsequently stores this energy and converts it into a form suitable for their species. One could argue that even energy expenditure is negligible, rendering them akin to perpetual motion machines. This ultimate biological weapon, indeed, justifies the assertion that dragons are the beneficiaries of Io's grace. Godin turned his gaze away from the writhing, digesting body within and focused on Nina. At this moment, she was perched with her rear end raised, leaning over the map of Kalantu, seemingly believing that this position was more conducive to digestion than lying flat. Nina was diligently perusing a book, her small face wearing a serious expression, as if she were deeply engrossed in her reading. The vellum-bound tome, entitled A Primer for Mages, was among the books the goblins had removed from their sacral chamber. Nina was acutely aware of Gordon's undisguised, ardent gaze, and scarcely had he fixed his eyes on her for 3 seconds when she hastily closed the book. Lifting her head, she regarded the nascent black dragon, now bearing the semblance of a true dragon, with both caution and trepidation. "Master Gordon, have you sated your appetite?" she inquired tentatively. Gordon, however, seemed to muse aloud, his attention directed towards the dragonborn maiden before him. "Do you harbor a profound interest in the arcane arts?" he queried. "Well, not exactly," Nina demurred, a hint of bashfulness coloring her tone. Yet, in Gordon's presence, she no longer felt the same constraint as before. She confessed with earnestness, "I merely believe that, under Master Gordon's protection, I ought to possess some intrinsic worth. If I am unable to render assistance in any matter, Nina would deem herself quite useless. Be it as a mage or a sorceress like Sister Celia, any vocation that enables me to aid Master Gordon would suffice." Nina's voice was barely audible, her countenance flickering with emotion in the firelight. It was evident that she felt a sense of dejection. In the orphanage, Granny Orlon had imparted to her that possessions, once acquired, are not guaranteed to remain forever. To ensure their permanence, one must diligently safeguard them. This principle applied equally to material objects and to emotional bonds. As a dragonborn hybrid, she held a deep reverence for the affections she had gained with difficulty, and she yearned to protect them, lest she lose them. This impelled her fervent aspiration for self-improvement. Initially, Gordon contemplated reassuring her that she could simply remain a facilitator for procurement under his protection. However, upon further reflection, he realized that his departure from this place was inevitable, and he might not be able to take her with him. His temporary guardianship over Nina could not extend indefinitely. Thus, Gordon carefully refined his words and addressed Nina. Indeed, should the need arise, you may command my goblins to assist you in procuring magical components. Furthermore, if you harbor an interest in other vocations, I shall lend my support. Pursue your aspirations, Nina. Though Gordon's tone lacked gentleness, Nina discerned concern in the black dragon hatchling's words. Coupled with his previous actions, her heart was deeply moved. Yet, she suppressed the urge to weep, nodded, and resumed her studies, immersing herself in the arcane texts. Gordon, akin to a feline, reclined on the floor, occasionally observing the progress of the nest the goblins were constructing for him. However, he devoted most of his time to scrutinizing the map of the Free City. With its 2 levels and several districts, an hour was insufficient for his perusal. Moreover, he had already begun formulating his next 5-year plan, to become the subterranean sovereign of Calendar. He was resolute in his ambition. Nina, on the other hand, was engrossed in the abstruse introductory knowledge of magic, feeling her mind teetering on the brink of overload. She felt tempted to relinquish her efforts. But abandoning her book now would invite ridicule from Mr. Gordon. Therefore, Nina persevered, clutching the magical texts and delving into their profound erudition. Occasionally, I cast a glance at Mr. Gordon, who is idly nibbling on his own tail while perusing a map. Then, I find myself pondering the well-being of Sister Celia, whom I just reunited with this morning. I wonder how she is faring now. Yawning. In the free city of Calando, a carriage traverses the wilderness some 10 miles outside the city. Celia, seated within the carriage, feels a tingling sensation at the tip of her nose, prompting an involuntary yawn. Her companions, who share the carriage with her, notice her peculiar behavior and express their concern. "Celia, are you all right?" inquired a female warrior with flowing golden locks. Adorned in silver armor, possessing an ethereal beauty that reflects her Eastern heritage. With a gentle tone, she continued, "Would you like some help?" As she spoke, she retrieved a vial of diluted holy water from her trusty adventurer's pouch. The expedition is about to commence, and the sorceress cannot afford any mishaps. "Marglesia, I assure you, I am fine. I may have risen too early today, and the sea breeze has left me a tad chilled." Celia replied with a sheepish smile from beneath her black hood, waving her hand to decline the offer. "Very well then, should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me." Marglesia Vaughn remarked, casting a glance at the sorceress, who had once again lowered her head in contemplation, and thus fell silent. They began to conserve their energy and rest. This assignment is notably more challenging than their previous quests in the Northern Territories. Had they not prepared specifically for this endeavor, they would have never consented to Celia taking on such a task. Mission objective, Dragon Line Mission Team Restriction, 1 mission reward, 300 gold coins or equivalent magical artifacts. The carriage continued its journey, accompanied by the occasional guttural growl emanating from Celia's familiar, the pseudo-dragon Liz, a warning to deter goblins, kobolds, and other such creatures from approaching. Liz reveled in her role as a natural scout. Thus, the carriage carrying Celia advanced southward along the wilderness road, leaving behind the towering, walled Free City, which gradually receded into the distance until it vanished from sight. Chapter 28. Setting traps. O great, benevolent, and all-powerful master, your most devoted servant has carried out your instructions. The black dragon WIRM, reclining in the clearing, opened its vertical pupils, possessing dual pupils and lenses capable of effortlessly focusing, magnifying, and contracting. It could perceive its surroundings with exceptional clarity. The first sight that greeted its gaze was the seemingly perpetual bonfire in the hall, with sparks scattering everywhere, and the uneven walls covered in black-green ferns that disappeared into the darkness, a familiar scene. However, its attention was drawn to an unsightly green-skinned creature prostrate on the ground below, its head nearly touching the earth, gazing up at it. Evidently, this was the source of the earlier voice. It recognized the creature as a recently acquired minion. The black dragon WIRM then observed the detailed, albeit slightly wrinkled, map of the Free City spread around it, along with scattered books. A dragon-blooded maiden was nestled beside it, fast asleep and clutching its tail, her bare feet touching its forelegs with their soft pads, a sensation both cool and warm. Gordon swiftly recalled that he had inadvertently fallen asleep while studying the sewer maps. After enduring 2 successive major battles, Its reserves of energy were utterly depleted by dragon breath and bursts of physical exertion, leaving not a scintilla remaining. It gently twitched its slender tail within the maiden's embrace, cautiously shifting its form to avoid disturbing the slumbering dragon-blooded girl. It had been an age since she had enjoyed such a peaceful repose, nestled in a warm chamber hall, alongside her beloved dragon, free from care and apprehension. In her dreams, a delicate curve graced her lips, suggesting a narrative as delightful as reality. Gurdon unfurled himself from the map, stretching languidly like a feline. His dragon wings silently expanded within the hall, the resulting draft causing them to flicker momentarily. Though dragons are often classified as reptiles, clad in scales, and scornfully referred to as immense, winged lizards, they constitute a unique species unto themselves, distinct from reptiles. The forepart of its anatomy resembles that of a large feline, both in skeletal structure and musculature. However, the muscular arrangement spanning from the cervical vertebrae to the caudal vertebrae mirrors that of a massive serpent. Undeniably, both creatures would have been apex predators in the natural world of the previous era. Gurdon raised his somewhat elongated neck, casting a sweeping gaze around the hall before focusing on the elite goblin, whose head was practically buried in the ground. "Arise," he commanded, his voice toneless and gravelly. The unadulterated voice of a lava dragon, devoid of any artifice. Yet, his words were uttered softly, seemingly to avoid rousing the slumbering maiden. Upon glancing around, it noticed an unexpected structure within the hall. A circular platform, elevated approximately 3 feet above the ground, served as the lair constructed by the goblins as per its command. The materials for this edifice were salvaged from the dwelling originally intended for goblin warriors and priests. While it may not have been a perfect replication in the eyes of Gurdon, it held no qualms regarding the goblin's craftsmanship. Present circumstances left no room for such fastidiousness. Had it not been for the need to assert its authority, it would have been content to sleep on the ground, having even rested amidst refuse just the day prior. "Yes, master." The voice of the green-skinned goblin, naturally low, dropped even further in deference to Gurdon's muted tone. Fortunately, although dragons lack external ears, their unique ability to perceive sound through the intricately structured scales enables them to discern every subtle noise in their vicinity. Observing the green-skinned goblin rise, still hunched and attempting to minimize its height, it seemed apprehensive of displeasing its new master. Yet, Gurdon was not preoccupied with such thoughts. It merely cast a brief glance before striding away with agile grace, soundlessly departing the spot, while the goblin hurriedly limped after it. The injuries inflicted by the magma had not healed within a mere day. Nevertheless, the exhilaration coursing through its spirit far outweighed the corporeal agony. Especially upon witnessing Gurdon's approving nod and observing it recline momentarily upon the circular platform. Gurdon did not linger long in repose. It leapt down from the 3-foot-high platform. Indeed, the view from such an elevation was distinctly different, and it was no wonder that so many true dragons favored nesting upon lofty mountains. "Let us proceed." Gurdon instructed the goblin trailing behind him after leaping from the high platform to explore the surroundings of the hall. "Yes, my master." The goblin responded with unwavering respect, displaying no hint of impatience, for it dared not. Upon exiting the hall, Gurdon nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, he had overlooked the details, but now, having calmed his mind to observe, he discovered that the goblin's lair was not a mere coincidence, but rather an exceptionally advantageous location. Firstly, a sewer river flowed just outside the goblin hall, spanning 4 to 5 meters in width, with a sheer black wall opposite that offered no footholds. This was in stark contrast to what Gurdon had encountered at the dry riverbed, where there were structures with bridges providing access. Moreover, there were only 2 passageways leading out of this hall, one to the left and the other to the right. Just a few meters to the left, a corner awaited, which was the direction Gurdon had come from. The right passage extended further, also culminating in a turn. The width of these passageways could only accommodate a single adult at a time. Any additional presence would risk tumbling into the deep, murky waters below. Both passageways were cleverly designed with corners that obscured the flickering light of the hall's campfire from the outside world. Additionally, Gurdon ventured beyond the hall, taking the right passageway to exit the lair. Upon emerging, he noted that the route into this goblin nest was rather secluded, nestled within the narrow fissures connecting the standard sewer lines. Should an adventurer clad in armor attempt to enter, they would find it exceedingly difficult to squeeze through, especially if they were of a robust build. With a growing familiarity of the surrounding map, Gurdon was acutely aware that should he exit the fissure, he would find himself on the main thoroughfare of the sewer. Proceeding along this path and executing a few left turns at subsequent junctions will swiftly lead to an encounter with, or at least a sighting of, another goblin tribe known as the Kaz, a term that, in the goblin tongue, signifies divinely favored, or the tribe blessed by the gods. However, their strength merely surpasses that of the Gallic clan, which Gordon has recently subjugated. According to Gordon's elite goblins, Kaz's self-proclaimed title is a blatant act of self-aggrandizement. The goblins express this sentiment with palpable resentment, indicating a strained relationship. Nevertheless, given Gordon's current recuperating state and the incomplete reconnaissance of the surrounding area, a period of consolidation is necessary before embarking on the conquest of the next tribe. One must consume incrementally, first solidifying the base of operations before gradually encroaching upon new territories. As a nascent dragon, Gordon possesses an immense appetite but limited power, a principle it fully comprehends. Consequently, Gordon conducted several patrols of the vicinity, yet encountered not even a single rodent, yielding no spoils. However, its primary intention was to familiarize itself with the environment and correlate it with the mental map it had retained. Mindful of the lessons of the past, it had no desire to find itself trapped in a cyclical predicament. Excellent, Master. Upon receiving Gordon's command, the goblin promptly retrieved several ready-made traps from the hall, large animal snares. Gordon furrowed its brow slightly upon viewing them, extending its draconic wings to prevent the goblin from immediately setting them in the nearby passages. With these, it inquired, its voice tinged with skepticism. Yes, Master. Big ones. The biggest and best. The green-skinned goblin brandished the massive snare as if exhibiting a prized possession. After all, those who have encountered the small understand the superiority of the large. Goblins share this sentiment. In their perspective, larger always trumps smaller, a testament to their battle-hardened experience. Upon hearing this, Gordon could not help but sigh, realizing that he had to shoulder the burden of his subordinate's lack of intelligence. He remarked with a hint of indifference. To minimize risks to his own safety, Gordon pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against allowing the goblins to wield the blades themselves. Placing one's safety in the hands of a band of goblins was, in itself, a profoundly irresponsible decision. With a gentle mental sweep, Gordon identified dozens of alarm traps suitable for the terrain. He then began instructing the goblins standing by to set to work. To be frank, his claws lacked the agility of these diminutive goblins. After nearly 2 hours, Gordon and the goblins finally completed their perimeter defenses. During this time, Nina, who had awakened intermittently, came to observe Gordon a few times, though her understanding of traps was limited to mere curiosity. Once the tasks surrounding their territory were fully accomplished, Gordon found himself oblivious to the passage of time due to the lack of daylight. He was only aware of a growing hunger gnawing at his abdomen. With a resigned smile, he approached the drowsy girl and gently touched her head with his forelimb, rousing Nina from her stupor. Time to eat, he stated matter-of-factly. All right. Nina quickly rose to her feet, though she felt somewhat unsteady after having crouched for so long. It was only when Gordon unfurled his dragon wings to provide her with support that she regained her balance. Their dining location was not upon the high platform, but rather beside the crackling campfire. Although the food had not undergone the transformative touch of magma, Gordon was still able to accept it as long as it was not frozen. Above, the silvery light glimmers, indicating that Nina's coins have scattered across the high platform. Let us proceed. Tonight, we shall feast on the delicacies of the sharp-nosed frog. Mr. Gurdon, wait for me. After finally regaining her balance, Nina, whose legs felt somewhat numb, hurried to catch up with Gurdon as he walked away. The other goblins in the hall gazed fearfully at the peculiar duo of a human and a dragon, who seemed somewhat out of place. Silence reigned. The bonfire continued to blaze, and the banquet had commenced. Chapter 29. The Fortunate Ones Beneath the Deep Blue Night Sky. The dim stars were shrouded within the gray clouds, as if cloaked in a delicate veil. Only the moon goddess, sullen in her lunar form, was embedded within the pale clouds, eternally gazing upon the continent of Ao. Indeed, the faint starlight was of particular interest only to the temple priests and astrologers. The majority of commoners, nobles, and adventurers remained immersed in the warmth of their homes, the revelry of banquets, and the conviviality of taverns, indulging in the most mundane of emotions. In the free city of Kalandu, a coastal city located on the eastern shore of the western continent, the streets were aglow with light. Especially within the trade and noble districts, the throngs of people jostled against one another, creating an overwhelming sea of humanity. Countless carriages raced down King S Avenue, their hooves kicking up dust, as if hurrying to the next soiree hosted by the nobility. Merchants traveling from various realms brought with them a bounty of gold coins, bestowing prosperity and vitality upon this city blessed by the goddess of wealth. The dock area was equally bustling, filled with dockworkers laboring through the night, drenched in sweat, embodying the fervor of industriousness. The premonition stemmed from a warning delivered by a priest of Talos, the god of storms, just days prior. He foretold a tempest brewing at sea, potentially engulfing the harbor, urging them to prepare with haste. Confronted with the admonition of Talos' priest, the maritime merchants dared not dismiss it. They hastily engaged the dockworkers, offering several times their usual wages to expedite the movement of goods through the night. Furthermore, they relocated their vessels to more sheltered moorings, mitigating the risk of property damage. Yet, where there is light, shadows invariably lurk. While the graveyards of the common district might harbor thieves pilfering corpses for mages and warlocks, the aristocratic cemetery, with its vigilant patrols, was eerily silent, devoid of even the distant bark of a dog. The sole source of illumination emanated from a modest cottage, its lamp casting a feeble glow that barely pierced the surrounding gloom, illuminating a mere 3 feet of soft earth and the ornate tombstone at the cottage's edge. Upon closer inspection, 2 faint, distorted figures could be discerned through the window panes, their hushed conversation audible to those nearby. The merchandise? Produce it without delay. A raspy, aged voice croaked from within the cottage. Any aristocrat who frequented the cemetery to honor the departed would recognize the voice as that of George Norton, the newly appointed caretaker of the cemetery. A man with hair as white as snow, a frame nearing its final repose, and the telltale blue eyes of a Taldan, his frail form perpetually racked by coughs. The following day, news of his demise reached us, and it is likely that no one in the aristocratic district was taken aback. However, George Norton was quite accustomed to the graveyard, as he was, after all, its caretaker. Another figure, upon hearing George Norton's words, hesitated momentarily before retrieving a sealed circular barrel from below. A sense of foreboding washed over George as his already pallid expression now bore a hint of trepidation. When the barrel was opened, a chilling mist billowed forth, and his countenance morphed into one of barely contained fury as he glared at the cloaked figure before him. The white dragon egg. This was the 3rd time. Why must it be this damned white dragon egg again? Inside the barrel lay a white dragon egg, adorned with icy blue patterns, standing a foot tall, emanating an aura of frigidness. Undoubtedly, it was the egg of a white dragon, an inferior specimen, incapable of enduring even a single cycle. You have squandered several months of my time and precious resources. His murky blue eyes fixed intently on the mysterious figure clad in black, demanding an explanation. George, you are aware of the immense risks involved last time. I nearly revealed myself. I truly cannot afford any further exposure at this juncture. The only eggs I can pilfer are these, the figure replied. Moreover, the white dragon egg is indeed a true dragon, is it not? I have not violated our agreement. The enigmatic figure raised their hands in a gesture of helplessness. He comprehended the plight of the aging man before him, who had sacrificed much in pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Yet, he remained rational, fully aware that his own sacrifices were no less significant. The only difference lay in the severity of their fates. Ever since the fateful attack of the lava dragon on Calando, he had narrowly escaped the scrutiny of the cathedral bishops residing in Calando and the archmages atop the White Tower, who had sought to divine his destiny. Had he not beseeched the assistance of his revered deity, the god of deception and illusions, Lyra, he might well have found himself condemned to the pyre, a victim of the populace's ire. Nevertheless, he had paid a substantial price. Having attained the 7th tier of his profession, his soul would eternally belong to Lyra, destined to serve her. However, the cursed white dragon egg, after being infused with my concoction, exhibited a hatching likelihood that was a staggering 50% lower than that of other true dragon breeds, not to mention the subsequent 2 steps required. The success rate was abysmally low, scarcely exceeding 2%. This near-zero probability acted like a deadly poison, irresistibly drawing him in. It was akin to a game of chance, knowing the odds were against him, yet still feeling compelled to take a risk. Edward, the elderly George implored, his voice having morphed into a plea, as he raised his hands in prayer towards his longtime collaborator, Edward Henry. He yearned for a miracle, hoping that Edward might transform the white dragon egg into that of another dragon species, anything but a white dragon. After all, there remained a slim chance of 1%. Perhaps success was still within reach. George, Lady Luck is smiling, is she not? Edward Henry jested with a light-hearted tone. Yet upon observing the still troubled visage of George Norton, he ultimately sighed. Perhaps next time. I have heard that the blue dragons in the surreal desert have become agitated, and merchants have employed a band of professionals to deal with them. It presents a splendid opportunity for profit. Who knows? You might even procure a dragon egg. And it could serve you well until your last breath. One can only hope. The elder replied with a similar sigh, donning his gloves as he retrieved the dragon egg, kept in a frigid environment, from the barrel. He then addressed his old friend, let us be on our way. I hope to hear good news from you in advance next month. Now, I must confront my own despair. Wishing you the best of luck, tonight. The moon goddess shall bless you. Edward Henry watched the elder, who clutched the dragon egg as he departed from his seat, reciting the common blessing among humankind in the continent of Ao. He too exited the dimly lit cabin, adjusted his attire, inhaled deeply, and then strolled into the encroaching darkness. Several hours later, the distant lights had dimmed considerably. The elder emerged from the cabin's basement, a black bag containing the shattered remnants of the dragon egg in hand. His expression devoid of emotion as he left the cemetery and made his way to the nearest sewer entrance. Without question, it had been yet another failure. The dice of Lady Luck had not rolled a 20. He had even failed to preserve the egg, which had exploded outright. However, he had long been mentally prepared, directly casting the dragon shell into the mouth of the sewer, allowing the current to carry it away, confident that creatures would assist in disposing of the remnants. The transplantation of the base blood vessels and the human draconification were merely a sheet of paper away, yet this sheet represented an insurmountable barrier for him. He hoped that the goddess of the moon would truly bless him, for he had steadfastly adhered to the code in his heart, using only the 5-colored dragon and other malevolent alien dragon eggs, never once employing a metallic dragon egg. The sewer, Plateau Kaz, renowned for its distinctive 4 toes, was leading 10 goblin guards on patrol around the clan's perimeter today, warding off the vile and unsightly kobolds from ambushing or plundering their kin. This situation could not persist. Plateau Kaz pondered absent-mindedly until, at a corner, a gleam of light captured his attention. Behold, what is this? A gleaming copper coin. Plateau Kaz felt a surge of joy, guiding the goblins towards the corner. Although slightly deviating from their patrol route, he deemed it worthwhile for the sake of a copper coin. After all, its purchasing power in the underground was quite substantial, with numerous intelligent races willing to trade food for it, not for consumption, but to offer tribute to the black dragon residing in their territory. Ultimately, the black dragon had a penchant for coins. Plateau Kaz and his 10 goblins reached the corner and picked up the copper coin. Could it be that today is my lucky day? Mused Plateau Kaz, his heart buoyed by the prospect. It seemed that even the act of discovering currency had befallen it, undoubtedly. Every goblin within the clan would be consumed with envy at its fortune. It was truly a goblin blessed by the divine. Stumptoe Cats, having retrieved the copper coin, squinted, his eyes mere slits, as he surveyed the surroundings, seeking any overlooked treasures. Indeed, another coin lay ahead, its luster unlike the previous copper pieces, shimmering with a resplendent silver hue. By the gods, it was a silver coin. Stumptoe Cats, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer delight of the discovery, hastily led his 10 companions forward to claim the silver prize. He was immensely grateful to the high priest for the duty roster that had placed him on duty today. Otherwise, this windfall would have fallen into the hands of that wretched Kenai Cats. Praise the gods. Stumptoe Cats, with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, lunged forward, seizing the silver coin from the ground. Yet, as he attempted to rise, he abruptly noticed a throng of dark figures emerging from the bend ahead, casting a shadow over the area. A dense horde of goblins, among them 3 elite specimens. Damnation, it was the green-skinned whelps from the Gallic clan, a trap. Then, from the opposite bend in the tunnel, a dark silhouette appeared, short in stature, yet adorned with partially unfurled wings, formidable brow horns, and sharp claws, complemented by thick black scales. It was a true dragon. A veritable dragon, in league with goblins, had obstructed their path. Gods above, was he dreaming? Stumptoe Cats cried out inwardly, watching the approaching dragon with trepidation, frozen in place, unable to move. The lesser goblins under his command had long succumbed to the aura of the dragon, their legs failing them, some even involuntarily voiding their bladders. The 11-member monster squad presented a pathetic spectacle, with the buff from Lord of Gallic, most common goblins, especially the frail ones, couldn't withstand his draconic presence. Gordon had tested this within the Gallic clan yesterday, so none of this came as a surprise. Knock them unconscious. A cold, guttural voice echoed through the passage. The Gallic goblins who heard the command responded immediately, striking the Kaz goblins and binding them with rope. Gordon knew that these elite goblins could revolt at any moment before the priest fell. To avoid chaos, he chose to err on the side of caution. His plans didn't include these goblins anyway. Soon, the goblins were securely bound and unconscious. Take them away, Gordon ordered. The 11 unconscious goblins were moved to a prepared location. The passage returned to silence. As before, Gordon hung upside down in the shadows at the bend, silent and still like a black gargoyle. Below him, centered in his vision, lay a gleaming copper coin, resting on the reeking, mossy flagstones, awaiting its purpose. The next lucky one, Chapter 30, Perfection, combined 4,500, Kaz, known as the broken toe, awoke from a blinding headache, yearning to cradle its throbbing head, only to discover that its hands and feet were firmly bound. Faintly, it could hear someone nearby cursing in the goblin tongue. You wretched green-skinned scions of the Gallic clan, all you do is ambush. Why not face me in a fair fight? The coarse yet slightly sharp voice was unmistakably that of Sharp-Eye Kaz. Beyond this familiar voice, only the howling wind of the sewer could be heard, accompanied by the dim flicker of a torch illuminating the surroundings. Broken Toe Kaz discerned that it was in a secluded, spacious clearing not far from the Kaz clan. However, this place was seldom visited, as it was a dead end. In addition to the environment, it noted the disarray of green-skinned figures sprawled across the ground. To its astonishment, there were 10 goblins lying there, along with 3 elite goblins nearby, one of whom was none other than Sharp-Eye Kaz. The other 2 appeared to be unconscious, yet still alive. Broken Toe, you have awakened. The familiar intonation of Sharp-Eye has reached its ears, seemingly having detected the groan that accompanied Broken Toe's splitting headache. Broken Toe turned its head to meet Sharp-Eye's gaze, only to find not a trace of defeat on its face, but rather a spirit brimming with determination, as if ready to join forces with an old rival. Come, join me in denouncing those treacherous green-skinned scoundrels who strike without honor. They utterly disgrace our identity as goblins, akin to swine. You have not encountered this. Duntokez gazed at the fierce visage of Sharp-Eye, sensing that it had not witnessed the terrifying true dragon. Otherwise, its demeanor would surely be vastly different. However, its words were cut short, for it heard it, the sound of numerous footsteps echoing through the solitary corridor. Someone was approaching. It sealed its lips, remaining silent. Yet Sharp-Eye Kaz, like a maddened hound incited to frenzy, began to bark wildly, its tirade of invective unceasing. Indeed, its voice seemed to provoke the creature at the end of the passage, hastening its steps. Amidst the dim light, goblins emerged, each bearing the unconscious, bound captives. Coming into Dunto's view, narrowing its eyes, Duntokez scrutinized the arriving Gallic clan, a twinge of panic stirring within. Another batch has arrived, surely. Fewer than 10 goblins remain in the tribe, with the elite all here. In the Kaz clan, likely only their chief, Heavy Hammer Kaz, a goblin warrior, remains. Alongside the priestess Ryla Kaz, a rare female goblin spellcaster devoted to the goblin deity Hamriel. Thud, thud, thud. The captives were unceremoniously discarded to the ground, bound like caterpillars, with no fear of their haphazard treatment rousing the slumbering green-skinned goblins. The goblins of the Gallic clan, beholding their former adversaries prostrate and incapacitated, felt an inexpressible elation. The notion that serving a powerful master brought forth such benefits flitted through their minds. The invectives of Keen-Eye Cats persisted, yet the goblins refrained from harming him, seemingly indulging in a morbid amusement as they observed their old foe and allowed his vituperations to continue. Cowards! Swine! A duel! You good-for-nothings! The pre-battle revelry concludes here. An elite goblin declared. Brothers of the Gallic clan. Yura! Yura! The other goblins echoed in response, swiftly silencing the incessant Keen-Eye Cats with a club, fracturing his skull and causing a profusion of blood. The discipline and solidarity displayed evoked trepidation in the secretly observing Severed Toe. A master? It seemed to be the Black Dragon. Yet, it was unlike any Black Dragon he knew, for they were typically skeletal. The Black Dragon Severed Toe Cats beheld was more robust, lacking the slender neck and fleshless skull characteristic of its kind. From the words of the elite goblin, Severed Toe discerned their impending action. They were about to assault their tribe. Severed Toe Cats anxiously pondered whether the chieftain and others could defend their territory, fervently hoping they would not be scattered. If the black dragon remained singular, there was still a chance. This was the sole method by which its diminutive intellect could conceive of averting defeat. The chieftain and the cleric must not be separated, lest they be vanquished piecemeal, resulting in the utter ruin of their cat's clan. The clan, once favored by the celestial deities, would be reduced to a mere vassal of a suspected black dragon. While this might not seem entirely dishonorable, dependence on the strong often exacts a heavy toll, a principle understood even by the 3-year-old kobolds dwelling in the sewers. Yet, confined and bound as it was, how could it possibly escape to deliver its warning? Alas, its only recourse lay in beseeching the celestial pantheon to safeguard the cat's clan. Hamriel above, protect the cat's clan. Grumbling, Hammer Cat settled heavily into a wooden chair, its weary frame groaning under the strain. This elicited a slight frown from Ryla Katz, who had been meditating nearby. She opened her eyes, their irises of vivid scarlet, and said with ill-concealed annoyance, "If you break the chair I just repaired, Hammer, you will find yourself summarily ejected. A full 10 of them, 10 in total. Kenai, Toebreaker, they've all vanished as well. Could it be that kobold?" The goblin warrior trailed off, his implication clear. Ryla Katz dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand, considering such behavior typical of these green-skinned creatures, given their limited intellect. As a spellcaster, she had always looked down upon her kin, despite sharing their lineage. Hammer was about to interject when a commotion outside seized his attention. "Ula! Ula!" The taunts of goblins echoed through the air. Heavy Hammer Kez immediately rose from his chair and lowered his head to exit the somewhat cramped sorcerer's hut. His pupils constricted as he distinctly perceived a group of creatures across the road belonging to the clan, 5 or 6 goblins. They stood with their backs turned, mockingly exposing their rear ends, which were only partially concealed, and emitted a series of derisive sounds. This sight ignited an inferno of rage within the already irritable Heavy Hammer Kaz, who seized a stone hammer and thundered out in pursuit. A few clan goblins trailed closely behind him. He bellowed, "Green-skinned wretches of Garrick, you are courting death. I shall smash you into a pulp to feed the rats. Do not flee." As the goblins scattered in a frenzy, the unspent fury within Heavy Hammer Kaz surged, propelling him forward in relentless pursuit. Behind him, unbeknownst to him, a shadow crept silently from the upper reaches of the sewer into the Kaz clan. The creature, Gurdon, hung upside down from the ceiling, its claws gripping the rocky surface soundlessly as it approached the Kaz tribe, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the bonfire hall. Here, however, the totems, indistinguishable in visage, vastly outnumbered those of the Garrick clan, with almost every structure adorned with totemic engravings. Yet, devoid of any magical essence, they seemed merely symbolic of a belief. Once Gurdon discerned that the totems posed no threat, it boldly descended from above into the very heart of the Kaz clan, precisely where it had first observed Heavy Hammer exiting his dwelling. The meticulously crafted hut exuded an aroma that starkly contrasted with the malodorous dwellings nearby, manifestly a residence befitting someone of high status. Unsurprisingly, it belonged to the spellcaster of the Kaz clan. Godhan marveled at this, acknowledging the hidden talents within the Calandros sewers, where 2 consecutive tribes possessed spellcasters. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the wilderness. Encountering one could spell disaster for adventurers. He refrained from immediate descent. Although the goblin population here was even smaller than before, Godhan would only act as a last resort. Surprise remained his most effective strategic approach. And time was on his side. Ryla Katz slowly opened her eyes and exhaled, completing her round of prayers. She sensed a subtle augmentation of divine power within herself, perhaps soon surpassing that of the old codger. Ryla Katz harbored a long-held ambition to unify the 3 goblin tribes of the Blackstreet sewers. But the presence of the Gallic clan's spellcasting priest stood as an impediment. This was a constant source of vexation for her. Frowning slightly, Ryla Katz found herself displeased with everything around her, particularly the dilapidated chair recently occupied by Warhammer Katz. "It's better off discarded," she mused, resolving to deny him entry in the future, thus preserving the pristine condition of her carefully arranged abode. She had exerted tremendous effort to extract the fragrance from a mass of grease, which aided her meditation and prayers. The contamination was truly lamentable. With these thoughts in mind, Ryla stepped out of the small hut, clutching a dilapidated chair. Within the hall, a handful of goblins busied themselves with food preparation or weapon repairs. Ryla paid them no heed. It was a scene all too familiar. However, Just as she was about to take her next step, she heard a faint hissing sound. A subtle intake of breath that did not escape her keen ears. Something loomed above her. As a young spellcaster, Ryla Kaz had let her guard down. Especially since the sewers were protected by heavy hammers, and this was the Kaz clan. She had not even entertained the thought of evasion. Her only desire was to satisfy her curiosity about what lay above. Then, her pupils constricted in shock. By Hemuriel, what was this? She beheld a dragon. A genuine hatchling dragon. Its pale yellow scales glimmered with a faint glow, and as air flowed into the hatchling's lungs, it cycled through to the core organ of a true dragon, the blood vessel, transforming into magma capable of incinerating all in its path in mere moments. A golden red light flickered at the hatchling's maw, ready to emerge. Yet, the hatchling was quicker than she anticipated. It leaped down effortlessly from above, landing with the grace of a cat, and in an instant, it seized the inexperienced spellcaster. Its sharp claws pierced her limbs, pinning her firmly to the ground. Hearing the creature's cries and moans beneath its claws, Gurdon had initially intended to breathe fire for added excitement. Nevertheless, it suppressed the urge to vomit. There remained a goblin champion to contend with, and considering the caster's ineptitude, it resolved to save its magma spit for the next adversary. With that thought, its razor-sharp claws swiftly lacerated the caster's throat. Blood flowed, and the campfire blazed on. The sudden commotion that erupted in the hall was quickly quelled. An unnerving silence descended. In absolute stillness, not a single goblin was to be seen. Even when the hall was deserted, one could usually spot a few goblins attending to the clan's logistical needs. Yet now, they were conspicuously absent. The only constant was the subtle fragrance in the air, the aroma emanating from the cabin, which offered a modicum of solace to Warhammer Kaz. However, the scent today possessed an odd quality, as if adulterated with something foreign. But in an instant, it dismissed the unsettling notion. With Rayala present, surely no enemy could approach without triggering some alarm. Out with you, you wretched scoundrels. Thinking of shirking your duties before the sun even rises. Warhammer Kaz bellowed throughout the clan grounds, attempting to rouse the lazy goblins hiding in tents or shadowy corners. Damn it, when I catch you, I'll have you all strung up. Warhammer Kaz brandished his stone hammer, cleaving the air with a resounding whoosh. The goblins trailing behind him stumbled and fell, nearly being crushed by its weight. Rayala, Rayala, come out and punish these lazy wretches. I've only been gone a short while, and they're already this indolent. What will become of them? Warhammer Kaz continued, searching through the fetid structures while calling out to the exquisite cabin. Punishment is typically carried out by the priest, invoking the name of the goblin god Hemuriel. However, Chaos, the hammer, searched through several small huts, yet found none of the goblins that usually lazed about in hiding. Rella, why do you ignore me? A commonplace sound of inhalation echoed from within, fueled by anger. Chaos forcefully pushed open the door, only to be left in shock. Corpses, everywhere lay the bodies of goblins. Familiar faces littered the room, including Rella, who had just moments ago hastily ordered him away, her throat slashed by talons. Blood flowed relentlessly from her neck, yet the scent was masked by an overwhelming fragrance, rendering it nearly undetectable. More astonishing was the sight of a menacing creature perched atop Rella's corpse, a being with wings, reminiscent of a true dragon. Flames burned upon its chest, illuminating the small hut with a fierce glow. Then, Chaos was engulfed by blinding golden red light, instantaneously bathing him in the searing heat of magma. His body succumbed to flames, melting away, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Accompanying this descent was a whisper. I apologize. She is already dead. I am truly sorry. Yet, is this not perfect? Isn't it, little one? Gurdon wiped the crimson from its claws, flicking its elongated dragon tail, its dark golden slit eyes gazing at the goblin. Now several meters away from the doorway, with a grin. Chapter 31, The Roar of the Whelp, in the sewers, within the Kaz clan hall. Chaos looked down at the robust goblin warrior's body, slowly eroding and dissolving beneath the magma. The progress has been sluggish, lacking the previous efficacy of the molten baths of the ratmen. Many goblins display signs of charring, yet flames flicker within the charred areas. However, these oddities have become commonplace in the bonfire hall. It is the dark iron-hued orbs floating above the corpses that truly captivate its attention. Every elite creature with second-tier combat prowess that Gurdon encounters, without exception, has been a spellcaster, all of whom have met their demise at its hands. It is not that Gurdon desires their submission. After all, a living second-tier creature holds far greater utility than a mere dark iron talent. Yet, such a choice would also pose risks, albeit minor ones. Gurdon is unwilling to take that risk, thus leaving those second-tier monsters with no alternative but death. The primary reason for this is the inhospitable environment of the sewer, where a myriad of monstrous races intermingle, compounded by the pressure from external adventurers. Keeping an additional second-tier creature as a subordinate is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment, perhaps after a setback in battle. This verbal submission lacks any substantial contract to bind it, which is a crucial factor in Gurdon's distrust. It harbors no faith in any of the sewer's denizens. Preferring to err on the side of caution rather than embrace risk, this is Gurdon's philosophy. After all, Gurdon is merely an oddly developed, yet still relatively feeble drake, too weak in both Kalandu and this sewer. Its slit pupils remained fixated on the all-too-familiar dark iron talent orbs. Gordon did not hesitate. He swiftly drew the dark, iron-colored orb of light from the nearly charred corpse, which quickly merged into his chest, adorned with large scales. He had not yet had the chance to observe the talent shards from the sorceress who had slain the Kaz clan, merely absorbing them. Now that the matter was resolved, he delightfully focused his consciousness on the small green dot below. The moment had arrived to reap and savor the fruits of victory. A faint blue luminescent screen, accompanied by lines of dancing data, instantly enveloped Gordon's field of vision. The pale blue screen was reflected in his obsidian-like vertical pupils. Ding. Host detected absorbing a talent shard. System is undergoing analysis. Progress 15 ding. Analyzing ding. Analysis successful. Identified as first-tier talent. Endurance. Ding. Analysis successful. Identified as first-tier talent. Alliance morale. Ding. Analysis successful. Identified as second-tier talent. Heavy weapon mastery. Ding. Analysis successful. Identified as second-tier talent. Devotion. Activate. Yes, no. Among the goblins he had previously slain, only 2 had granted him white orbs of light. The others perished without yielding any value. However, they served a purpose, allowing the returning goblin warriors to remain oblivious to any anomalies. The remaining 2 second-tier talents were bestowed upon him by the 2 most formidable figures of the Kaz tribe. Gordon continued to examine the information. The effects of endurance were self-evident. He promptly selected no to decompose it. This innate ability has already been acquired, and the ability to decompose brings him a sense of agility. Another first-tier talent, allied morale, piqued Gurdon's curiosity, as it appeared to be a beneficial aura. However, upon examining the effects, Gurdon felt disheartened. Allied morale. As the number of your kin nearby increases, you will receive a modest boost to your morale. The greater the number, the higher the morale. Note, when 1,000 goblins encounter an injured ogre, they do not consider him their master. Rather, they ponder which part would be most delectable. For goblins, this talent is indeed advantageous, yet for the lava dragon Gurdon, it is scarcely worth mentioning. After all, he is currently unaware of how many kin he possesses. However, from the memories of dragon heritage, it is known that his kin are quite rare on this continent of AIO, far less common than the vibrant and metallic dragons. No, decompose. The heavy weapon mastery talent was distressing to behold. Does this talent expect a true dragon to abandon its formidable claws to wield a hammer in combat against monsters? A hammer may be useful, but as long as decomposition is possible, it is not a significant concern. Gurdon maintains a tranquil mindset. The final talent, devotion, has the effect. Your devotion is known to the gods, and your prayers are more likely to be heard by the deity you revere. Your daily prayers are equivalent to those of an ordinary believer over 10 days. If Gurdon were a dragon of faith, this effect would indeed be commendable. For a priest, divine powers are entirely reliant on the blessings of the gods. If the deity favors them, it is not difficult for a believer to ascend to the status of legendary. Instances akin to EO continent are ubiquitous, be it the former elven queen of the Underdark, the spider queen Lolth, or Lathander, the lord of the dawn, all have engaged in similar acts. Even the conflict between Sel, Ini, and Shar, the goddesses of moon and darkness, respectively, culminated in the genesis of Mystryl, the first goddess of magic, a deity of immense power. Yet, in its current state, it remains uncertain whether to pledge fealty to Tiamat or Bahamut, rendering any faith-based augmentation ineffectual. Nay, disassemble. The trifecta of actions concludes here, yielding not but 4 unbound shards for Gordon. However, this outcome aligns with Gordon's expectations. To anticipate discovering remarkable talents among goblins is as improbable as a genuine dragon voluntarily bestowing its hoard. Including the previous acquisition, a total of 5 unbound talent shards have been amassed, and Gordon has formulated a strategy for their allocation. 3 first-tier unbound shards are to be invested in. Wormling, Intimidation, 2-4. Initially, he had deemed it a mere trifle. Yet its efficacy against swarms of low-tier creatures proved surprisingly practical, a previously underestimated talent. Considering the forthcoming encounters with kobolds, goblins, and similar beings, Gordon is not frugal with the 2 talent shards. Wormling, Intimidation, 2-4, 4-4, Drake's Roar, 1-8. The familiar distortion, the accustomed panel transformation, is now second nature to Gordon. Gordon opened his maw, emitting a guttural sound from his throat, as if, having missed so much, his gaze began to turn towards his nascent beginnings, as if the innate talents embedded within the panel were truly the most fitting for him. Chapter 32. Desolation. Gordon beheld the brand new effect of Roar of the Young Dragon. His mind wavered momentarily, and he suddenly realized that he had been pursuing something distant while neglecting the immediate. The strength of a true dragon lies in its bloodline. Its innate talents are unparalleled on the continent of Aioyu. No matter how formidable the abilities of other creatures may be, can they rival that of a true dragon? Moreover, especially not the meager talents of the ratmen and goblins. Initially, Gordon had contemplated allocating his newly acquired second-tier talent fragments towards the freshly emerged Fury. However, it now seemed superfluous to deliberate further. Without hesitation, he directed his talent points towards Scaled Armor Transformation. After all, resilience is the essence of strength. Gordon was particularly attuned to this notion, especially after nearly being struck by the acidic pearl of a goblin spellcaster, enduring the searing pain of acid corrosion, which left small dents in his scaled back. His pursuit of defense had overtaken that of offense. He had a long life ahead of him. A true dragon can live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Throughout this protracted journey, his only requirement is to survive. Soon, as Gordon completed the allocation of his remaining first and second-tier fragments, the suffixes of the 2 talents in his list surged upward by a notch. Sturdiness, 720-820, Scaled Demonization, 220-420. Immediately following, Gordon sensed a slight sinking sensation in his body, as if he were bearing an additional few dozen pounds of weight. However, the surge of power from his chest quickly counteracted this sudden gravitational pull. Gordon only paused momentarily for a few seconds, and his movements swiftly returned to their former feline agility, without emitting a single sound. His current appearance was generally the same as before, though he appeared slightly larger, considerably bigger than a pony. Whether it was the effect of sturdiness or not, Gordon no longer resembled a newly hatched dragon. Instead, he looked like a juvenile dragon over a year old. With the thick scales covering his body, some might even believe him to be 3 or 4 years old. However, compared to a 3 or 4-year-old juvenile dragon, he appeared somewhat underdeveloped. Yet, claiming that he was a hatchling less than a week old would likely be met with disbelief. Insane. Even if ordinary true dragons were capable of rapid growth, their development speed couldn't possibly be this fast, unless they were legendary dragons. It is said that the formless, odorless force field dragon, one of the 3 great legendary dragons, was the size of a farmer's cottage upon hatching, significantly larger than the adolescent stage of other true dragon species. This alone is enough to demonstrate why they are called legendary, not to mention the time dragon hatchlings, whose birth rank reaches the 9th tier, legendary. The unlimited time stop is simply terrifying, and upon reaching adulthood, they can time stop once every 6 seconds. They are beings capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods in the heavens. However, discussing these matters is pointless. After sensing the changes in its body, Gordon glanced at the layer of enchanting, glossy black scales that adorned it. The revitalized armor presented an initial impression of increased luminosity, with its reflective sheen reaching unprecedented heights. Curiously, it tapped its claws against the scales, producing a sound markedly different from the metallic clash encountered previously. Instead of the sharp clang of metal, a dull, substantial thud resonated, emanating a reassuring quality. The transformation brought about by merely 2 aptitude fragments was beyond Gordon's expectations. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the growth cycle of a hatchling dragon spans from 0 to 5 years, while a juvenile dragon ranges from 6 to 15 years. The scale enchantment reaches full maturity within a decade, and the 2 second-tier aptitude fragments effectively offset a year of its growth cycle. In light of this, the change was entirely reasonable. Once the distribution of talents was complete, Gordon commenced its routine post-battle analysis. It organized its thoughts, scrutinizing the encounter for any oversights. reminding itself to avoid similar mistakes in the future. This time, however, the post-battle summary was flawless. Every aspect of the encounter, from stealth to conclusion, as well as tactics, could be evaluated as a textbook example of combat. From the initial lure to the subsequent provocation, infiltration, assassination, silencing, concealing its presence, and finally, lying in wait for the unsuspecting, Gurdon had executed its strategies to the best of its ability. If one were to pinpoint any errors, it would be that the spellcaster's neck should have been severed rather than merely slashed, which led to a lingering scent of blood. Had it not been for the fragrant cover, the goblin warrior might have detected the aftermath. However, it was discovered that such matters were of little consequence. In fact, Gurdon mused that this presented an opportunity for him to hone his skills. He had initially prepared for a frenzied confrontation, albeit he did not anticipate that these second-tier monsters would be so easily vanquished. Gurdon wandered aimlessly within the Kaz clan's grand hall, awaiting the tardy goblins of the Gallic clan. As he idled in the spellcaster's chamber, perusing an obscure meditation potion recipe recorded by an unknown author, sounds finally emerged from outside. The faint rustle of footsteps echoed throughout the empty hall, accompanied by the classic cackles of the green-skinned creatures, reminiscent of night owls. Clearly, they reveled in the current plight of their erstwhile adversaries, yet they were acutely aware of who was responsible for this turn of events. As the elite goblins of the Gallic clan bowed before the chamber, they collectively proclaimed, "Great and noble master, your most loyal servants present the vanquished before you." However, it was Ula, with his inexplicably synchronized shout, who concluded the proclamation. It was no wonder that the previous leader, Broken Toe Kaz, deemed them a disciplined group of goblins. In retrospect, he may have overestimated their capabilities. The inherently chaotic nature of goblins remains immutable. Only when faced with greater power do they momentarily suppress their primal instincts. Yet, in the absence of oversight, their chaotic tendencies inevitably resurface. Such is the nature of biological instinct, akin to a dog's unalterable appetite for refuse. Gurdon, with his now elongated limbs, stepped out of the spellcaster's chamber, surveying the hall filled to the brim with goblins, some standing, others sprawled, and many kneeling. A veritable tableau of disarray. At first glance, there appeared to be 40 to 50 goblins in total. However, the elite goblins were scarce, only the 3 he initially brought. Yet, among the captives, there seemed to be 4 elite goblins, casting fearful glances in his direction, though none dared to meet his gaze, averting their eyes instead. The other common goblins were in a miserable state, with a distinct stench of urine permeating the hall. Gordon stepped forward, and without mincing words, addressed the bound goblins below. "Humbly offer your worthless loyalty to the great true dragon." His voice thundered with an unquestionable tone. "We are not humble enough." With a sigh, Gordon lunged forward, knocking the goblin to the ground with a single swipe. His razor-sharp claws tore 4 deep gashes into its chest, exposing the heart, which pulsed visibly amidst the torn flesh and blood. Gordon gracefully positioned himself before another elite goblin and reiterated, "Kneel." This time, the goblin, already terrified, hastily lowered its head and knelt, uttering in the most humble and desperate voice it could muster, "Great true dragon, Stumpy Kaz is willing to submit. You shall be my one and only master for life." Its voice was rushed and shrill, as if it were screaming at the top of its lungs, fearing it would be unable to speak if it hesitated even for a moment. Seeing this, the other goblins seemed to find a leader and responded in kind, shouting in a scattered chorus, "We submit. Our master," along with other pledges of allegiance learned from who knows where. The only commonality lay in their bowed heads, steeped in profound reverence and intense fear. Upon uttering his words, the broken-toed Kaz experienced an odd sensation within. His submission seemed to evoke a peculiar disappointment in the true dragon before him. It appeared to be incensed that his bones were not as unyielding as those of the previously formidable sharp-eyed Kaz. Yet, goblins have always been such creatures, have they not? Chapter 33. The Goblin Kingdom. Amidst the chorus of submission, Godin's panel now bore an additional title, Conqueror of Kaz. Conqueror of Kaz, you have shattered the fragile confidence of the Kaz clan with your unparalleled might, ruthlessly dismantling the glory they prided themselves on as a divinely favored race. However, even so, to conquer a greenskin tribe as a true dragon is not a feat worthy of boast. You remain the shame of true dragons. Effect of the title. Upon attacking, there exists a certain probability of ensnaring the opponent in a round of willpower assessment. Should the assessment fail, The opponents shall be obliterated, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit and confidence. Unlike Lord of Gallic, the effects of Conqueror of Kaz appear intriguing, though it remains uncertain whether this probability is minuscule or astronomically minute. Moreover, to Godin's delight, both titles could coexist within the title panel without any conflict or restriction to a singular title. They could be removed at will, leaving him uncertain of any potential cap on the title panel. The obsidian-like vertical pupils of Godin reflected a shimmering blue light, his thoughts soaring. Gordon did not forget Nina's aspiration to become a spellcaster, so he commanded the goblins to remove useful items from the spellcaster's hut and the Kaz clan. As they were nearing the evacuation of the Kaz tribe, Gordon ordered an immediate departure and, before leaving, set a great fire. He reduced the territory of this once divine clan to ashes, transforming it into a barren wasteland. The concealment here was inferior to that of the bonfire hall, rendering it useless. Better to incinerate it entirely, erasing any trace of his presence, though it seemed little evidence remained. With some scattered belongings still present, the bonfire hall, being spacious, provided ample room for accommodation, especially since ordinary goblins were not entitled to proper housing. The previous 6 huts simply reverted to their original number. Subsequently, Gordon engaged in conversation with Nina, who was thrilled by his return, discussing the events of the day. Before long, he dispatched her with the items acquired from the spellcaster's hut. He still had some matters to address and lacked the time to indulge in Nina's lengthy discourse. After a brief tally, Gordon assessed his current forces: 6 elite first-tier goblins, along with 20 robust ordinary goblins and over 30 logistical goblins, who were too weak to participate in battle. Today, he had gathered numerous goblins to bolster his ranks. In this skirmish, aside from the 2 goblins slain by the heavy hammer of Kaz, there were no other casualties, except for one goblin who twisted its ankle while fleeing. The number of goblins under its command has swelled to a size surpassing that of any previous goblin tribe. However, in comparison to the kobolds, it still falls a little short. After all, the kobolds are not to be underestimated, as their entire populace is composed of soldiers, humorously referred to as a society devoted to mining. They are often seen carrying a pickaxe, embodying the relentless spirit of labor. Indeed, they are the most industrious of workers. Were it not for their relative weakness and low intelligence, inferior even to that of the gray dwarfs, they could undoubtedly ascend to become one of the most cherished subordinates of all true dragons. Furthermore, the probability of a kobold undergoing draconic transformation is exceedingly low. It is said that even 1,000 might not yield a single success, even when a true dragon bestows its bloodline upon them. Few kobolds can withstand the essence of true dragon blood, while certain wargs and ogres serve as far more suitable vessels. It is not lost on them that there are dragon markings on the map, suggesting the presence of dragons. Gurdon is inclined to believe that the kobold tribe has domesticated this dragon, as there is no other explanation for why it does not vie for territory. Historical legends are replete with accounts of kobold tribes raising true dragons, particularly among the kobolds of the northern regions. Tribes known to rear white dragon hatchlings are encountered by adventurers annually. In the dark swamps, there are also tribes that nurture black dragon hatchlings. After all, aside from black and white dragons, the hatchlings of other true dragons possess an intellect of 10 from birth, which is comparable to that of a normal adult human. Should they be raised by kobolds, it becomes debatable who is truly the caretaker. Only white dragon hatchlings, akin to beasts in their youth, and black dragons, whose wits are rather dull at birth, stand a chance of being domesticated. Only through domestication can one elucidate why the dog-headed tribe is in dire need of sustenance, yet refrains from expansion. The dog-headed people do not rear true dragons for the purpose of combat. Rather, they venerate them, treating them as deities worthy of worship. It is only in times of crisis that they would take their revered beings for a stroll. Although the dog-headed folk typically restrain their divine companions with iron chains to prevent their escape, at such moments, the dragons resemble more of a canine nature. Nevertheless, this does not diminish their majestic presence. However, these notions are merely conjectures from Godin. The true circumstances necessitate an on-site investigation, which, of course, will be delegated to the goblins. Godin shall oversee the operation remotely, but such matters will be postponed until the following day. The exploration cannot commence any sooner than the 3rd day. He has not forgotten that another goblin tribe awaits his conquest, and he is quite curious about the effects of the next title. The name of this goblin tribe, known as Daika, signifies unity in the goblin tongue. It is said that this tribe lacks spellcasters, yet manages to avoid being consumed by the other two tribes, indicating that their leadership possesses considerable prowess. Moreover, its location is the closest to the dog-headed tribe, suggesting unique qualities that enable them to withstand encroachment. These insights were gleaned from the elder goblins, who recounted that in times past, the goblin clans were fewer in number, with only one known as the Chino clan, which once dominated the sewers and was regarded by some as the underground goblin kingdom. In the sewers of the trade district, the noble quarter, and the dock area, their presence was ever felt. However, as calendar evolved and the goblins grew increasingly arrogant, it became commonplace for pedestrians to be accosted by groups of them lurking in the shadows at night. Ultimately, the allure of wealth summoned forth a terrifying breed known as adventurers. It is said that during that time, a goblin's right ear in the sewers of Calendar was worth 10 copper coins, a staggering 5-fold increase compared to today's mere 2 copper coins. This surge in value eventually quelled the frenzy, and the remaining goblins coalesced into 3 clans, each looking down upon the others due to their differing allegiances. The Gallic clan spellcasters managed to survive from that era. Upon hearing this, Godin began to comprehend why the goblins in these sewers were so distinctive compared to those in the wild. Evidently, their ancestors had once enjoyed prosperity. After absorbing this information and learning more about the Daika clan from the goblins, Godin formulated some plans in his mind. However, since magma eruption had not yet fully recharged, he would have to defer his intentions until the following day. After all, this ability constituted one of his significant sources of power. At times, Godin found himself enviously contemplating the hatchlings, for their breath could be unleashed without limits each day, whereas his own could only be released once while in his hatchling stage. Nevertheless, this also underscored the formidable nature of Godin as a lava dragon, even in his juvenile phase. His combat prowess surpassed that of the other 4 dragon types within the chromatic spectrum, rivaling that of the red dragon. With this knowledge in mind, Godin found himself momentarily at leisure, resting atop the elevated platform while absent-mindedly rubbing a few silver coins beneath his claws. As Nina gazed at the young dragon cradling the spellbook, appearing drowsy and lethargic, she too succumbed to sleep, the day's fatigue weighing heavily upon her. After all, a hatchling must ensure ample rest to flourish and thrive. ZZZ. I too have succumbed to slumber. Chapter 34. Nurturing upon awakening from her dreams. Nina discovered that the hatchling, which had once been nestled beside her, had vanished without a trace. Only the residual warmth on the elevated platform and the scattered coins bore testament to its previous presence. Sitting up, Nina peered down from her perch, and indeed, the goblins in the bonfire hall were significantly fewer in number, with not a single elite goblin in sight. The space appeared somewhat desolate at first glance. Nina understood that Mr. Gordon must have led his subordinates to conquer other tribes, specifically one known as the Daika Goblin tribe. Although she was aware of this, the absence of Gordon upon her awakening left her feeling somewhat empty inside. Staring blankly at the scattered coins nearby, she found herself devoid of the motivation to tidy up, lost in contemplation of the vacant platform. After a prolonged moment of stupor, she picked up the cryptic and challenging spellbook, only to find herself unable to turn a single page. With a sigh, she closed it once more and set it aside, unable to engage with its content. However, this state of despondency did not linger for long. As if struck by a sudden epiphany, she cast aside her earlier lethargy and began to pray with an earnest countenance. For Nina had realized that even if she could not stand by Mr. Gordon's side, she could still contribute in her own small way, albeit modest. May the gods bestow their blessings, and may Mr. Gordon's endeavors today be as successful as those of yesterday. Nina began to close her eyes, silently praying to all the deities she knew, including Bahamut, the Lord of the North Wind. If there had been a shrine to a god before her, she might have prostrated herself, offering the most devout of her faith, just as she had once sought the aid of the Earth Mother for Grandma Orlan. The belief in divine beings had deeply permeated the hearts of the people on the continent of Aio. Both children and elders alike were aware that the gods were omnipotent. At least, in their hearts, they were omnipotent. While Nina was engaged in her prayers, Godin was already leading his goblin forces towards the last goblin tribe in the sewers, the Daika clan. This grand expedition consisted not only of 6 elite goblins, but also 3 to 4 dozen ordinary goblins, including those from the Kaz clan who had just surrendered the previous day. They wielded newly issued weapons, but what was even more astonishing was their demeanor. They appeared no longer despondent, but rather filled with fervor and eagerness. The goblins from the Gallic clan, positioned nearby, exhibited a similar spirit. However, when they gazed at the Kaz clan, their expressions were tinged with arrogance, looking down upon the vanquished as if they were above them. Godin had anticipated this reaction, having administered a potent dose of motivation that morning. The formula for this motivation was simple, akin to the age-old notion of painting a rosy picture. He merely informed the goblins that upon uniting the last Daika clan that day, the chief of the goblin race would be selected from among the bravest of them, to lead the newly integrated tribe, truly becoming the sole king among countless goblins, standing as the unrivaled sovereign of the green-skinned folk. The proposition of becoming the Goblin King was straightforward yet profoundly resonated with the goblins, igniting their fervent fighting spirit. A goblin who does not aspire to be a warrior is deemed inadequate. The title of Goblin King, needless to say, symbolizes immense power and unparalleled privileges within the rigid hierarchy of goblin society. The implications are self-evident. Therefore, the surge in morale was anticipated by Gordon, but its remarkable extent exceeded his expectations. Not only were the elite goblins invigorated, but even the physically weak ones displayed a newfound enthusiasm. It appears that this potent remedy was administered effectively, yielding exceptional results among the goblins. Upon further reflection, Gordon comprehended the situation. After all, they are a sapient species on the continent of Eo. All sapient beings crave power, status, and wealth, and even true dragons are not immune to this allure, let alone goblins. With their morale boosted, Gordon intended to engage in a genuine frontal battle, preparing for the upcoming conflict with the kobolds and laying a solid foundation. After all, if there truly is a dragon residing in the kobold lair, they will inevitably encounter it. Although the strength of the lower ranks does not play a decisive role in battle, it is still somewhat useful, and any improvement in strength is beneficial. Gordon did not expect them to prevail against the kobolds with their numerical disadvantage. His expectations for them were modest, merely hoping that these goblins would not flee before he showed any signs of defeat. Thus, in this battle, Godin earnestly hoped that the outcome would instill a sense of confidence in the goblins towards their master. Naturally, confidence is not merely spoken but forged through tangible experience. With this thought in mind, Godin realized that he had unwittingly led the goblins behind him to a moss-covered underground corridor, which served as the dwelling of the Daika clan, a gathering place for over 40 goblins. Gana Daika, the current leader of the Daika clan, inherited the supreme authority from his ailing father 5 years ago and has maintained it since. He holds a disdainful view of both the dog-headed folk and goblins from other clans, arrogantly believing that the Daika clan is the sole legitimate lineage of the once great goblin kingdom of the sewers. This belief is substantiated by the unique bloodline of the Daika clan's chieftains, which radiates a mysterious power. In his eyes, the goblins from other tribes are mere inept beings, cowardly and pitiful creatures. Nevertheless, he possesses the grounds for such pride under his command. The clan's elite goblins number as many as 10, coupled with his own extraordinary abilities. Even the spellcasters from the Gallic or Kaz clans do not intimidate him. He had also received news from his subordinates regarding a recent fire in the Kaz clan, prompting him to ponder the source of this turmoil. Was it the work of the dog-headed folk, an external race, or some other disturbance occurring in a different region? As Gana Daika's thoughts wandered, a flurry of footsteps resounded outside the chieftain's hut. Chieftain, there are numerous goblins outside the hall. Some belong to the Gallic clan, while others are from the Kaz clan. There are 10, or perhaps 7. The goblin's convoluted and indistinct counting jolted Gana Daika from his reverie, initially filling him with confusion. However, a wave of absurdity swiftly followed. The Gallic and Kaz clans were sworn enemies. How could they possibly unite to besiege the Daika tribe? It would be more believable to say a dragon had arrived outside. Moreover, chieftain, there's a black dragon in the hall. You must come and see. Upon hearing the urgent summons, Gana Daika promptly opened the door and stepped outside. This was not the moment for skepticism. The truth would reveal itself soon. After passing through several buildings within the hall, his vision expanded, and he beheld 2 groups of goblins confronting each other in the central area. One side comprised his clan's kin, while the other consisted of the aforementioned outsiders. He also spotted the incongruous black dragon. Amidst the verdant surroundings, its presence was strikingly noticeable. This creature, a black wormling, stood significantly shorter than the agile goblins. Even the average goblins towered over it, exceeding its height by several feet. Gana Daika observed clearly, however, this dragon, adorned with thick black scales, was not a true black dragon. as it lacked the prominent, parallel, spiraling horns of a bull, and its physique was far from emaciated or skeletal. Instead possessing a robust build, it more closely resembled a red dragon draped in black hide. Indubitably, it was a juvenile dragon, though its specific species remained indeterminate. At present, what preoccupied Ganadaika more urgently was the audacity of these craven goblins in daring to provoke the Daika clan. Did they genuinely presume to subdue him with this black wormling? How laughable. The goblin kingdoms of your had also kept dragons. A thought struck Ganadaika. His gaze involuntarily drawn to the black dragon, and a daring notion began to form. Thus, he advanced, adopting an exceedingly haughty demeanor as he addressed the seemingly spirited goblins from the other clans. "You dare trespass upon my territory," he proclaimed with disdain. "Did Galakrond and Hammercats not inform you that the Daika clan is not a place for feeble, impotent wretches such as yourselves? However, as I am in a magnanimous mood today, I shall grant you clemency, provided you relinquish this wormling you have reared." Ganadaika's words had barely left his lips when he noticed that the once zealous goblins, both elite and common, were all regarding him with peculiar expressions, as if he were utterly imbecilic. Then, he heard the most august and solemn thunderous voice he had ever encountered in his existence. "Whom did you refer to as reared?" Chapter 35. Berserk, the draconic utterance, resonant as thunder, seized Ganadaika's immediate attention. The voice emanated from the very maw of the sable dragon, perched low to the ground. An absurd notion struck Ganadaika. It was akin to a petite maiden uttering a coarse, guttural bellow. Indeed, the diminutive stature of the dragon was such that it appeared as a mere hatchling to the towering Ganadaika, whose height rivaled that of a grown man. However, Ganadaika's present concern lay elsewhere. Had he perhaps misconstrued the situation? Could it be that this fledgling dragon was not, in fact, a mere pet of the goblins? As Ganadaika contemplated this revelation, the goblins themselves readily unveiled the truth, particularly the elite among them, who vociferously proclaimed, "You have insulted our magnanimous, benevolent, and revered master. Its majesty brooks no affront. Clan Galakaz vows eternal enmity against your Daika clan." Yura, emboldened by the pronouncements of their elite brethren, the common goblins echoed the sentiment, chanting in unison, "Eternal enmity. Yura, Yura." The cacophony of their collective rage reverberated throughout the hall, each goblin feigning righteous indignation. Yet, whether their fury was genuine or merely a performance for the dragon's benefit remained uncertain. Ganadaika, unfazed by the rabble before him, nonetheless betrayed a hint of astonishment upon learning that the sable dragon was, in fact, the goblin's master. After all, subduing two goblin clans, each boasting a spellcaster and a second-tier warrior, would be a formidable task for a mere hatchling. Could there be other entities lurking in the shadows? With heightened awareness, Ganadaika scrutinized the surrounding darkness, endeavoring to discern any concealed presence. However, in the ensuing moment, a thunderous draconic roar, eclipsing the goblin clamor threefold, resounded throughout the hall. Dragonling's howl. It was then followed by that familiar, coarse voice, "My minions, take up arms and fight for me. Crush any creature that dares to disrespect a true dragon. Submission or annihilation." Gordon's voice served as a clarion call, galvanizing the goblin vassals who had been standing in place. Like zealous vanguards, they brandished their weapons and charged towards the Daika clan, their eagerness palpable, their battle spirit soaring. Conversely, on the Daika clan side, the majesty and intimidation emanating from Gordon's roar caused many common goblins to collapse to their knees, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Some even instinctively attempted to flee. While the elite goblins were also affected, appearing apprehensive and helpless as they watched the approaching goblins, vulnerable to their onslaught. Witnessing this phenomenon, Ganadaika dared not entertain the notion of other individuals lurking in the shadows. To succumb to further conjecture and paranoia would risk the slaughter of the tribe's warriors by these filthy swine. The immediate priority was to eliminate the present threat. Thus, Ganadaika skillfully channeled the mystical power within him. The entire goblin inhaled deeply, then, as if summoning every ounce of strength within, unleashed a thunderous roar befitting the chieftain of the Daika clan. "Warriors, rise. Let this fledgling dragon and its minions be forever vanquished from the Daika clan. I shall claim its head as a trophy to adorn my wall." Ganadaika's bellow seemed imbued with an almost magical potency, instantly revitalizing the morale of the previously dispirited goblins of the Daika clan. Some goblins, who had been in a state of stupor and paralysis, suddenly broke free from their lethargy. Their trembling bodies steadied. Chaotic thoughts began to coalesce, and their hands regained strength, their expressions returning to the robust vigor they once possessed. They began to wield their weapons with newfound composure, ready to face the oncoming foes. This singular roar had salvaged the Daika clan from the brink of collapse under the might of the Gurdon dragon's roar. Gurdon, too, recognized that his once invincible aura of intimidation had been countered by the furious cry of that chieftain-like goblin, piquing his interest. Moreover, following the roar, the goblins of the Daika clan appeared to grow even stronger. Their bloodshot eyes, combined with their heightened morale and remarkable agility, suggested a formidable resurgence. While Gurdon's goblin minions managed 3 attacks in the time it took the Daika clan to execute 4. It was evident that the transformation of these goblins was significant enough to warrant suspicion of a collective frenzy. It seemed this goblin chieftain was no ordinary foe. Gordon narrowed his dark golden eyes, fixating on the chieftain who, after releasing a fierce roar, was nearly engulfed by the throng of goblins. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered within his gaze. If he could slay that beast, surely the Daika tribe would cease their resistance. With this thought, Gordon did not hesitate. He exerted force through his limbs, folding his wings. His elongated body, along with his tail, arched slightly, achieving the optimal stance for a charge. In an instant, Gordon transformed into a streak of black light, propelled by a visible whirlwind beneath his scaled armor. He surged toward the goblin chieftain, who remained within his line of sight. Daika, upon emitting a roar, felt a chill run down his spine, his instincts heightened. He had no time to assess the unfolding battle. He swiftly retreated behind several goblins. It was this acute awareness that allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. A thunderous crash resonated as 2 goblins were sent flying from the spot where Daika had been standing. A side-sweeping black hatchling dragon barreled through, appearing before Daika with an air of disdain, head held high in defiance. In its dark, golden vertical pupils, there lingered a hint of regret, as if it were dissatisfied with its own performance. Daika, initially perplexed by the sight, lowered his gaze only to be met by the diminutive black hatchling. He was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide grin. It had come to him willingly. Even a red dragon would scarcely possess such audacity. Little one. As he spoke, Daika immediately activated Fury, his already formidable physique surging to new heights. This time, he intended to slay the true dragon before the eyes of all the goblins, to impress upon them the essence of royal legitimacy. It is crucial to understand that he was not merely the goblin chieftain, he was also a goblin warrior who could wield Fury. The diminutive creature? Gurdon tilted his dragon head, and, upon hearing the goblin's words, flashed a grin. Without further ado, he activated the innate talent inscribed within his bloodline, Fury. In the next instant, Gurdon's size, comparable to that of a young colt, surged dramatically, accompanied by the creaking sound of his bones undergoing a transformation. This iteration of Fury that Gurdon employed surpassed even that of Daika. His stature increased by half, and perhaps due to their differing bloodlines. It was inexplicable why Gurdon's transformation was so markedly pronounced. This was, after all, Gurdon's inaugural use of Fury. Previously, Gurdon stood less than 2 feet tall. But after the transformation, he reached a height of 1 meter. When crouching, he measured an impressive 1 meter and 30 centimeters, slightly shorter than Nina, and with his tail, he exceeded 2 meters in length. Although Gurdon was not as large as the goblin post-transformation, his size was no longer to be considered small. Gurdon then leisurely inquired, "Just now, you mentioned who is the little one?" Beside him, Daika opened his mouth, gazing at the suddenly enlarged black dragon, rendered speechless. Before he could fully comprehend why a dragon might succumb to a berserk state, a colossal shadow descended upon him with gale force intensity. Daika extended his arms in a futile attempt to resist, only to discover that his vaunted strength, a source of pride, shattered like an egg against an insurmountable force. His resistance proved utterly ineffectual. The 2-meter-tall, stalwart figure was instantaneously overwhelmed by the Gordon, whose physique resembled that of a large canine. In its berserk state, Gordon felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through its being. The feeble resistance of the goblin chieftain beneath its claws was akin to playful taps, utterly devoid of menace. Too weak, Gordon declared with disappointment to the goblin chieftain pinned beneath. Before Daika could utter a word, Gordon extinguished any possibility of speech. Razor-sharp claws pierced directly into its heart, causing blood to gush forth, saturating the verdant chest. Berserking has its consequences. Spare your words, for time is of the essence, Gordon remarked. With palpable disinterest, Gordon surveyed the surroundings, casting its gaze upon the other goblins engaged in fierce combat. Both sides of the battlefield were consumed by bloodlust, their eyes crimson with fervor. Only the goblins in Gordon's immediate vicinity trembled, paralyzed by fear, witnessing their chieftain's demise at the hands of a true dragon. They recognized the futility of further resistance, opting instead for the swift relief of surrender. Gordon's dragonling's roar remained inarticulate, rendering it incapable of calming the frenzied goblins. However, within mere moments, Gordon conceived of an alternative solution to halt the ongoing conflict. Before them sat a magnificent black, true dragon, crouched to a height akin to that of a child. Its head was directed towards the dilapidated dome towering over 10 meters high. After assessing the distance and confirming that it would not collide, it took a deep breath. The air coursed through its throat and lungs, ultimately transforming into one of the most volatile elemental energies, magma. A pillar of magma, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, erupted from the dragon's mouth with searing intensity. Lacking a specific target, the magma dispersed upon reaching its maximum range, resembling a fountain and scattering like a meteor shower upon the battlefield's center. Within mere seconds, the previously brawling goblins sought refuge beneath cover, desperately evading the still scorching magma raining down from above. Gordon observed the goblins' frantic behavior, nodding in satisfied approval. It was high time for a deluge to quell their fervor. As he noticed the multitude of goblins casting sorrowful glances in his direction, he remained silent. With a foot resting upon the corpse of the fallen goblin chieftain, he bared his fearsome fangs and addressed the forlorn goblins of the Daika tribe. Now, kneel before me in prayer and submit at my feet. Chapter 36. The Edict of War. As Gordon gradually manifested his third title in the title bar, he relinquished his state of fury. Upon the removal of this fury, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over him, compelling him to lower himself. Resting his chin upon the lifeless body nearby, a black hatchling dragon, slightly larger than a pony, lay before him. Despite Gordon's dispirited demeanor at that moment, no goblin dared to stir. Each one remained prostrate on the ground, heads bowed in submission. Devoid of a second-tier leader, these elite goblins were as scattered as sand, unable to coalesce without a figurehead. Only Gordon possessed the capacity to unite them. Consequently, Gordon turned his attention to the newly emerged title on his status panel. Title: King of Daika. Undeniably, your might has instilled fear and subservience in these goblins born into the Daika clan, especially in the wake of the chieftain's demise. You stand as their sole protector and hope. Now, inherit the will of the former goblin chieftain and become their one and only king. Of course, you will stray further and further down the path of true dragon disgrace. Equipping effect: Strength, Daika clan reputation. Due to the post-berserk exhaustion, Gordon felt utterly drained, preventing him from directly perceiving the strength conferred by the title. He only sensed a warm current surging within him, which swiftly vanished as if swallowed by the earth. However, the aftereffects of the berserk state proved to be as fleeting as they were intense. A mere 30 seconds elapsed before Gordon felt his body brimming with renewed vigor, even surpassing his previous strength. He rose to his feet, tentatively clenched his claws, and lifted his gaze towards the goblins still reverently prostrate on the ground. He issued his first command after unifying all the goblin tribes in the sewers. Gather all items of value here and depart from this place. Gordon has resolved to establish the bonfire hall as his stronghold, dismissing any thoughts of expanding into mining operations. Thus, he is quite forthright in his intention to replicate the exploits he previously undertook with the Kaz clan. Although this hall possesses a spacious and somewhat concealed terrain, Gordon perceives it as lacking the security provided by the bonfire hall nestled within the narrow path. Moreover, he finds himself more accustomed to that environment. The newly subjugated Daika clan dares not defy the demands of their new king, while the goblins from other clans revel in their misfortune, too preoccupied with their own glee to consider opposition. One by one, they eagerly joined the demolition crew, and the once tranquil hall buzzed with activity once more. Green figures darted about, transporting materials, which soon began to accumulate into a small mountain. Gordon couldn't help but marvel. This goblin tribe was the wealthiest he had ever encountered. It stands to reason. Without such affluence, how could they sustain 10 elite goblins? It is worth noting that their appetite is quite considerable, and many goblins are required for servitude. Generally, the ratio of elite goblins to ordinary goblins is 1 to 5, or even 1 to 10. This implies that at least 5 goblins are necessary to support one elite goblin. Otherwise, a scarcity of resources would significantly undermine the prowess of the elite. What piques his curiosity now is the floating black orb before him and what it might bestow upon him. He vividly recalls how the previous goblin chieftain dispelled the pressure of the dragon's roar, a display of power that deeply intrigues him. Gordon did not hesitate for long and directly absorbed the black iron-hued talent orb, a trophy from the chieftain of the Dicker clan. He opened the Azure panel, and familiar lines of data began to emerge, displayed before his eyes. Ding. Detected that the host has inhaled a talent fragment. The system is undergoing detection. Progress 5, progress 99. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent, war command. Activate talent. Yes, no. Talent, war command. Effect. War flows through your veins, and your words and actions exude an inspiring charisma. Capable of stirring the emotions of your subordinates with but a single phrase, significantly enhancing their willpower, rendering them fearless and undaunted by death. Furthermore, under the influence of your voice, your subordinates will receive a slight boost to agility, strength, endurance, and attack speed, with the duration dependent on the conclusion of this war. Note, crush them. For the clan king. Upon seeing this talent, Gordon unhesitatingly selected yes. Although it was not as potent as Rallying Frenzy or the shaman's Bloodlust, it was certainly better than having none. He had not forgotten that the strength of his followers had swelled to nearly 100 goblins, with over 10 elite goblins among them. Such a talent capable of enhancing collective strength was something he yearned for in abundance. Ideally, he would acquire talents like Group Invisibility, Group Magical Weapon, Bear's Strength, and Cat's Agility. This way, he would not need to lift a finger. His goblins would resolve all matters for him. For as the saying goes, when the gain buff accumulates to 100,000 layers, the divine will manifest before you. Upon the confirmation of the talent fragment, it immediately integrated into Godin's being, subtly altering the talent list. War's Mandate, 118, appeared, and simultaneously, a method reminiscent of Dragon's Roar quietly surfaced within Godin's mind. The vocalization, akin to that of a dragon's roar, required synchronization with the bloodline pulsating within, thereby wielding the hidden power of War's Mandate. This, in turn, would evoke a resonant response in the hearts of the followers, stirring their inner tumultuous emotions, instilling in them a sense of fearlessness, enabling them to unleash their latent vigor with abandon. Similar to the process of bloodlust, albeit more straightforward, bloodlust directly alters the recipient's physical form through arcane energy. In contrast, War's Mandate operates subtly, allowing the recipient to naturally accept the transformations occurring within their body. If the former is characterized by brutish force, the latter is akin to the gentle nurturing of a plant, gradually warming the frog in water. While the immediate effects may not be as pronounced, the sustainable development offered by the latter is evidently superior. After all, the consequences of bloodlust are no trifling matter. By the time Godin had fully comprehended the utilization of War's Mandate, the goblins were prepared and poised, awaiting his command. Observing the neatly assembled ranks of nearly 100 goblins before him, a wave of accomplishment surged within Godin. After all, in less than 3 days, he had successfully unified the goblin tribe from the depths of the sewer, transforming chaos into order. While not comparable to true dragons who readily subjugate ogres or fellow dragons as subordinates, Gordon, as a fledgling dragon, was content with his accomplishments thus far. One step at a time, he mused, his gaze drifting towards the desolate, fractured stone steps in the distance of the hall. Atop the steps stood a colossal stone archway, towering 5 or 6 meters high, beyond which lay the familiar environment of the sewers. That direction led to the kobold lair. Currently, it was the only area not under Gordon's dominion. However, this matter required careful consideration. Gordon contemplated the dragon-shaped symbol marked on the map, a shadow of apprehension flickering in his dark golden, vertical pupils. "Let's go," Gordon declared, rising to his feet and departing the ancient hall with a graceful gait. At his command, the goblin army, composed of 3 united clans, promptly mobilized, coalescing into a lengthy procession that vanished into the hall, leaving behind only a scene of disarray, as if heralding something significant. Chapter 37. The Blackfire clan. Upon observing his intact scales and the lengthy goblin contingent trailing behind him, Nina remarked with a cheerful smile, "The oyster soup is almost ready. Be sure to savor Nina's culinary skills," she said to Gordon with delight. Oysters, Gordon pondered. If his memory served him correctly, Those were marine creatures. How could they be found in the sewers? Beneath the sewers lies an underground river, a hidden vein that connects to the ocean. Though merely a small pit overflows, it occasionally yields marine bounty. It was only after discovering dried sea produce in the storeroom and inquiring about them that I became aware of this. Nina, brandishing her tools, gestured animatedly towards Gadon, her expression brimming with praise. The words underground river lingered in Gadon's mind, stirring a faint flicker of inspiration, though the source eluded him. Well done. When the time comes, you shall take me to see it, Gadon complimented Nina, receiving a series of enthusiastic nods and affirmation. Once settled, he called for the assembled goblins to gather beneath the high platform, proclaiming he had something to convey. Along the way, Gadon had contemplated much. Now that he had subjugated 3 clans, it was imperative to unify them, and the most effective means to dissolve clan barriers was through their reintegration. In essence, he envisioned the creation of a new clan, one uniquely his own. Henceforth, there would be no distinctions of Kaz, Gallic, or Daika. These goblins would bear a singular title and allegiance, that of Gadon. Initially, he intended to voice this thought, but recalling the presence of another group of goblins in the bonfire hall, he held his tongue. Very well, Master. The elite goblins chorused in unison, particularly the newly recruited elite from the Daika tribe, who eagerly rushed to the rear of the line to relay the message. Subsequently, Gadon and Nina proceeded to the platform, anticipating the delightful aroma of the oyster soup as it simmered to perfection. As the aroma permeated the hall, Gordon and Nina finished a hearty pot of oyster stew. After a brief interlude, all the goblins from the 3 clans congregated in the center of the hall, each with a chipped bowl of rum beside them. The rum, confiscated from the Daika tribe, was also present for Gordon and Nina. He hadn't yet inquired about its provenance, but he surmised it originated from a tavern somewhere above Kalando. Though how they acquired it remained a mystery. The goblins below the dais gazed upon the true dragon and the dragon-blooded maiden Nina with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Nina's identity had long been the subject of whispered speculation among the goblins. The dragon-blooded maiden with eyes mirroring Gordon's had spawned numerous theories. Some posited she was a true dragon in disguise, merely masquerading as a human. Others believed she was Gordon's pet, as they couldn't fathom how a human weaker than a goblin could follow a true dragon. The most outlandish theory, however, was that Nina was Gordon's offspring. This goblin even claimed to have irrefutable evidence, such as their shared palate, similar vertical pupils, and even their speech patterns, all pointing to a familial connection. Despite the varying rumors, one sentiment resonated among them. Nina was not to be trifled with, whether due to Gordon's favor or her own latent draconic power. She was beyond the goblin's ability to provoke. Unaware of these musings, Gordon observed the silent goblins awaiting his command. Indeed, the goblin species, or rather these sewer-dwelling goblins, have been regarded with a measure of esteem. Perhaps it is only such a hierarchically structured race that could establish a kingdom within the depths of the sewers. Although that is now a thing of the past, they have at least once basked in glory. Roar, I have summoned you all today to convey 3 matters of utmost importance. Heed my words. Gadon commenced with a non-threatening roar, akin to that of a dragon. As an opening statement, once all eyes were fixed upon him, he leisurely began to speak. The first proclamation is that henceforth, whether it be Gallic, Kaz, or the Daika clan, they shall cease to exist as separate entities and shall be unified into a single legion, a clan. The name of this clan shall be Blackfire, and I, the true dragon, Gadon, shall be the sole king of your Blackfire clan. Gadon surveyed the nearly 100 goblins before him and resolved to structure them into a clan. The moment those words were uttered, every goblin, including the elite, appeared somewhat bewildered. You shall be amalgamated into one, no longer divided amongst yourselves. You are all my kin, Gadon added. At this juncture, some goblins began to contemplate the implications of their master's words, realizing that in the future, distinctions among the Daika, Kaz, and Gallic clans would no longer exist. They would all share a singular identity as the kin of their master, Blackfire clan. Yura. The other goblins echoed in enthusiastic agreement. Gadon observed the orderly and approving faces of the goblins and raised his hand. In an instant, the goblins who had been shouting Yura fell into a sudden silence. Then, Gurdon nodded with satisfaction, casting an approving glance before continuing to envelop the entire bonfire hall with his resonant voice, slowly articulating his 4th command. The second matter at hand is that a contingent must vigilantly monitor the movements of the goblin lair day and night. Should any unusual activity arise, you are to notify me immediately. Another group, aside from their daily tasks, must allocate time for training, guided by elite goblins. Where one rests, others cannot afford to slumber. After gathering a cadre of followers, Gurdon naturally initiated his military training plan. After all, the stronger they become, the more potent the effects of Gurdon's war decree. Given sufficient time, Gurdon might even be able to decisively conquer the goblin lair. Upon uttering this statement, cheers erupted from the goblins below, a wave of ura, rising higher and higher. Historically, goblins had been in constant conflict with the goblins, often ambushed by these solitary creatures. However, due to clan dynamics and numerical disadvantages, the goblins had been unable to mount an effective counteroffensive, relegated to passive defense. Now, with an opportunity for vengeance at hand, these vengeful goblins were eager for action. Some goblins were itching to venture forth immediately, volunteering to surveil the movements of those canine rascals. Oh, the third matter is for you to compile the locations of various monsters and resource deposits throughout the sewers, so that we may systematically explore and gather them. Gurdon picked up the map of the sewers, pointing with his claw to the area designated for the goblins. At present, he is caring for a horde of 70 to 80 goblins, and the daily consumption of food resembles an insatiable abyss. Without a stable source of sustenance, it is unsustainable. In the past, they could rely on the reserves left by the previous leader to tide them over, especially since they could still resort to plundering other clans. However, now, apart from the kobolds, this region is devoid of any significant tribal factions. Survival through theft has become an utterly fantastical notion, unless they resort to robbing in the black market. But Gurdon is convinced that by the following day, the Adventurers Guild will have issued a request to clear the sewers. After all, while they may overlook petty theft, outright robbery is intolerable, even in the black market, as the Lord of Calanth and the nobility would not abide such transgressions. Thus, Gurdon comprehends that his immediate task is to manage this small domain effectively, until he receives concrete information from the kobolds. He must ensure that the goblins' combat prowess remains at its zenith, or even ascends to greater heights. He is fully prepared for a protracted struggle. Now, for the birth of the Blackfire clan. Cheers! Gurdon raised his paw, clutching a rum-filled goblet, and addressed the goblins below. Subsequently, he tossed the goblet into his mouth, crunching it with his sharp teeth, causing the pale, frothy rum to seep through the gaps, dripping onto the copper coins upon the platform. A true dragon can consume anything, including the vessel itself. It was not a matter of wastefulness on Gurdon's part, but rather a realization that he could not pour it into his mouth. Thus resorting to this method, the flavor was surprisingly delightful, reminiscent of savoring potato chips. Cheers! Huzzah! Beneath the high platform, the goblins observed as Gurdon consumed everything in one gulp. They awkwardly raised their battered bowls, yet dared not exhibit the same audacity as Gurdon. Instead, they gestured respectfully to the true dragon above, raising their cups in a distant toast before downing their drinks in unison. In that moment, the sounds of gulping and swallowing resonated throughout the bonfire hall, and the flames blazed even more fervently. Below Gurdon's line of sight, the green dots began to flicker erratically. Upon inspection, he discovered that the 3 titles he once possessed had now coalesced into one, Master of Blackfire. Chapter 38, Dragon Lion, are you all right, Celia? In a dimly lit cavern, behind a massive rock at a corner, 2 slender figures rested against the boulder. Their vigorous sprinting had left them breathless, particularly the sorceress, who was not renowned for physical endurance. Margalesia's once resplendent silver armor was now marred with numerous scars, and her long sword had lost its former sharpness. A horrifying gash across her chest, nearly exposing her skin, was a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, Margalesia, the valiant warrior, did not forget to express her concern for her companion, the sorceress who had accompanied her for over a year and whom she had always regarded as a sister. It is all my fault, Margalesia. If it were not for me, we would never have undertaken this mission. Wykins and the others would not have had to face the dragon lion. That burden should have been mine. The girl, with her once lustrous silver hair and sparkling gray eyes, Celia, now murmured to herself, her gaze vacant and her expression wrought with guilt. She lamented as she grasped her withered, tangled gray hair, now somewhat bifurcated, a stark contrast to the spirited confidence she once had when accepting the commission. Do not blame you, Celia. It is merely the caprice of fate. Even a seer cannot foresee the future. None could anticipate that the designated location would reveal not one, but 2 lion dragons, with one having attained the formidable 4th tier. Moreover, we had all unanimously agreed to undertake this commission. As for Wyken and the others, at this juncture, Margalesia found herself at a loss for words. Earlier, they had engaged the fourth-tier lion dragon to buy time for their escape. Wyken, Galio, and Mayfawn, the roving warrior and ranger from the Dawn and Splendor Adventurers Guild, had all remained behind to battle the creature. Wyken was the last to remain, a second-tier scout of the dense forest, whose agility surpassed even that of a monkey. Yet, just as they had fled into the dark recesses of a cave, a few hundred meters away, she had already heard Wyken's anguished cries and the horrendous sounds of bones being crushed. Moments later, the earth-shattering roar of the lion dragon sent flocks of birds scattering into the sky. It was said that the lion dragon particularly relished feasting on the heads of its prey, as gnawing on the skull would bestow upon it wisdom and the ability to learn new skills. The thought of Wyken, their jovial companion who often jested with them and delighted in teasing Liz, meeting such a grim fate left Margalesia incapable of comforting Celia with words. After all, he was their comrade. Even in death, he remained so. Captain, I am the one who least deserves to survive. Celia lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of despair. A profound remorse filled her entire chest, inducing an indescribable discomfort within her being. After a year, she finally felt the pain of the adventurer's departure, leaving her uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. As a sorceress and the sole spellcaster in the party, her youth rendered her the most cherished member among them. Both Wyken and Mayfawn showered her with care, not out of romantic affection, but rather with the tenderness one might show a beloved sister. Even the usually taciturn half-elf ranger, Galliot, would greet her with a polite, "Good day, Miss Celia." His fiercely loyal hunting dog, Gerblum, who recognized only him as its master, would wag its tail in welcome whenever it saw her. Captain Magalesia kept a supply of diluted holy water on hand just for her, willing to use it for even the slightest of injuries. No matter how grievous her wounds, she would merely smile and declare herself a warrior, dismissing the pain as trivial while hesitating to use the precious resources. Even during her midnight meditations, Celia could hear the soft, hissing breaths of Magalesia, who slept beside her. Although Celia suspected that this might be a manifestation of her sorceress allure, the concern was undeniably genuine. Sensing Celia's impending breakdown, Magalesia quickly offered soft words of comfort. "It is precisely for this reason, Celia, that you must not let their sacrifices be in vain. With your sorceress bloodline, you will surely avenge them." A sudden, urgent call echoed from outside the cave, and a silvery figure abruptly collided into Celia's soft embrace. It was Liz, Celia's pseudo-dragon familiar, now perched upon her knee. With flapping wings, it gestured and communicated with Celia through a combination of sounds and expressive eyes. "The dragon lion is approaching this cave." "Impossible," Margalesia exclaimed, her voice noticeably elevated, betraying her astonishment. "Dragon lions cannot dwell in dark, damp caves. I have already dealt with the bloodstains on my body and the traces at the cave's entrance. There is no reason for it to have found its way here. The dragon lion spends most of its life on the ground, a fraction in the sky. But subterranean caves are certainly not its preferred habitat. Yet Liz would not deceive me. The truth is, it is indeed heading our way." Facing imminent peril once more, Celia appeared to regain her composure as she gently stroked Liz's trembling form. "It seems we are destined to perish here today, Captain. Liz, do not come out later." Celia instructed her familiar, entrusting some small trinkets to it. "Do not let her know I have met my end." Liz gazed sadly at the sorceress girl capable of roasting black pine sturgeon. Was her adventurous journey, which had barely spanned 2 years, truly at its conclusion? Surely not. Margalesia observed Celia, who appeared to be delivering a farewell akin to a dying wish, and clenched her teeth, suppressing the pain in her chest. Just moments ago, during their endeavor to handle the carcass of another dragon lion, she had been the first to be attacked. Had it not been for Celia's timely application of the mage armor, she might have met her demise far sooner than anyone else. Rising to her feet, she seized Celia's frail hand and pulled her up. "There must be a way forward. I believe we still have a chance. Celia, we must never abandon hope. For you are not alone in this battle. You bear the lives of others upon your shoulders. Mayfiend's sister awaits him in the White Tower City. Do you intend to disregard that? You have truly disappointed me." As she spoke, a hint of reproach crept into Margalesia's words, a tone she had never employed with Celia before. Yet, this admonition seemed to ignite a flicker of light in the dull gray eyes of the girl, as if she felt a renewed connection to the world. "Let us go," There must be a path ahead. If I must die, I shall do so before you. Margalesia released her grip and boldly ventured deeper into the cave. Celia hesitated for less than 3 seconds before following closely behind, with Liz in tow. A minute later, a creature bearing the features of a lion, yet possessing the scales and wings of a brass dragon, approached the massive rock with delicate steps, pausing to sniff the air. Then, this dragon lion, adorned with a mane that mirrored the hue of its scales, unleashed a thunderous roar within the cavern. I have discovered you. Intruders. This colossal creature, weighing a staggering 1,500 pounds, skillfully navigates through the shadowy cavern, driven by the lingering scent in the air. Chapter 39. The Demiplane, 3rd update completed. Within the dimly lit cave, the fleeing Celia and Margalesia naturally heard the furious roars not far away. The sound was alarmingly close, accompanied by the ever-approaching thuds of the beast's footsteps against the rocky ground. Margalesia halted, intending to intervene. Despite her injuries, her second-tier combat prowess remained intact. However, Celia grasped her firmly and urged, Margalesia, do not rush to confront it just yet. We still have a chance. Look, what is this? With that, Celia's fingertip ignited with a brilliant point of light that rapidly expanded. It was a cantrip, light, which suddenly illuminated the entire gloomy cavern, allowing Margalesia to clearly perceive the cave's entirety. Bones, scattered everywhere, littered the ground, their age remarkably recent, with some even hosting maggots crawling upon the decaying flesh. These skeletal remains belonged to various parts, but conspicuously absent were any skulls. Not a single cranium could be found. A look of dread filled Margalesia's eyes. Indeed, Commander. This is its lair. We have stumbled upon the den of the dragon lion. Celia added, completing what Margalesia had yet to voice. How could this be? Margalesia thought, unable to fathom that the dragon lion would defy its nature and nest within such a dark cavern. Rather than being referred to as a dragon lion, it is more aptly described as a scorpion-tailed lion, for only such a malevolent creature would choose to nest in the shadows. Dragon lions prefer warmer, more torrid environments, typically inhabiting hills or grasslands. They are meant to be guardians, safeguarding something within these caverns. After all, it is said that dragon lions are magical beings related to brass dragons, and it is entirely reasonable for them to inherit a penchant for collecting. However, it now appears that this may indeed be the key to guarding the secret door. As a sorceress, she naturally possesses knowledge about magical familiars, and her repository of information includes a wealth of material concerning dragon lions. Dragon lions embody the wildness of lions and the cunning of brass dragons. Scholars assert that the likelihood of a hybrid between a brass dragon and a lion is exceedingly low, as their territories do not overlap in the slightest. Moreover, wise as brass dragons are, they are generally uninterested in ordinary lions. They lean toward the belief that dragon lions are products of magical creation, perhaps stemming from interdimensional hybrid experiments or magical mishaps. It is not inconceivable that one day, in the desert, a lost lioness might engage in delightful conversation with a brass dragon, leading to an occurrence of extraordinary friendship. After all, those scholars may not comprehend the joys of interspecies connections. As a neutral entity, it is conceivable that a dragon lion could be tamed by a wizard or a warrior as a companion, though this would require leadership skills or personal charisma, akin to that of Cecilia. It is precisely this characteristic, combined with the highly territorial nature of dragon lions and their intense hostility towards any intruders, that renders them exceptional guardians of treasure. Of course, most importantly, it inherited a merit from brass dragons. It only needs to consume a small amount of inorganic matter, such as rocks and soil, to survive. Although eating meat is their nature as predators, they can still live by eating soil. Therefore, many liches or mages will place dragon lions in their tombs or treasure caves to prevent outsiders from invading. As for why these 2 dragon lions escaped their confinement and were seen by hunters, who reported it to the free city of Kalando, that is beyond what Cyrilla can guess. However, with the increasingly close footsteps and roars of the dragon lions, the time left for them is running out. Fortunately, Liz's chirping quickly came over. As soon as Cyrilla discovered that this was a dragon lion's den, she immediately sent Liz to help search. Although pseudo-dragons are not true dragons, they are quite good at finding treasures and secret doors. It quickly guided the 2 to a flat ground without bones. However, no matter how fast its claws were, it could not stop the operation of the magic circle under Cyrilla's feet. Almost in an instant, Cyrilla, Margalesia, Liz, 2 people, and 1 dragon, were directly teleported away on the stone slab, leaving only the dragon lion roaring in the cave, almost shaking the stone pillars on the roof. The two women escaped a disaster, only feeling like they had wandered around the line of life and death. Before their mood had calmed down, they heard a mechanical voice in their ears. Adventurers from afar, hello. Welcome to the demi-plane of the legendary planeswalker Gormerdon, the city of Azure. I am Tower Spirit number 1, Danrel, having vanquished the Guardian. You are now entitled to pose 3 inquiries and subsequently abscond with a solitary artifact from the Wizard's Tower as recompense. This unexpected pronouncement startled both Celia and Maglesia, the two maidens, young and younger, alike. The timbre of the voice was eerily inhuman. As they lifted their gazes, they beheld a humanoid construct standing before them, its cranial red light pulsating rhythmically. Even Liz, the pseudo-dragon, was piqued by the entity, voluntarily approaching it with curiosity. After all, Liz was merely a second-tier sorceress, not one of those legendary mages capable of treating the domain of the succubus lord, Shindalavri, as a brothel, or the fungal queen Zugtmoy Sindakla as a botanical garden, traversing the abyss as if it were their own backyard. In this peculiar demi-plane, discretion was paramount. It was at this juncture that Celia, through the tower spirit construct, finally discerned the towering spire behind it, reaching 1,000 feet into the sky. The tower was the sole edifice within this demi-plane. Against the backdrop of the void, the 6-pointed star emblazoned upon its facade was strikingly conspicuous. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Gordon, contemplating his new title, Blackfire Sovereign, commenced a prolonged meditation. Title: Blackfire Sovereign. Your might has subjugated all goblin tribes within the sewers, who now revere you as their king, showing you the utmost deference. The Blackfire clan exists solely for you. Your will is the very essence of their existence. Effect: 1. Dragon's Might 2. Strength 3. The loyalty of all goblins in the sewer, 100, will not diminish before the first failure arrives. 4. Your attacks will have a certain probability of triggering a willpower check. 5. An unlocked title effect has an additional line of faint blue text, which Gurdon observed clearly. Number of Blackfire clan followers, 87, 100. Has it evolved? A growth title? The transformation of the title occurred when Gurdon announced the establishment of the Blackfire clan. Gurdon recalls distinctly that the small green dot in his field of vision began to flicker at that moment. Initially, he thought it was other information, but to his surprise, it was the fusion of titles. However, this is for the better. He feared that receiving a title for merely subjugating a tribe would result in him having hundreds of titles by the time he reached maturity. The thought of reciting a lengthy opening statement before battle for 10 minutes is almost painfully awkward to imagine. Nevertheless, does the number of 87 followers with a denominator of 100 imply that the 5th unlocking of the title bar requires the number of followers to reach 100? Gurdon began to ponder this. For now, he had no other means to increase the number of followers, but he could reduce them. His dark, golden vertical pupils scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted a familiar elite goblin, one who was originally part of the Gallic clan. This was the very goblin who had stepped forward to pledge loyalty first, despite its scorched arm. It would serve perfectly for experimentation, Gurdon thought, and then addressed it. Come here, master. At your service. The elite goblin, who had been resting comfortably, immediately heard the familiar, authoritative voice. Without hesitation, it scrambled to the base of Gordon's platform, asking with utmost humility, "What is your name?" Gordon truly did not know the name of the goblin before him, partly because he couldn't be bothered to remember, and partly because it was genuinely easy to identify. The elbow, charred black, stood out in the green sea like a crane among chickens, strikingly conspicuous. A mere glance was enough to locate it. "Master, I am your most loyal servant, Grush Blackfire." This goblin, named Grush, announced his surname with remarkable fluency, as if the Blackfire name had been his from birth, without the slightest hesitation. After his moment of triumph, his mind was filled with thoughts. Why is the master asking my name? Could it be a possibility lingered in Grush's mind? He had already considered that possibility. The master's previous promise. He remembered clearly that the master had once said that the one who performed the best against the Deca clan would be chosen as the leader of the Blackfire clan. The leader among goblins. Is the master going to appoint me as the leader? Am I about to reach the pinnacle of goblin society? Then, a tremendous surge of joy instantly enveloped Grush, stimulating his heartstrings. However, the next moment, the words from the platform fell, and Grush, whose heartstrings had soared to the astral plane, the outer material plane, instantly plunged into the abyss. Very well, Grush, henceforth you are no longer a member of the Blackfire clan, nor are you any longer one of my dependents. In a voice that was both hoarse and thunderous, imbued with an air of indifference and devoid of any emotion, it seemed as if the speaker were merely engaging in the most mundane of tasks. Yet, upon hearing these words, Grush was rendered utterly speechless. Why was he to be stripped of his name? And why was it he who was singled out? Above, upon a lofty platform, Godin observed the goblin named Grush, his expression shifting from astonishment to anguish, from overwhelming joy to despondency. Such a transformation was indeed amusing. Nevertheless, in the end, even with a demeanor that appeared somewhat forlorn and hunched, he complied with the command of the true dragon above, humbly kneeling upon the stone slab and uttering, "As you wish, my master." Although a cloud of doubt lingered in his heart, he refrained from inquiring about the reasons behind it. Since it was the master's decree, he would abide by it. Thus, he rose and turned towards a corner of the bonfire hall, preparing to gather his belongings and depart. However, having already discerned that the expulsion of goblins would lead to a decline in the numbers of the Blackfire clan's followers, Godin halted him with a single phrase before Grush could take 5 steps away from the platform. "But Grush, you shall become the leader of the Blackfire clan, my true and loyal follower, rather than a mere vassal." It seemed he sought to discern the veracity of Godin's claim. "Master," he murmured, and then a thunderous sound akin to celestial music reverberated through the air. The true dragon did not jest. "Grush Blackfire, you shall become the inaugural leader of the Blackfire clan. Do you intend to refuse?" "No, master, it is my honor," Grush Blackfire proclaimed, eager to follow his master until the last breath of his life. Instantly, the goblin knelt before him. Though its intellect may be lacking, it is capable of grasping even the simplest of concepts. The first leader and the followers, upon hearing this, recognized it as a rare opportunity. It sensed the envious and adoring gazes directed toward it from all around. The goblins, who observed in silence, were nearly overflowing with envy in their eyes. "Very well, Grush. As the chieftain of the Blackfire clan, your foremost task is to implement my commands. Do you understand? Grush shall not disappoint the master's expectations. Should the master find dissatisfaction, you may use Grush's head as a ball." Grush understood that this was the moment to demonstrate his resolve and thus vowed with utmost seriousness. "Now, you shall be responsible for organizing the groups. One group shall oversee the dog-headed ones, while another shall focus on training the warriors, and, most crucially, the third task, to gather the stray goblins from the sewers, to bring them into the fold of the Blackfire clan, and present them to me for allegiance. Additionally, there is another matter that concerns the future of the Blackfire clan, which is of utmost importance." Though Gordon's words were plentiful and Grush did not fully comprehend them, he firmly retained 3 key points: to strengthen oneself, to monitor the adversary, and to expand the scale. Thus, an hour later, upon the rocky walls of the bonfire hall, appeared a line inscribed in the goblin tongue: "To create descendants is to forge the future for the master, for the Blackfire clan. Rejoice." The demiplane, Azure City. Miss Sorceress Celia and the female warrior leader, Marglesia, were gazing at the enchanting Talon No. 1 as it spoke eloquently before them, resembling a loquacious bard. The essence of its chatter was simply an invitation to select a relic from the collection of a traveling mage, promising a plethora of treasures. Once an item was chosen, it could be sold, ensuring a life of comfort and luxury, making them the envy of many. However, all of this inevitably circled back to a certain topic. Celia and Marglesia harbored doubts and were reluctant to believe that this was a legendary adventure tale, as recounted by wandering minstrels, with the goddess of fortune favoring them. If that were true, why then had their companions met such grim fates? Was there a notion of sacrifice at play? Thus, Celia took the initiative to speak, directing her gaze towards Talon Danfer. "Danfer, did you not say we could ask you 3 questions? Indeed, lovely miss, you may inquire about anything. As long as I possess the knowledge, I shall answer." "Very well, I shall pose my first question. Before our arrival, has anyone else come here?" The atmosphere brimmed with coincidences, as if everything conspired to lead them into the depths of the cave. Indeed, not long ago, someone did visit the Azure City, and he took with him my most cherished manual, which chronicled my master's autobiographical journey. I often passed the time with it when I was bored. Danfer's incessant voice struck the hearts of the 2 women like a heavy hammer, leaving them to ponder whether a deeper conspiracy lay beneath it all. For this, I mourned for quite some time. Observing the 2 women's dazed expressions, the tower spirit kindly inquired, "It's nothing, Celia responded to Danvers. I'm afraid we'll need to delay you for a bit. We intend to confer for a while. Celia glanced at Magresia, and after receiving confirmation from the latter's gaze, she apologized to Danvers. No matter, ladies, but you only have 2 hours. Danvers' voice was light, yet held an undeniable firmness. 1 mile away from the Dragon Lion Cave, atop the highest hill, 3 figures gazed into the distance, their sights set upon the very Dragon Lion Cave that Celia and her companion had ventured into. The leader among the 3 appeared quite youthful, with pale skin visible on his exposed wrists. Dressed in simple knight's training attire, he resembled a fledgling noble youth. His voice seemed to carry a smile as he faced the Dragon Lion Cave not far off, and he spoke softly. Uncle Rosen, do you think they will be able to acquire that item? Young Master Joey, the tower spirit of that mage tower is desperate to escape its confinement. It will undoubtedly try every possible means, even resorting to falsehoods, to ensure they obtain that planeswalker profession item. Since you've indicated that the manual isn't the one, there are likely few other options. The probability this time is quite high, the knightly strongman on the left promptly stated, his tone filled with utmost respect. Although the young master addressed him as Uncle Rosen, he dared not be haughty before this future mage, especially a planeswalker. Joey, having received an affirmative response, nodded and issued further instructions. The knightly strongman hastily acknowledged. Indeed, Joey nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding the capabilities of the knightly giant. He turned and made his way down the mountain. A gust of mountain wind swept past, lifting the unbuttoned corner of his white shirt, revealing his robust chest. Upon his chest, a faint azure 6-pointed star was emblazoned. In the sunlight, the azure patterns shimmered and sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. Chapter 41. Love-Eve duel. In the center of the hall, a bonfire blazed fiercely, fueled effortlessly by the excess resin in the sewers. The searing flames could not entirely obscure the fragments of dawn's light that seeped through the corners of the sewer's ceiling. The goblins of the Blackfire clan, having indulged in their revelry, appeared somewhat fatigued, yawning in an exaggerated manner. Yet, even in their inertia, the dawn was their most relaxed time. Mr. Gurdon, I am leaving. Nina called softly to the black-scaled dragon, whose dark golden slit pupils were half opened above her on the high platform. She waved her hand in greeting while clutching a bulging little pouch tightly in her other hand. Unlike her previous visit, she was on a mission this time. She aimed to gather materials and see if she could procure an item list at the alchemist shop, facilitating Gurdon's future purchases. Although it was somewhat perilous, Gurdon had no other creatures at his disposal, leaving Nina as his sole emissary. Sending a goblin would likely result in it being unable to even enter the alchemist shop. Quickly met with the wrath of the city guards. Be careful on your way. Gordon's voice was tinged with languor, betraying his somnolence. The result of a night spent in contemplation. With a wide yawn, he revealed a formidable array of teeth to Nina, who remained unfazed. Their nightly companionship had long since dispelled any notion of him being a malevolent black dragon. Rather, he was a lava dragon. Gordon had cautioned her about his volatile temper, advising her to keep her distance when he was incensed. Yet, Nina struggled to reconcile this with the amiable, almost maternal care he, like Celia, had shown her. She had yet to witness his anger, but doubted it could be truly terrifying. Rest assured, Gordon, I am capable, she affirmed with a sly grin, before proceeding to apply her disguise. Soon, a sickly, unsightly girl, her skin marred by red lesions, exuding an aura of impending demise, emerged from the bonfire hall, leaving a trail of dumbfounded goblins in her wake. With some effort, she bypassed several rudimentary alarm contraptions. The morning mist hung heavy in the black street, severely limiting visibility. Amidst the fog, the incoherent ramblings of inebriated men and the distant sounds of dogs barking and roosters crowing painted a picture of discordant tranquility. Oblivious to this, Nina ventured into the mist, navigating the labyrinthine alleys with practiced ease. She scaled dilapidated walls and soon found herself at the entrance to the commoner's district, where the fence had already been dismantled. There were city guards stationed there, but they generally turned a blind eye to individuals like Nina entering. After all, they felt discomfort at the mere contact with such commoners, preferring to maintain a distance. In their eyes, there was little distinction between the commoner district and the black market. Their patrols were merely a perfunctory fulfillment of their duties. Nina, with a slight hunch, concealed a small, inconspicuous pouch in her bosom and swiftly entered the commoner district. As her makeup primarily consisted of superficial applications, its removal was relatively simple. Previously, she had been reluctant to remove it due to the scarcity of certain materials. But with the assistance of the Black Flame clan, she had an inexhaustible supply of materials. After reverting to her original appearance, that of a petite and endearing young girl, she traversed the various alleys of the commoner district, eventually arriving at the alchemical shop where she had previously exchanged the giant rat tailbone. It was called Fran's Alchemy Cottage. The proprietor was a beautiful half-elf, and her prices were quite fair, never taking advantage of Nina's youth. Therefore, without hesitation, Nina once again entered Fran's Alchemy Cottage. However, upon entering, she did not see the half-elf woman in the aquamarine robe, but rather a red-haired girl with pigtails, slightly older than Nina, engrossed in a thick book at the front desk. The title of the book was obscured by the table, preventing Nina from reading it. Initially unaware of Fran Willow's presence, Nina felt a twinge of apprehension. However, upon seeing a girl of similar age, whose youthful visage still bore the innocence of childhood, Nina found solace. "Is Miss Willow here?" Nina inquired timidly, startling the red-haired girl engrossed in her book. The girl glanced around, bewildered. The height of the front desk obscured her view of Nina, who was rather diminutive. In a moment of panic, she snapped her book shut, leaped from her high stool, stumbled awkwardly, and twisted her ankle. Limping towards the back room, she shouted, "Sister, there's a ghost in the store. A little girl-esque ghost. Is she here to eat me? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Sister, save me." Upon hearing the alarmed voice of her distant cousin, Rovi, while meditating in the back room, Fran Willow rose to investigate. To her astonishment, she spotted a small girl in a tattered white dress, now yellowed with age, peering innocently from behind the front desk. Her timid expression almost criminal. Recognizing her as the same girl who had previously sold her a giant rat's tail, Fran realized her cousin had created quite the misunderstanding. With a mix of irritation and exasperation, she lightly tapped the red-haired girl's head. "What nonsense about ghosts? Scaring yourself silly. We have customers. Is this how you manage the shop? If you continue like this, you'll frighten away all our patrons. Being timid while indulging in these horror books is truly absurd." Fran Willow, at a loss for words, began to sift through the books the red-haired girl had left on the counter, her reprimands continuing. At that moment, Nina finally discerned the title of the book, The Lich's Adventure House. Although she did not comprehend the essence of a lich, its name exuded an aura of malevolence. Consequently, she began to regard the girl who indulged in such literature with a sense of respectful distance. However, the red-haired girl, seemingly unfazed, limped toward Nina, wearing an expression of discomfort, and offered her apologies. "My sincerest apologies, dear guest. I was rather reckless just now. It is quite all right. I was too hasty and neglected to knock before entering," Nina quickly replied. Nevertheless, she remained focused on the purpose of her visit. Turning to the front desk, she addressed Miss Phelan Willow. "Madam Willow, I have some items I wish to part with, and I would also like to make a purchase. Might there be a list of available items?" As she spoke, Nina retrieved a bulging little pouch from her skirt, rising on her toes to place it upon the front desk. Chapter 42. The Elixir of the Goddess of Fortune. 10 grams of powdered black feather flower, in excellent condition. Is this animal blood for sacrificial purposes? It seems to be of the second tier, rather rare. 120 grams of scattered dog head gold. And what is this perfume? It carries a delightful fragrance and appears to possess properties that restore tranquility and clarity. Phelan Willow, the proprietor of this alchemical little shop, expertly extracted each meticulously sealed vial and pouch from Nina's small bag, diligently examining and appraising them with utmost seriousness. Though the items Nina brought were not cumbersome, they were diverse. Fortunately, they were all common materials found in the sewers, which Fran Willow had accepted before. However, this was merely a fraction of what Gordon had gathered. There was still a considerable amount stored in the bonfire hall. He didn't intend for Nina to sell some of the larger objects, such as weapons, since it was uncertain whether the alchemy shop would even accept them, and Nina wouldn't be able to transport them anyway. They would be useless, left to gather dust in the warehouse. As each item was inventoried, appraised, and priced, Fran Willow remained focused and diligent. She soon completed the inventory of the items Nina had brought and recorded them on a sheet of paper. The item names were listed with their prices, making it easy for Nina to understand. 10 grams of black feather pollen, 9 silver and 30 copper coins. 20 grams of second-tier dark beast blood extract, 3 silver coins. 120 grams of placer gold, 67 silver coins. Unidentified calming perfume, 1 gold and 20 silver coins. In total, Nina had brought 7 materials. According to Fran Willow's list, the total price for selling them to Fran's alchemy shop was 2 gold, 5 silver, and 20 copper coins. Surprisingly, the most valuable item was the perfume from the spellcaster's hut in the Cat's clan, which Nina had not anticipated. Although Mr. Gordon had mentioned that the perfume was worth something, she had been skeptical. In her opinion, the perfume seemed to have no other use than masking the sewer's stench, so she doubted it could be more valuable than the gold. However, the price before her was hard to believe. A mere small vial was worth more than gold, leaving Nina astonished. Nina, it seems you have struck quite a fortune this time. Did you encounter that tribe of goblin sorcerers in the wild? Flora Willow remarked, noting that much of the material had wasted considerable value, clearly not the work of a thrifty human. Such sorcerers, like goblins and similar beings, would produce such results only in the absence of precise instruments. Nearby, Loveth gazed at Nina with admiration, nearly exclaiming, "Incredible! Even at such a young age, you are already battling those monsters, while I remain ensnared in tales of horror and adventure." Nina neither refuted nor confirmed this, merely murmuring in agreement before addressing the half-elf shopkeeper. "I intend to sell everything, but could you assist me in exchanging it for something else? I do not wish for coins," she timidly requested, though her plea was undoubtedly met with Flora Willow's approval. "What do you desire, young lady? We have all that adventurers need here. Our specialty remains alchemical potions. Whether it be the best-selling sleeping draught or the underwater breathing elixir, we possess them all. However, in terms of equipment, we focus on quality, and there are not many weapons suitable for you, as most are enchanted with magic, their prices accordingly." Flora began to introduce Nina to the various items in the alchemical shop. "Ms. Willow, I seek a tome of combat techniques. I wonder if you have any? Is this a warrior training manual?" Fran Willow inquired, gazing at the young girl before her with perplexity. "How much does it cost?" Nina nodded, recalling the instructions given by Gurdon regarding the acquisition of skills to enhance the goblin team's capabilities. A considerable sum could be expended to procure training skills for warriors, such as charge and cleave, common techniques accessible to ordinary fighters. By undergoing training, they would learn various skills, thereby gaining an advantage in battles against monsters. After all, the Blackfire clan has grown to nearly 100 members. Although it cannot replenish high-tier forces, it can certainly bolster the strength of these elite fighters. The manuals were rather expensive, and self-studying at the Warrior Guild would be significantly more economical. Only 1 gold coin per book. Fran Willow found it perplexing. Could the individual behind her intend to establish their own domain and train warriors? After all, learning at the guild only costs 10 silver coins, and acquiring better skills would amount to no more than 20 silver. The books were evidently far pricier than lessons. However, swayed by Nina's affirming gaze, she refrained from attempting to dissuade her. "Ms. Willow, I also require some blazing oil and a dagger," Nina remarked while perusing the warrior skills. Blazing oil was something Gurdon had instructed her to bring, but the dagger was her own desire. She wished to become a valuable asset. Initially, she contemplated purchasing a small crossbow, yet hesitated due to potential costs. Thus, Nina settled for a dagger more suited for combat in the sewers. A decision made after consulting Mr. Gurdon. "Certainly, it shall be repaid to Mr. Godin in due course, using Nina's own funds." Naturally, Fran Willow readily consented, as daggers and fire oil are the quintessential provisions for adventurers. Essentially, one could procure these items from any equipage shop in Calandu. Just as Nina was poised to confirm the titles of the books that Godin had mentioned to her, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted her, signaling the arrival of someone behind her. Alongside Nina, 2 young boys had also arrived early at the alchemy shop. However, as soon as the footsteps emerged, the innocent voices of children echoed throughout the establishment, revealing their identities. "Sister Fran, could I please have a potion of Lady Luck? The one from yesterday has expired. Little Kieran wants one too," exclaimed the boys, typical denizens of the common district, as they dashed to the counter. They pounded on the countertop, taller than themselves, clutching copper coins, and eagerly urged her on, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "Loev, fetch them 2 vials of potion," instructed Fran Willow, who was holding the fire oil in one hand and a dagger in the other, not forgetting to direct the idle little girl beside her. Upon hearing this, Loev skillfully retrieved tightly sealed bottles from a wooden chest, pouring out 2 droplets of liquid the size of bottle caps, and presented them to the 2 children. Without uttering a word of thanks, each boy handed Loev a copper coin, swiftly applying the potion to their hands before scampering out of the alchemy shop. As they fled, one shouted, "Whereon?" I have a feeling that today I shall undoubtedly find Flandra. 2,000 gold coins will be mine. Kieran, today you head west while I venture east. Let us proceed separately and seek our fortunes. The voices of the two boys faded into the distance until they were no longer audible. Fran Willow, noticing Nina's momentary distraction, assumed she too was captivated and kindly interjected, "It is unlikely you will find him. Flandra has been missing for many days and may have long since departed from Calando. Not to mention, you'd be fortunate to acquire even a single gold coin, let alone 2,000. They are merely indulging in a whim of chance." Nina, carefully stowing away the flammable oil and dagger handed to her by the half-elf shopkeeper, could not resist inquiring, "Who are we searching for? Is Flandra particularly renowned?" Upon observing Nina's ignorance, Fran Willow chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she handed her a notice from the counter. The notice depicted a portrait accompanied by a bounty of 2,000 gold coins, with no regard for life or death. A reward of 10 gold coins was offered for any information, requiring verification by a priest from the temple of the just God. "Is finding him truly worth 2,000 gold coins?" Nina asked, gazing at the image of a strikingly handsome boy with golden hair, adorned with a heart-shaped sapphire necklace. Her curiosity piqued, she turned to Fran Willow. "Indeed, if you possess any item that belonged to him, it is possible. For the Duran family, 2,000 gold coins are but a trifling sum, easily spent at a single soiree," Fran Willow replied nonchalantly. The Duran family, with their numerous merchant ships in the port of Calando, regarded such an amount as insignificant. However, for the majority of adventurers in Calando, this sum could afford them a lifetime of comfort, liberating them from the perils of their precarious existence. However, it is not so easily attainable, Nina. One must remain grounded and avoid lofty aspirations. The odds are exceedingly slim, and only those frivolous adventurers would squander their time in Calando. "And what is this lucky potion?" Nina inquired. "It is a recently popular elixir sold in the temple, reputed to invoke the favor of the goddess with its application, though its origins are shrouded in mystery. As a result, half of the temples in Calando are now peddling this so-called lucky potion. I have procured a batch myself from the temple of the moon goddess. It is said to significantly enhance one's luck in dark environments. However, there is a phrase that Fran Willow did not utter. This so-called lucky potion is merely holy water mixed with various other liquids, devoid of any genuine fortuity. A misfortunate soul will not transform into a fortunate one." Upon hearing the last statement, Nina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she timidly asked, "Might Lady Willow prepare a portion of the Lady Luck potion for me? However, could you please package it nicely? I am not quite ready to use it just yet." Fran Willow chuckled softly at this and did not refuse. She believed it entirely normal for the young girl to harbor dreams of sudden wealth. Thus, she handed Nina a vial of the so-called lucky potion, and Nina exchanged a copper coin for it. A copper coin of hope, indeed, is not that a fair price? Chapter 43, Discovery in the Sewer, the Campfire Hall. Shortly after Nina departed, Gordon lazily propped himself up and began to partake in the breakfast prepared for him by the servants of his Blackfire clan. Charcoal grilled live fish. A collection of 7 or 8 catfish-like creatures were meticulously arranged beneath the elevated platform of Godin, accompanied by a crackling bonfire to maintain the warmth of the fish flesh. Godin had a particular aversion to cold food. He relished it piping hot, the hotter the better, a fact well known to all the servants of the Blackfire clan. As Godin savored his breakfast and prepared to embark on a new day, he was alerted by a goblin messenger, who brought news of unusual activity among the dog-headed men. Naturally, Godin summoned the goblin scout for a personal inquiry. The diminutive goblin, appearing frail yet swifter than most of his kin, hastened forward and humbly reported, "Great true dragon. The vile dog-headed men have brought a considerable amount of food into their lair today, including live goblins and ratmen. Is there any sign of unusual movement?" Godin inquired. "Aside from the dense cacophony of barking from the nest, there is nothing else to report. However, the sounds indicate their excitement and fervor, reminiscent of our clan's previous rituals." The small goblin replied, having once belonged to the Kaz clan, known for their divine favor and familiarity with such ceremonies. "Well done. Continue to observe, but do not provoke them. Ensure that you remain concealed," Godin instructed, fully aware that the dog-headed men's lair must harbor secrets. It would be prudent to gather more intelligence before taking action. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to certain victory. Godin firmly believed in this principle, understanding the paramount importance of information, both in his past life and within this foreign realm. The news regarding the dog-headed beings thoroughly extinguished Gurdon's intention to recline idly on his pedestal like a languid fish. He felt compelled to take action. Thus, he gathered a few elite goblins and set out for a leisurely stroll, patrolling the territory around the bonfire. He also harbored hopes of encountering Nina along the way, as he was quite curious about the recent transactions at the alchemical shop. In addition to the materials required for his purchases, Nina had taken all of his savings when she left, amounting to a substantial 7 silver coins. Naturally, this concern about insufficient funds lingered in Gurdon's mind as he skillfully navigated through the narrow gaps concealing warning traps. The moment these traps were triggered, they emitted a deafening chime, audible even from miles away, enabling Gurdon to maintain effective control over the safety of his domain. After all, the goblins were quite adept at evading these traps, ensuring that accidental triggers were virtually non-existent. This spared Gurdon from experiencing the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Today, the atmosphere in the sewer was particularly tumultuous. As Gurdon pondered, he gracefully moved his robust limbs, silent as a whisper. Like a cat, he glided through the vicinity of the bonfire hall. Following closely behind were several elite goblins wielding bone clubs, forming a formidable wall of flesh that was rather intimidating. Following the suspected assault by abyssal demons that resulted in the demise of 7 or 8 giant rat knights, the once formidable branch of ratmen knights had failed to produce any noteworthy figures. Consequently, the giant rat knights found themselves increasingly marginalized within the ratmen tribe. The previous day, a new batch of ratmen had begun training with a preference for transitioning into ratmen wanderers. Alternatively, one might consider the rogue mouse, wielding a poisoned crossbow, perpetually shooting with unrelenting fervor. These two roles are undeniably well suited for the rat folk. With the demise of Tuka, the once mighty rat knight has fallen into obscurity, unable to stir even the slightest ripple in the waters of fate. The slaying of dragons ultimately serves as a mere reflection upon the lake's surface, an ephemeral mirage. Presently, Tyri, the rat knight, bears the weighty mandate of the supreme priest of the rat folk, tasked with investigating the rampant fires in the southeastern region and the movements of the goblins, where recent disturbances have been notably pronounced. The priest intends to dispatch scouts to ascertain whether new powers have emerged in that vicinity. Given the significantly lesser mobility of the rat knights compared to the rogues, Tyri has willingly accepted this mission, viewing it as a testament to the knight's utility. Thus, Tyri approaches the task with utmost seriousness, initially visiting the goblin strongholds of the Kaz tribe and the Daika tribe in succession. Upon discerning that both tribes appear to have been eradicated, as evidenced by the presence of over a dozen still intact goblin corpses in the Daika clan hall, it becomes clear that the standing of knights in the eyes of the priest is not inferior to that of rogues or rangers. Tyri is resolute in inheriting Tuka's legacy, aspiring to elevate the knightly spirit. With this determination, upon gathering intelligence from the two sites, Tyri swiftly urges the mighty rat beneath him towards the third location, known as the Gallic tribe's goblin settlement. This time, he is resolute in his quest for flawless execution. As Tyri rides through the sewers atop his formidable mount, he caresses the incongruous heart-shaped sapphire that hangs from his short, stout neck, silently offering his prayers. May Tuka, in his magnanimity, grant me the prowess to emulate his feats as an esteemed giant rat knight, guiding the ratkin into the future. This very emblem was bestowed upon me by Tuka himself upon my ascendance to the giant rat knights, a treasure I've safeguarded within my abode until his demise, after which I donned it to perpetually honor his legacy. Terry galloped through the sewers and soon arrived at his destination. Gazing at the fissure ahead, his mind meticulously plotted the forthcoming actions. With the steps and escape route firmly established, Terry and his giant rat quietly slipped into the inconspicuous crack. Such a narrow crevice is practically tailor-made for us ratkin. It's a waste on those green-skinned whelps, Terry mused as he burrowed through the fissure, when suddenly, his giant rat trod upon a switch-like contraption. Instantly, a piercing alarm reverberated through the crevice. Panic surged through Terry as the once dark turn ahead blazed with approaching firelight, signaling his discovery. Simultaneously, the guttural cries of "Ola! Ola!" echoed from the bend. Yet, Terry's countenance betrayed little reaction. Knowing that he could command his giant rat to charge at full force, he was confident that he wouldn't be captured by the goblins, provided he wasn't surrounded. This was the very reason he dared to venture into the lair. Thus, with a measure of composure, he crushed the shrill alarm device before nonchalantly observing the swarming goblins, cursing them in the ratkin tongue. Farewell, Green-skinned brats, if you have the capability, come chase after me, the great Terry. As Terry spoke, he urged the colossal rat beneath him to turn, yet at the very moment it pivoted, he sensed that the gap behind him had grown significantly darker. Then, Terry beheld a pair of dark golden vertical pupils fixed intently upon him from the exit. Moreover, the owner of those eyes uttered familiar words in the language of the rat folk. "Oh, look what I have discovered. 2 adorable and charming little mice." His mouth stretched wide in an exaggerated grin. Chapter 44. Shattered bones. Gordon's robust black scales enveloped his entire body, while his soft underbelly was layered with massive pale yellow dragon scales, resembling a shield. He lay atop a high platform, his half-open dark golden pupils narrowing slightly. However, judging by his anthropomorphic expression, it was evident that his mood was quite favorable. The sharp claws, shrouded in scales, unconsciously toyed with a dazzling blue heart-shaped gem, rolling it in his grasp. This was one of his trophies, worth a considerable sum. It was, in fact, the most valuable item he had encountered thus far, worth no less than 10 gold coins. Although it was a somewhat inferior sapphire, marred by slight imperfections within its heart shape, it was still a gem, was it not? Selling it to the blue dragons in the desert would likely yield a significantly higher price, as they prized gems that matched their own hue as the most precious. However, this was contingent upon the blue dragon's willingness to part with treasures from its hoard in exchange, rather than resorting to mere conversation, physical, to acquire it. Gordon had not anticipated that casually slaying a rat could yield a treasure of greater worth than conquering an entire tribe. It is notable that the rat folk do not possess an affinity for collecting these glittering treasures, which are on par with those of goblins. However, now that it has come into its possession, Gordon no longer dwells on the origins of the sapphire. It is rightfully his. With this thought in mind, Gordon directed his gaze towards a faint azure luminescence displayed on his retina, contentedly allocating the 2 newly acquired talent shards. Robust, 820-1020. Observing the fluctuations in the pale blue data information bar, alongside the newfound vigor coursing through his body, Gordon nodded in satisfaction. He had indeed grown stronger, a tangible enhancement that left him exhilarated. Were it not for the uncertain circumstances surrounding the dog-headed folk and the unpredictable nature of the rat folk, he might have already succumbed to the urge to venture forth in pursuit of more talent shards. Nevertheless, his spirits remained buoyant. A brief expedition might yield unexpected delights, and he welcomed the prospect of such fortuitous encounters. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern, as it seemed his activities had attracted the attention and scrutiny of the rat folk. Although the rat knight had said nothing before being swiftly subdued, Gordon could surmise that it had arrived with a mission. Otherwise, it would not have ventured into the inconspicuous fissure passageway of the bonfire hall to trigger a trap. Had it not been for the trap's success, he might have been stealthily approached without warning. Consequently, Gordon learned from this experience and took the initiative to lay an additional array of traps at the fissure, along with a few subtle enhancements. The individual approaching appeared somewhat breathless, openly revealing their presence, evidently feeling secure in this location. However, the voice was unmistakably familiar, causing a subtle upturn at the corners of Gordon's mouth, anticipating what she carried. As Nina emerged from the tunnel, before she could offer a greeting, she noticed Mr. Gordon had already descended from the platform and was advancing toward her. Perhaps it was merely her perception, but Nina sensed that Mr. Gordon had grown significantly during her absence. Previously, when curled up, his head barely reached her chest, but now it seemed it could touch her neck. Considering it had been less than 5 days, Nina distinctly remembered Mr. Gordon being only slightly larger than a domestic cat, or perhaps a bit bigger than Celia's Liz. One could only surmise that true dragons possessed such extraordinary innate gifts. She composed her breathing, which had become somewhat labored due to her haste, and then greeted Gordon with a smile. "Mr. Gordon, I managed to sell the materials for over 2 gold coins. I acquired some of the items you requested. However, the invisibility potion you mentioned was prohibitively expensive. Even if I had purchased nothing else, I still couldn't afford it. The least potent invisibility potion in the alchemy shop costs 5 gold coins per vial, and the quantity is minimal, lasting only 5 minutes. I consulted with Ms. Willow. As Nina and Gordon made their way toward the platform, she began recounting the wondrous potions available in the alchemy shop and some of the popular items for sale. A slender parchment codex, a phial filled with an opaquely viscous liquid, the vessel robust and meticulously sealed, indicative of careful preservation. In addition, a foot-long dirk, gleaming with a frigid luminescence, appeared in Nina's grasp more akin to a short sword than a mere dagger. Accompanying these items were sundry silver and copper coins, a testament to the considerable expense incurred in their acquisition. Yet, currency held little allure for Gordon, devoid as he was of a dragon's avarice. His attention was captivated by the aforementioned parchment book. Gordon recognized the familiar common tongue inscribed upon its pages. One of the manuals dedicated to the instruction of innate talents and specialized skills, the acquisition of which he had entrusted to Nina as a matter of priority. The grinding blow talent, a Tier 1 aptitude, was neither exceedingly rare nor ubiquitously common. Grinding blow. Note: bludgeoning weapons receive a bonus when grinding bones. Mastery of the grinding blow talent, absent formal tutelage, necessitates assiduous combat and training over an extended period. However, the presence of this manual would greatly expedite the learning process. Gordon perused the parchment book, the initial page of which depicted a biological cross-section, revealing the anatomy of a kobold in profile. Instructions were provided for the construction of a training dummy to facilitate the cultivation of the talent. Subsequent pages featured additional biological cross-sections, enabling adventurers to execute targeted attacks, encompassing creatures such as goblins and hobgoblins. The contents were remarkably lucid, accessible even to individuals of limited intellect. Verily, Nina's investment of a single gold coin had been judicious indeed. Choosing bone shattering was naturally derived from Gurdon's memories of formidable adventurers wielding blunt weapons, gleaned from the legacy of the dragon. The white dragon's body was comprised of over 400 bones, few of which remained intact, and it employed bone shattering. This memory resonated profoundly within him. Coincidentally, the goblins predominantly wielded bone hammers, which are also blunt weapons. Hence, the training in bone shattering was of utmost priority. After perusing a tome briefly, Gurdon summoned the leader of the Blackfire clan, Grush Blackfire, to his side. He nonchalantly tossed the leather-bound book before Grush, who was kneeling and attentively awaiting orders. A voice, cold and authoritative, emanated from the elevated platform. Grush, ensure they train diligently. Do not let me down. Yes, my master, Grush Blackfire replied, his gaze fixed on the open pages of the book, recognizing it as a manual of combat techniques or talent training. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure and promptly expressed his eagerness to comply. Simultaneously, he proclaimed his determination, uttering phrases suggesting that if he failed, his master could cast his head into a dung pit, which momentarily led Gurdon to suspect he was merely seeking sustenance. Upon Gurdon's gesture, Grush carefully stowed the book away and, after taking his leave, hurried towards another gathering point within the hall. From this day forth, their training would not be aimless. He was resolute in his vow not to disappoint his master. Meanwhile, from the high platform, Nina also perceived a peculiar radiance. Beneath the campfire, a captivating blue glow beckoned the senses. A heart-shaped blue gem, nestled beneath Gurdon's pale yellow breastplate, radiated a resplendent light. Chapter 45. The Pact of Vajin. In a nearby clearing, the goblins of the Blackfire clan commenced their drills, practicing the intricacies of bone shatter. Their voices were neither loud nor soft, yet to Gurdon, they resonated as silence itself. He was utterly astonished by the figure Nina had just uttered. What did you say? This trinket is worth 2,000 gold coins. Has the populace of Calando lost their minds? With his head bowed, Gurdon gazed at the sapphire resting heavily upon his chest, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. In haste, he extracted the gemstone from beneath his not overly burdensome frame, placing it delicately aside, fearful of crushing it. He then leaned in, intently scrutinizing this gem, which held greater symbolic significance than actual value. Although the sapphire was exquisitely crafted, it was composed of inferior material, rendering it far from worthy of such a price. Nina, are you certain that what you beheld was indeed this gemstone? Nina, upon hearing Gurdon's inquiries, found herself enveloped in doubt. After all, the commission notice had described a flander adorned with a heart-shaped sapphire, though she was unaware of its composition. The prospect of having made a grave mistake, leading to a fruitless endeavor, was disheartening. The thought weighed heavily upon her, instilling a sense of guilt. Consequently, she quietly recounted all that she knew regarding the matter to Gurdon, devoid of any personal bias, presenting the facts as they were. This revelation lent Gurdon a modicum of credibility, particularly as the appearance of the sapphire seemed distinctly peculiar, especially for a mere mouse. There is a significant likelihood that the gem's owner has perished, leaving it to fall into the hands of the rat folk. Such a conjecture is easily deduced. Thus, When Godin gazed upon the sapphire once more, it seemed as though he glimpsed a future of opulence, the life of a king amidst the sewers. 2,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. It is sufficient to procure a deed for a shop in the precious land of Kalandu, or perhaps acquire a few remarkable magical items. However, the question of how to substantiate this remains a vexing dilemma. Godin contemplated this as he fixed his gaze upon the distant flames of the bonfire, the flickering light mirrored in his vertical pupils, lost in thought for an extended period. Nina, too, found herself ensnared in contemplation, evidently pondering the same issue. Yet Godin's thoughts wandered even further, particularly concerning how to navigate the trials of the Temple of Justice. After all, the priests of the God of Justice possess the power of truth spell. Should Nina undertake the task, Godin's presence would surely be exposed. One question would lead to another. Only the followers of Shurik or Layla might possess the guile to deceive the deities within the temple. These 2,000 gold coins felt perilously elusive. Godin felt increasingly burdened by the weight of his thoughts, for it seemed his only trusted confidant was Nina, affording him no maneuvering room. It was a matter of frustration. Would he merely watch as the coins slipped through his fingers? His reluctance was palpable, yet it was Nina who broke the silence. With a timid glimmer in her eyes, she mustered the courage to speak to Godin. Might it be possible for me to give it a try? I believe Lady Willow is a good person. Perhaps she could assist us. That half-elf? Gordon was, of course, cognizant of Fran Velo's existence. Nina had mentioned her during their previous transaction, portraying her as a genial and generous alchemist shop owner with equitable acquisition prices. Nevertheless, Gordon scoffed audibly, immediately inclined to decline and impart a lesson in social psychology to Nina. Her youth, perhaps, shielded her from the perfidy of human nature. Betrayal, he mused, was merely a matter of insufficient stakes. While some might disregard paltry gains, the allure of immense wealth could unleash their avarice, rivaling even the greed of dragons, nay, surpassing it in ferocity. Dragons merely plunder riches, whereas such individuals would devour everything until nothing remained. 2,000 gold coins were sufficient to strip away the veneer of equanimity from even the most courteous of nobles, revealing their primal savagery. Ratmen, if you are weaker than I, then all that you possess is mine. We could employ a contract with the goddess of wealth, Nina interjected hastily, which would ensure that neither party could cause any issues. In the free city of Kalandar, the most revered deity was undoubtedly Joaquin, the goddess of wealth, whose temple dwarfed those of other gods, exceeding them by more than a factor of 2. The palaces surrounding the main temple alone surpassed the entirety of other deities' sanctums, all erected by her most devout adherents. Merchants across the continent almost universally venerated Joaquin, and not merely in a perfunctory manner, but with fervent zeal. Donating gold coins to renovate her temple was commonplace, especially in the mercantile hub of Kalandar, where Joaquin's adherents rivaled the combined followers of all other gods. This left Godin momentarily speechless. Indeed, with the contract of the goddess of wealth, all concerns dissipated, allowing for the opportunity to enlist others to assist with appraisals or claims. After all, as long as the sapphire was genuine, the promised rewards would undoubtedly be delivered in full. His preconceived notions momentarily clouded his judgment, while this native child, not yet 10 years old, exhibited a clarity of thought surpassing his own. The goddess of wealth was renowned for her impartiality in transactions, unparalleled among the deities. All merchants seeking to forge contracts would invariably prefer the covenant of Vokin. Only her agreement ensured the most equitable exchange between parties. Let us proceed as you suggest. But exercise caution, Nina. 2,000 gold coins are not insignificant. If necessary, do not hesitate to forego them, Godin stated solemnly, adding a reminder that this tool was quite effective in its role. Should a mere 2,000 gold coins lead to ruin, the promising situation in the sewers could very well collapse. Yet, upon hearing his words, Nina, much like Godin moments before, fell into deep contemplation. She quickly turned away to wipe the corner of her eye, then spoke in a breathy tone laced with nasality. I will, Mr. Godin. It is worth noting that Nina was more vigilant than the rats of the sewers, quick to flee at the first sign of danger. Listening to Nina, Godin recognized the inappropriateness of her remarks, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the colossal rat rotating over the campfire, its skin turning a crisp golden brown under the flickering flames. My dear girl, perhaps it would be prudent to avoid such comparisons to rats, he suggested. That sentiment remained unspoken. Instead, Gordon steered the conversation in a different direction. When do you plan to depart? Immediately, he continued, "I've frequented the temple district on numerous occasions. It's quite a distance from the Black Street, an hour's walk at least. The clerics in the temple district occasionally distribute alms," he recalled. Nina has been there a few times. However, the portions they receive are often seized by other beggars and vagrants before they even leave the area. Over time, Nina came to believe that the refuse behind the Hearth Tavern smelled more enticing. At least there she could eat in peace. Gordon gestured towards the giant rat meat roasting over the fire. Nina's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed, her hunger evident. Consequently, Gordon instructed the goblins of the Blackfire clan, who were waiting nearby, to bring the giant rat meat so that he and Nina could share it. However, once Nina had eaten to about 2/3 of her capacity, she suppressed her desire to continue and bid farewell to Gordon. She understood that being overly full would hinder her movements. Gordon did not attempt to detain her, but offered some customary words of caution. Before leaving, however, Nina produced a thumbnail-sized, sealed translucent pouch containing what appeared to be liquid. She opened the pouch and proceeded to apply the liquid to Gordon's padded paws. Gordon did not resist, allowing her to proceed, curious as to the substance's nature. Once she had finished, Nina explained, "Mr. Gordon, this is a potion of good fortune. It's crafted by the Temple of the Moon Goddess and is quite effective, particularly in the murky sewers, Sarah's domain, where she would safeguard you." Gordon scrutinized the liquid-dampened dragon claw with a mixture of astonishment and doubt, lifting it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. Quite pleasant, yet would it be excessively wasteful? "What is the price?" Gordon inquired. "1 copper coin." Embarking on a journey at dawn, Nina strode with composure before venturing onto the clandestine streets of Calendar. Not merely because she no longer needed to conceal herself within the sewers, nor solely due to the presence of Mr. Gordon and the endearing goblins of the Blackfire clan at her rear. Rather, her heart brimmed with hope and conviction. She had begun to perceive the world's vibrant tapestry and found the leisure to attend to aspects she had previously disregarded. Perhaps it commenced 4 days prior, Nina mused. Under Gordon's gaze, she ascended the familiar sewer steps. As she neared her departure, she silently mouthed words to the owner of the dark golden, slitted eyes below. Accompanying this, Nina patted the rigid dagger at her waist, assuring her safety. As that figure receded from her view, Nina deliberately made her way from the sewers of Calendar onto the already bustling Black Street. Her made-up, somewhat sickly face emerged from the partially damaged sewer opening, and someone noticed her. Nina, hunched over, lowered her head, her hand instinctively resting on the dagger beneath her skirt. Nina deliberately chose to traverse the more secluded paths. When approached by others, she would adopt the demeanor of an ostrich, sidestepping and remaining still, neither fleeing nor resisting. This was a skill she had honed during her time in the dark alleys. Running could inadvertently provoke the perverse desires of those nefarious individuals. Yet remaining motionless could also attract unforeseen calamities. After approximately 10 minutes, she reached the threshold where the dark streets met the civilian district, unscathed. The city guards were still present, but the mist that had concealed her figure had dissipated. Nina faced a dilemma. In her current appearance, should she dare to enter? It was highly likely she would be unceremoniously expelled. She noticed children watching her with keen eyes, as if the moment she stepped into the civilian area, vegetables and stones would rain down upon her like a tempest. Soon enough, an opportunity presented itself. Nina seized the moment and advanced. 15 minutes later, she concealed herself in a corner, waiting until the last patron of Fran's alchemy shop departed before she cautiously made her entrance. The unpleasant odor she carried was immediately detected before she could utter a word. "What an awful smell." "Oh, it's you, Nina," exclaimed Roviv, seated at the front desk and assaulted by the noxious scent. Initially inclined to complain, her eyes lit up upon recognizing Nina. The stench was soon forgotten. In her eyes, adventurers, regardless of their odor, were deserving of respect, for they wagered their lives in the pursuit of combat, adventure, and exploration. To her, Nina was no different from those adventurers. Rather, she was an object of admiration, an idol, whose very essence was cherished. "Do you have anything to sell? I will go inside and call my sister out." After Ravif applied a drop of scent to Nina to eliminate the odor, she darted off like a gust of wind. She burst into the inner room, startling Fran Willow, who was engrossed in her experiments. The potion, concocted with considerable expense, was nearly ruined. However, upon hearing Nina's name mentioned by Ravif, Fran assumed there was an issue with the items for sale. She glanced at the dragonborn girl standing there, somewhat at a loss, and gently inquired, "Is there anything else?" If you wish to return what you purchased, you may do so today. If it is tomorrow, a depreciation fee may apply. Fran's voice was soft, and she noticed the hesitation reflected in the dragonborn girl's eyes. Unexpectedly, Nina's words took her by surprise. Sister Fran, I have a business proposition involving 2,000 gold coins that I wish to discuss with you. She then closed the shop door. The air instantly grew heavy. The wooden door sealed off the alchemical shop from the outside world. It was impossible for Nina not to feel nervous, yet she maintained a facade of fragility, timidly asking, Sister Fula, what do you think? Have you found Flandra? Where is he? Fran Willow regarded the dragonborn girl with curiosity, unable to fathom that this girl had only just learned of Flandra's whereabouts from her. Nina remained silent, and Fran understood without further explanation. Therefore, she posed another question. Why do you seek me? You could go to the temple yourself to submit the task. The Temple of Justice does not refuse entry to anyone, unless you harbor a secret. Nina entertained the notion of further remonstration, yet deemed it an exercise in futility and opted to lower her gaze in silence. However, Fran Vio clearly possessed a perspicacious understanding of the situation, and thus inquired directly, I can tender an advance payment to you subsequent to appraising the gold coins. But you must divulge the sum I am entitled to procure therefrom. Her tone, bereft of its customary gentility, adopted a mercantile pragmatism, for she was not one to be parsimonious when catering to the exigencies of her clientele. 500 gold coins, Nina declared. A figure arrived at after considerable deliberation by Gordon, deemed a reasonably equitable apportionment, although the remuneration was rather substantial. In Nina's estimation, a single gold coin sufficed to induce desperados to extinguish several lives within the clandestine quarters of the city, and 500 gold coins would procure a slave of noble lineage. It was not altogether untenable if the venture yielded the anticipated returns. Moreover, given the fortuitous and effortless acquisition of the item, Gordon was not averse to relinquishing a modicum of profit. A bold proposition. Fran Vio's countenance, previously imbued with gravity, softened perceptibly, and she regarded Nina with newfound favor. 500 gold coins. I accede to the terms. Where is the object in question? She inquired. It is not in my possession. A sojourn to the Temple of Joaquin is requisite to execute the contract, subsequent to which I shall deliver it to you. 50 silver coins, Nina could afford. Nina extracted the weighty pouch from within her attire, the mellifluous susurrus emanating therefrom proving immensely gratifying to the ear. Excellent. Fran Vio cast a penetrating gaze upon the dragonborn maiden before her, and then emitted a mirthful chuckle. Addressing Lovewef, who stood in a state of stunned silence behind her, she said, Very well, sister. The crimson-haired girl with twin ponytails stared blankly at the two, only managing to nod stiffly. As for what the two had just said, the bewildered Roeve could only shake her head in confusion. Seeing Flan Velo agree so readily, Nina's previously tense heart finally eased. The two then stepped out together, and Flan Velo immediately hailed a carriage from the street. Thus, Nina experienced the sensation of riding in a carriage for the first time, feeling a surreal, weightless delight. However, she was filled with excitement, seated by the window, watching the reflections of the retreating streets, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and hope. Riding in the carriage was indeed a pleasure, and it would have been even better if Mr. Gurdon were by her side. In Nina's vertical pupils, the distant, sunlit spire of the Vokin temple glimmered like gold, tantalizingly close. Chapter 47. A change in the weather. The priests within the Vokin temple were adorned in attire unlike that of priests from other temples. Though referred to as priests, they resembled nobles more closely, clad in garments that exuded opulence. They wore silk shirts, leather sleeves, and short boots, all crafted from the most exquisite fabrics and furs, epitomizing grandeur and extravagance. The rings adorning their fingers faintly pulsed with traces of magical energy. As priests of Vokin, their divine powers were largely tied to wealth, which meant that the strength of a Vokin priest was often correlated with their fortune. It was said that those of the high priest rank could command tens of millions of gold coins, capable of invoking the Dragon Pact to summon metallic dragons, such as golden or brass dragons, to fight on their behalf. The cost of such a gathering of true dragons could easily deplete an affluent nation's annual treasury in a single strike. Indeed, should most officiants opt to summon aid, they invariably seek succor from their patron deity, Joaquin. From her divine realm, they beckon forth formidable entities to assist in the mortal sphere, as this proves more advantageous. It is rumored that repeated invocations may even yield a bonus, such as a complimentary lesser being alongside a powerful one. Alternatively, upon completing 10 summons, one might be granted the privilege of summoning again for a mere copper coin. However, denizens of Joaquin's divine realm are often perceived as less potent in comparison to those from other pantheons, as they are more adept at amassing wealth and engaging in combat. To them, with sufficient funds, no obstacle remains insurmountable. Money is omnipotent. The adherents of Joaquin also devoutly uphold the tenets of their goddess. Thus, Nina and the half-elf Fulanviro had produced no fewer than 2 silver coins to gain access to the inner sanctum of the temple, epitomizing the adage that without money, one cannot proceed. Fulanviro, having prior experience in such matters, deftly procured a contract document imbued with the goddess's influence directly from the temple's clergy. Subsequently, upon this standardized contract issued by the Temple of Joaquin, she appended clauses pertaining to the heart-shaped sapphire, delineating the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. Notably, on Joaquin's contract documents, should the assessment of responsibilities and obligations reveal an imbalance, the document automatically recalibrates, either by reducing responsibilities or obligations, or even by rendering sections blank, ensuring equitable terms. In matters of trade and transactions, Joaquin is esteemed as a paragon of impartiality. However, the price to be paid is equally astonishing. The total value of the goods requires a tithe of 1/10 to be offered to the goddess Woken as a reward. In other words, if Nina and Fran Willow wish for this contract to gain the goddess's approval, they must present 200 gold coins as an offering to Woken. This revelation caught Nina off guard, yet it was not entirely unexpected. Most of the knowledge she possessed had been gleaned from Old Lady Orlon or the adventurers in the tavern. Influenced by hearsay, she had assumed that merely purchasing a contract would suffice for recognition. She had failed to consider that if mere 1 gold coin could indeed procure the goddess's endorsement, the world would not be rife with tales of greedy merchants who had been swindled into bankruptcy. Nevertheless, even the sum of 200 gold coins fell within Nina's acceptable range, especially since she had already spent 500. Extracting 200 gold coins for the sake of security was not an unreasonable proposition. Moreover, this amount would be divided proportionately. This meant that Nina would only need to contribute 150 coins, with the remainder to be borne by Fran. The validity of this contract hinged upon the condition that Nina's heart-shaped sapphire was indeed a relic of Flandra. Thus, she need not worry about failing to secure the promised 2,000 gold coins should the artifact not be genuine, nor about offering 200 gold coins to the goddess Woken. After half an hour had elapsed, with the assistance of the priest, Nina examined the contract and pressed her handprint upon it. The increasingly intense sunlight bathed the towering temple, adorned in gilded paint, causing it to shimmer resplendently, while the circular roof reflected a pure golden radiance. Having emerged from the temple gates, Nina and Fulan Willow were now linked by a subtle divine connection. The pact remained within the temple of Joaquin, and until its expiration, their actions were to be governed scrupulously by its stipulations. Breach of contract would incur the divine retribution of Joaquin, hence the efficacy of her covenants. The ire of an incensed deity is a burden few can bear. Even legendary mages tread with utmost caution in the presence of a god, let alone the common populace. As they boarded the carriage, Nina entrusted the sapphire concealed upon her person to the half-elf before her. Bound by divine mandate, she need not fear any perfidy from the seemingly benign individual. Upon beholding the heart-shaped sapphire, which refracted the sunlight into dazzling radiance, Fulan Willow disregarded Nina's earlier prevarication and commenced a meticulous appraisal of the gem. With the passage of time, her countenance softened, gradually yielding to a smile. When the carriage drew up to the Adventurers Guild, Fulan Willow whispered softly into Nina's ear, "Congratulations. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you are assuredly the most fortunate adventurer in Calandis this year, fortunate dragonkin." Nina watched as the slender figure of the half-elf, her waist-length hair bound by a circlet, entered the bustling Adventurers Guild with a graceful gait. The fulfillment of the commission and all subsequent procedures were entrusted entirely to Fulan Willow. This was a responsibility already designated to her within the contract. Nina simply needed to hand over the sapphire and, upon settlement, remit the 500 gold coin reward. Nina waited in the carriage for approximately another half-hour until the sun, gleaming like molten gold, nearly reached its zenith. The jovial Fran Willow emerged from the Adventurers Guild, finally appearing before Nina, whom she playfully teased with a hopeful countenance. "You're quite the affluent young lady now. Many second-tier adventurers likely don't possess your wealth. Might you fancy acquiring a new ensemble?" "No need," Nina demurred. I simply require a list from your alchemical boutique, if that's permissible, Lady Willow. Certainly. Fran Willow, having just received her 500 gold coin remuneration from Nina, naturally didn't object to augmenting her earnings. What is it you desire? Invisibility potions and luck potions. 10 of each, bundled together. Nina's lips curved into a smile, as if contemplating something delightful. Meanwhile, a certain black dragon yawned within the sewers, continuing its vigil over the passageway, anticipating the familiar sounds. It began to grow anxious, its moodiness and frigid demeanor causing the goblins training in the bonfire hall to diminish to near silence, lest they incur the wrath of the Blackfire clan's sovereign, the magnificent and benevolent True Dragon. Concurrently, at the Adventurers Guild, a noblewoman, a relative of Flander, was weeping copiously upon an oak table, her hand clutching a heart-shaped sapphire. As her sobs gradually subsided, the noblewoman tearfully addressed an Adventurers Guild official. President Bim, I wish to issue a commission. The task at hand is to eradicate all ratmen and their progeny lurking within the sewers of Calando. The reward shall be quintuple the average price, and one may claim their bounty with the severed heads of ratmen or giant rats. I desire for the ratmen of Calando's sewers to accompany my unfortunate Flander to her grave. As she spoke, her noble visage was marred by an unmistakable fury that could no longer be contained. The skies above the Black Street were about to change. Chapter 48. The Blasphemous Priest Jim. Why have so many adventurers invaded my territory? Do you know the reason? Boss, it is said that Flander's commission has been completed. The esteemed mage utilized the retrospection spell to uncover that the culprits behind Flander's demise were the ratmen of the sewers. Consequently, the Duran family has issued a bounty to exterminate the sewers rodents, avenging their young Flander. It is rumored that a common ratman's head is worth 20 coppers, while an elevated ratman fetches 3 silver coins. Adventurers have gone mad, descending upon the Black Street sewers with sacks in hand to collect their fortunes. Even among our ranks, many have expressed a desire to venture into the sewers in search of riches. This lean man, bearing a mottled scar that stretched from his eyelid to his lip, swiftly relayed what he knew to the indisputable strongest of the southern Black Street, Finch. With each revelation, Finch's countenance grew increasingly grim, until it appeared as though he might weep in silence. His subordinate Jim trembled in fear, daring only to bow low and await Finch's command. There's no need for further discussion. You may leave. Ensure your subordinates refrain from engaging in hostilities with the visiting adventurers. Finch, having regained his composure, addressed Jim with a subdued tone. Understood, sir. I shall immediately inform our brethren to avoid any altercations with the adventurers. Jim, relieved, accepted the order and promptly departed, inwardly marveling at the perceived augmentation of his leader's presence. He, a seasoned Tier 2 elite rogue, felt a disquietude in Finch's presence, suspecting that even stealth would prove futile. Finch lingered briefly at the headquarters before leaving the Dragon Hunter's territory, proceeding directly to the Thorns Inn in the Common District. Upon reaching the final room on the second-floor corridor, he rapped gently on the wooden door and softly announced, Esteemed Vermeer, are you within? It is I, Finch. The name was the same appellation used for the black-robed crone who accompanied Finch to survey the Black Street site. However, the response came in the form of a youthful, delicate voice, tinged with languor and enigma. Finch, what matter brings you here? Enter. The lilting cadence was somewhat protracted, indicating a state of contentment. The inn-room door swung open autonomously. Finch glanced down the corridor, and ensuring it was devoid of onlookers, he entered the chamber. Upon entry, Finch beheld a lithe, ebony-haired young woman reclining on the bed, her supple hand holding aloft a goblet of crimson liquid. She met his gaze and offered a bewitching smile. Finch dared only a fleeting, admiring glance at the woman who had undergone a rejuvenation in recent days. This is an ability unique to the Ouroboros cult, using vitality to heal injuries and then, like a snake shedding its skin, rejuvenating and restoring youth. Although he had heard of it, this was Finch's first time witnessing it. He respectfully lowered his head and said, Lord Vermeer must have received divine grace. It is truly enviable. What brings you here? Speak, Vermeer said languidly, crossing her long, slender legs. For some reason, Finch sensed a covetousness in Vermeer's gaze, but he was preoccupied with the unrest in the Black Alley and paid little attention to Vermeer's odd behavior. It's just that many adventurers have come to the Black Alley. I'm afraid that the Serpent God's ritual. Finch was clearly caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the adventurers and was flustered. This was understandable, as anyone planning a dark ritual would be unnerved by the presence of adventurers lurking nearby. The previously languid woman straightened up. What are adventurers doing in the black alley? Aside from the usual rabble? Finch did not dare to keep secrets and recounted the events of the day in Calando to Vermeer. Rest assured, it's nothing. Let them purge as they will. We will continue with our preparations. Whether the rat folk can survive 3 months is still unknown. Once the turmoil subsides, the sewers will return to their empty solitude, just as before. Understood, Lord Vermeer. Finch nodded respectfully, intending to depart. However, just as he was about to turn away, a pair of delicate, pale arms draped over his shoulders. The icy touch of her fingers grazed his neck, sending a chill through him. The fragrant breath wafted towards him, accompanied by an entrancing voice that whispered, "Since you're here, I haven't indulged in such pleasures for quite a while. Come, lie down." A flicker of fear crossed Finch's eyes. He yearned to articulate his thoughts and escape her embrace. Yet, he discovered that his body, once under his control, now betrayed him, moving like a marionette toward the soft velvet bed, where he lay down involuntarily. "Lord Vermeer, please do not." His voice trembled with panic, as he clearly understood that this unexpected encounter boded ill. The priestess of the Ouroboros cult, Vermeer, had garnered a terrifying reputation in the southern duchy for draining the life essence of 2 or 3 dozen individuals. He had no desire to jeopardize his potential for advancement due to a fleeting moment of pleasure. "Fear not, I shall exercise restraint. After all, I still require your assistance. Do I not?" The beguiling tone of the priestess resonated, laced with an unmistakable command. With her strength restored to the 4th tier as a profane priest, she possessed the power to compel this 3rd-tier warrior to obey her every whim. "Come, let us indulge in this delightful experience." As her melodious voice filled the air, Finch's face reflected a deep sense of regret and humiliation. Thus, a clandestine feast of pleasure commenced within the confines of a modest inn. Meanwhile, in the sewers, the commission had begun to ferment, as adventurers flocked to the black market from all corners of Carandu. However, the majority of their direction remained towards the southwest, which did not intersect with the area where Godin resided. Their quarry was the rat folk, not the worthless goblins. Nevertheless, this development was anticipated by Godin. After all, a murderer must face retribution. Initially, he had assumed that a group of adventurers would simply come to eliminate the threat. Little did he expect the Durin family to take such drastic measures, employing a bounty system to annihilate the rat folk of the sewers in Calandu. While contemplating the situation in the sewers and its implications for the Blackfire clan, he fiddled with a small vial of blue liquid handed to him by Nina. This was the invisibility potion she had brought, said to render any creature under 2 meters in height completely invisible to the air, though movement would still produce sound. Godin did not ponder for long. He ultimately summoned Grush. At present, he lacked the means to confront the adventurers. Avoiding the spotlight was his optimal solution, was it not? Reclining atop a mound of several hundred gold coins poured from his dimensional bag, the black-scaled dragon squinted in pleasure as he enjoyed the cleaning of his scales by the dragonkin girl, using a cloth soaked in hot water. Occasionally, he would flip over, languid as a sunbathing fish, remaining utterly still. Chapter 49. The harvest. 21 hours had elapsed since Celia and Maglacia emerged from the azure city of the demi-plane. They were now approximately halfway to the free city of Calandu. The midday sun blazed with intensity, yet neither of them chose to rest due to the warmth. Their time was running short. Now adorned in attire indistinguishable from that of ordinary adventurers, Maglacia inquired of Syria, who trailed behind her. "Syria, how much longer?" "In approximately 3 hours, the effects of the invisibility will dissipate," Syria responded. She remained clad in a black robe, her ashen hair cascading over her shoulders, with a silver pseudo-dragon perched upon one, seemingly in repose. The only divergence from her usual appearance was the diminutive, tarnished golden crown adorning her soft, gray locks. Its luster faded with age. This was the most efficacious method of traversing the terrain, optimizing both stamina and velocity, an indispensable skill for adventurers venturing into the wilderness. Astonishingly, neither woman emitted so much as a rustle as they passed through thickets or trod upon withered branches. This was not mere concealment, but a complete effacement of their presence, as if they had slipped into another plane of existence. Akin to a rogue's passage into the plane of shadow, they had entered a phantasmal realm. Thus, in the prime material plane, there had vanished entirely, a seeming miracle. Indeed, it was a miracle, for the spell, ostensibly a superior form of invisibility, was inextricably linked to a demi-artifact, the Crown of Dimensions, which she wore. When activated, it could transport all allies within 30 feet into a dimensional plane for 12 hours. With a single use per day, legend has it that it was crafted by a demigod mage during the era of Elven dominion over the continent of EO. Comparatively trivial, it is a mere inferior product, capable of being utilized only 10 times before succumbing to energy disarray and disintegration. Subsequently, this half-artifact wandered into another realm during the Elven War, following the demise of its master, only to be fortuitously acquired by a traveling mage. Thereafter, it was placed within the collection exhibition of Azure City, serving as one of the mage's prized possessions. It was then claimed by Celia from the hands of the Tower Spirit, becoming an essential tool for their escape from their pursuers. Let us depart for 2 hours, and then find a place to rest until we set forth again on the morrow, Margalesia remarked, glancing at the golden crown, now tarnished with rust, that adorned the head of the silver-haired girl, her voice tinged with regret. Upon hearing the sigh in her captain's tone, Celia instinctively understood the source of her lament. Yet, the fact that they remained alive and unscathed was already a testament to the favor of the gods. To wish for more would be to invite the envy of even the most avaricious of the chromatic dragons. One might find their greed eclipsed by yours. Moreover, it seems they have abandoned their pursuit, do they not? During the 9 hours of greater invisibility, Celia initially observed the humans scouring the jungle for them. However, as dawn approached, no one sought their concealed forms nearby. We must not let our guard down, Celia. Among that group, there are undoubtedly skilled wanderers. I can sense it. Otherwise, they could not have located us with such swiftness. Although Magricia felt a pang at the artifact's depletion, she noticed Celia's nonchalant attitude and promptly offered some necessary admonitions. I am aware, Celia affirmed with a solemn nod. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to her initial despondency. Within a day, she had undergone a profound transformation. Having composed herself and discerned the presence of a hidden manipulator, Celia resolved to seek retribution. She no longer lived solely for herself, but to exact justice for the fallen. Despite their current limitations, she believed that as long as they persevered, hope remained. Seeing that Celia remained vigilant despite wielding a demi-artifact, Magricia breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that Celia might become consumed by the artifact's power, as history was replete with instances of individuals being corrupted by such relics. Very well, Magricia said. There lies the glimmer of hope for vengeance. In the southeastern sector of the Kalando sewers, 3 hours had elapsed since the issuance of the Sewer Clearing Commission. The Ratkin tribe. Entrenched in the Ratkin city, a nexus of over 50 interconnected pipes, was in a state of utter trepidation. Although the adventurers had yet to locate them, their discovery was imminent. These sudden incursions into the sewers had completely upended the Ratkin tribe's aspirations and schemes. Before they could even fully dominate the southeastern sector, they were confronted with the legendary and dreaded adventurers. To add to their despair in the face of this perceived misfortune, their revered high priest had vanished without a trace. They were momentarily left without a leader. Some Skaven proposed evading these adventurers, avoiding a direct confrontation, and seeking a secluded haven where they could recuperate and grow stronger. Conversely, other Skaven argued that avoidance was futile, suggesting they engage the adventurers in the labyrinthine sewers, leveraging their inherent advantages. Even in death, they would inflict a wound, demonstrating that the Skaven were not to be trifled with. As these conflicting opinions stalemated within the Skaven tribe, 5 well-equipped adventuring parties converged from all directions, infiltrating the outer conduits of the Skaven city. The Skaven scouts stationed at these access points were no match for the elite human rangers, who swiftly silenced them with severed throats and broken necks. The adventurers were surprised by the Skaven tribe's clear division of labor and the vastness of their territory. But this only amplified their elation. It signified that the glittering treasures beckoned them. A night of reaping was about to commence. Chapter 50, Targeted 1-3, the southern sector of the Blackstreet sewers. A warrior, clad in battle attire, charged forward, creating a whirlwind of motion. With a mighty swing, he slammed his broadsword into an unsuspecting Skaven ranger. The impact sent the ranger, along with his crossbow, hurtling against the uneven sewer wall, where he crumpled to the ground like a discarded frame. The gray fur-covered body instantly collapsed into a mangled heap, a stark contrast to its previous agility. Such was the fate of those caught within the warrior's reach. 3 silver coins secured. These Skaven are far easier to dispatch than goblins or kobolds. Wouldn't you agree, Chilin? With a cheerful whistle, the warrior hastened forward, swiftly severing the Skaven ranger's head with a short dagger, and proudly hung it on his belt, unconcerned by the blood. 3 hours had elapsed since the riot in the Skaven city, and though dusk was approaching, many adventurers remained in the sewers, intending to toil through the night. Just outside the black market entrance, reward exchange booths had been erected, with piles of copper and silver coins openly displayed, ready for immediate exchange upon presentation of Skaven heads. Adjacent taverns offered a comprehensive service, allowing adventurers to indulge in drinks before retiring for a restful sleep. Don't be careless. Without my arrow ward, your recklessness would have left you riddled with arrows. Though clad in a mage's gray robes, she wielded a light crossbow. Dispatching a stunned Skaven with a precise shot to the brow, the fletching of the short bolt still quivering. This was not unusual, as low-level mages in the world of EEO possessed few spell slots and limited abilities. Most of their slots were dedicated to defensive spells for themselves or their companions, such as mage armor, arrow ward, environmental adaptation, and expeditious retreat. Pure mages at lower levels, lacking magical items, were indeed vulnerable. A single skirmish could deplete their spell slots, rendering them mere liabilities in need of protection, vulnerable even to common goblins. Thus, the choice of employing a crossbow or enlisting the aid of a part-time warrior is indeed an essential option for most low-tier mages venturing into the realm of adventure. The valiant warrior scratched his head slightly, chuckling softly. He refrained from further commentary, acknowledging the validity of the remarks made by the enchanting mage before him. Had it not been for the protective charm of flying arrow defense, he might well have found himself struck by the crossbow bolt of that ratfolk ranger in the very first round. Enough of your chatter. The battle is not yet concluded. The outcome of whether they would indulge in a hearty drink of oat ale at the Hearthstone Tavern tonight hinged upon this very encounter, as such opportunities were indeed rare. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed alongside the unique counting method employed by their leader, Ryan. 20, 40, no wait, 80, 380. In the brief span of mere moments, Ryan, a second-tier, elite swordsman, and their captain, had already dispatched 4 ordinary ratfolk and 1 first-tier ratfolk. With Ryan's command, the 2 companions swiftly abandoned their banter and rushed forward to cleanse the small congregation of ratfolk. They harbored no concerns about the escape of these creatures, for the sewer's passages had long been obstructed. Only a single gap remained, where 2 of their comrades, a dwarven warrior and a half-elf ranger, stood vigilant. To seize this small ratfolk enclave, they had invested considerable time in preparation, all for the sake of this very moment, ripe for unrestrained harvesting. The slaughter was far from over. Such ambushes, orchestrated by a party configured like Ryan's, were commonplace within the sewers. The ratfolk, caught unawares by this sudden onslaught, found themselves with no avenue of escape. In less than a day, the ratfolk tribe was utterly scattered, unable to muster even a semblance of organized resistance. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. The sewers of the Black Street were inundated with nearly hundreds of adventurers and dozens of low-tier teams. The ratfolk, having languished in the sewers for several years, had completely forgotten the existence of adventurers. After all, few would venture into the sewers of the Black Street, where poverty reigned and resources were scarce. Unless there was a genuine commission, it was rare for anyone to be inclined to hunt monsters in the filthy, odorous, and poorly lit confines of the sewers. But now, here they were, reveling in the carnage to earn the generous rewards offered by the Duluan family. Nevertheless, there always exist peculiar bands of adventurers who, even while reclining in comfort, manage to miss encounters with charming silver creatures. For instance, one of them exclaimed, "Boss, where on earth are we? Not a single ratfolk in sight." A relatively well-equipped adventuring party, brandishing torches, slowly advanced through the dimly lit sewer. One robust fellow, with an air of simplicity, queried their leader, Shire, his voice echoing throughout the tunnel. "Barn, keep your voice down. Even if there were ratfolk, your booming voice would have sent them scurrying away." Sean, the rear guard, whispered a caution. Yet, they found nothing at all. After 30 minutes of trudging, their torch was nearly extinguished. Not a single rat hair had been spotted. Yet I see that at the Black Street Exchange, the heads of ratfolk, pickled in lime powder, are piled as high as houses. Yet here, there is nothing at all. I yearn to embrace another woman in slumber this evening. The barbarian Barn expressed his discontent, uncertain whether it stemmed from the absence of the ratfolk or the disappointment of the night's prospects. Nevertheless, his voice had softened, no longer resonating with such a buzz. "All day, you obsess over that. Barn. Sooner or later, you shall perish because of it. A striking female voice delivered a fierce curse. She was a short-haired rogue clad in leather armor, evidently displeased with her companion. Many. To die in the company of a woman is, indeed, a mark of honor among the northerners. If you do not comprehend, refrain from speaking. Barn retorted, inadvertently adjusting his posture, though that was the extent of it. Otherwise, this little band would be better off disbanding than risking their lives. Do not fret. Barn. If I am not mistaken, we should be near the Ratfolk tribe. I recall entering from the southeastern sewer. Which side of the Black Street is East, leader? Someone inquired with uncertainty. This way? Shire hesitantly indicated a direction. Good heavens. Leader, I thought after our previous adventures, you had overcome your sense of direction. Yet here you are, still confusing east with west. Minnie lamented, her head in her hands. Nearly despondent regarding her captain. Had it not been for his second-tier strength, he would never have been deemed fit for the role of leader. Leader, we ought to ascend swiftly. I can no longer endure this foul stench. The putrid aroma of the sewers is unbearable. Someone suggested. Very well then. Realizing that he was once again leading the team astray, Shiri helplessly shrugged his shoulders, harboring some confusion. Wasn't the right side of the entrance to the Black Street the east? Yet, he had indeed observed numerous adventurers congregating in that direction. This small party had still not found the sewer exit when suddenly, the rogue Marniel, stationed on the right flank, hesitantly spoke up. I wonder if we could pause for a moment. I need to relieve myself. It seemed she had consumed an excess of water that morning. Given the daunting distance to the sewer exit, Marniel found herself in a rather urgent predicament. After all, there were no monsters lurking in the vicinity. Very well, go ahead. We shall wait for you here, Shiri replied, and the other members of the party, in unison, paused, preparing to allow their female companion to attend to her needs before proceeding to the next exit. Thus, Marniel sought out a narrow crevice to conceal herself. The gap was elongated, leading to a bend whose contents remained a mystery. However, Marniel had no time to ponder such thoughts. She hastily squatted down, ready to conclude her business swiftly. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept over her, as if she were being observed. With her keen intuition, Marniel swiftly turned her head, but the corner remained empty, devoid of any presence. Was it merely an illusion? Marniel, are you not finished yet? I am. However, I feel as though someone is watching me. As a rogue, she could distinctly sense the scrutiny surrounding her, particularly the malevolent gazes that demanded her utmost attention. The gaze she had just encountered evoked an unsettling sensation, as though she were being scrutinized by a predator. Turning her head, she found nothing. Was it merely an illusion? Filled with uncertainty, Manor resolved to seek the counsel of her companions. Is someone watching you? I'm perfectly fine here. Manor, you mustn't doubt me. I harbor no interest in your decidedly flatter chest and posterior, no more than I do with men. How utterly mundane. Barn, the barbarian from the north, relentlessly seized every opportunity to mock Manor, especially since she often ridiculed his own endowments. After all, he had traversed ogre lairs and escaped from the clutches of frost giants. He had even shared fleeting moments with a wolf girl raised by winter wolves. A mere sewer was hardly a concern for someone as seasoned as Barn. What peril could possibly arise here? A goblin warrior? A bear goblin? Or perhaps a dog-headed spellcaster? These were trifles. In Barn's eyes, everything could be resolved with a few well-placed axe strikes. As for more formidable monsters? Surely, that was a jest. What dragon could possibly take refuge in such a place? Even the black dragon, which favors marshlands, would likely keep its distance from a sewer. Silence, Barn. One day, I shall force your head into your own backside. Manor, already on edge, was now incensed by the barbarian's taunts. Were it not for her inability to best him, she might have already resorted to violence. Just say less. Manor, do you truly sense something? With her need to relieve herself now thoroughly diminished, Manor rose and stepped out from the shadows, nodding toward Shiri. Indeed, I sensed an intense presence lurking nearby. As she spoke, Manuel retrieved a spare torch from the warrior Sean and ignited it. She then ventured once more into the crevice, eager to discover what lay within and whether Barn should be permitted to enter. The solitary advance of the wanderer caused a stir of unease in Shiri. He felt it prudent to have the most resilient Northman at the forefront. The passage was far too narrow. It would be better for that fellow Barn to remain outside. Without hesitation, Manuel countered, asserting that a Northman clad in half armor would likely have to sidle through the fissure, and even retreating would prove quite challenging. Then let Sean accompany you. Shiri, still apprehensive about Manuel exploring the crevice alone, resolved to send a steadier warrior ahead for support. Take up your shield. He handed Sean a small, round shield, his secondary weapon, a force field shield. This item could deflect arrows or the blows of swords and daggers. Moreover, it possessed the remarkable ability to transform once daily into a 6-foot-high wall of force, capable of repelling magical attacks, all without the need for magical energy, making it a rather impressive artifact and the only magical item in their party. Should they encounter creatures in the crevice, it would facilitate Sean's defense. Though Shiri often struggled with navigation, he excelled in this aspect, earning even the approval of the typically fastidious Manuel. Observing the preparations, Manuel stepped back momentarily, and only after Sean, armed with the shield and longsword, entered the crevice did she follow closely behind, while Ciri, the Northman Barn, and the reticent twin-blade ranger Fane remained on guard outside. Ciri, stationed at the fissure's edge, could only observe the two figures receding into the fiery glow. It was Menial's sudden halt that captured everyone's attention. What is it? A trap, a rudimentary warning snare, the kind even goblins could devise. Though they typically favor iron clamps to ensnare prey, could this be a Skaven den? Within the 20-foot radius illuminated by the torchlight, Menial, glancing sideways, made a fresh discovery. There, on the ground, were simple yet adequately concealed warning traps. Despite her youth, she had already spent 2 years adventuring. From a naive novice to a seasoned rogue, she knew these traps outside monster lairs intimately. Is there truly something amiss? Ciri was taken aback by this unexpected turn. Initially, the intention was merely to investigate, but now it seemed they had stumbled upon something significant. Consequently, he summoned Fane, the ranger behind him, to offer assistance, ensuring the pair would not be isolated. In an adventuring party, unity is paramount. Those who lack it either perish in the wilderness, becoming monster fodder, or become solitary wanderers, unburdened by teammates. What about me? Am I to simply stand here and watch? Barn, you will remain here, ensuring no other creatures outflank us. Though somewhat uneasy about leaving Barn alone at the rear, Ciri had no other recourse and issued the command. Previously, he invariably designated Sean to cover their rear, while Barn charged ahead, a strategy befitting their respective roles within the team. However, the fissure's constricting dimensions rendered the towering Northman, clad in half-plate armor and standing at an impressive 7 feet, ill-suited for the vanguard, necessitating a sidelong entry. Very well, but should any commotion arise, I shall not remain idle, Barn affirmed, his gauntlet striking his armor with a resounding clang, as if in pledge. Verily, his desire was to partake in the fray, for the Northman's veins coursed with a fervent ardor for warfare and unbridled fury, a tempestuousness that only the crimson nectar of battle could quell. Indeed, Shiri acquiesced, recognizing that should unforeseen circumstances transpire, the Northman's intervention would prove invaluable. At long last, the dismantling is complete. The diminutive Mayoner, having painstakingly disarmed scores of early warning traps, exhaled a sigh of relief. By the gods, what imbecile would find amusement in such an endeavor, laying down a ceaseless barrage of these infernal contraptions, causing me undue consternation? Mayoner muttered, her vigilance against treacherous snares giving way to exasperated maledictions. Approximately 40 feet remained until the bend. She edged aside, gesturing for Sean, the shield-bearing warrior, to advance and assume the vanguard, lest her frail frame succumb to a volley of arrows, particularly within this confined space that offered scant room for maneuver. As she progressed, a fragrant aroma permeated the air, causing her to recoil in alarm, swiftly covering her nostrils. "Beware, poison!" she exclaimed, her voice muffled. Sean, startled, hastily followed suit, shielding his olfactory senses with a cloth, while Shiri, bringing up the rear, detected the scent and retorted with wry amusement. The infrequent fragrance of azure shade blossoms permeated the sewer. A potential yield of at least 30 silver coins awaited them if more were discovered, as it constituted a principal component in the concoction of mage meditation elixirs. But I recall the Rogues Guild assessing this, Munya, Shirei remarked, casting a dubious glance at her teammate. How is it that you identified the toxicity? Munya scratched her head, relinquished the cloth, and inhaled. Indeed, it was the scent of azure shade blossoms. My mistake, she conceded, abashedly. I mustn't be so impetuous next time. It could sow confusion. Shirei, motion at the bend. Munya's voice resonated once more, still laced with astonishment. Shirei, about to chide Munya for her alarmism, glanced up. Beyond the reach of the torchlight, a pair of auric, vertical pupils scrutinized them from the bend. Judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a human. Sean advanced, endeavoring to extend the torch's illumination. Unbeknownst to the quartet, they had trespassed onto a patch of viscous, ebony fluid. Given that sewers were inherently repositories of mire and detritus, a degree of viscosity and a black hue were hardly anomalous. Eventually, as they approached within 20 feet of the torch's radiance, they discerned the possessor of the auric, vertical pupils, a dragonborn maiden clad in tattered garments. Her delicate features and petite frame attested to her exquisite beauty, while her vertical pupils augmented her exotic allure. Jackpot! At least 300 gold coins, he thought, if sold to those aristocratic lords. Sybil gazed upon the dragonkin maiden before her, muttering to herself, and promptly issued an order. Sean, seize her. Alive. Even the directionally challenged stumble upon serendipity, do they not? Concurrently, the Northmen, who had been impatiently awaiting at the rift's entrance, began to pour in, squeezing through in a rather disheveled manner. Captain, what's the situation? Barn, the Northman, boomed as he edged into the rift. A prime slave and scathed. A dragonkin. The likes of her would incite a frenzy amongst the aristocracy at an underground auction. Sybil, with admiration, regarded the petite maiden with the golden, slit-like pupils, murmuring incantations. Such a treasure in the sewers? A veritable diamond in the rough. Originally, he had merely sought a quick profit, but he had inadvertently stumbled upon a mobile fortune. Praise the gods, praise Shar. He fervently prayed inwardly, attributing this stroke of luck to divine providence. Otherwise, how could he, Sybil, be so fortunate? Thus, Sybil resolved to properly venerate Shar's temple after disposing of the dragonkin girl. Meanwhile, Sean, the warrior, acted upon his command, surging forward to the corner, poised to retrieve the girl. As adventurers, they held a rather indifferent view on the matter of selling into servitude. In their eyes, such hybrids were not truly human. They were, in essence, monsters. The prospect of bartering held no moral quandaries for him. Indeed, even those of pure human lineage, when enticed by a sum of 300 gold coins, would likely entertain the notion of temporarily relinquishing their identities and dabbling in the trade of servitude, provided there were no dire repercussions. Adventurers, save for a scant few possessing principles, were largely neutral evil, wreaking havoc across the continent of Eo like a swarm of locusts. This had led many secluded villages to shun and even expel itinerant adventurers. They were no strangers to deeds that provoked the ire of both mortals and deities. However, Sean abruptly halted when he was a mere 6 feet from the dragon-blooded maiden, obscured by his form. Syria was unaware of the cause of his hesitation and thus urged him onward. Any tavern in Calendar would extend a warm welcome to us. As he spoke, he could not help but lick his lips, and even Fane, the dual-blade ranger behind him, betrayed a hint of eagerness. Was not the pursuit of a lavish existence and the thrill of adventure the very essence of an adventurer's calling? For monetary gain, they were capable of almost anything, from venturing into the abyssal depths to rescue deities to retrieving a neighbor's elderly feline. The scope of their commissions was exceedingly broad. "Boss, I'm stuck. Lend me a hand." Barnes' plaintive voice echoed from behind, but Sirio's gaze was riveted on Sean, leaving her no attention to spare. Unbeknownst to them, Sean was in a state of disquietude. However, far from being a novice adventurer, he swiftly regained his composure almost as soon as Siria's words of encouragement had faded. Activating the force field technique of the small round shield held in his arm, a towering 6-foot wall of force materialized before Sean in an instant. Accompanying this manifestation was the sharp sound of Sean's warning. "Everyone retreat. There's a dragon, a living black whelp." Around the corner, in a place only visible to Sean, a monstrous head, covered in gleaming black scales, emerged. Its dark golden vertical pupils, illuminated by the torchlight, appeared particularly terrifying. True dragons, the most ancient beings of the Eo continent, are apex predators at the pinnacle of the food chain. The mere fact that it belonged to this highest echelon was enough to instill trepidation in adventurers. Even a whelp warranted such a formidable display from Sean. Maynor and Shiri, positioned behind him, were struck with a sense of dread, and even the typically aloof Fan tightened her grip on her twin daggers. The whelp of a true dragon. Born as a second-tier creature, it was evident from Sean's demeanor that it posed a significant challenge, clearly far beyond the combat capabilities of their party. Among them were only 2 second-tier members, the directionally challenged Shiri and the barbarian from the north. The rest, including Sean, were merely first tier, having yet to touch the threshold of the second tier. The prospect of a challenge seemed utterly absurd, unless this dragon happened to be a white dragon. Yet, it was clear that it was not. As Sean gradually retreated, they caught sight of the whelp's form appearing around the corner. The black dragon's head was held high, with 4 prominent horns beginning to sprout from the back of its skull. Its body, seemingly fully matured, was even larger than the largest of the Biksog dogs. The thick and mature scales appeared formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation that discouraged any challenge. Not a black dragon, but surpassing even the red dragon. Great true dragons. We mean no offense. We shall take our leave now. I humbly offer this as a plea for your forgiveness. Sheree, whose formation was nearly in disarray, hurriedly attempted to communicate with the hostile true dragon before him. Regardless of their age, true dragons possess the ability to communicate. Although the 5-colored dragons encountered in the wild are inherently malevolent and incapable of dialogue, Sheree was unwilling to relinquish hope. As he spoke, he removed a pouch of coins from his person and tossed it toward the black-scaled dragon in the distance. However, the gleaming silver coins scattered from the pouch failed to capture the dragon's attention, and it disregarded them entirely. Just as he prepared to utter further words to buy himself some time, the dragon inhaled deeply without hesitation, signaling the imminent release of its breath weapon. He urged everyone to retreat, but before they could move even a few paces, they found themselves immobilized, trapped in place. The cause of their predicament was none other than the northern barbarian, Barn, who remained wedged in a narrow crevice, obstructing their escape. Curse it, Barn, if we survive this, I swear I shall have menial stuff your head where the sun doesn't shine. Sheree cursed vehemently at the barbarian responsible for their current plight. His only hope now rested on the protective barrier formed by the small round shield, which he prayed would hold long enough for them to retreat safely. Once they reached the open expanse outside, they would no longer be so desperately cramped together. At the very least, they would still have a fighting chance. Gedon surveyed the adventurer squad crammed within the fissure before him, and the translucent, rippling force field, his gaze utterly indifferent. Though it marked his initial encounter with humans other than Nina, it did not temper his poor first impression. They had thoroughly incensed the sovereign of the Blackfire clan. Initially, he had not intended to assail the adventurer squad, as any such action would invariably entail risk. Should any of them escape, his existence would undoubtedly be revealed, potentially necessitating a hasty departure from Kalando. The map of Kalando reveals that all sewer exits lead to the moat, guarded not only by Kalando's elite city watch but also by gates impervious even to molten lava, rendering escape exceedingly difficult. Therefore, he had preferred to remain hidden from adventurers for the time being. However, their unsolicited arrival compelled Gedon to bide his time and observe, until their utter failure in his test sealed their fate. Here, their journey, and indeed their lives, would meet their end, as a vast breath was drawn into Gedon's abdomen, subsequently transforming into a tempestuous elemental exhalation via the primary vessels. His lithe form began to glow with incandescent crimson light emanating from the edges of each thick scale, as if rivulets of magma coursed beneath his hide, a dazzling spectacle. A moment later, a radiance brighter than any torch erupted from Gedon's magma-infused maw, illuminating the dim sewer in its entirety, transforming the narrow fissure into what seemed like broad daylight. The searing columns of magma surged forth with an imposing aura, crashing against the distorted force field barrier in the air. Witnessing this, Sean could only hunch his body, shielding himself with the circular shield of the force field, while fervently praying for the gods above to grant him protection, hoping to survive this onslaught unscathed. Fortunately, the force field held firm against the magma's breath. Apart from a slight warmth on his arm, he felt no other effects. He then noticed that both Manier and Shiri, as well as the northern barbarian Barn, were all staring blankly at the ground. From the scattered magma upon the earth, a path of flames surged forth, moving with a swiftness surpassing that of the fiery columns themselves. In an instant, the quintet found themselves engulfed in a sea of fire, with Barn's position leaving them no room to retreat. The volatile fire oil, a product of alchemy, emitted a peculiar odor. Even a single drop could ignite for 3 hours without extinguishing. Gurdon inhaled the oppressive and acrid fragrance in the air and within the cold. In different golden slits of his eyes, the inferno was mirrored, reflecting decay. Chapter 53, Conclusion. Regrettably, the flames of the fire oil could not completely annihilate these adventurers, save for the immobilized barbarian Barn. The agility of the others at that moment rivaled that of pure-blooded elves, as they swiftly devised an escape plan. Charging towards the black-scaled dragon would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. A true dragon, even in its weakened state, was beyond the hunting capabilities of their beleaguered party, leaving them with no outcome other than a delivery to their demise. The only path to salvation lay in escaping this towering mound of flesh, climbing over Barn's head to exit the constricting fissure that rendered their legs weak. As for the question of abandonment, to them, Barn, having committed such a grave error, deserved little sympathy. They had already stabbed him a few times, considering their past camaraderie. The first to step onto Barn's shoulder and leap down was the dual-wielding ranger, Fane. The half-elf, in the blink of an eye, had already landed behind Barn before the northern barbarian could react. Yet, almost instantly, Fane turned and fled without a hint of mercy. He yearned to escape this cursed chasm, to leave behind the filthy and foul-smelling sewer. Damn the ratmen. Damn the mission. Was it amusing to linger in the sewers, preying upon helpless and pitiful adventurers? Everything, however, was about to recede from his grasp. Fane's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, alternating between fear and fleeting joy. Yet, his legs did not falter. They propelled him forward like a swift cheetah toward the exit. Behind him, Fane could hear the flames roaring back to life and the thunderous roar of a dragon. The dragon's roar momentarily halted Fane's flight, leaving his mind blank and dazed. He beheld a black-scaled dragon, wreathed in flames, its roar echoing fiercely. Surrounding it were torrents of scalding lava, splattered from its charge, as it barreled forward with tremendous force, sending two figures, struggling to escape the inferno, crashing into the feet of the relentless northern barbarian. Before he could take a few more steps, he heard the anguished cries and gasps of his comrades. The lamentations of both Menel and the warrior Sean were universal. The force of the charge had nearly shattered their pelvic girdles beneath their ribs, making it arduous to stand. The subterranean flames mercilessly devoured their flesh, searing their skin. The voices of the Northmen, Barn, pinned against the rock face, and their captain, Cirith, echoed to Fane's ears. "Boss, save me. Let go of me, you imbecile. All brawn and broads, that's all you are." Barn, the Northman who affectionately called Cirith boss, clung tenaciously with his mobile right hand to Cirith's left. As Cirith attempted to clamber over him, his plea was both earnest and urgent. A Northman could endure the frigid embrace of an icy wasteland for an entire day, owing to their innate resistance to cold. However, exposure to the scorching sun would likely prove unbearable in a mere hour, especially when subjected to the torment of burning oil. With their combined strength, the five of them could have faced even a fledgling dragon with resilience, albeit in a disheveled state, without resorting to such a desperate flight. Abandoning their comrades, Cirith harbored a deep resentment towards Barn, the second-tier barbarian, particularly now that Barn was clutching his hand. A confluence of past and present grievances surged within him, prompting Cirith to draw his keen short sword, intending to strike Barn through the chinks in his half-plate armor. Not to kill, but to compel him to release his grip. After all, a living Barn was far more valuable than a dead one, in the hope that it might deter the young dragon from its pursuit, particularly when Shiree beheld the warrior and the rogue, who had been struck down by the horned black dragon, now even more colossal, and sent hurtling towards Barn at his feet. Shiree, his hand seized, was consumed by a surge of savage ferocity, his eyes blazing with a baleful light. Without uttering a word, he plunged his blade into the chinks of Barn's half-plate armor. Once a swordsman of the Empire, he possessed the skill to wield any sharpened weapon with practiced ease. The keen-edged short sword sank in 3 inches, eliciting a muffled groan from Barn. Yet, he refused to relinquish his grip, clinging steadfastly with his right hand to his former captain, holding him with a desperate tenacity. This was his sole hope for survival, and he was unwilling to release it at any cost. Shiree, his eyes now bloodshot, verging on madness, watched as the black dragon emerged from the flames, drawing ever closer. He had forgotten that, in a contest of strength against the barbarian Barn, there could be only one outcome. Although Barn's mind was not the keenest, especially after enduring Shiree's fierce assault, Shiree's actions ignited a furious rage within him. "If you won't save me," he roared, "then we shall perish together." Enduring the excruciating pain emanating from his ribs, Barn unleashed an unparalleled surge of strength, not to confront the dragon, but to drag his former captain in front of him. Then, with a savage glare, he delivered a brutal headbutt. "This is your doing, Captain," he bellowed, before delivering a second headbutt, causing blood to gush from both their foreheads. The imperial swordsman, Cersei, fared considerably worse. His nasal bridge was shattered, and several teeth dislodged from the forceful impact to his face, with blood liberally coating his contorted visage. By the celestial dragons! If only all who trespassed upon my lair were as obliging as the two of you. Both Barn and Cersei discerned the common tongue emanating from behind them. Indubitably, it was the utterance of the ebony dragonling that had hastened to the scene. Amidst the inferno, only it could leisurely amble and converse. Gordon, his limbs treading upon the now silent vagrants, relished the yielding sensation beneath his claws, his dark gold pupils fixed upon the mutually combative adventurers, deriding them with sardonic pronouncements. Do not exult prematurely. Once Fane escapes, you shall not evade your fate. Innumerable adventurers will become cognizant that within Calando's sewers, a dragonling lies concealed. You will be slain or captured, delivered to those mages with a prurient interest in your anatomy. Your dragonkin will be trafficked, and your hoard plundered. Cersei, his speech somewhat impaired by the loss of his teeth, regarded the dragonling with disdain, vociferously proclaiming his defiance. Knowing escape was impossible, courage surged within Cersei's breast, and he was no longer daunted by provoking the dragon's ire. He had glimpsed the dual-bladed ranger Fane nearing the chasm's exit, a sight that afforded him solace and lessened the facial agony. At least, the dragon would not long endure. A worthy exchange. However, in the next moment, he caught sight of the true dragon before him, gazing at him with a mocking expression. Is it so? Just as Finn had emerged from the rift, believing he had escaped to safety, he suddenly heard a fierce rush of wind to his left. As a half-elf, his reflexes were undoubtedly quick. He immediately raised the twin daggers he held to block the massive, pale bone club that remained conspicuous even in the darkness. He discerned the assailant's form, a goblin, a particularly elite goblin. Before he could grasp why a goblin was at the entrance, another gust of violent wind struck from his right. But this time he could not evade it. The sound of his kneecap cracking echoed painfully, accompanied by a sharp agony that rendered him unsteady, causing him to half-kneel on the ground, clutching his knee and howling in despair. He looked on helplessly as 10 elite goblins emerged from the shadows. Even if he managed to evade this encounter, he would likely fall prey to this premeditated ambush. Even if Shiri were present, she would probably find it impossible to extricate herself in time. They had him at their mercy. Once the goblins hoisted Finn away, carefully navigating around the warning traps through another passage, they discarded him into the hall of the campfire, right beneath the feet of the dragon resting atop the high platform. When Finn beheld the black hatchling once more, he noticed with alarm that it had visibly grown larger since their initial meeting. Upon the platform, the dragon, adorned in black scales, allowed the dragon-blooded girl to scrub the blood from its claws with silk cloth. It gazed down at the adventurer beneath it with a languid and contented expression, a fleeting glimmer of greed passing through its eyes. Chapter 54. Battle Achievements in the Firelit Hall. Upon the elevated platform, Gurdon gazed down at the adventurers sprawled beneath him. He refrained from hastily delivering the fatal blow, instead taking a moment to contemplate the spoils yielded by the 4 individuals he had previously encountered. The quartet of adventurers, which included a northern barbarian and a captain-like swordsman, had collectively bestowed upon him 2 white orbs of light and 2 black iron orbs. The black iron talent fragments were identified as fearless in the cold and mastery of swordsmanship. The talent, fearless in the cold, grants one the fortitude to withstand frigid temperatures, enabling endurance amidst icy landscapes. It offers some resistance against the frost breath of winter wolves and white dragons, as well as a modicum of protection against frostbite. However, it does not empower one to provoke these formidable creatures. The talent, mastery of swordsmanship, signifies a keen blade and a discerning eye. Your swordsmanship stands out among a multitude of swordsmen, as the blade becomes an extension of your very being, allowing you to perform extraordinary feats. Even slicing potatoes as thin as gossamer, Gurdon opted for a direct disintegration of the fragments. For there exists a certain drawback when dealing with humanoid beings. The talent fragments they possess often resonate with a deep-seated animosity towards true dragons. The former fragment reflects a clear disdain for the body of the magma dragon. The heart of lava is not a mere fabrication, even in the most frigid of climates. The internal heat of a magma dragon is sufficient to dispel the cold. The sole disadvantage lies in the potential for suffering double damage from ice-based spells in such environments. Similarly, winter wolves harbor a fear of fire, rendering fire spells capable of inflicting double damage upon them. Thus, alchemical products such as blazing oil consistently fetch high prices in the northern territories. The latter bore a grudge against its claws, for it was endowed with a specific military-grade longsword, reminiscent of a thin blade, yet it seemed entirely unrelated to Godin's claws. Otherwise, Godin would indeed be tempted to test whether his own claws could slice through potato shreds. The first-tier talent shards of the White Light Orb were Theft and Iron Wall. Talent: Theft. Your dexterity allows you to masquerade as a pedestrian, effortlessly stealing in bustling markets and trade zones without arousing suspicion, thus pilfering the wealth of others. Talent: Iron Wall. Your shield stands as a bastion of iron, effortlessly deflecting incoming projectiles. And the shield in your hands serves as a formidable reassurance for both you and your allies behind you. Once again, two worthless talents. Why was there no stealth? Did the Wanderer lack stealth? Godin muttered to himself as he dismantled these two talent shards, then turned his gaze toward the adventurer, who was sprawled on the ground, his trousers inadvertently half-soaked. Nina, standing nearby, could not help but frown slightly, yet she continued to wipe his claws with silk cloth, murmuring, "Mr. Godin, these tasks can entirely be entrusted to the goblins. Their filthy blood should not mar your claws." This was a secret, one that would not be mentioned to anyone, though it was not difficult to guess. Thus, Godin reclined lazily, extending his claws and allowing the dragonborn girl, Nina, to polish them, while he began to ponder silently. This talent bore some resemblance to the template of the god of slaughter, yet the deity bestowed experience upon the divine offspring rather than talent shards. Moreover, through the agency of others, Godin is unable to acquire the fragments of talent. Otherwise, he could cultivate a cadre of subordinates, allowing him to effortlessly gather fragments. A commendable notion indeed. Unfortunately, all of this exists merely within a dream, as Godin has yet to discover that the system panel possesses such a feature. Perhaps it may be unlocked in the future, but for now, it is not available. At this moment, his attention began to converge upon the freshly updated data displayed on the retinal panel, revealing newly assessed talents. Ding. Detection successful. The result is a first-tier talent. Dual-wield combat. Activate talent. Yes, no. Godin glanced at his claws, polished to a gleam by Nina, uncertain if this qualifies as dual-wielding. Nevertheless, it is merely a talent fragment, and Godin is willing to experiment. The affluent black hatchling silently selected yes within the depths of his consciousness. In an instant, the talent fragment dissolved, its data transforming into luminous points that merged into Godin's elongated claws. Within the pale blue talent list, dual-wield combat, 1-5, seamlessly entered Godin's field of vision. Dual-wield combat. Through meticulous training by masters of dual-wielding from a young age, you have developed a remarkable symmetry between your left and right hands, both in combat and daily life. This leads to your enemies facing you, armed with two weapons, experiencing a significant increase in pressure, while conversely, your own stress diminishes when confronted by multiple attackers. However, your skills remain somewhat unrefined. It is advisable to learn extensively from the enigmatic dark elf who wields dual blades and prefers to remain anonymous. A mysterious and profound recollection also flooded Gordon's mind. Much like a surge, he perused the training scenes of the dual-blade ranger in a cursory manner, from the daily drills in childhood, the nimble use of both hands, to the carving of wooden stakes with alternating slashes, and later, the collaborative defeat of burrowing insects and trolls with teammates during his adventuring career. Of course, there were also memories of combat with other adventurers. The memory of dual-weapon combat, along with the assimilation of these recollections, was indelibly imprinted upon Gordon's hands. Prior to absorbing dual-weapon combat, its claws were only used for tearing, and even then, sparingly. After all, while the claws of a true dragon are sharp, most of their combat routine, or rather, the legacy within the dragon's memories, dictates that true dragons first soar into the sky, intimidate enemies with draconic roars, then unleash a whirlwind, utilizing aerial superiority to spew breath upon ground forces. Occasionally, they would charge into the fray, leveraging their immense size to bite with dragon teeth or lash out with their tails. Only against enemies near the abdomen would they raise their claws for a tearing attack. But now, Gordon felt that while his hands were previously agile, that agility was merely superficial, rather than this deeper, more profound dexterity. Now, he could accomplish many things in combat that were previously impossible with his claws. For instance, standing upright and attacking two enemies simultaneously without distraction, the force of each claw being nearly identical, thus eliminating any distinction between left-handedness and right-handedness. Excellent. Gordon surveyed the two-weapon fighting talent within his aptitude compendium with considerable satisfaction. Relieved it was not merely ornamental. Contentment washed over him, his sole aspiration having been to ascertain whether his claws qualified as armaments. The outcome, indubitably, affirmed his conjecture. He now contemplated the prospect of locating an individual possessing mastery-level talent with claws to potentially elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, Gordon sensed a deviation from his intended path. Endowed with innate sorcerous aptitude from his nascent years, why was he exerting such assiduous effort in pursuit of melee capabilities? Was the allure of a magus not enticing enough? He was not, after all, a volcanically challenged dragon. He observed the goblins below, already in the throes of dividing the spoils of war, armaments and armor, brought by the adventurers, as well as the small, round shield capable of withstanding his lava breath, placed beside him, lost in contemplation. After all, the spoils from vanquishing an adventuring party far outweighed the plundered riches of 3, or even 4, monster tribes. To the extent that, on occasion, a high-level adventuring party, should their dragon-slaying endeavors prove abortive, resulting in their collective demise, could augment a dragon's wealth by several fractions. Albeit, the price of failure was the true dragon's life, and the treasures they had amassed throughout their existence. A considerable risk. Yet, Gordon had unequivocally relished the spoils of the dragon-slaying team's failure. Albeit modest, it was undeniably more opulent than the preceding 3 tribes combined. Disregarding the scattered coinage nearing a single gold piece, the small round shield in his possession, capable of projecting force fields, was worth several times the sum of the previous tribal acquisitions. Gawain had encountered similar artifacts to this circular buckler in the inventory of the alchemical shop that Nina frequented. It was a ring capable of deploying a force field wall, no less than the height of a human and a foot thick, thrice daily. The ring retailed for 2,000 gold coins, a sum far beyond Gawain's pecuniary reach. However, his innate appraisal ability clearly indicated that the buckler's value fluctuated between 200 and 400 gold coins. It seemed that either adroit eloquence or opportune timing would be necessary to fetch a premium price. Perhaps targeting a party of adventurers about to delve into a dungeon, or employing persuasive charm to induce a wealthy novice to acquire the weapon. Yet, the sudden realization that such actions could expose his trail dissuaded Gawain from this course. Consigning it to Nina wouldn't be a bad choice, considering its decent protective capabilities, especially in confined spaces like the sewers. Had it not been for the force field's limited duration and the alacrity with which the adventurers were discombobulated by the blazing oil trap beneath them, Gawain might have been compelled to resort to alternative means to detain them. In any event, he had already dispatched more than half of the goblins from the bonfire hall through another passage to sever their retreat. Their downfall today was inevitable, unless they possessed unforeseen trump cards. Should that be the case, Gawain would have no choice but to concede defeat, abandon the sewers, and seek an exit. He would also have to forsake his newly acquired minions, as their sheer number would make it too easy to expose his whereabouts. Nevertheless, the final outcome remains gratifying. Gurdon gazes at his rejuvenated personal panel. Chapter 55. Experiment, Gurdon Alduin Targaryen. Title, Master of Blackfire. 87-100. Race, Lava Dragon Age. Whelp, 0 to 5 years. Health, 40-40 rank. Tier 2 talents. First tier talents. Trap Mastery, 1-4. Glutton, 5-9. Dark Vision, 4-11. Stamina, 1-7. Robustness, 10-20. Dual Wielding, 1-5. Second tier talents. Scaled Armor Enchantment, 4-20. Steel Teeth and Claws, 1-10. Whelpling's Roar, 1-8. Charge, Proficient, 1-8. Frenzy, 1-18. War Command, 1-18. Casting Enhancement, 150. Mimicry Skills, Flame Immunity. Bite and Claw, Lava Breath, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder, Free Talent Fragments. First tier Free Talent Fragments 2. Second tier Free Talent Fragments 2 from the very beginning. Gurdon has adhered to the philosophy that as long as others cannot vanquish him, he shall always have a chance. He conscientiously allocated 2 black iron talent points to Scaled Armor Enchantment. Scaled Armor Enchantment, 420, 620. Once again, it is a brand new experience. His body weight has increased anew, and the thickness and hue of his scales are evolving towards a deeper, smoother appearance. The scales on his abdomen are maturing, gradually transitioning from a pale yellow to a grayish hue. To the uninitiated observer, the dragon's darkened hue would undoubtedly suggest a creature weathered by the relentless passage of time. The remaining 2 Tier 1 talent points held no ambiguity. Fortifying its constitution was paramount. Sturdiness far surpassed endurance in augmenting both strength and physical resilience. Although this allocation might initially strain Gordon's stamina, he had yet to encounter adversaries necessitating prolonged engagements. Furthermore, he yearned to witness the full potential of a maxed-out sturdiness talent during his dragonling phase. Both razor claws and tough scales could be advanced with merely 10 Tier 1 fragments, whereas sturdiness demanded 20. Drawing from the precedent of spell enhancement, the greater the fragment requirement, the more potent the talent. This alone was sufficient impetus for Gordon to invest his remaining fragments. Sturdiness, 10-20, 12-20, vitality 40-40 to 42-42. The resurgence of augmented physical power was palpable, accompanied by a subtle yet discernible increase in size and length. When crouching, Gordon now nearly matched Nina's height. With his lithe tail extended, he could effortlessly surpass her. In less than a week, Gordon had experienced such rapid growth. Were Tiamat to witness this, she would undoubtedly deem him an aberrant dragon once more. However, the molten dragon gene within Gordon exhibited no anomalies. It simply matured slightly faster than the average whelpling and possessed a few more innate skills and specialties. Beyond that, everything appeared quite normal. It could wield magic, and its appearance was unremarkable, perfectly aligned with the typical characteristics of a molten dragon whelpling. After allocating its points, Gordon withdrew its focus from the data panel within its retina. Raising its gaze, it observed the dragonborn girl seated on a small chair left by a former spellcaster. Engrossed in her spellbook, relishing her studies, Gordon had intended to utter a few words, but upon seeing Nina's rapt concentration, it reconsidered and chose not to disturb her. Instead, it directed its attention to the largest open space within the bonfire hall, where a cluster of elite goblins had gathered. Some of them had even equipped themselves with brand new weapons, including a warrior's longsword and a ranger's dual daggers, which they brandished with enthusiasm. Despite the allure of these peculiar armaments, the elite goblins still favored their own hefty and formidable weapons, which inspired trepidation among their foes. Nevertheless, a few had opted to replace their bone hammers with weapons pilfered from human adventurers. Among them was the once diminutive goblin, who had been a messenger for the others, now toying with a dagger snatched from a female rogue. Additionally, Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, wielded 2 blade axes, exuding an air of ferocity as he danced with them. These weapons were remnants of a second-tier barbarian, and while the half-armor he wore was somewhat oversized, it mattered little. As long as the defense is intact, the weight of half-armor is nearly negligible for the goblins. However, their movements may be hindered due to ill-fitting gear. Observing them exchange weapons, Gordon felt no genuine anger over the infringement of his dragon's treasures, as these were originally bestowed upon them by him. Initially, Grush appeared somewhat anxious and flattered. After all, acquiring a single copper coin from the claws of a true dragon signifies a certain importance in the eyes of the dragon. Dragons, whether metallic, chromatic, or even primal and gem dragons, are notoriously proud and miserly beings. The rarity with which a true dragon regards its hoard is unparalleled. Not even their mates or offspring can expect to receive a single gold coin from the treasury, let alone their easily replaceable subordinates. Such hopes are utterly delusional. They would rather let their treasures decay and rust than provide their followers with new equipment. This fact is well known throughout the entire continent of AIO. Thus, after Gordon granted them weapons, the entry in his title bar Underlord of Blackfire transformed from 100 loyalty, maintained until the first defeat, to loyalty will forever be devoted to the true dragon before them until the end of their lives. It is evident that they have now assumed the form of Gordon. Initially, Gordon did not perceive this transformation, primarily because their previous demeanor had always been that of the most loyal sycophants, which concealed any sign of change. Consequently, he did not examine the titles. It was only later, during a moment of boredom, that he discovered this alteration. One might say that it was a case of unintentional serendipity. Reclining on the elevated platform, Gordon observed the goblins wielding their weapons in practice. Suddenly, he recalled the long-abandoned experiment with scale armor, pondering that today might be the perfect opportunity to revisit it. With an abundance of weapons at hand, he could thoroughly assess the resilience of the scale armor, gaining a clearer understanding of its capabilities. Consequently, after reaching this conclusion, Gordon hesitated not. He rose from the gold-laden platform, brushed off non-existent dust, and leapt down gracefully. With his expansive dragon wings and the soft pads on his feet, his descent was silent, undisturbing the nearby Nina. He then made his way towards the goblin clearing in the distance. Chapter 56. Discovery crouched on the ground. In a posture of utter submission, he resembled his initial stance. Originally, Grush had intended to loudly extol Gurdon's honor, but upon noticing Gurdon's silent gesture for quietude, he promptly sealed his lips. Kneeling in reverence, he awaited the true dragon's passage. Before long, Gurdon's unmistakable, resounding roar echoed through the air. Grush, now, you shall execute my commands. Master, what is your command? Grush responded, vowing to uphold Gurdon's will above all else. After uttering this, he listened intently, only to be met with a command that was, by all accounts, the most absurd he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Seize the weapons in your hands and strike at my scale armor. Gurdon's voice, imbued with undeniable authority, resonated clearly with the assembled goblins. Were it not for Gurdon's commanding presence, chaos would surely have ensued. Master. Initially, Grush intended to question, but upon beholding the solemn, dark golden vertical pupils of Gordon, he promptly lowered his head. He was the first to rise, seize his twin axes, and stand before Gordon. You will be done, my master. Thereafter, Grush cautiously raised his twin axes and gently struck the supreme overlord of the Blackfire clan, their most exalted master. Subsequently, Gordon's roar resounded. Grush, have you not eaten? Exert some force. His mood was indeed buoyant. With Gordon's directive for the goblins to exert their utmost, he had finally ascertained the extent to which his scales could withstand various weapons and forces. Although scaled demonization primarily augmented magical resistance, it also significantly bolstered physical defense, far surpassing the hardened scales of his whelp stage, as evident from his armor-like scales. Thus, through this experiment, Gordon could better assess situations when encountering adventurers in the future, and his combat decisions would be optimized. Under certain circumstances, Gordon could disregard incoming weapons, relying on the thickness of his scales. This allowed him to discern more directly which weapons he could endure and which he needed to evade. With a sigh, having comprehended the question that had long vexed him, Gordon transitioned from a standing to a reclining posture, sprawling upon the gold coins that brought him a modicum of pleasure, and commenced a sound slumber. The exhaustion induced by strenuous exercise and the aftereffects of berserker mode had begun to induce a sense of drowsiness. Now that all matters were concluded, it was time to sleep. The rift at the bonfire chamber's exit had reverted to its original state, and the warning traps had been reset and installed. Yet, no one in the sewers would discern the anomaly in the rock face. Their primary concern lay with whatever monstrosity awaited them around the next bend. Little did they know that a true dragon was concealed within. The previous band of adventurers who had this knowledge had already nourished the sewer denizens with their remains in the subterranean waterways. The sewer's chilling breeze dissipated the last lingering scent of burning and the faint, elusive odor of blood. Once more, the entrance rift resumed its habitual tranquility. Each of them bore at least one ratman's head on their waist, save for the diminutive figure in the center, who wielded a silver spear and whose face was obscured by a hood. Judging by her conduct, this adventurer seemed less intent on adventure and more on savoring the thrill of fear, trembling incessantly. However, her perfunctory actions were not met with any complaints from the rest of the mercenary band. After all, she was their benefactor, having paid them 3 gold coins to escort her through the city's sewers for a taste of adventure. Such an easy profit was unanimously welcomed by the entire group. Had it been the wilderness, they might have been concerned, but this was merely the sewers, a domain typically inhabited by goblins and ratmen. What other peculiar creatures could possibly emerge? Thus, they readily accepted the commission, embarking on a day's tour of the sewers with their enigmatic, affluent client. Leading the procession was the first-tier ranger, Hien, tasked with scouting ahead. The surroundings of the sewer bore no significant difference from those previously traversed. However, Hien could distinctly perceive an increase in the scent of rodents in the air, though it was predominantly infused with the unmistakable odors of goblins and kobolds. His acute sense of smell, augmented by his animal companion, the Bissig dog, allowed him to detect this nuance. Yet, he was becoming increasingly aware that the scent was drawing nearer, not far from their current location. Consequently, he turned to his captain, Wylin, who was not far behind, and quietly expressed his frustration. Damn it, Captain, these ratmen can really run. They've made it all the way here. If I am not mistaken, we must be in the southeastern region now. Captain Wylin merely chuckled in response. Addressing his team, the distribution of the ratmen in the sewers has become relatively sparse. The ratman tribe was nearly decimated this morning. You witnessed the spectacle of the Duruan family incinerating those ratmen heads in the Black Street, did you not? Truly a magnificent sight. Scout Kin nodded in agreement, recalling the haunting image from earlier that morning. Countless rodent heads had amassed into a small mountain, their humanoid faces reflecting terror, dread, or ferocity. Though they were not human but rather monsters, the memory still sent a chill down Qian's spine. Thus, with the ratmen dwindling in number, he concluded that regardless of whether they achieved any bounty today, it would be their final expedition into the sewers. What say you, Miss Ralvave? Having reached a resolution, Wayland felt it necessary to consult the benefactor. Considering the paltry skirmishes in the sewers that day, barely 20 ratmen dispatched. The 3 gold coins felt somewhat unearned, causing him a tinge of unease. I am amenable to anything. Keen's animal companion, a Bissig named Fong, seemed to have detected something, prompting the scout to investigate. Captain, there's a kobold den ahead. They've riddled the sewers with their tunnels. Upon hearing this, Wayland was delighted and turned to Rowena with enthusiasm. Miss Rowena, you shall soon witness a grand spectacle of adventure. Behold, a kobold den awaits our arrival. It shall be a magnificent performance. Wayland's voice was filled with elation, as he felt he was finally earning his keep. At that moment, a gust of sewer wind swept through, causing Rowena, the young maiden who had surreptitiously embarked on this adventure, to feel a chill down her spine. She clutched her robes tighter. Although she was thrilled at the prospect of witnessing a vigorous battle, a sudden unease crept into her heart. However, she touched the silver ring on her finger and felt reassured. She had now experienced a taste of the adventurer's life, and it was indeed far more thrilling than depicted in the Lich's adventure house. Rowena hugged her spear and followed closely behind the adventuring party, thinking contentedly. Chapter 57. The Underground Cavern in the Firelight Hall. All the goblins of the Blackfire clan capable of training were stepping forward in succession, wielding hefty bone clubs and engaging in combat practice against humanoid scarecrows. Meanwhile, Godin lounged atop a dwindling pile of gold coins, idly toying with a vial of potion, while Nina, a touch disheartened, counted the coins beneath Godin's feet. Just when the coins had begun to warm in her grasp, they were whisked away by Mr. Godin to procure potions. Her dream of filling the hall with gold seemed to drift further from her reach, causing her delicate face to scrunch up adorably in dismay. Godin, observing her expression, found it challenging to provide an explanation. After all, such behavior appeared rather peculiar for a true dragon. Yet to him, wealth was merely a material possession, best utilized for acquiring equipment. Otherwise, it would be squandered on adventurers, putting him at a disadvantage. Although resting on coins, whether asleep or crouched, was quite comfortable, Godin decisively purchased several vials of potions to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, determined not to be easily toppled by adventurers in the future. Clutched in his claws was a vial of enhanced breath, sold at 10 gold coins each in Fran's alchemical shop. A single-use potion designed to amplify the breath of dragonkin or sorcerers. This meant that each breath Godin unleashed would cost him 10 gold coins, a rather extravagant expense. However, as long as it could enhance his combat prowess, Gordon was quite willing to invest. Consequently, he procured 4 vials of potions in one go, replenished his supply of blazing oil, and acquired several other potions he had long coveted, including the elixir of forgotten memories and the potion of slumber, both of which proved exceptionally useful. For Gordon, the blazing oil served as a means to artificially create advantageous conditions, amplifying his strengths while debilitating his foes. It was truly the perfect tool for him. The latter, however, was a purchase made after considerable contemplation. While Gordon pondered atop the high platform whether to spend his funds on a magical artifact for protection, on the other side, Roviev had already accompanied the adventuring party to the vicinity of the Goblin Den. The dragon totem mark was a hallmark of the Goblin lair. In any goblin tribe of sufficient numbers, regardless of the presence of spellcasters, totem marks would abound, serving as a warning to intruders. For them, totems represented faith, reverence, and the aspiration to follow the true dragons. Yet, when it came to the feeble true dragon hatchlings, they preferred to domesticate them, treating them as ornamental treasures or using them as a trump card for their tribe. Adventurers often tread cautiously upon entering the final hall of the goblins, for those who were not vigilant could easily fall prey to a lurking true dragon, turning a seemingly certain victory into sudden defeat. Although such occurrences were rare, each instance could be recounted for many years. With the assistance of the ranger scout Keen and his animal companion, The adventuring party swiftly located the true entrance to the goblin lair. An unassuming conduit in the second row, bottom left, appeared unremarkable. However, utilizing his olfactory senses, Keen discerned a distinct medley of scents emanating from it, a confluence of goblin and other bestial effluvia. In contrast, the remaining conduits exuded a pure kobold odor, frequently indicative of subterfuge. Kobolds, creatures inherently predisposed to excavation, dedicate a substantial portion of their existence to subterranean pursuits. Whether navigating yielding loam, unyielding granite, or torrid volcanic rock, they invariably discover ingenious fulcrums to ensure the structural integrity of their subterranean domains. Arguably, they are virtuosos of mining. Consequently, their lairs are often accompanied by 2 or 3 deceptive entrances intended to bewilder adversaries. These entrances are typically fortified with rockfalls and pit traps, designed to ensnare any intrepid adventurers or other humanoid entities audacious enough to encroach upon kobold territory. "Captain, I shall venture forth first. Await my signal," the scout, Keen, declared, stepping resolutely into the inky, humid aperture. The lair's entrance, approximately half the height of a human, barely accommodated a kobold's stature. Keen was compelled to stoop and hunch as he proceeded. Ordinarily, a portal frequently traversed by kobolds would be devoid of traps, as they inherit a modicum of draconic hubris, possessing an inexplicable confidence in their own craftsmanship, disbelieving that other creatures could perceive their facade. Nonetheless, Keen advanced cautiously, meticulously examining potential hazards, unwilling to meet his demise in a kobold warren. Illuminating his path with a softly glowing phosphorescent stone, which cast its ethereal light across a 5-foot radius, Keen meticulously began his reconnaissance. He harbored no apprehension about lurking entities or concealed ambushes, secure in the knowledge that his faithful canine companion, a fully grown bisoc, stood vigilant behind him, ensuring that no movement would escape their notice. Thus, Keen proceeded with unwavering confidence into the cavernous entrance. At the end of the passage, the silent, desolate expanse of a ruined subterranean hall began to materialize before Keen. Upon his return, Keen divulged every detail of his findings to Wei Luan, awaiting his judgment. Wei Luan, upon learning of the absence of kobolds within the hall, furrowed his brow in slight consternation, yet remained unwilling to concede defeat. With a decisive gesture, he declared, "Let us venture forth. Should we find no trace of the kobolds, we shall retreat." Addressing the veiled maiden, he instructed, "Miss Lovewef, I implore you to remain in the center, directly behind me. Furthermore, stow your spear. This shall serve you better." The chainmail-clad warrior then unsheathed a 1.5-foot-long short sword from his waist and extended it towards the robed figure. "In such confined spaces, your spear would prove cumbersome. This is far more suited to your needs." "Understood," Lovewef responded, dismantling and stowing her spear before accepting the offered blade. Beneath the shadow of her lowered hood, her delicate features betrayed a hint of excitement. "Is this truly adventure?" she mused. "I am an adventurer now." She clenched her fist, her heart swelling with irrepressible joy, as if a long-cherished dream had finally materialized. Though she had experienced a taste of adventure during their previous encounter with the ratmen, she now felt fully immersed in the experience. The team members, one by one, stooped to enter the passageway, and soon it was Lovewef's turn. Gripping her short sword, she bent low and nimbly slipped inside, cautiously following the figures ahead. Before long, they arrived at the dilapidated hall that Keen had described. The firelight illuminated the worn surroundings, and judging by the marks on the ground and the scattered debris, it was evident that creatures had been active here. Discarded bones and heaps of refuse suggested a considerable amount of activity, yet the place was now eerily deserted. As a precaution, Vion had the team resume their customary formation as soon as they emerged from the tunnel, scouts in the lead, warriors and swordsmen ready to adapt to any situation, and the tower shield warriors steadfastly guarding the rear, protecting their sole spellcaster. Behind Lovewef were the 2 members of the other adventure team, including the dwarf warrior with his tower shield. The other was a slender man in a white obsidian robe, with delicate, pale fingers and a hint of delight on his face. A harp was tucked at his waist, but he now held a short sword identical to Lovewef's. This was Sith, the team's only spellcaster, a bard. "Miss Lovewef, is something amiss?" "And nothing at all," Lovewef replied, a shiver running down her spine despite Sith's warm smile. However, her attention was quickly drawn to the commotion ahead. "Captain, there are embers here, still warm to the touch, and damp footprints, heading that way." In the decayed and shattered hall ahead, Keen stood upon the fractured floor tiles. One hand felt the warmth of the ashes from the fire beneath him, while the other pointed towards a cavern in the east, addressing Wayland behind him. "Let us proceed, stay alert, and be observant of our surroundings," Wayland murmured, noting that in the depths of the sewer, darkness enveloped them regardless of their whispers. The flickering flames would inevitably betray their presence, serving merely as a psychological comfort. Roviv, with an expression of curiosity, surveyed the chaotic litter strewn about. Under the glow of the firelight, she glimpsed the dilapidated hall, where numerous openings loomed above 3 feet, large enough to conceal humanoid figures. Yet, the visibility of the floor hinted that this was indeed the abode of the kobolds. However, Roviv did not linger in her observations for long, quickly falling in step with her companions as they ventured into the underground cavern. This cave diverged from the previous passage. It descended rather than ran parallel. Evidence of mining activity surrounded them, yet the condition of the excavations suggested they had been established long ago. Good heavens! What have these kobolds done? Have they burrowed a passageway linking to the Swordfish Bay outside? As the group continued their descent, an unsettling realization struck them. The scent of seawater in the air grew increasingly pronounced. Keen, his expression marked by astonishment, turned to his companions. Wayland, however, remained unconcerned, preoccupied with the whereabouts of the kobolds, wondering why, after such a lengthy trek, none had yet been encountered. Approximately 5 minutes later, they traversed the soft, damp ground and, after taking a few steps, found themselves in an unexpectedly expansive area. Illuminated by the torchlight, they beheld with clarity the subterranean expanse in which they found themselves, a cavern of natural formation, its magnitude exceeding all expectation. Their flickering light barely grazed the vaulted rock ceiling, revealing fragmented glimpses, while a dense array of inverted, pointed stalactites clustered overhead, like poised swords, ready to strike. Gods above! All who gazed upon this subterranean marvel murmured, struck with awe. The narrow path at their feet was flanked by a rock wall leading to an elevated platform, which was suffused with faint light and the clamor of beasts. On the other side, merely steps from the party, lay a cerulean lake, dominating all that they could see of the cavern. The maritime scent that permeated the air suggested a connection originating from this very place. With deliberate movements, Keen crept forward, intent on discerning the activity upon the high platform. As he peered over the edge, his eyes widened in astonishment. Upon the platform's open expanse, a bonfire blazed, casting its radiant glow upon a throng of hundreds of kobolds, each facing the deep blue lake before them, that is, facing in the direction of Keen's right hand. They were prostrate upon the ground, tails drooping, in an attitude of utmost reverence. Directly before them, upon an even higher dais, lay piles of creatures, goblins, ratmen, and even several dire gnolls, yelping ceaselessly. Is this a sacrifice? Keen was about to turn back to relay his observations to the captain when he noticed that the mirror-like surface of the blue lake to his right was suddenly disturbed by ripples. The ripples of the triangle diffused outwards, and an immense shadow expanded beneath the water at a discernible rate. Then, they heard the resounding splash of water breaking. Upon closer inspection, a grotesque monster had emerged from the once pristine lake, revealing half of its body. Its eerie green vertical pupils, turquoise scales, and fin-like dragon wings appeared particularly menacing and terrifying under the glow of the burning campfire. Its gaze was fixed upon Keen, filled with avarice and rage. A Tier 3 monster, a subspecies of true dragons, a sea dragon beast. Chapter 58, Cunning Dragon, 1-3, by the gods. A sea dragon beast was lurking in the sewers. What in the world have these kobolds done? Before Scout Keen could utter these thoughts, the monster, with an upper body stretching 10 feet in length, undulated through the water, its massive torso leaning forward as it swam towards Keen. It emitted a terrifying roar from its depths. Although a sea dragon beast is not a true dragon, its roar could still intimidate those with wavering resolve, be they adventurers or humanoid creatures, compelling them to remain stationary and be devoured. Even though Keen was a professional, he was momentarily startled by the sudden roar, pausing in place for several seconds. Fortunately, a familiar melody reached Keen's ears, instantly alleviating the dragon's roar's impact on his mind and quickening his pace, allowing him to avoid certain death. This was the unique ability of their party's sole spellcaster, Sis, a bard whose supernatural ability, uplifting morale, could influence the mind and was unleashed through music. Bolstering morale effectively dispels fear in teammates, augmenting their combat prowess and enabling them to maximize their innate potential, while also granting a degree of immunity to charm and fear-based spells. Make haste. Captain, the dorsal fin of that creature has fully metamorphosed into a deep violet hue. It is an aged sea dragon beast. The adventurers, though perhaps unfamiliar with bestiary compendiums, possessed an intimate knowledge of the monsters frequenting the vicinity of Karandu. Keen vociferously exclaimed, deeply cognizant of the beast's formidable nature. Sea dragon beasts are notorious for pillaging merchant vessels and capsizing ships, surpassing even pirates in their ruthlessness. Unlike pirates, who may be reasoned with, these creatures harbor no desire for parley. Their motivations stem from a craving for the treasures aboard the vessels and a predilection for the sweet taste of flesh. The former is a common affliction among those with true dragon lineage, while the latter is a characteristic of the most savage beasts. Even the lowliest kobold exhibits an unconscious proclivity for amassing glittering trinkets and coins. The entire squad, including Captain Welland, immediately beheld the monster, their steps instinctively recoiling. Upon hearing its roar, they were further stunned, until the strains of Sith's music permeated the towering cavern, providing a measure of solace. Nevertheless, the band of adventurers remained undaunted by the spectacle before them. After all, they had weathered many a tempestuous trial, though they had never hunted a third-tier monster. They were no strangers to their presence. Everyone, converge. Bag, raise your tower shield and stand at the vanguard. At the first moment, Wayluin directed the long serpentine formation to converge towards him, gathering together, and then instructed the second-tier shield warrior, the dwarf Bag, to take up a defensive position. After all, the true dragons are notoriously cunning. Even the white dragon is deserving of the title of a wily beast, with ambush being their signature skill. They must not allow this monstrous creature to single them out, thereby diminishing their strength. This was Wayluin's initial instinct. Stand behind me, my friends. The shield warrior, dwarf Bag, unhesitatingly raised his tower shield, positioning it before the five, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the looming beast. He understood that if he were to fall, his comrades would be left vulnerable. The iron-tipped arrows would scarcely inflict any harm upon the scales of the sea dragon before them. As a ranger scout, he had prepared a selection of arrows specifically designed to combat high-level monsters. Meanwhile, Wayluin and another swordsman drew their long swords, the tips aimed defiantly at the approaching sea dragon, ready to confront it. Even Loviath, trembling with trepidation, clutched the silver pole devoid of a spearhead, quaking as she faced the colossal creature. For a moment, the cavern seemed to resonate solely with the melodies of the bard, Sis. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. Their team's hedgehog-like defense instilled a sense of hesitation even in the cunning and ferocious sea dragon. Yes, just like that. Slowly retreat. Leave this place. Wayluin whispered with a glimmer of hope as he observed the sea dragon's wary demeanor. Although the sea dragon beast may be somewhat challenging to engage directly and does not take the initiative to strike, this does not imply that it will relinquish the fresh prey presented before it. It roared towards the dog-headed creatures that were still fixated on its presence, commanding, "Seize them and present them to me," in the tongue of dragons. Upon hearing this, the dog-headed beings, resembling upright red lizards, promptly grasped their weapons scattered on the ground and emitted a cacophony of barks, rushing down from the high platform in a frenzied swarm towards the adventuring party. They fought for the honor of the strong. Though this sea dragon beast is not a true dragon, it does not deter these dog-headed creatures, who revere strength, from submitting to its authority. Regardless of its apparent foolishness, the beast possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. Summoning subordinates is an essential lesson for any true dragon. Almost all true dragons regard their followers as a reserve of sustenance, showing no remorse for their demise. In their eyes, as long as they can expend the life force of these adventurers, be it physical stamina or magical prowess, trading one for another is a worthwhile exchange. Undoubtedly, it has inherited this philosophy. The adventuring party, witnessing the onslaught of dog-headed creatures, initially felt a flicker of delight, which was swiftly extinguished, replaced by an all-encompassing commitment to battle. The dog-headed beings were not particularly fearsome, and most of them were merely ordinary, lacking even second-tier warriors, with only a handful of first-tier dog-headed creatures among them. Under normal circumstances, Wayluin would be the first to charge in with his unparalleled prowess, as these low-tier monsters would fall before his cleave, like wheat, unable to withstand even a second strike. However, with a vigilant sea dragon beast lurking nearby, the cohesion of the team would now be put to the test. Can they withstand this wave, preventing the lurking dragon beast from seizing an opportunity? This is a critical juncture of survival. Retreating to a confined space is unwise, and lingering by the lake is perilous. Waylon gazed at the sea dragon beast that vanished beneath the water, his expression vigilant as he addressed his nearby comrade. Retreating further is out of the question. If we find ourselves in an open area surrounded by this multitude of goblins, it would spell danger. Such an onslaught from all directions could likely only be countered by the 8-armed serpent demon. Yet, as time passed, they had felled a quarter of the goblins, their carcasses piling up at the cave entrance to a height of 3 feet. Waylon and another swordsman felt the strain in their arms from the relentless hacking. Yet the elusive sea dragon beast remained hidden beneath the lake's surface. Were they truly to let it go? A sense of confusion arose among them, absurd yet undeniable in its reality. Simultaneously, in the dilapidated hall above, a grotesque creature with eerie green slit-like eyes, reminiscent of ghostly flames, began to emerge from a seemingly inconspicuous and narrow waterway within the hall. As its entire form slithered out of the water, it disdainfully shook off the droplets from its scales, muttering about the insipidness of fresh water. After orienting itself, it set off towards a nearby cavern exuding the scent of the sea. Despite its several thousand pounds of weight, it moved on land with the stealth of a serpent. Danger approached. In the fire-lit hall, Grush, his elbows charred and dual axes strapped to his back, knelt on one knee, reporting the current status of the Blackfire clan to Godin, who reclined upon a high platform. Your Excellency, I must inform you that 2 more females have conceived yesterday. I have made the necessary arrangements for them. The gestation period is approximately 2 lunar cycles, which is roughly equivalent to 60 days. The obsidian dragon upon the dais gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. The goblins that once infested the sewers had seemingly vanished. Moreover, the atmosphere within the sewers remained tense, albeit less so than in recent days, with a heightened presence of adventurers. Consequently, the dragon deemed it imprudent to dispatch a search party, lest they inadvertently lead the adventurers back to the lair. Should they prevail in battle, all would be well, but defeat would spell disaster. It was indeed preferable for the clan to propagate naturally, albeit the process was protracted, requiring 2 months. However, some progeny was better than none. Gordian's lithe, serpentine tail playfully brushed against Nina's feet as she meticulously counted the gold coins on the dais for the 3rd time. His spirits were evidently buoyant. Nina, taken aback by Gordian's sudden caress, appeared somewhat vexed. However, she was powerless to reprimand the dragon. Instead, she embraced his tail, immobilizing it, and resumed her task of counting the remaining coins. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she pondered how the initial sum of 1,350 gold coins had dwindled to 680 in a mere 2 days. She meticulously tallied her expenses, attempting to ascertain what she had purchased. Empowered drafts of dragon's breath, potions of invisibility, elixirs of fortune, unguents of stone skin, napalm, incendiary grenades, and a compendium of forgotten memories. Furthermore, there were the 2 tomes of cantrips that Gordon had procured for her, the cost of which nearly equaled half the price of a bag of holding, much to Nina's chagrin. The acquisition of these cantrip tomes stemmed from Nina's nascent ability to perceive the arcane energies, albeit still insufficient for spellcasting. Moreover, the goblin spellcaster had only left behind an introductory treatise on meditation, devoid of any accompanying spells. Thus, Gordon intended to furnish her with a selection of cantrips. Originally, he planned to acquire 5, but Nina, ever frugal, only consented to purchase 2, Mage Hand and Dancing Lights. The former was an indispensable spell for any aspiring mage, as detailed in the arcane primer, while the latter was a spell that Gordon strongly advocated she learn, given its potential utility in unforeseen circumstances. Prepare yourselves, Captain, the bard, Seth, exclaimed to his companions near the exit of the subterranean lake. He raised his wand aloft, and in an instant, a blinding white light erupted from its tip. Dancing Lights, a mere cantrip, yet potent in its effect. The flash of light detonated within the confined passage in less than a half-breath, instantly blinding the throng of kobolds crowding the entrance. They were plunged into a state of disorientation, flailing wildly. Some even struck their own kin, while others tumbled into the briny depths, thrashing about in confusion. Chaos reigned supreme. Unaltered by the flash, Waylon and the other swordsmen seized the moment of the kobold's blindness, unleashing a slaughter. Nearly every strike felled 1 or even 2 of the creatures. However, they remained cautious, confining their attacks to within 5 feet of the cave entrance. Underbag Shield, mindful of the greater threat, the third-tier sea drake. Its continued absence cast a pall over their spirits. With the kobold ranks thinned by nearly half, Waylon wondered why they hadn't retreated. Waylon thrust his sword into the earth and spat, wiping sweat from his hands before retrieving his blade. He eyed the still fervent kobolds with consternation. Such creatures, devoid of hope, would typically not fight so fiercely unless a dragon were present, yet even then. With the battle so one-sided, their morale was unnaturally high, as if victory were imminent. Let's call another wave of these creatures, then withdraw. Remember to take their ears. They're worth something, Waylon said, uneasy. 50 kobolds were still too many in the open, so he opted to eliminate a portion before retreating, a conservative yet safer approach. While contemplating, Waylon reminded his comrades to collect the ears from the fallen kobolds, worth a few copper coins at the Adventurers Guild. Leif clutched a spear. Its tip sharpened and ready, her gaze nervously fixated on the azure lake beyond the corridor. She was not alone in her trepidation. Nearly every member of the adventuring party cast furtive glances at the tranquil blue expanse, fully aware of the monstrous behemoth that lurked beneath its surface. The tension was palpable, akin to a taut bowstring, especially given the knowledge that a single misfire could prove fatal. Yet, the longer Loev stared at the placid waters, the more a sense of unease gnawed at her, an inexplicable anxiety that left her breathless. Just as she sought to steady herself with a breath, a flicker of eerie green light caught her peripheral vision, turning her head to focus. She was met with a horrific sight, a grotesque lizard head emerging from around the corner behind them. Its shimmering teal scales glistened ominously, and its slightly ajar maw revealed a trio of teeth reminiscent of a shark's. Fear, panic, and dread washed over her in an instant, sending chills racing down her spine. She parted her lips to utter a warning, but the sight of the creature rendered her speechless. Helplessly, she watched as the monstrous entity stealthily advanced towards the most vital member of their party, the bard, Sis. It was only when the sea dragon drew within 15 feet of him that Sis finally sensed the impending danger, halting the uplifting melody of his magical incantation. No, it was the realization of what lay behind him that seized his attention. In an instant, he discerned something in Roev's gaze and hastily attempted to cast a protective spell, mage armor, while simultaneously applying oil on the feet. However, it was too late. A gaping maw, reeking of blood, swiftly severed the spellcaster, who had just been singing a battle hymn, in two. He wore a bewildered expression, yet the cunning dragon would not linger here for even a moment. With the most troublesome spellcaster eliminated, the next target was the weakest link, the most vulnerable one. A colossal tail swept diagonally towards Roev. The sound of the rushing wind alone foretold that should she be struck by that massive appendage, she would either perish or suffer grave injuries. The others remained in shock. The only one capable of saving Roev was herself. She sensed the fierce wind beside her, and drawing upon an unknown courage, bit down hard on her own tongue, shaking off the sea dragon's intimidation. Then, with remarkable speed, she executed an unusual gesture, brushing her silver ring on her left hand. Magic brilliance suddenly erupted from the ring. In the next moment, no, in less than a heartbeat, Roev's diminutive figure vanished from the cavern. The 6th level spell, Advanced Escape, stood alongside teleportation as a 6th tier spell. Yet the former lacked the latter's stability, instead teleporting randomly within a 10-mile radius. Most mages do not bother to memorize this spell, but it possesses a unique characteristic that teleportation does not. It is instantaneously cast, enabling immediate bodily relocation. In the blink of an eye, one's body is transported several miles away. This is an excellent skill for evading area of effect spells or targeted magical attacks. There's no need to fret about being incinerated by a meteor shower mid-teleportation, nor the unsettling prospect of being forcibly held back during the process, resulting in a disquieting separation of one's upper and lower body across vast distances. However, its practicality remains somewhat questionable, considering the plethora of superior 6th level spells available, such as Contingency, Disintegrate, and Anti-Magic Field. For a high-level mage, dedicating a spell slot to this particular escape maneuver is hardly judicious, especially when considering the readily available 3rd level spells like Blink, Haste, and the more reliable Teleport. With such spells at their disposal, high-level mages have little need for a spell imbued with such random, unpredictable elements. Nevertheless, as a magical artifact, a ring imbued with the 6th level spell Greater Teleport proves to be quite valuable. Without occupying a spell slot, it serves as a valuable trump card for escape. making it a commendable magical ring. However, its slight unpredictability remains a minor drawback. Loviev herself was reluctant to resort to this spell, but in the given circumstances, she had no other recourse. Had she endured the blow head-on, she might not have had the opportunity to use the Ring of Escape. Unlike seasoned professionals with robust physiques capable of withstanding a third-tier monster's sweeping attacks, she would likely have been hurled against a wall, rendered incapacitated, and left at the mercy of the sea dragon beast, utterly defenseless. It's even conceivable that she would have met her demise on the spot. Presently, Lovie found solace solely in the fact that their location was the sewer system, as opposed to the desolate wilderness beyond the city. The safety and concentration of monsters here were undoubtedly lower than in the wild. In the wilderness, one could easily be randomly transported to an ogre or gnoll territory, or even a dragon's lair. However, in the sewers, she had encountered only a few ratmen and the kobolds they had just seen. The monster distribution rate was certainly low, and her superior escape techniques, barring extreme misfortune, would prevent her from being transported directly into a monster den. The presence of a third-tier dragon beast in the Kalando sewers was a known fact, and the noble lords were willing to offer a substantial reward to seasoned Kalando adventurer teams to eliminate it. The thought of a monster lurking beneath one's feet would surely keep anyone awake at night, even if it were known that it was a sea dragon beast, unable to remain away from the ocean for too long. In the final moment before Lovie's body vanished completely into the subterranean cavern, her thoughts were in disarray. The gruesome death of the minstrel Sith, in particular, made her realize that death was not merely a simple sentence in a novel, but a bloody and painful reality. The minstrel, who had been singing songs to encourage and uplift their spirits, had been swiftly ambushed by the sea dragon beast, which severed his head, spilling blood everywhere. This stark reality was difficult for the young girl, barely 11 or 12 years old, to accept. She shuddered to think of the adventurer team without spellcasters facing a sea dragon beast at its full strength, flanked by its kobold minions. Even if she didn't fully comprehend, she knew they had no chance of survival. I will inform the Adventurers Guild so that other adventurers may avenge you, Lovie resolved inwardly. However, as her vision cleared and she beheld the scene before her, she was utterly stunned. Her delicate face was filled with astonishment, and she instinctively steadied herself against the cold wall. Before Lovie, bathed in the warm glow of the campfire, sat a serene, white-haired dragonkin maiden. She was seated in a well-fitting chair, meticulously transcribing something at the table. Nina. The name instantly surfaced in Lovie's mind as she gazed upon the captivating vertical pupils and familiar features. Although Lovie had only encountered Nina, the dragonkin maiden, on 2 occasions, she couldn't help but admire her as an idol. Despite being younger than herself, Nina had already become a respectable adventurer, inspiring Lovie's admiration. But why is she here? Nina, she whispered softly. Nina, engrossed in her writing, was startled by the sound of her name, spoken in a gentle, girlish voice. Looking up, she noticed a girl in a black robe, clutching a silver spear, standing near the platform in the campfire hall. The girl was supporting herself with one hand on the platform, gazing at Nina with astonishment. From Nina's seated perspective, combined with the light from the campfire to her right, she could clearly discern the girl's face beneath the hood, as well as the flowing, fiery red hair. In the alchemical shop of Fulan, there was a girl who regarded her as a ghost. Her name seemed to start with Ro. Nina, who had just been diligently researching the zero-ring spell model, momentarily forgot the girl's name. However, there was no doubt that this girl was someone she recognized, having encountered her on more than one occasion. But what was she doing here? Nina, what brings you here? Are you also here to slay the ratmen? I heard from Sister Fulan that you purchased numerous potions. She thought you were heading outside the city. Having narrowly escaped a perilous situation, Roviv spoke rapidly to calm her frayed nerves. That's me. Nina found herself momentarily at a loss for words. This was indeed the bonfire hall, the dwelling of goblins, the territory of Mr. Godin, and her home. However, before Nina could decide whether to disclose her presence to Roviv, the relieved girl patted her chest, appearing somewhat cautious. She leaned in gently and asked, Nina, do you know what lurks in the sewers? Nina, bewildered, cast a questioning glance at the somewhat eccentric red-haired girl. What? There is a dragon. A dragon is hidden in the sewers. Roviv exclaimed with an expression of fear. Upon hearing this, Nina's countenance shifted instantly, a sense of unease swelling within her as her gaze instinctively rose to the high platform. Could it be that Mr. Godin had been exposed? That seemed improbable. for she had never revealed Mr. Godin's existence to Lady Willow. She often spoke in vague terms about her companions. Moreover, if such information had originated from her side, Roviv should not have spoken in this manner. Recognizing the shift in Nina's demeanor, Roviv considered it a natural reaction. The mere mention of a dragon would elicit such a response, especially news of a dragon lurking in the sewers, an event that would undoubtedly alarm the Adventurers Guild of Kalando. Fear not, Nina, the dragon is not present, Roviv reassured, displaying a silver ring, a memento from her mother, which aided her escape. She sought to pacify Nina before continuing her narrative. However, an inexplicable sensation of being watched washed over her, and she suddenly questioned Nina's presence in the sewers, particularly those beneath the Black Street. Where was she? With belated realization, Roviv whirled around, her eyes widening at the disquieting sight. A multitude of goblins, rivaling the earlier number of gnolls, lay prostrate on the ground, utterly silent. The sole exception, a goblin with a singed elbow, gazed upward in their direction, or rather, toward the space above them. Compelled, Roviv turned her head to the rocky wall behind her. Her gaze fell upon a scaled tail swaying in the air. Following the tail to the left, her eyes traced a back covered in black scales, wings, and finally, a grotesque, four-horned head. The dragon's head was slightly raised, its dark golden pupils fixed upon her, its gaze a mixture of assessment and curiosity. Gods above, she exclaimed inwardly. A genuine dragon? The spear Roviv clutched slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. A metallic spear struck the ground, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Chapter 61. Surprise. 1-2. Gordon flicked his tail and leaped down from the high platform, his robust, muscular form landing gracefully without a sound. He approached the girl clad in a black hood with red twin tails, halting before her and sweeping the silver spear lying on the ground aside with his tail. The clattering of the spear rolling was jarring to Loviv's ears. Once the area was cleared, Gordon crouched before the crimson-haired girl. His height, combined with the slight spread of his wings, cast a shadow that enveloped her entirely, and his imposing gaze bore down upon her. Although the curiosity in Gordon's eyes was almost palpable, his expression remained unchanged, as indifferent as ever. He was contemplating, yet the girl before him could no longer contain herself. The black dragon, Loviv, gazed at the fearsome creature, her heart racing as she could almost hear its breath, a sulphurous scent wafting from its mouth, permeating the air before dissipating. Trembling, she raised her hand to point at it, murmuring, "Please, don't come any closer. My flesh is not delectable." Overwhelmed by the oppressive silence and the menacing aura surrounding the black dragon, compounded by her own psychological associations, she stumbled backward, losing her balance and plopping down onto the ground, her voice breaking with suppressed sobs. "Perhaps I should help you calm down a bit." The voice of Gurdon resonated with a weight akin to that of a boulder, clearly reaching Laviv's ears and sending a shiver down her spine. A communicative true dragon. Not a chromatic dragon? Who are you? What do you seek? Laviv's tone trembled with fear as she cast a desperate glance toward Nina, who was observing from a distance. Upon noticing, Nina offered her a reassuring gesture, indicating that everything would be entrusted to Mr. Gurdon. She refrained from voicing any opinions that might interfere with Gurdon, as she was intrinsically linked to him. "I am Gurdon, and as you can see, I am indeed a genuine dragon of your description," he articulated with clarity and precision, his demeanor contradicting his fearsome exterior, resembling that of an aristocratic gentleman. "Therefore, could you recount to me the tale of the dragon you mentioned in the sewer? I find myself exceedingly intrigued." Gurdon continued, his gaze involuntarily flickering over the silver ring in Laviv's hand, bearing a sense of restraint. The greed of a true dragon was momentarily concealed. His reason had long since subdued the innate avarice that arose upon glimpsing the estimated value of the artifact. The ring, valued between 6,000 to 8,000 gold coins, was a high-grade magical relic. Although Gurdon was uncertain whether this ring possessed the teleportation ability as claimed by the young maiden, the price was undeniable. This sum far exceeded what one would fetch by selling Gurdon himself by the pound. Furthermore, any maiden capable of possessing such a ring, regardless of her ordinary origins, must surely be aware of its safe usage, indicating that Fran Willow, the half-elf, was undoubtedly knowledgeable. Her whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain, considering the multitude of adventurers traversing the sewers these days. Moreover, she might very well possess a father of heroic caliber, or even a grandfather of legendary stature. The precedent set by the ratmen tribe served as a cautionary tale, and Gordon was not so conceited as to believe he could act with impunity devoid of any witnesses. Furthermore, having learned from the ratmen's misadventure, he had already devised a plan for dealing with situations where he encountered someone formidable who discovered his existence. Therefore, he harbored no murderous intent towards the maiden. He merely sought to learn the tale of the dragon she spoke of, after which he would release her. The dragon. She hiccuped. It is a sea dragon beast. We discovered it within a subterranean passage excavated by kobolds, who were, at the time, offering it sacrifices. It is immense and elongated, its body a mosaic of cerulean and verdant hues, and its movements are eerily silent. According to Mr. Keene, it is a venerable sea dragon beast, having lived for over a century. Perceiving that the black dragon genuinely harbored no animosity and had no intention of devouring her, Loveth ceased her lamentations and recounted, with utmost fidelity, the events she had encountered within the kobold lair. Her voice still trembled with lingering terror and the subsiding sobs that persisted after her weeping had ceased. Loveth narrated in fits and starts, commencing with the initial discovery and proceeding to the subsequent skirmishes with the kobolds within the constricted tunnels. Then, having inexplicably seated herself upon the ground, embracing her knees, Loveth continued, her gaze vacant. It is cunning, launching a surprise assault from behind. I detected it, but at that moment, I was paralyzed, unable to speak. They could only watch helplessly as it devoured Mr. Sith's head in one swift motion. In Lovey's vacant eyes lingered an indelible fear, her curled form tightening involuntarily, resembling a quail. Sis was the bard of the adventuring party I accompanied, the sole spellcaster among us, she added. Upon hearing Lovey's mention of the underground cave and the azure lake, Gurdon's expression turned peculiar. As memories of Nina's words about the seafood oysters in the sewers resurfaced, a sudden thought struck him. Could that underground cave possibly connect to the ocean outside? The ideal escape route? Did it offer a way back? The mere contemplation of this filled Gurdon with uncontainable delight, causing him to slightly part his formidable jaws, lined with sharp teeth, an intimidating sight indeed. This expression, known only to Nina, was indicative of Gurdon's pleasure, for it was the same look he wore whenever he playfully scratched her little feet with his tail, exuding a sense of mischief and frivolity. Gurdon paid little mind to how others perceived him. He continued to question the somewhat dazed girl before him. What tales do the adventurers tell of that underground lake? Mr. Keene suggested it may connect to Swordshell Bay. Upon hearing this, Gurdon knew it was imperative to conquer the Knoll Lair. He had already begun to scour the archives of the dragon's legacy regarding the sea dragon beast. To master this subterranean passage, the first challenge to overcome would be this sea dragon beast, a subspecies of true dragon. The sea dragon belongs to the category of dragon beasts, with adults ranging from second to third tier. However, when the fins behind it are a deep purple, it undoubtedly signifies the third tier. Not only does it possess abundant physical energy, but it also wields spell-like abilities. It exhibits resistance to electric and water-based spells, and is immune to certain toxins. Both sleep and paralysis are ineffective against it. A dragon beast that appears quite formidable. Yet as long as it is not a true dragon, Gurdon feels a considerable alleviation of pressure. A beast devoid of intelligence is always easier to manipulate. Regrettably, his own tier is insufficient. Otherwise, it might not even require combat to compel it to submit beneath his dragon wings. Gurdon sighed slightly, furrowing his brow, yet overall, he considered the situation manageable. There must be a method to conquer this beast, but it necessitates careful refinement to ensure absolute certainty. After all, there may be only one opportunity. Even the most foolish sea dragon beast possesses the cunning nature inherent in true dragon blood, and it is unlikely to fall for the same trick twice. Lacking a 98% certainty, he is reluctant to take action. Gurdon has begun to devote himself entirely to devising a strategy to conquer the goblin lair. Yet, he has not forgotten the girl before him, who continues to gaze at him in a daze. Make her drink it, not a drop should remain. Chapter 62. The Amnesia Elixir in the Hall. Gurdon did not conceal his words. He stood upon the high platform, using his agile tail to hand the vial of elixir to Nina below, reiterating his instructions. Make her drink it, then blindfold her. After 2 hours, have the goblin place her at the nearest sewer entrance. Nina accepted the vial, nodding. She was familiar with the potion, the amnesia elixir valued at 50 gold coins per bottle. This concoction is capable of erasing the memories of ordinary individuals and is also effective on lower-tier professionals, although there is a probability of immunity among the latter. Initially, This potion was formulated by a prodigious student within a school of mages who sought to ascertain whether it could be employed to reset daily spells, thus circumventing the need for the fifth circle spell, transposition, to exchange spells. Alas, it proved unsuccessful, as the intellect of high-ranking mages, or rather, the trained physique of any professional, harbors inherent resistance. The potion could not obliterate the memories of professionals, and as such, this formulation, effective only on commoners, was deemed a failure. However, this type of potion has found novel applications among pleasure-seeking aristocrats. For instance, a paramour who never becomes tiresome, with each encounter akin to the first. As the duration of memory erasure is contingent upon the dosage of the potion, ranging from 1 hour to an entire day. Therefore, these feats are not arduous to achieve. The rationale for the 2-hour wait is to ensure that the potion within Loveweb's abdomen is thoroughly digested and absorbed, thus precluding anyone from discerning that she has ingested a memory-erasing potion. Subsequent to imbibing the amnesia potion, Lovewev must also consume a complementary sleeping draught. This particular potion is relatively inexpensive, costing merely a few silver coins, and is devoid of adverse effects. At first glance, this method may appear inconsequential, yet it is currently the most fitting for Gordon. While it can only subdue first- or second-tier adventurers or ordinary individuals, it is ineffectual against adventurers of higher ranks. However, Gordon is no match for third-tier professionals, rendering this limitation virtually inconsequential for him. It is, in essence, a solution tailored to Gordon's specific needs. Gordon's intention was quite straightforward, to help the young girl before him forget herself. With the aid of a potion of forgetfulness, this task was rendered rather simple. In fact, the fourth circle spell, memory modification, could accomplish this even more thoroughly. However, it was not available at the moment, and Gordon had to settle for a lesser alternative. Moreover, the memory modification spell emitted magical fluctuations that could potentially attract the attention of a high-level mage. Thus, the potion presented a more convenient option. The risk of exposure was minimal, albeit somewhat precarious, yet the consequences of eliminating her were far graver than refraining from doing so. Additionally, the likelihood of restoring memories out of thin air was virtually impossible for an ordinary person. Therefore, one path involved negligible risks, while the other entailed the theft of a silver ring, the murder of the human girl, and a gamble on her being home alone. Her demise would be in vain otherwise. However, the probability of success for this second option was likely as low as that of a young copper dragon successfully tormenting an ancient red dragon in its lair. Any rational being would recognize the wisdom in choosing the first option, despite the loss of several thousand gold coins. This choice meant liberation from torment and the absence of fear regarding a sudden portal opening, through which a high-level adventurer might emerge, ready to obliterate him. Drink, Roviv, or else Mr. Gordon will not allow you to leave, Nina softly urged as she extended the potion of forgetfulness towards the red-haired girl. Although her tone was gentle, her gaze remained fixed intently on the girl, searching for any sign of unusual behavior. Sitting on the ground, Roviv lifted her head to glance at Nina, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Yet, having imbibed this concoction, I find myself unable to report the affairs of the adventurers' party to the guild. What shall become of the sea serpent? What of those adventurers who perished? As she spoke, Loviv's emotions grew fervent. Employed at Fran's alchemical boutique, she was naturally acquainted with the potion's properties. She knew that upon consumption, the events of the day would be expunged from her memory, including the hiring of the adventurers' party to escort her into the sewers. Her recollections might regress to the previous day, or perhaps this very morning. Furthermore, without external prompting, she would remain oblivious to her amnesiac state. Yet, she was unwilling to forget those who had perished, in some measure, on her account. Nina, observing the genuine amber orbs before her, smiled and, with a blink of her vertical pupils, addressed Loviv. Rest assured, Loviv, Mr. Gordon will undoubtedly resolve this matter for you. Her gaze swept across the bonfire hall, taking in the increasingly endearing visages of the goblins, the familiar, dilapidated architecture, and the black-scaled dragon reclining upon the high platform, furrowing its brow and tracing patterns upon the ground with its claws. She added, not only for your sake, but for his own, and for the sake of his clan, and for myself, Nina silently appended. Having eavesdropped on the conversation, Nina was acutely aware of the implications of the cavern beneath the kobold den connecting to the ocean. It signified that the young black dragon possessed a clandestine escape route, unknown to others, which could prove invaluable in times of dire need. Looking at Nina, and then at the true dragon seemingly engrossed in its calculations, Lovely finally sighed. She rose, brushed the dust from her posterior, and accepted the potion from Nina's hand. She consumed it in one draught. The act of swallowing at her fair throat starkly illuminated by the campfire's glow. Once finished, Lovely parted her lips slightly, then stepped forward to clasp Nina's hand. Entwining their little fingers, she whispered in Nina's ear, her voice barely audible. "Nina, pinky promise, you mustn't lie." Thereupon, she imbibed the soporific draught from Nina's grasp, and soon lay insensate upon the ground, devoid of all awareness. Gurdon, who was engrossed in his calculations based on the information Lovely had provided, noticed this scene in his peripheral vision and gave a slight nod. A great weight lifted from his heart as he held scant regard for the girl's trustworthiness. With the memory-erasing potion consumed, there would be no further complications. Now, Gurdon merely needed to devise a plan to subdue the sea dragon beast, and all would be well. Now that he knew it was merely a dragon beast within, the task became considerably more manageable. He was concealed, while it was exposed. With careful deliberation, he could contend with an aged dragon beast, even in his juvenile draconic form. After all, he had the power of investment at his disposal. Gurdon gazed at the glittering coins beneath him. For the first time, he found these darlings to be far more appealing than mere ore. Chapter 63. Regret. 2 hours swiftly elapsed as Gurdon observed Nina, disguised and leading the goblins, carrying away the red-haired girl possessing the high-level magical artifact from the bonfire hall. Outside, numerous adventuring parties roamed the sewers. Encountering them would pose considerable danger. The goblins were somewhat easier to explain, as Gurdon had instructed them well, ensuring that even if captured or killed, their loyalty would compel them to remain silent about Gurdon. Nina, having survived in the underbelly of the city for so long, undoubtedly possessed keen observational skills. Combined with her disguise, she had little to fear, leaving Gurdon untroubled. Thus, following her outside would only serve to heighten the risk. With Nina and the elite goblins overseeing the situation, Gurdon felt reassured. These adventurers had ventured into the southeastern section of the sewers in pursuit of the ratmen, driven by a certain madness, albeit partly linked to the ratmen's retreat. Had Gurdon not kept the goblins of the Blackfire clan confined to training within the bonfire hall, it was entirely possible that an unfortunate encounter with these adventurers could have led to the hall's clearing out. However, upon reflection, stronger adventurers had likely departed soon after the first day of exterminating the ratmen tribe. The initial day had yielded great rewards, but subsequent returns diminished significantly. To continue would be decidedly unprofitable. Adventurers valued efficiency and returns above all. The number of Skaven possessing Tier 2 or Tier 1 strength is negligible. For them, the copper coin bounty offered for ordinary Skaven is disproportionate to the time invested. The remaining factions in the sewers are mostly insignificant entities, with power not exceeding Tier 3. Should they attempt to approach, they may inadvertently deliver themselves as a complimentary offering. Nevertheless, risks persist. However, his thoughts are predominantly occupied with the Kobold Lair. Despite numerous simulations, a plan has formed in his mind. The fact that the caverns beneath the Kobold Lair connect to the open ocean fills him with irrepressible excitement. If the cavern truly leads to the ocean, he might be able to establish himself permanently within the city's sewers, developing steadily rather than planning an escape shortly after his infancy. Perhaps he could even endure until adolescence. The black-scaled dragon on the dais, upon contemplating this, grinned, revealing a maw capable of devouring dozens of pounds of meat in a single bite. He was observed with his black, scale-covered chin, adorned with sharp, barb-like projections, resting upon a pile of golden coins. His elongated tail draped over the edge of the dais, hanging down partially. His slitted pupils were narrowed, unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on both sides of the tunnel. As she approached, he inquired in a booming voice, "Nina, were there any unforeseen incidents along the way?" "Everything is fine, Mr. Gordon. The sewers are quieter than usual, without the slightest disturbance," Nina replied, turning a corner toward the back of the dais, occasionally craning her neck to look at Gordon. Soon, Nina's voice echoed again. "Mr. Gurdon, I can assist you in exploring the goblin den. After all, we still possess the invisibility potion. With it, Nina will be just fine." Nina climbed onto a foothold on the platform and grasped the edge with both hands. With a determined push, she hoisted herself up. Breathing slightly heavily, she stepped over Gurdon's elongated dragon form and stood before him, her small vertical pupils brimming with sincerity and an overwhelming desire. However, Gurdon studied her gaze for a considerable time before shaking his head in disapproval. Nina, the reason I have subdued the goblins as my vassals is not to have them train here. They can be deployed when the time comes. You need not involve yourself in such peril. Gurdon was reluctant for Nina to take such risks, deeming it unnecessary, especially since he was not alone in his endeavors. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Nina's face, Gurdon softened his stance and added, at least not at this moment. Moreover, I do not intend to act for the next few days. The outside remains too treacherous. Once the commission regarding the sewers is rescinded, we can proceed then. He continued, when that time arrives, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in procuring some alchemical potions, scrolls, and other materials from the alchemist's shop, while also checking on the condition of that young girl. Gurdon had initially planned to delay his actions for a few days, perhaps a week. He could afford to wait. Confronting the sea dragon at the goblin den today or tomorrow might well lead to the adventures sung by bards. A band of adventurers was drawn to the clash of two dragons, seizing the opportunity to claim the head of the vile beast. Yet, one among them had no desire to play the role of a mere supporting character in this tale. Furthermore, the Blackfire clan intended to transport a substantial portion of their gains, bolstered by their war ordnance and the rudimentary training acquired over recent days, which they hoped would prove beneficial. With a multitude of adventurers now traversing the sewers, the presence of a goblin army made discovery a distinct possibility. Upon hearing Gaydon's explanation, Nina nodded in agreement, though her gaze soon drifted to the pile of gold beneath him, a pang of sorrow tugging at her heart. Her dreams seemed to slip further from her grasp. Nevertheless, she understood that certain sacrifices were unavoidable and chose to remain silent. Yet, a sense of discontent lingered within her. She longed to fight alongside him. If only she were a sorceress like Sister Celia, perhaps she could stand beside Mr. Gaydon now, without the need for prolonged waiting. As she observed Gaydon calculating the list for the alchemy shop, her thoughts wandered. Growing up in an orphanage, the words of the matron had been etched into her heart. All things must be earned through one's own efforts. Primarily, however, her desire to prove her worth before Gaydon stemmed from a fear of being easily cast aside in the future. In other words, Nina felt an acute sense of insecurity. Thus, with a hint of trepidation, Nina ventured to ask, Mr. Gaydon, do you know how sorcerers come into being? Perusing a spell scroll, his tongue clicking at the exorbitant price, Gordon inclined his head at Nina's query. Why do you ask? He inquired. However, catching the hopeful glint in Nina's eyes, he surmised her thoughts and demurred. Other sorcerers I cannot speak for, but dragon blood sorcerers require a confluence of fortuitous circumstances, and your lineage is too attenuated. Furthermore, sorcerers typically experience the awakening of their magical abilities only after attaining a certain age. The ebony dragon, absorbed in his shopping list, paused, his gaze sweeping over Nina's form and undisguised features. Comparing this to the age of draconic sorcerer awakening in dragon lore, he shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. Still too young. Indeed, Nina's youth is undeniable, although her actions often belie her tender years. Gordon, in a mere matter of days since his birth, has burgeoned from a height reaching her waist to one where he can now meet her gaze while squatting. Despite the augmentation of his stats, his physical length already surpasses hers, an irrefutable truth. Nina began, seeking to refute his statement, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Her current age is, indeed, shy of 10 years. Dragon-descended sorcerers typically awaken their powers around the ages of 12 or 13, with some even experiencing this phenomenon as late as 20. Her current contemplation of awakening her sorceress talents is, admittedly, somewhat premature. Of course, the offspring of deities are an exception, with some manifesting their sorceress gifts at birth. Ultimately, Nina relinquished her pursuit of further inquiries regarding the dragon-veined sorcerers from Godin. She climbed down to the platform, sitting upon a small chair left by the spellcaster. Thereafter, she resumed her arduous endeavor of devouring the esoteric and tedious tome of magic, striving to enhance her arcane knowledge. At this juncture, Nina had yet to achieve the feats described in the Mage's Primer, which would allow her to effortlessly access the magical web woven by the goddess Mystra across the continent of Io. Consequently, the 2 zero-level cantrips remained of little utility. After all, without the ability to connect to the magical web, the construction of spell models to be cast through gestures or incantations was a distant dream. Her journey as a mage was still in its infancy. However, Nina's inquiries prompted Godin to contemplate what would be necessary to create dragon-blooded kin. The notion of imbuing the goblins of the Blackfire clan with draconic blood appeared to be a promising avenue for augmenting strength. Nevertheless, they lacked the discerning eyes for beauty that ordinary true dragons possessed. Past attempts had revealed that, due to the essence of their souls, they were unable to perceive any semblance of beauty in the female goblins. In contrast, they could discern aesthetics in humans or the memory of true dragons. It is noteworthy that true dragons typically engage in mating only upon reaching their juvenile phase, between the ages of 51 to 100, after half a century of growth, at which point they would possess the capacity to sire offspring with draconic lineage. Even if Godin wished for this, he found himself powerless to enact it. It is worth mentioning that the majority of the first-generation dragonkin in EO emerged from the gazes of these juvenile dragons as they journeyed, discovering and unearthing beauty along their path, in the pursuit of amassing treasure and establishing domains. Certain true dragons may dedicate up to half a century to meticulously selecting an ideal location. Naturally, they require diversions to season these extended periods. Over the course of 7 centuries of revelry, and despite the considerable time dragons spend in slumber, the resultant dragon spawn are quite numerous. Gedon delved into the vast ocean of draconic lore and swiftly unearthed methods for catalyzing the creation of dragon-blooded beings, which are threefold. The first involves procreation with other creatures. Due to the absence of reproductive isolation, the offspring invariably inherit draconic traits, thus becoming dragonborn, who are the primary source of dragon-blooded sorcerers. Reputedly, prominent dragon-blooded sorcerer families either forge pacts with true dragons, such as the drow elves of the Underdark, or they may even confine true dragons to maintain a certain level of dragon blood purity, preventing dilution, as exemplified by a particular shadow dragon. The second method entails ritualistic transformation, which involves the application of oils extracted from a dragon's body or potions concocted from its blood to the entire body. This process transmutes the individual into a dragon-blooded being, as seen in the fire-blood dwarves enslaved by red dragons and the woodland elves manipulated by green dragons. Many formidable dragonborn retainers may also opt to directly receive the essence of a true dragon's blood, thereby transforming into dragon-blooded creatures, albeit with the inherent risk of death. The third approach involves consuming parts of a dragon's body, such as its flesh or blood, which, over time, instills draconic blood within the consumer. An example of this is the frost blood orcs of the north, who have developed this trait through the prolonged hunting of white dragons and the consumption of every edible part of their bodies. The dragon's blood, flesh, and even bones. In the impoverished north, nothing edible is spared. Over time, this draconic lineage has accumulated within the bodies of the orcs, thus transforming them into dragon-blooded creatures. For Gordon, the most viable option is the second, to transform his followers into dragon-blooded beings through a dragon blood ritual. However, such a ritual requires a spellcaster of considerable power, at least a 4th-tier mage. This level of power is often innate in adult true dragons, manifesting as sorcerer levels. Alternatively, dragon-blooded creatures can be created through magical and divine experimentation, a method employed by Tiamat, the queen of evil dragons, and mastered by Bahamut, the platinum dragon. Many legendary archmages who delve into the arcane have also engaged in such practices. The Dragonel may well be the product of such a magical experiment. The Chimera and the Hydra, dragon-blooded creatures that rival ordinary true dragons, are also creations of deities, their veins coursing with genuine dragon's blood despite their ancestors having no interaction with true dragons. Gordon perused the draconic lore, redefining his understanding of dragon-blooded creatures. Constrained by his circumstances, he had to abandon the idea. Even if he could find a 4th-tier spellcaster willing to conduct the ritual, he lacked the resources to transform a significant number of his followers. Moreover, it was uncertain whether using the blood of a young dragon would diminish the results. The bonfire in the hall continued to burn, and the goblins diligently continued their training. Apart from the crackling fire, the sound of their footsteps, and the whooshing of clubs, there was no other sound. Inadvertently, Gordon began to perceive a slight hunger in his abdomen, prompting him to subtly signal to Grush with a gentle cough. Grush, already attuned to the nuances of Gordon's cues, promptly instructed the goblins to present his master's evening repast, a copious cauldron of chunky beef broth teeming with beak-mouthed frogs, accompanied by a selection of roasted catfish of varying sizes, collectively weighing several dozen pounds. Undeniably a lavish spread, yet the flavors left much to be desired. However, Gordon harbored no extravagant expectations regarding the goblin's culinary prowess. He meticulously sifted through the cauldron, setting aside a portion of the victuals for Nina. Subsequently, he introduced a dash of chili powder-esque substance into the pot to enhance the flavor profile. This, naturally, was procured from Foulon's alchemical emporium, albeit at Nina's behest through the intermediary of the half-elf, Foulon Villon. Such condiments were not typically stocked within the alchemist's establishment, and their acquisition came at a relatively steep price. A diminutive vial commanded 10 silver pieces. Having completed the embellishments, Gordon beckoned Nina to partake in the meal alongside him. During the repast, Gordon couldn't shake the impression that Nina was consuming her portion with greater zeal and in larger quantities than before. Below ground, the sewer's bonfire blazed, while above, in the free city of Calendar, the scene was mirrored by the plumes of smoke rising from hearths. The white tendrils from each household's chimney coalesced into persistent, nebulous formations, and the city's taverns ignited their lanterns, heralding a surge of conviviality. Calendar's nocturnal existence would only truly commence with the vanishing of the last sliver of light behind the undulating mountain range. Amidst the throng, a maiden with fiery red hair was also present, with one hand gripping a silver spear and dragging her weary form. She entered an inconspicuous little shop in the civilian district, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 65. The Goddess of the Dark Night, Shar in the Tranquil Night. A tempest descended without warning. In the free city of Calando, it raged for 2 days and nights before finally relenting. The storm nourished this land, where even the air tasted of copper, enveloping the grand city in a sheen reminiscent of a post-bath glow. Many merchants, who had prepared in advance by hiring workers to clear the dock area, breathed a sigh of relief at the very first light of dawn as the rain ceased. They hastily climbed into their carriages to inspect their warehouses, fervently praying that the stormlord, Talos, would spare his followers from loss, for they had indeed paid their dues. However, the rain did not cease for long. Before the first rays of dawn could break over the horizon, a light drizzle began anew, and the leaden clouds above the city showed no sign of dispersing. It appeared that the aftermath of the storm had yet to conclude. Cecilia rose and approached the sole window of her room, gazing at the droplets cascading from the eaves outside. The rusty little crown atop her soft gray hair had been removed. With only 2 chances remaining for the dimensional crown, she dared not wield it recklessly. Here in Calando, such an elven-styled magical artifact, when worn, inevitably attracted unwarranted covetousness, prompting her to take it off before entering the city. "Captain, do you think they will believe?" Cecilia inquired, her voice imbued with a youthful delicacy, resonating softly within the simplicity of the inn room as she observed the nearly deserted streets of the civilian district through the gentle rain. Her gray eyes were profound and icy, a stark contrast to her voice. The subtle flutter of her ornate black robes hinted at the warlock's considerable growth, both in spirit and power, during this adventure. 2 days prior, after casting greater invisibility a 3rd time via the Crown of Dimensions, she intuitively grasped the 3rd circle spell, Invisibility Sphere, and received a boon from her wind elemental lineage, the 3rd circle spell, Wind Mantle. Invisibility Sphere, upon casting. All creatures within a 10-foot radius vanish into thin air, their body heat, scent, and any sounds they make completely suppressed for 8 hours. Note, actions such as attacking, being attacked, eating, or drinking will break the invisibility. Wind Mantle conjures a swirling vortex of powerful winds around you. Any weapon attacks or projectiles must pass a wind pressure check. Failure nullifies the attack, while success results in reduced damage due to deflection. The wind barrier has no duration but dissipates after absorbing a certain amount of damage. Note, the size of the barrier is at the caster's discretion, influencing the amount of damage it can withstand. This explains why the Crown of Dimensions retains 2 remaining uses. They employed Celia's newly acquired Invisibility Sphere to conceal their movements. Primarily, this was subsequent to Celia's 3 consecutive castings of greater invisibility. The persistent, chilling presence that had lingered has seemingly been cast aside by them, dispelling the insidious sensation of being closely watched. After all, such an entity diminishes with each encounter. Mastering the 3rd ring spell signifies that Celia has officially ascended to the ranks of a 3rd-tier sorceress. This is a remarkable achievement to proclaim. A 15-year-old 3rd-tier sorceress is undoubtedly a prodigy, often regarded as a direct descendant of some mighty elemental being. The pace of her growth is astonishing. In less than 2 years, she has attained a level that many seasoned warriors struggle for years on the battlefield to reach. However, the cost of her advancement has been quite severe. A single audacious venture resulted in 5 individuals embarking, yet only 2 returning, along with a pseudo-dragon. Consequently, since her elevation to a third-tier sorceress, Celia has not exhibited even a hint of joy within the confines of the White Horse Inn, but rather a palpable sense of anxiety. The gray clouds looming over the bell tower of Calanda cast a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, further compounded by the gravity of the impending task. This new third-tier sorceress, Celia, finds herself compelled to speak out. It will be all right, Celia, when the time comes. Simply recount the events as they transpired. The head of the Adventurers Guild will surely prioritize the removal of that commission and proceed with an investigation. After all, we have undertaken this mission, and they hold our credibility in considerable regard. Within the inn's room, the valiant warrior, Maglacia, seated upon a white oak chair, offered words of comfort. She gazed at the delicate silhouette of the sorceress, her eyes inevitably reflecting a glimmer of compassion. The young girl, several years her junior, bore burdens that were far beyond her age. Yet it was precisely this indomitable spirit that enabled her to escape the depths of that underground cavern. For the sake of the deceased Wakan, I, my fan, shall resolutely ensure that he does not achieve his desires. Having already identified the hidden mastermind as her target for vengeance, Celia, upon hearing Marglesia's comforting words, spoke in a tone tinged with fervor. One could almost sense a relentless determination within her gentle voice. This caused a subtle shift in Marglesia's expression. Indeed, Celia, while seeking revenge is not inherently wrong, if you allow that vengeance to serve as your sole motivation for survival. Marglesia articulated, as she rose to approach Celia. The sorceress felt a soft presence drawing near from behind, her form pressing closely against her. Through the delicate fabric, she could even discern the rhythm of the other's heartbeat. Celia momentarily stiffened, taken aback. The golden-haired girl leaned down, resting her chin on Celia's shoulder, gently whispering near her glistening earlobe, "You know, they wouldn't wish to see you become like this in the river of Hades." As the leader of the Dawn Adventurers, she keenly sensed that Celia was subtly beginning to transform into someone driven solely by revenge, a fate she did not wish to witness. Thus, she chose to envelop her in warmth, hoping to guide her out of the shadows of vengeance. "Leader, you need not worry about me. I will not resort to using the Dark Goddess," Celia reassured, recognizing the concern emanating from her companion. She was acutely aware of what lay heavy on Marglesia's heart. The previous day, amidst the tempest, they encountered a priestess who claimed to be the goddess of the night, Shar, named Athena. She startled them by effortlessly perceiving the wrath and desire for vengeance that resided in their hearts. Athena suggested that they could harness the power of the Dark Lady for their revenge. However, such an alliance with the night goddess came at a cost, one that Marglesia was unwilling to accept. After all, there are no free lunches in this world, and she was deeply concerned that Celia might tread that perilous path. Chapter 66. Silence. The atmosphere within the inn lightened with Celia's denial. Even the oppressive air seemed to ease. "I merely worry that vengeance may blind you." Marglesia, relieved to see Celia returning to her usual self, chuckled softly and chose not to dwell further on the matter. After all, it was prudent to avoid discussing the goddess, lest they provoke her ire. Yet, Celia seemed eager to express something more. Turning her head, she nestled into the plush embrace of her surroundings and gazed up at the golden-haired captain. "Rest assured, Captain, I still intend to visit my finesse sister at the White Tower and check on what the families of Wiccan and Galiot may need. I shall not act recklessly. Moreover, I am excited to embark on adventures alongside you. I have already contemplated the new members for our team. You shall see. You will undoubtedly take a liking to that child, for they have been charming since childhood. Subsequently, we shall journey across the western continent in the company of Liz. Once the affairs of Wiccan and company have concluded, we might consider embarking upon an aerial voyage to the Achen Forest in the eastern continent. It is said that the entirety of the western continent's elven population has congregated there. I have yet to behold a pure-blooded elf. The kingdom of Italia in the New World also presents itself as a commendable option, for it is rumored to harbor a considerable number of adventurers." Celia, envisioning Nina's countenance and the prospects that lie ahead, could not help but smile as she prattled onto Magresia. Liz, the pseudo-dragon feigning slumber upon the table, shuddered slightly as she listened. She hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge to Celia the truth she possessed. That young girl has someone backing her, nay, a dragon. Magresia, in turn, steadied Celia by placing her hands upon her shoulders, gently disengaging her head from her bosom. which had become somewhat ticklish. She then regarded the maiden before her, who had finally broken into a smile, with an unperturbed expression and a gracious nod. She had become aware of Nina's existence during their journey, courtesy of Celia. However, their present obligations lay in Kalando, and they intended to defer the task of bringing Nina until the dust had settled, and they were prepared to depart from Kalando, for their safety remained precarious. Well, the hour grows late, Captain. I shall take my leave now. Remember to adhere to the plan. Indeed. Fare thee well. Take care on your journey. Margarita assented with a nod. The plan had been meticulously devised during their travels, and they were merely executing it as intended. Celia peered out of the window, observing the state of the heavens. Though the rain persisted, the once desolate streets of the commoners' district had, in a short span of time, seen the opening of numerous shops. Consequently, she brought their conversation to a close. Emerging from beneath Marglisia's arm, she began to gather her belongings for the outing. Meanwhile, the obedient pseudo-dragon, Liz, nestled on Celia's shoulder, its vertical pupils darting about, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, the dark-hooded sorceress and her elusive pseudo-dragon departed from the White Horse Inn. She sidestepped the puddles on the road, making her way toward the Adventurers Guild. Distancing herself from the inn structure, the rain continued to fall. Yet not a single drop could breach her formidable wind barrier and land upon her resplendent black robe woven with golden threads. Barely had Celia departed when a tall, slender man clad in black leather armor arrived at the White Horse Inn. Ravage inhaled the scent in the air, feeling a twinge of doubt. However, upon catching sight of the striking golden hair through the window, his expression brightened. At last, he could fulfill the young master's mission, justifying his audacity in venturing into Karandu at night, as he had finally caught a whiff of their shadow at the city gate. This shadow assassin, who had once surpassed his limits to slay a grievously wounded fifth-tier spellcaster, the elementalist, could not help but lick the raindrop from the corner of his mouth. Yet, within a second, his countenance soured, and he spat it out, cursing vehemently. Damn it, it's just like that wretched Lilia's scent, utterly dreadful. Ravage was struck by the briny taste of seawater, the putrid stench of dead fish exploding between his lips, leaving him profoundly nauseated. Instantly, he was reminded of the dark realms inhabited by drow elves and past experiences, which soured his mood considerably. With a sense of indignation, he unsheathed the short sword at his waist and strode purposefully towards the unremarkable inn in the commoners' district. At the very moment he drew his blade, the sound of raindrops falling within a 30-foot radius, along with the echo of his footsteps, faded into silence, as tranquil as the dead of night. Upon deciding to engage in battle, Rabeg's innate ability, awakened from a lineage of sorcerers in the shadowy realm, known as Silence, quietly unfurled. This power rendered all living beings within a 30-foot range incapable of producing sound. No matter how intense the commotion, it could not escape this domain. Thus, his kind were often referred to as mage assassins or disruptors, natural hunters of spellcasters. Possessing such a gift and taking on the role of a rogue, he thrived in this environment, albeit his physical form was somewhat frail, requiring healing spells after even a slight tussle with a drow elf, lest he risk being toyed with to death. This was also the reason for his flight from the shadowy realm. It was a place where no ordinary man could endure. Rabeg, skilled in the art of stealth, regarded the task assigned by his master to eliminate certain individuals, adventurers of no more than the third tier, as a trivial pursuit. His demeanor remained nonchalant, treating it as a mere cat-and-mouse game. However, the tempest had caused him to lose their trail, leaving Rabeg feeling as drenched as a rat. Clutching his short sword, he gazed up at the ominous sky, his expression equally grim. Delays had dragged on for days. Surely, his master was growing impatient. He could only speculate whether the mage's legacy had been secured. His feelings towards this place were thoroughly dismal. Let the wretched weather go to hell. As he stepped through the portals of the White Horse Inn, the attendant at the front desk, poised to greet the incoming patrons, was about to admonish the tall, gaunt man to stow his weapon, lest it incite undue commotion. However, she found herself inexplicably bereft of speech. As if the world had been plunged into a state of utter silence, a stark contrast to the persistent drumming of rain outside, a most peculiar predicament. Just as she was about to utter a word, a flash of argent steel cascaded forth, and she was instantly rendered unconscious. Having dispatched the unfortunate soul with a single, decisive stroke, Labeg ascended the stairs without pause, driven by an assassin's instinct to eliminate any potential witnesses. In a chamber on the second floor, blissfully unaware of the impending doom, Maglarisia gazed out at the rain-soaked vista, her heart beseeching Tempest, the god of war, to safeguard their impending campaign of vengeance. The oaken knob of the chamber door rotated soundlessly, and before Maglarisia could fully register her confusion, her countenance shifted abruptly as she lunged for the long sword propped against the bed. Just as her fingers clasped the hilt, the wooden door facing the window swung open without a creak. With a soft groan, the wooden door yielded, and Nina, swathed in a flimsy dress, entered the familiar alchemical shop, bringing with her the chill of the rain. "Good morrow, la vie," Nina greeted the red-haired, pigtail-sporting lass who had answered the door, now rubbing her eyes with languid motions, a book still clutched in her hand. Nina's breath formed ephemeral clouds of mist in the dim morning light, lending an ethereal quality to her presence. At this moment, the drowsy Rovive was surprised and delighted to see Nina, whom she had not encountered for several days. "Good day, Nina," she exclaimed, clearly having forgotten the previous incident in the sewer. She eagerly grasped Nina's small hand, exclaiming with familiarity, "What treasures have you brought this time? Surely, your journey beyond the city was fruitful. Did you encounter fearsome wargs or trolls? Perhaps you even glimpsed the legendary malevolent true dragon?" Before Nina could formulate her response, Rovive's exuberant voice startled the half-elf spellcaster, Fran Willow, from her meditation within the inner room. "Rovive, lower your voice. I can hear your incessant chatter even from here." Fran Willow stepped forward gracefully, and upon noticing the rain-soaked Nina, she promptly cast a warmth-imbuing spell upon her. Then she bent down, addressing Nina with a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Fran's alchemy shop, Miss Nina. Pray tell, what delightful wares do you wish to sell this time? I assure you, I shall offer you a splendid price." Her tone was playful, filled with a teasing spirit aimed at the young dragonborn girl, causing Nina's cheeks to flush crimson. Hastily, she waved her hands and replied softly, "No, Lady Willow, I am not here to sell materials this time. Rather, I seek to purchase some spell scrolls and alchemical potions." "Oh, have you exhausted the last batch?" Fran Willow inquired, her curiosity piqued as she regarded the girl, who possessed a fortune of thousands of gold coins yet had not chosen to adorn herself with a new outfit. Nina lowered her head in silence, and Fran Willow immediately understood that her inquiries were inappropriate, quickly attempting to lighten the mood with a laugh. "So, what do you intend to purchase this time? Perhaps several magical scrolls? Unfortunately, I do not have any at such a high price." Her tone was gentle and patient. Even the most impatient barbarian would find solace in her words. "Well, quite a lot, Ms. Willow. May I take a look?" Nina asked tentatively, her heart fluttering as she clutched her dimensional bag. Although Mr. Gurdon had instructed her on what to acquire, the cost of the scrolls was hardly less than that of a spellbook. She remained uncertain whether she had sufficient funds, thus she chose to observe first, recognizing that the scrolls varied in priority. "Nina, I have told you countless times, just like Loviath, you may call me Sister Fran. Come with me, the scrolls are inside," Fran Willow said with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging that while Nina possessed many admirable qualities, her excessive reserve was a drawback. She gestured for the dragonborn girl to enter the inner room where she had designated space for the storage of scrolls. The storage of magical scrolls always required careful placement. Avoiding visibility in the alchemical shop, the astute half-elf shopkeeper recognized Nina's demeanor, realizing she might be facing some pressing matter that necessitated a large quantity of scrolls and potions. Nevertheless, she was willing to offer a discount out of consideration for the well-behaved dragonborn girl, choosing not to inquire further unless prompted. Seeing that the two had retreated into the back room again, Elvev also wanted to follow. But considering that no one would be at the front desk if she went in, and given that she had already angered Sister Falon yesterday, Elvev thought it over and over again, or decided to continue sitting at the front desk to watch the store, waiting for the next adventurer to come. When Nina came out of the back room where the scrolls were stored, and the voice of Falon Willow came from the back room, "Elvev, please help me get the alchemy potion. It's in the third box on the left-hand side behind the front desk. Be careful, there is hot melted adhesive in it. Don't break it." She wiped away the tears that had just overflowed from the corners of her eyes, and quickly jumped off the high stool at the front desk, took the alchemy list handed over by Nina, and asked while looking for the materials on the list, "Nina, are you leaving?" "Yes, Elvev. Thank you for the alchemy potion. It's okay. When you have time, just tell me your adventure stories. I also want to participate in adventures." But alas, Elvev sighed at this point. She was a little discouraged. After waking up yesterday, she found herself in the sewer. The deep and terrifying environment made her dare not think about adventuring in person again. Sure enough, Her father was right. A cowardly person is not suitable to take over the power of the Guardian. Yes, if I have the chance, I will definitely tell you. But it's just like an ordinary story, nothing special. Nina carefully looked at Elvev's expression, not like a fake. And plus full-on Willow's attitude towards her today was no problem. So the heart that was hanging was also put down, and she said half-truthfully. Then she stood aside, watching as Roviv selected alchemical items according to the list. The rain outside had unknowingly intensified. And when Nina secured the potions in a small box and placed it into her dimensional bag, she opened the door to find a torrential downpour. The rainwater pooled in the streets, rushing like a river towards the iron grates of the sewer entrance. Perhaps we should wait for the rain to lighten before we depart. Nina, Roviv suggested softly, observing the bedraggled pedestrians caught in the storm. No, I shall leave first. Please convey my farewell to Lady Willow, Nina replied, cradling her silver-haired head as she dashed into the rain, heading towards the black street, splashes of water flying around her. Roviv wished to say something more, but could only watch Nina's receding figure until it faded from view, leaving her momentarily speechless. When Celia arrived at the Adventurers Guild, she found the entrance as crowded as ever with adventurers waiting to accept quests, the number far surpassing that of her previous visit. She chose a relatively secluded corner to stand, casting a puzzled glance at the sudden influx of adventurers. The crowd had surged by more than 50% compared to her last time accepting a quest here. How could there be so many more? This defied logic. However, she soon learned the reason. The Duran family had placed a bounty for the missing boy, Flandra, who had been found in the sewers, a victim of the ratmen. Thus, while they were away, the Duran family had issued a quest to clear the ratmen from the sewers through the Adventurers Guild, offering a generous reward. Yesterday marked the last day for claiming rewards, which explained the throngs of adventurers present today. For some adventurers, cleansing the sewers is merely a brief respite. The real business is about to commence. The wilderness, towering mountains, dense forests, shadowy valleys, and the ruins scattered across the desolate expanses of the continent of Ao are their true battlegrounds. These are but mere appetizers. Celia could not help but marvel. That individual hiding in the sewers was indeed fortunate. If only she possessed 2,000 gold coins, it would suffice to acquire a small territory in some kingdom for herself. Nina and the captain. The rain intensified, and the number of adventurers seeking shelter increased. However, few dared approach Celia, the dark-robed spellcaster. Although young as evidenced by her pale skin glimpsed through the shadows, exuded an aura of danger accompanied by an inexplicable whirlwind. Many preferred to huddle with ordinary adventurers rather than venture near Celia. At last, when the rain reached a certain intensity, the creaking of the Adventurers Guild door signaled its opening. With a resounding thunderclap, the downpour intensified, and a foul stench pervaded the street. A light pink rain fell incessantly, flowing into the sewers. Chapter 68, Dragonslayer Calandu. The Black Street. The rain not only grew heavier, but also transformed into a sanguine deluge. Nina found herself utterly disheveled amidst the relentless downpour. The disguise on her face was largely washed away, revealing the pallid skin that had become fair from years of hiding in the sewers. Her complexion, once ashen and devoid of color, was now exposed. In recent days, the nourishment she has received can be deemed the finest since her departure from the orphanage, resulting in her skin appearing exceptionally radiant. Fortunately, the streets are not overly crowded at present, and the disguise upon her face dissolves more slowly in water than expected. Moreover, most passers-by, upon noticing Nina rushing through the torrential rain, scarcely gave her a second glance. A mixed-blood girl caught in the downpour was hardly a spectacle worth lingering over. Yet this peculiar rain, tainted with the scent of blood, had captured the attention of the majority of Calandu's residents. Their gazes drifted towards the dense clusters of buildings outside, the distant clock tower, and the ominously low-hanging gray clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim atmosphere for a fleeting moment, akin to incandescent brilliance. In that instant, every resident, every creature gazing skyward, was left in awe by the sights and sounds that unfolded. The immense shadow concealed within the low-hanging clouds flickered momentarily in the glow of the lightning, evoking a sense of surrealism. Yet, if this were not merely an illusion, and if proportions were accurate, it would indicate a dragon's shadow, stretching over 100 feet from snout to tail. This shadow far exceeded the dimensions of an ordinary adult dragon, reaching the stature of an ancient Wyrm. However, the dragon's form appeared to be contorted and struggling, seemingly trapped within the clouds, unable to move. Yet all of this was of no concern to Nina. Within her dark vision, she thrived, moving with swiftness surpassing that of the world above, traversing the shadowy corridors and emerging from the constricting drainage pipes. Gurdon, the hatchling dragon, had only just celebrated its 7th day of life. Crouched in the corridor, she gathered her wings, basking in the glow of the hall's bonfire. She gazed down at the river below, which continually emitted strange odors and hues, her brow furrowed in concern. The dark, golden vertical pupil of her eye seemed lost in contemplation. Gurdon unfurled his left wing, now resembling that of a true dragon, and gestured for her to come closer. Upon hearing Gurdon's call, Nina hurried over, and upon reaching her destination, she retrieved a dimensional pouch still radiating warmth from her garments, intending to present it to the dragon before her. However, she suddenly felt herself enveloped by a heavy, secure cloak, the wing of the black dragon. The warmth emanating from within the black wing was comforting, swiftly dispelling the chill brought by the rain. Furthermore, a familiar, rich voice echoed in her ears, causing her to freeze momentarily. "Nina, you mustn't get soaked in the rain again. We are not without the means to purchase an umbrella." Gurdon's words carried a hint of reproach, aiming to make the dragonborn girl aware of her error. Yet, Nina understood that Mr. Gurdon was not concerned about money. He was concerned for her well-being. In matters of wealth, it seemed she was even more avaricious than Gurdon himself. A strange emotion lingered in her heart, but it did not remain for long as she suddenly recalled what she wished to say. Hesitantly, and with a touch of sorrow, she opened her mouth. "But, Mr. Gurdon, we truly have no money at present. The spell scrolls and alchemical potions you requested have depleted our last fortune, leaving us with barely 10 copper coins from the initial 680. This is under the generous discount of 10% granted by Lady Willow. Otherwise, we might still be lacking in items you desire." "Gordon, well then, are all the items ready?" "Indeed, Mr. Gordon." Following the protective embrace of the dragon wing, I obediently retrieved each item from the dimensional bag in sequence. Soon, a pile of parchment inscribed with spell runes was assembled, neatly rolled within cylindrical containers, accompanied by stacks of alchemical potions. Gordon surveyed the collection with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. The allure of this extravagant power brought him an inexplicable delight. Even if he ultimately failed to conquer the sea dragon beast, his escape seemed assured. He casually picked up one of the scroll tubes while Nina stood by, softly explaining its use. The spell scroll, encased within the tube, could be activated simply by twisting the bottom of the cylinder and applying a gentle pressure, causing it to shatter and the scroll to unfurl. This would allow for the unfettered release of the spell contained within. Alternatively, one could resort to the more brutal method of crushing the cylinder, a feat easily achievable with Gordon's strength. The former method was the one entrusted to Nina by Fran Willow, simple enough that even a 3-year-old could cast the basic fireball. However, the lowest tier, fireball scrolls began at 400 gold coins, which was not significantly cheaper than hiring a 3rd-tier mage. Gordon would certainly not purchase such extravagant scrolls. Instead, it opts for more commonplace spell scrolls. Its preferences lean towards control spells, the crafting of inscribed runes, and the peril associated with writing scrolls is not nearly as high as that of the fireball spell. The approximate cost of a 3rd-tier spell scroll hovers around an average of 200 gold pieces. It acquired 2 3rd-tier spell scrolls, namely Slow and Suggestion. The 3rd-tier spell Slow allows the caster to induce a sluggish state upon a target within 30 feet, having its attack speed, movement speed, and reaction time for a duration of 10 seconds, during which it also suffers increased damage from external sources. The 3rd-tier spell Suggestion permits the caster to place a target within 30 feet into a state of illusion, compelling it to follow a command, albeit one that cannot endanger its life, such as an order to commit suicide or any other life-threatening directive. Additionally, there is a 2nd-tier spell scroll and 3 1st-tier spell scrolls, which, when combined with the 2 3rd-tier scrolls, culminate in a total value exceeding 600 gold pieces. The alchemical potions are trivial in comparison. This represents the true substantial expenditure, constituting a staggering 95% of the total cost. After examining the spell scrolls, Gordon glanced over the alchemical potions, and upon confirming their accuracy, could not help but smile, the peculiar scent lifting some of the gloom from his heart. He had no mind for anything else. The Blackstreet district was exceedingly perilous. On the very night the adventurers withdrew from the Blackstreet, the previously active gang members reappeared, idly congregating beneath the eaves, conspiring to engage in nefarious activities. Nina, ever vigilant of her surroundings, had no time to gaze at the sky. "What is it, Mr. Godin?" Although the rain bears an unusual hue and an odd scent in the past, Calando has witnessed far stranger occurrences. Once, fish fell from the heavens in droves. The largest among them was quite substantial. After that day, I rummaged through the garbage for an entire week, only to find fish bones and inedible, decaying fish flesh. Under the protective embrace of Godin's dragon wings, Nina wrinkled her nose with a smile, gesturing animatedly to recount the extraordinary tale. The nearby campfire cast elongated shadows of the duo, a dragon and a girl. Observing that Nina was genuinely unaware, Godin refrained from further inquiry, instead becoming lost in contemplation as he gazed at the river. He instinctively recognized the aroma that filled the air, the scent of a true water dragon, whether it be a bronze dragon, a sea dragon, or perhaps a river dragon. It was not the fragrance of dragon blood, but rather that of genuine dragon scales, mingling with the essence of ocean waves. As Godin pondered the emergence of a true water dragon in the outside world and the ensuing torrential downpour, a sudden human roar erupted from above the sewage system, echoing through the skies of Calando, overpowering even the thunder's rumble. Following this, a chilling, hoarse dragon's roar resonated across the heavens. In the next moment, an object plummeted from the clouds, hurtling towards the free city amid the tempest. As the object descended closer to the ground, the nearby residents discerned its true nature. A colossal true dragon's head, adorned with cerulean scales, descended like a comet, its impact upon the dockside plaza heralded by a protracted trail of sanguine fire. The fin-like crest atop its head unmistakably declared its identity, an ocean dragon. Emerging from the Adventurers Guild, Celia observed that the crimson rain had ceased, leaving behind a landscape marred with bloodstains and the pervasive scent of brine as the sole testaments to the preceding anomaly. Scarcely had she taken a few steps when she encountered a throng of Calandrians, their gazes fixed upon the heavens, their fingers gesticulating towards the faintly luminous sky. Following their lead, she beheld, suspended above the distant clock tower, a pair of airships. Beneath them, she discerned the immense form they carried. Bathed in the radiant beams that pierced the storm clouds, the azure scales of the deceased true dragon shimmered with unparalleled brilliance, akin to the most exquisite sapphires known to exist. The dragon, devoid of its head, bore a wound cauterized by frost, preventing any further effusion of blood. Suspended conspicuously in the air, it was conveyed slowly southward across the city of Calandra by the airships. As the dragon's cadaver drew nearer, Celia scrutinized the wound, discerning the cause of the beast's demise. The pristine, severing cut at the neck suggested a swift and decisive decapitation by a heavy weapon. The manner of the attack evoked the heavy cleave technique favored by warriors, a skill also known to Magraxia. However, the skill required is undoubtedly several tiers above hers. The neck of the colossal dragon, measuring over 3 meters in thickness, likely demands at least a master's heavy slash or a legendary heavy slash. It may also require several enhancement buffs, such as dragon strength, bovine might, and frenzy, which bolster physical power. Nevertheless, to sever a dragon of ancient lineage with a single strike necessitates an exceptionally powerful weapon, most likely a high-tier 5 magic weapon. Such rare 5 magic weapons typically command a starting price of hundreds of thousands of gold coins at auction, making them scarce and valuable. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of having a spellcaster friend capable of invoking 6th circle spells like Master's Sharpness or 9th circle spells such as Legendary Sharpness, enabling an ordinary weapon to temporarily transform into a high-tier magic weapon. Without such magical enhancements, slaying a dragon would be an exercise in futility. After all, even if a true dragon stood motionless, allowing one to strike it with a mundane weapon for an entire day and night, the countless weapons rendered unusable would still fail to breach its defensive scales or inflict the slightest injury. An adult true dragon is immune to all spells below the 3rd circle, and its scales reflect any damage from weapons lower than magic weapons. The harm inflicted by ordinary weapons is utterly ineffectual against a true dragon. This explains why certain kingdoms, when faced with a true dragon, often resort to seeking the aid of adventurers rather than deploying their armies. In the presence of a true dragon, sheer numbers prove to be insufficient, and the cost-effectiveness of such strategies is certainly a contributing factor. Unless they possess military weapons capable of inflicting harm upon true dragons, adventurers cannot hope for the ease and affordability of such endeavors. This particular true dragon, as its size suggests, may well be over 1,000 years old, having attained the status of an ancient dragon. Its scales have long since transformed into the most formidable armor known to the world, and Celia believes it not without reason that it fell beneath the might of high-tier magical weaponry. Nevertheless, the chatter of passers-by caught her attention. The airship bore the emblem of the Lamrifan family. Was it crafted by the esteemed Sword of Carandu? Some keen-eyed pedestrians overlooked the dragon, focusing instead on the family crest adorning the airship, which, though not large, was still noticeable. From Celia's vantage point, it was difficult to discern. She was already aware of the renown of the Sword of Carandu upon entering the city, for it is one of the most formidable official powers outside the influence of the Carandu Temple. The Sword of Carandu, Wade Lamrifan, has ascended to this position as an adventurer. Currently, he serves as the captain of the Carandu City Guard, directly answerable to the city lord. Additionally, he is a warrior of the 6th tier, having transitioned to the 4th tier as an Amu Guardian. He has consistently led the Carandu City Guard in purging pirates and vanquishing surrounding monsters, always at the forefront, displaying unparalleled bravery, earning him the reputation of a warrior deity among the residents of Carandu. Furthermore, he has an exceptionally talented son, Hughes Ramrifarn. Not only had his strength reached the 3rd Order warrior level, but his appearance was also exceedingly handsome, bearing little resemblance to his uncouth father. His conversation was witty and courteous, making him the dream lover of many aristocratic young ladies in Kalando. Alas, he was already betrothed to Hewelu, the sole heir of the AM Empire, the eldest princess. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, by this time next year, he would be marrying Princess Hewelu of AM, becoming the Empire's future prince consort. One could scarcely imagine a more triumphant existence. The father and son were widely renowned among adventurers in Kalando, hence the inquiry. However, it was immediately met with rebuttal. Impossible. The Ramrifarn family consists only of Commander Wade and his son, who at most are at the peak of extraordinary, not even reaching the 6th Order. This dragon is clearly not an adult, and it's not a white dragon. Its size indicates that it is at least an ancient dragon at the heroic level. Even if Commander Wade's reputation is high in Kalando, he cannot defeat such a terrifying creature. This airship is likely just borrowed. That person, unconvinced, wanted to say more. The debate continued, but Celia had already lost patience with their incessant chatter. Having experienced the shock brought by the dragon's corpse, her mood gradually calmed. The good news was that the Adventurers Guild had agreed to cancel the commission and investigate. But unfortunately, another team of adventurers had taken on the task after them and had already left Kalando a day earlier, heading to the dragon's location. If the storm were indeed on its way, it is likely that it has now reached the lair of the dragon and lion. In this regard, even the guild would find themselves powerless. After all, it would be unreasonable to deploy a spellcaster capable of casting high teleportation for such a trivial matter. Moreover, the truth remains shrouded in uncertainty, necessitating an on-site investigation to ascertain whether someone is masquerading under the guise of a commission to deceive adventurers. As the scenery on both sides swiftly blurred past the silvery locks of Celia, her lithe form glided along the expansive thoroughfare. Before long, she arrived at the predetermined location, a spot precisely 1 mile from the White Horse Inn. Cloaked in a black hood, Celia paused at the street corner, her gaze fixed upon the striking orange roof of the inn in the distance. Concealed within a narrow alleyway, she silently recited an incantation, her gestures subtly shifting. Wes. The enigmatic and arcane words escaped her lips. The latent magic coursing through her veins transformed a gentle breeze, encircling her into an agile fish, darting forth towards the White Horse Inn. This was the 2nd-tier spell, Wind Speech, which allowed for communication with the target through the wind over a distance of 1,600 meters. The spell could return 3 times before dissipating into the most ordinary of breezes. Celia's expression shifted slightly, sensing a potential turn of events. She intended to employ Invisibility Sphere to infiltrate the White Horse Inn for further inquiry. However, at that moment, a tall, lean man clad in leather armor emerged against the alley wall, his fingertips dancing with a wisp of wind. He regarded the woman at his feet, the corners of his mouth curling into a silent, sinister smile. Found you, young sorcerer, in the depths of the sewer. A prelude to battle is unfolding in the bonfire hall. Gurdon squats atop a high platform, beneath which lies a meticulously arranged formation of goblins, structured in an 8x9 grid. At the forefront stands Grush, the chieftain of the Blackfire clan. Beneath his talons, Nina diligently applies a so-called luck potion to his left claw. Gurdon permits her actions, for he harbors no belief in such trinkets. His faith resides solely in the dimensional pouch upon his chest and the clan's strength that lies beneath him. A total of 73 goblins are assembled for this expedition, all possessing combat prowess. Among them are female goblins and 16 elite warriors, each wielding bone clubs. Several of these elite goblins don extravagant armor and bracers. As for Grush, he is adorned with dual axes at his waist, clad in half-plate armor, and crowned with a helm, his robust physique exuding an aura befitting a goblin warrior. If not for his slightly diminutive stature, the Blackfire clan has committed itself entirely to this venture, and Gurdon is prepared to exhaust his resources to seize the lair of the sea dragon beast. Since the peculiar sensation brought by today's rain, his scant sense of security has plummeted to zero. Even during lunch, his favorite dish, the charcoal-grilled sharp-nosed frog, failed to entice his palate. Conversely, Nina indulged in several. And now, as she kneels to apply the luck potion to his claws, traces of oil still linger at the corner of her mouth. Yet, it now finds itself in a state of nervous tension. Although it is not the first encounter, this time holds significantly greater importance than the previous three. It intends to employ all its skills and talents, wielding every available resource. The fear of investing resources is not in the act itself, but in the possibility that such investments yield less than the rewards of those who acquire without cost. That is the most disheartening outcome. Prior to the impending conflict, Gurdon refrained from unnecessary discourse, issuing a succinct command instead. The others moved according to their prior arrangements. Very well, Master. With the dispersal of the 4 goblin scouts, a formidable force of over 70 goblins emerged from the narrow crevice, one by one. Their crimson eyes, stark against the darkness, were impossible to conceal and instilled a sense of dread. The rain had ceased, yet the war was only just commencing. Chapter 70. The dragonborn savior Scale the Red Scale had gone 2 days without sustenance. Upon awakening in the spacious, dry cave, he stared blankly at the emptiness surrounding him. A surge of inexplicable emotions intertwined with the gnawing hunger in his belly, which echoed in a resonant growl. This cave, once cherished by his wife, Fyra, and son, Longhorn, prior to their encounter with the sea dragon, Best, had been a beloved refuge. It was sufficiently vast, ranking among the largest in the dog-headed tribe, second only to that of the chieftain. There were even small alcoves for storing treasures, though they contained little of value, mere shards of glass and sparkling pebbles. Nevertheless, the Scale family found joy within its confines. The cave's impressive size was a testament to Scale the Red Scale's exceptional prowess, having attained expert-level mining skills. The proficiency of miners is intrinsically linked to their status within the dog-headed tribe. Indeed, the greater the number of such talented individuals, the higher the likelihood that they may become vassals of the true dragon. Each strike of the pickaxe wielded by Scale precisely targets the most vulnerable points of the rock, and the tunnels he excavates are remarkably stable and tightly sealed. He possesses an uncanny ability to discern the abundance or scarcity of, or in various directions of the soil, though he has never put this to practical use. It is indelibly etched in his memory. The chieftain once remarked that he might be the most exceptional miner in the history of the Redscale clan, destined to serve the dog-headed god, Kurtamak, in the afterlife. Regrettably, within the sewers of Karandu, there exists no cavern for him to excavate freely and showcase his skills. Thus, these dog-headed beings often find themselves languishing in their lairs, honing their tunneling craft out of sheer boredom. The traps and pits at the entrance are primarily the creations of Scale and his wife, Fyra, born from their idle moments. However, since Fyra was taken by the self-proclaimed greatest master of the Redscale clan, the sea dragon Best, he has not ventured outside for quite some time, relying solely on the food portions apportioned to him by his son, Longhorn. The sea dragon Best does not favor dog-headed miners. Rather, he prefers those who excel in combat, resulting in Scale's status within the Redscale clan plummeting due to his lack of fighting prowess. Were it not for his son Longhorn's impressive strength, having achieved the rank of elite dog-headed at a young age, Scale might have been left far behind by the clan. However, only a few days prior, its son had also perished, slain by a band of adventurers, cleaved in two by a weighty greatsword. It had initially intended to beseech the esteemed Best, hoping to secure a dignified kobold burial for its offspring within the confines of the mine. This marked the first sincere supplication to Best, the Redscaled clan's overlord. Since the passing of its mate, Fila, it roared, using its membraned arms to thrust the amassed corpses into the sea, intending to feast upon them once they had bloated. In the absence of combat, it found this method more palatable, as the flavor permeated the flesh more thoroughly. As for Skyo, it was in no state of mind to concern itself with an insignificant kobold, were it not for Best's elevated mood, owing to a substantial influx of coin, or the decimation of its retinue, necessitating manpower. It would have long since cast it into the sea to be brined, as per its usual disposition. It felt a longing to quarrel with One-Eyed Pompey, its erstwhile favorite sparring partner, who would dispute its claim as the foremost miner in the Redscale clan. It had been an age since their last dispute. Yet, it was suddenly reminded that Pompey had died in the recent battle, even before its son, the One-Eyed Kobold, who had once chided it for its lack of draconic dignity, was now completely blind, felled by a diagonal strike from above, cleaving through his eye and jaw, connected by only a sliver of skin. Were it not for the distinctive circular white patch on the corpse's chest, Skyo would scarcely have believed it to be him. The reminiscence persisted, and after an indeterminate span, it detected sounds emanating from beyond the cave, seemingly. Ula? Ula? The voices of goblins? Did those goblins dare to encroach upon the Redscale clan's territory? It appears that age has truly taken its toll. In its youth, it would rally against the goblins, who would band together in defense. Although the actual age of Shigeo falls within the prime of a gnoll's life, its visage resembles that of an elderly human. Devoid of vitality, it curls up in a dry cave, awaiting death with closed eyes. Before long, the first group of the Redscale clan ventured out. But was it an hour? Perhaps 2? Soon, the sound of commotion echoed at the entrance of the gnoll's lair. Even in such a state, they dared to provoke. The gnoll leader understood that if action was not taken to eliminate these goblins, its authority would be irrevocably compromised. Thus, it resolved to take matters into its own hands. Intending to teach these green-skinned wretches a lesson, it began to gather allies, yet most of the gnolls, sensing the impending danger, declined, leaving only a handful willing to follow. Just as it contemplated unleashing its fury to forcibly assemble a larger group, a distant voice, indifferent yet resolute, pierced the air. "I shall drive away these goblins." "Shigeo? You? Can you manage that?" The gnoll leader recognized the voice of its companion Longjiao's father, reputed to be the finest miner of the Redscale clan. However, it scoffed at the notion, deeming mining irrelevant. Strength is eternal. Only power serves as the most effective means for gnolls to win the favor of Lord Best. While I wielded my pickaxe and excavated caverns, you were still nursing in your uncle's lair, you wretched little brat. As Shigeo observed the commander before him begin to harbor doubts, he summoned an inexplicable surge of bravado and confronted the newly appointed goblin chief, Depixie, causing her to flush with indignation, alternating between crimson and pallor, yet rendered powerless to retort, for he spoke not but the truth. "Very well, you shall take your place at the forefront." As the commander, Depixie naturally possessed the authority to dictate the arrangement of the goblins. Seeking to cast this audacious antiquity into the role of cannon fodder, the second squadron surged forth towards the taunting cries of Yura Yura from the goblins. The goblins' armaments primarily comprised round shields fashioned from their own scales and long spears forged from molten metal, rendering them exceedingly formidable against those green-skinned diminutives. Depixie herself was at a loss as to how the initial group had met with defeat. However, it was not long before they pursued the seemingly exhausted goblins, who fled with unparalleled speed beyond the entrance. Upon emerging from the entrance, Depixie was greeted by the sight of hundreds of diminutive, scarlet eyes fixated upon her band of fewer than 10 goblins. The first instinct of Depixie was to comprehend that this was a predicament beyond their resolution. Only the master, Best, could possibly rectify the situation. "By the goblin god!" Depixie exclaimed. Yet, as a shadow descended from above the entrance, it effectively sealed their escape, blocking their retreat entirely. Just as Depixie prepared to command an attack against the audacious intruder encroaching upon the goblin ranks, she beheld the piercing dark golden vertical pupils, the menacing dragon horns, and the magnificent, imposing black wings. The goblin god, Best. Can anyone assure me that this is not reality? O divine beings! How astonishing it is that there stands a genuine dragon. How could a true dragon reside within the depths of a sewer? Though it may merely be a fledgling dragon. A fledgling it remains, and a true dragon nonetheless. Depixie was utterly astounded by the sight of the black dragon before him. And then he heard a voice of unparalleled authority, compelling him to kneel in reverence, resonating with the commanding roar of draconic language. From the mouth of the nascent black dragon, which already exhibited the formidable shape of a great dragon, came forth the proclamation, to the mighty sovereign of the Blackfire clan. The illustrious lord of the molten dragons, kneel before your supremacy, you feeble creatures. Offer your unwavering loyalty. Yet, the great true dragon, we, the gnolls, do not serve two masters, as you are well aware. Should you desire a contest worthy of true dragons, I can summon the esteemed sovereign of our Redscale clan, the illustrious Lord Best. Dipasai had never heard of the Blackfire clan, nor did he comprehend what a molten dragon entailed, yet he did not contemplate seeking another master. Despite the fact that a true dragon stood before him, as a fledgling, he felt woefully inadequate, utterly unable to rival the esteemed Lord Best. Thus, with a hint of pride, Dipasai gazed humbly at the dark-hued fledgling dragon. It was simply too diminutive. In comparison to the great Lord Best, it was scarcely the size of a single feather. Is this creature truly wishing for me to change my allegiance? You are an elite gnoll? The fledgling dragon inquired with curiosity. Dipasai raised his neck and nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, I am the appointed leader of the gnolls, designated by Lord Best." Just as Dipasai endeavored to articulate his name in the draconic tongue, he noticed the fledgling dragon parting its lips in a smile. It then pounced with tremendous speed. Dipity was only able to raise his shield in defense, but the immense force transmitted through the shield caused him to be pinned to the ground by the sharp-clawed assailant. Unable to move. Excellent. This time, it shall not be squandered. It attempted to struggle and utter something, but it heard the black-scaled dragonling before it uttered words that perplexed it. However, this bewilderment remained unresolved until its consciousness faded. The black-scaled dragonling's claws had already pierced its heart. Gordon trampled upon the kobold elite, disintegrating the white orb, shield mastery, obtained, and added it to sturdiness. Sturdiness, 1220, 1320, health, 4242 to 4343. It sensed the strengthening of its physique, then surveyed the remaining somewhat flustered but resolute kobolds. Shaking its head with a touch of resignation, it understood that the disparity between itself and that sea drake was simply too great. Even knowing it was a true dragon, these kobolds would not prostrate themselves in submission. Alas, the size discrepancy was too significant. No matter how foolish these kobolds might be, they would not pledge allegiance to such a diminutive master. Even when it threatened them with death, the kobolds still refused to acknowledge it as their master. Just as Gordon was about to abandon the plan of subduing the kobolds, it heard an urgent voice. "Oh, mighty and formidable true dragon, I, Skaggs the Redscale, pledge my allegiance to you, to nestle beneath your wings and carry out your will. I shall dedicate my life to fulfilling it. Please accept me, a servant who has nothing to offer but loyalty." A hunched figure abruptly emerged from the depths of the kobold tribe, kneeling before Godin. Its hands pressed against the ground in submission. "I accept your loyalty." Godin, unfazed by the figure's frailty, understood that even the weak and sickly could serve a purpose, provided they were willing to bow down. Its plans would be far easier to execute this way. The title bar it possessed rendered it unperturbed by any pretense of servitude. As long as there was movement within that title bar, it signified genuine allegiance. Thus, at the very moment of acceptance, Godin opened its own panel once more. Indeed, the kobold before it was sincerely devoted. Beside the title, Master of Blackfire, a twisted inscription composed of brackets materialized. It quickly solidified. But contrary to Godin's expectations of titles such as Slave Master, Tyrant, Ruler, or Nemesis, it was instead Savior of the Dragonborn. Godin clicked on the title bar to reveal its details. Chapter 71. The plan commences 2-2. In the sewers, at the entrance to the kobold lair, Godin, under the gaze of numerous goblins and the captives of the kobolds, stared blankly at the newly acquired title on its panel. Title, Savior of the Dragonborn, with the bloodline of a lava dragon and true dragon coursing through your veins. Your mere presence has instantly rescued and claimed a dragonborn in despair. Though it is the smallest of dragon-like creatures, a kobold, there is no doubt that you now stand as a towering, godlike figure in its eyes. You have revealed to it the dawn in the darkness, and it now holds you, a pure-blooded true dragon, in the highest reverence, solidifying your role as a savior in the hearts of the kobolds. Effect: 1. Dragon's breath enhancement. 2. Its loyalty stands at a perfect 100. It will never wane until it encounters a superior true dragon. 3. Unlocked. The title effect is similarly adorned with faint blue text, akin to Master of Blackfire, Savior of the Dragonborn, 110. The implications are self-evident. The next unlock requires the submission of 9 despairing souls. Gurdon gazed at this title, then glanced at the still kneeling Skaer, observing the hunched and frail kobold. He could not help but ponder the unfortunate plight of this creature, which had placed its hopes upon him. Currently, he resembled a juvenile dragon in its growth phase, merely 2 to 3 times larger than at birth, a stark contrast to the formidable sea dragon beast. Nevertheless, Gurdon refrained from further inquiries and directly adorned himself with the newly acquired title. Upon donning the title, there was no outward manifestation of change. However, within his veins, the elemental energy and the dragon's core organ, the base blood vessel, began to undergo intense transformation. In less than 10 seconds, they expanded significantly. The tumultuous elemental energy increased its proportion in the blood, and the fortification of the base blood vessel enhanced Gurdon's capacity for elemental energy conversion, improving both speed and quality. Yet, he could not unleash a roar to test his newfound abilities, so he quelled the urge to experiment. Knowing that an opportunity would soon arise, there was no rush. As a true dragon and a hunter, he possessed the requisite patience. Thus, it commenced its explanation of Plan B to the hunchbacked gnoll, Skeu, outlining the strategy it would employ should it succeed in subduing the gnoll. This plan delineated how it would ultimately eradicate the sea dragon lurking beneath the ocean in the cavern. Gurdon devised a total of 4 plans, labeled A through D, arranged from the simplest to the most complex. Plan A was the most straightforward. Upon encountering it, the gnolls would promptly change their allegiance and kneel before it, leaving the sea dragon isolated and vulnerable in the depths. Plan B, however, hinged on the willingness of just one gnoll to submit, thereby facilitating the enticement of those still nestled in their lairs, allowing for a comprehensive capture without alarming the sea dragon. As for Plans C and D, they entailed the perilous task of systematically eliminating the gnolls one by one, risking the ire of the sea dragon. This was precisely why Gurdon had assembled such a considerable cadre of goblins. It alone could not contend with so many gnolls. A single misstep could spell utter disaster. Gurdon had even crafted an extreme retreat strategy, contemplating which goblins would be sacrificed to ensure its own escape. However, having invested significantly in its endeavors, Gurdon was not inclined to believe that such a scenario would come to pass. Typically, by that juncture, success would hinge solely upon fortune. Should the aging sea dragon choose to remain submerged, retracting its head like a true dragon, Gurdon would find itself utterly powerless against it. This escape route would only be revisited when it was capable of besting the sea dragon in combat. As for communication and dialogue, those notions had not even crossed its mind. This cunning and ferocious dragon beast may attempt to communicate with evil entities of equal strength, but is equally prone to treachery. In its mind, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest reigns supreme, devoid of any notions of fairness or adherence to the spirit of contracts. After all, even Tiamat, the mother of all evil dragons, is not renowned for her fidelity. The discourse between the true dragon and the goblin, Skeu, lasted a substantial 10 minutes. During this exchange, Gurdon came to comprehend the plight of his first new subordinate, the goblin Skeu, who had succumbed to despair and regarded him as a savior. What a wretched soul he was. First, his wife was devoured by a sea dragon. Then his son met his demise in a battle against adventurers, leaving behind no remains, merely becoming another's meal. It is no wonder he yearned for a true dragon to rescue him. In his heart, he had often envisioned how different their fate might have been had a true dragon ruled over them. Despite the fact that the true dragon refused to acknowledge any kinship with such crawling creatures as goblins, it would never stoop to consuming them. Only those utterly devoid of intelligence would partake in goblin flesh, akin to how humans would abstain from consuming their own kind unless driven to desperation. The majority of the true dragon's hunting endeavors are not motivated by bodily necessity, but rather to satiate its appetite. Upon concluding their conversation, the goblin bowed his head, displaying an attitude of submissive attentiveness to the true dragon's directives. Soon, the dispassionate voice of the black dragon resonated from above. "Have you understood everything I have said, Skeu?" In the depths of his heart, the flame of vengeance ignited within Sigio, who nodded solemnly, the blood trickling from the wound on his forehead splattering onto the grayish stone slab. "I understand, my master," he declared, his voice now brimming with resolve and vigor, a stark contrast to the previous frailty and decay. The strength of his voice caught the attention of Gurdon, who had initially encountered this goblin in a state of utter exhaustion and age. Yet, only Sigio understood the reality. He had conveyed the true strength of the sea dragon beasts without embellishment or diminishment, much to Gurdon's surprise. for the new master was already well informed about the sea dragon beast within. Furthermore, he possessed intelligence that rivaled that of Sigio, who typically lingered in the confines of his lair, clearly having prepared himself for this encounter. This revelation filled Sigio with both astonishment and joy, invigorating his spirit. Moreover, Gurdon's preliminary plans laid bare before him instilled Sigio with an unwavering confidence in this campaign of expansion. Humanity often walks in blindness, and goblins are no exception. At this moment, Sigio envisioned Gurdon as a deity sent from the heavens to deliver him from despair. After all, the goblin tribes have a tradition of being rescued by true dragons, do they not? It was the only explanation for the audacious territorial expansion led by a fledgling dragon who appeared no older than 3 years. Creatures like Gurdon were exceedingly rare. Of course, Sigio remained unaware of the profound significance of the oceanic passage to Gurdon. Once Sigio received Gurdon's affirmation, he commenced executing the plan entrusted to him. It faintly discerned the kobolds within, wavering on whether to disturb the slumber of the sea dragon best. Scyther ceased his contemplation and proceeded directly through the constricting kobold passage. As dragonkin, the kobolds possessed the inherent ability of dark vision, enabling them to clearly perceive Scyther emerging from the entrance. This kobold, once esteemed within the Redscale clan, appeared at the entrance, his countenance etched with melancholy. His gait was somewhat languid and stooped, reminiscent of his former demeanor. A kobold, unable to contain its curiosity, promptly inquired about the situation outside. Scyther responded with a poignant smile. They have driven away the goblins and no longer require my services. They are presently consuming the victuals left behind by the goblins and have bid me to inform you to join them. Given the recent discord between Scyther and the kobold chieftain, such behavior from Depixie was not implausible. Moreover, Scyther, known for his guileless and honest nature, was beyond suspicion of deceit. Thus, upon hearing the prospect of sustenance outside, they surged forth, each vying to be the first to partake. A cacophony of yelps and rapid footsteps ensued as the entire den of kobolds stampeded towards the entrance, swiftly vanishing from sight. As the last kobold disappeared into the aperture, a black true dragon materialized from its cloaked state, effectively barricading the sole ingress to the lair. In the absence of the campfire's illumination, its dark golden, vertical pupils shone with an intense brilliance. Gordon inclined his head ever so slightly towards the kobold familiar, Scagio, who was observing him from afar. Thereupon, he proceeded with a graceful gait into the cramped and confining tunnel. A cacophony of raucous sounds arose momentarily, only to be quelled swiftly thereafter. Chapter 72. A commendable endeavor when the kobold Scagio beheld his new master, the juvenile black dragon. Entering the lair, he was met instead by over 30 goblins, each brandishing bone hammers or other armaments, their spirits ablaze with martial ardor. Save for Grush, all of the elite goblins were present. The remaining common goblins were each burly and valiant green-skinned warriors, nearly on par with the elite. The juvenile black dragon advanced before them, appearing less like a master and more akin to a cherished pet. Yet, observing the goblin's devout gazes and the glint of sharpness and solemnity that flashed within the dragon's dark golden vertical pupils, one would comprehend that this young dragon was not as simple as it seemed. Master, where's that sea drake? Gordon's countenance betrayed a hint of displeasure. These kobolds proved to be more obstinate than he had anticipated. Save for Scagio, none had submitted, adamantly refusing to yield to a juvenile dragon as their master. Though their tone was respectful, they remained unyielding in their defiance, causing Gordon considerable vexation. It wasn't that he lacked the kobold's meager combat prowess, but rather that he feared their recalcitrance might attract the wariness of the cunning sea drake. The presence of a few more kobolds would appear more natural. He had never intended for these newly subjugated kobolds to engage in combat. Master, it lies within that subterranean passage. Proceed along it for approximately half a candle's duration, and you shall arrive. There, aside from a raised platform, lies the lake in which it dwells. As a member of the Knoll tribe, Shurgao had undoubtedly ventured there. His descriptions were exquisitely detailed, from the gravel on the elevated platform to the precise measurements of the widest and narrowest sections of the passage. He endeavored to relay all that he knew to the true dragon before him. Meanwhile, Godin nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the circular body of water to the east of the lair. Could it also emerge from there? Godin raised a claw, gesturing towards the water and inquiring of the knoll. Although he had learned from Roviv that they were ambushed by the sea dragon from behind, the specifics of how they arrived there remained unclear even to Roviv. Indeed, my master, That body of water serves as a confluence of underground and seawater, and the passage has been excavated by us, allowing Best to emerge effortlessly from that location. However, he detests freshwater and typically avoids that route unless absolutely necessary. As Shirgao spoke, his gaze lingered on the water, his thoughts drifting to the past. The inception of their servitude began with the chieftain's efforts to excavate the waters. Godin, however, remained oblivious to the gnoll's peculiar demeanor, merely nodding slightly. All of this fell within the scope of his plans. If the sea dragon could launch a surprise attack, it was evident that a hidden passage existed. He was no sorcerer, capable of teleportation. He had already devised countermeasures. My master, should you require it, I can cause its collapse. Shirgao seemed to perceive the significance in Godin's eyes and immediately recalled his forte, excavation. The gnoll was adept at digging underground. Whether for mining or constructing fortifications, he could accurately identify load-bearing points and discern which passages could be excavated without risk of collapse. However, this also signifies that it can effortlessly identify the vulnerabilities of the tunnel and proceed to obliterate them. Oh, Gordon gazed at the gnoll Shigeo before him. Does it possess such capability? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, the gnolls excel in excavation. Otherwise, why would those malevolent five-colored dragons favor gnolls as their minions? It is worth noting that aside from gnoll sorcerers, other gnolls are considerably weaker compared to other races, merely surpassing ordinary goblins during regular times, and upon advancement, they would be swiftly outpaced. They are sought after primarily for their mining skills, their willingness to work without pay, and their disregard for sustenance. Additionally, they willingly contribute their amassed treasures to the dragons. The term that aptly encapsulates them is sycophants. Nevertheless, such sycophants may eventually attain everything they desire. The contented dragon lords are not stingy in transforming their minions into gnoll dragon blood sorcerers. Can both passages be collapsed? Gordon inquired. Master, it is certainly feasible, provided I am given some time. Shigeo responded with palpable excitement, its claws eagerly rubbing together, already yearning to grasp the long and used pickaxe. Very well, time is ample. And I still need to make some arrangements here. Gordon nodded but suddenly recalled something and asked, will it disturb that sea dragon beast? Fear not, master. Beasts care little for our well-being. They are solely concerned with whether our monthly tributes are delivered punctually. Well then, proceed. Gordon readily acquiesced, watching the gnoll's retreating figure with a sense of astonishment. In the present day, the silhouette of the dog-headed Sigio stands tall and straight, giving Gordon the impression that this creature seems to tower above the others. However, this thought did not linger in its mind for long before it was cast aside. With a voice heavy and hoarse, reminiscent of the molten dragon, it commanded, warriors of the Black Flame clan, it is time to labor for the Lord of the Lava Dragons. Clear this area and apply the blazing oil I have provided you, followed by a layer of alchemical fish oil derived from the sea fish. The sound, though not loud within the lair, was clear enough for all the goblins present to hear distinctly. These goblins, having undergone several days of training, readily complied. Accustomed as they were to applying the blazing oil given by Gordon, it was merely a change of venue. You are to dig a shallow pit as extensive as the water area and coat it with bright oil. Bright oil, an alchemical concoction, possesses the unique ability to burn upon contact with water, impervious to extinguishment by it. The only effective method to douse its flames is to roll upon the ground to smother the fire. Instantly, all the goblins busied themselves, the expanse of the dog-headed lair being significantly larger than the bonfire hall. However, many remnants of structures occupied space, thus alleviating some of the workload. A single bottle of blazing oil is sufficient to cover a square area of 10 by 10 feet of stone slab. Gordon had instructed Nina to procure the greatest quantity of this, as it was both economical and efficient. As for the alchemical fish oil, aside from its overwhelmingly pungent maritime scent, its combustive properties were rather poor, yielding a low temperature. It was said to be suitable for crafting low-temperature candles. Approximately half an hour elapsed before the kobold lair gradually ceased its activities. Meanwhile, Skagio was finalizing the collapse of the last underwater cavern. Although Gordon surmised that the sea drake would not likely reach this far, he waited an additional 20 minutes as a precaution. Once Skagio emerged from the water with his mining pick, the goblins outside were already seated neatly on the ground, peering through the fresh fissures and cracks. One could discern a profusion of copper coins and a silvery sheen. Is that a chest of coins? Gordon inquired of Skagio upon his emergence from the water. After reiterating the method of collapsing the tunnel and conducting an on-site inspection, he presented Scagio with a silver coin, stating, "Go forth, Scagio. I shall await your auspicious tidings above. Rest assured, master, Scagio shall not falter." The resolute kobold nodded emphatically, set down his mining pick, and proceeded directly into the subterranean cavern. Gordon watched his figure diminish in size, mentally counting down the time. When the moment was nigh, he retrieved the final vial of invisibility potion, yet he did not hasten to consume it. Instead, he crushed a vial of fish oil, applying it to his person before imbibing the potion. As Gordon's form melded into the darkness, the kobold lair fell into a profound silence, broken only by the goblin's respiration and the howling of the wind through the passageways. Best, for this day, did not hunger. Even the pearls within the oysters held no allure. He resolved to reserve his appetite, awaiting the morrow when the victuals would be properly fermented, whereupon he would indulge in a most gratifying feast. It languidly extended its lithe frame, adorned with cerulean and viridescent scales, stirring the submarine currents. Subsequently, with a playful paw, it dallied with a cache of corroded coins nestled beneath it, a medley of copper, silver, and gold. Their luster, however, was somewhat diminished, submerged as it was, and lacking the fastidiousness of a bronze dragon. It, heir to but a fraction of true dragon proclivities, derived greater pleasure from the tactile sensation of these rigid trinkets rubbing against its underbelly. The sensation was indescribably soothing, affording it a sense of profound contentment. Alas, such halcyon moments are invariably ephemeral. Just as it was on the cusp of succumbing to slumber, a pristine silver coin, gleaming with a silvery sheen, descended obliquely through the cerulean waters, accompanied by a trail of effervescent bubbles, ultimately settling upon a coral reef not far removed from the sea dragon's lair. A monetary windfall from the heavens? This caused Best's vertical pupils to gleam with a sudden spark of delight, and it rolled over in the water with a degree of alacrity. However, the draconic utterances emanating from the water's surface furrowed its brow ever so slightly. A surge of savage, frenzied emotions welled up within it. What could these kobolds possibly want? Interrupting its reverie before the appointed time of ritual observance. Thereupon, it contorted its serpentine form, manipulating the currents to propel itself swiftly towards the surface. In scarcely more than a trice, it breached the placid waters, fixing its gaze upon the solitary kobold perched atop the promontory. With a maw capable of devouring the hapless creature before it, it inquired, "What matter compels you to seek the audience of the illustrious sea dragon, Best? You witless, loathsome vermin." The stooped kobold before it was manifestly apprehensive, mirroring the demeanor of its predecessors. Yet, the words it uttered took Best by surprise. Lair, coins, goblins. The rudimentary notion was swiftly assimilated by it. Could it be that goblins, bearing coinage, were voluntarily seeking the patronage of Lord Best? Was there truly a chest brimming with currency? As the kobold recounted the tale, the imagery in Best's mind grew increasingly vivid, and his mouth, replete with sharp teeth, parted slightly. Ultimately, he couldn't suppress a fissure that would undoubtedly terrify a noble lady. "They await your esteemed presence above, Lord Best." In Best's perception, all kobolds bore a similar countenance, bowing low in obsequious humility. "Well done," Best commended, casting an appreciative glance at his kobold minion, nodding contentedly. He suddenly felt that his subordinates were of some use after all. Moreover, he didn't believe that the reptile before him would dare to deceive him, so he immediately submerged into the water and ascended through the subterranean passage. The kobold then rose to its feet, waited for 5 or 6 seconds, and, observing the gradually dissipating ripples on the water's surface, bolted away, sprinting into the tunnel. Its agility belied its previous hunched posture. At this moment, Scagio felt as though his entire being was ablaze, with boundless power coursing through his veins. As Best, an aged sea drake, swam upstream and emerged from the somewhat nauseating fresh water, the initial elation of acquiring a substantial amount of coinage had completely dissipated. He swiftly ascended to the surface, and his massive body, adorned with blue-green scales, gradually emerged from the cavernous watery expanse, his purple dorsal fins fully unfurling. As he began to survey his surroundings, Gordon, cloaked in stealth, observed from his concealed vantage point. The marine drake, significantly larger than those of draconic lineage, revealed its full form, measuring approximately 20 feet in length. This starkly contrasted with Gordon's 6-foot stature, elucidating the kobold's reluctance to submit. Even Gordon himself, were it not for his arcane scrolls, might have been intimidated by such a colossal entity, perhaps due to the marine drake's advanced age. Its blue-green scales exhibited a dark sheen. Were it not for the drake's peculiar draconic wings, webbed claws, and unconventional purple dorsal fin, Gordon, under the influence of dark vision, might have mistaken it for an aberrant black dragon. However, with the stage set, Gordon could only hold his breath and patiently await the opportune moment. Best emerged from the water and, after surveying its surroundings and finding nothing amiss, shook off the detestable fresh water. The sensation of fresh water always caused it a peculiar discomfort, as if seaweed and kelp were lodged between its scales. It greedily inhaled the salty air, a scent it had never encountered in this place, which was usually permeated with the revolting odors of mildew and sewage. Of course, if someone were to ask it whether freshwater or the stench of mildew and sewage was more tolerable, Best would undoubtedly devour the speaker, deeming them worthy only as sustenance. After stretching for a moment, its vertically slitted pupils, glowing with an eerie green light in the darkness, immediately focused on the sole gathering of creatures. A group of goblins, larger than those it had previously consumed, caught Best's attention. Observing these creatures seated on the ground, their fearful gazes mirroring his own, stirred a primal hunger within him. The goblins brought forth by the dog-headed beings during past rituals had exhibited similar expressions, and the taste of their flesh had been exquisite, a delightful blend of sweet and sour. Best possessed a remarkable memory, recalling the flavor of each creature he had savored. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, for what captivated him even more was the dilapidated treasure chest positioned before the goblins. He immediately noticed the glimmer of copper and silver coins peeking through the gaps in the chest. How magnificent their sheen was, far surpassing the coins he had seen beneath the water. Best marveled inwardly, his movements swift and serpentine as he slithered forward. The smoothness of the ground in the dog-headed den provided him with a sensation akin to swimming, and he soon found himself at the chest's front. While the coins appeared to lack the luster of gold, the copper and silver still promised immense gratification. As he eagerly anticipated opening the chest, speculating whether it contained 800 or 1,000 coins, a sudden crackling sound emerged from the darkness behind him, accompanied by a somewhat familiar roar. Was that the roar of a dragon? Yet, before he could comprehend the significance of the dragon's roar, his attention remained ensnared by the open chest. However, as his gaze swept across the interior, a surge of fury and humiliation flooded his being. He had been deceived. Within the confines of that place, not 1,000 coins could be found, nor even a mere 100. Aside from the copper and silver pieces visible through the cracks, the remainder consisted solely of rubble, an utterly dismal sight. Just as Best's ire began to ignite, it noticed that the goblins, who had been squatting motionless, suddenly rose to their feet. Clutching a container filled with a viscous liquid, an instinctive awareness warned it that the situation was far from simple. Thus, it instinctively unleashed its formidable presence, attempting to instill fear in these despicable creatures beneath its dragonly authority. Indeed, as its aura erupted, the diminutive green-skinned beings fell into a state of stupor. A disdainful smile crept across Best's face, and just as it intended to turn and ascertain who dared to conspire against the cunning sea dragon king, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from behind. This roar was imbued with traces of magical resonance. Possessing a hint of sorceress lineage, it sensed the magical energy contained within. Reminiscent of the last encounter with the robed human, a sense of foreboding filled its heart. Indeed, following the dragon's roar, the previously dazed goblins, under the influence of Geddon's war command, regained their composure, now exhibiting even greater ferocity. One by one, they hurled their pre-prepared flame bottles toward the sea dragon beast. Ensnared within a conflagration of oil, before swiftly retreating, this was no longer a conflict in which they could intervene. The sea dragon beast, endowed with advanced reflexes, sensed something amiss amidst the barrage of glass bottles and attempted to contort its body to evade. However, a swifter magical projectile struck Best directly, momentarily stifling its agile movements. The once agile body suddenly slowed down, and many bottles that it could have evaded shattered upon its scales. The three-ring spell, slow, transformed its prideful agility into mere illusion, reducing its speed by half. The dark, viscous liquid from dozens of goblins' thrown oil bottles splattered across the massive blue-green creature, with nearly 70 to 80% landing on its scaly hide, back, and dragon wings. This left Best with the sensation of donning an additional layer of armor. Sticky and perplexing, leaving it somewhat bewildered as to the goblin's intentions. Though confused, Best did not contemplate fleeing. Rather, it was intrigued to discover the nature of the creatures behind it. Thus, it remained calm, convinced that the goblins posed no real threat. Moreover, it was aware that if it wished to escape, none could impede its path. The nearest body of water was merely 100 feet away, reachable in under 2 seconds at full speed. Consequently, as it became coated in the viscous substance, it even turned curiously to see who dared to challenge it. The cunning sea dragon king, Best, whose intellect rivaled that of true dragons. Then, it beheld a fearsome creature radiating a searing red light from its chest. Although the creature was less than a quarter of its height, the familiar form made Best instantly recognize it for what it was, a true dragon hatchling. A true dragon had ventured into the goblin's lair? This thought lingered in the mind of the sea dragon beast. Fortified by a swig of empowered dragon breath potion and the enhancement effect of the dragonborn savior, Gordon's molten spew was primed. Before the slow spell could dissipate, he unleashed the violent, scorching elemental energy. A radiant beam of white-hot magma erupted from Gordon's maw, instantaneously transforming the entire lair into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight. The abrupt shift from darkness to light illuminated the somewhat dazed expression of the sea dragon beast, its form coated in black fuel oil. The cone-shaped torrent of white magma cascaded like a web, engulfing the majority of the sea dragon beast's upper body. The intense heat of the magma reacted with the thick, pale blue scales of the dragon's wings and chest, as well as the viscous fluid clinging to them. In the ensuing moment, the sea dragon beast's agonizing roar echoed throughout the kobold lair, causing loose earth to cascade from the cavern walls. The sea dragon beast was in a wretched state, its upper body, wings, and scales dripping with white-hot magma. It writhed and twisted, desperately attempting to escape the searing flames. Bester swiftly realized that the scattered sparks on the ground were rapidly escalating into an all-consuming inferno, threatening to engulf it entirely. Ignoring the burning sensations, it fixed its gaze upon the true dragon with the dark gold vertical pupils, its own phosphorescent green eyes brimming with malice. Bester vowed to remember this affront. Casting a swift glance at Gordon, it propelled itself with remarkable speed towards the eastern aquatic passage of the kobold lair. Bester was confident that the fledgling dragon would not be able to impede its escape. Behind the flames, the sound of shattering resonated once more. The scroll disintegrated in Gedon's mouth, its azure and white magical luminescence dissipating like twinkling stars. An invisible wave of magic swiftly struck the fleeing sea dragon beast. The third-tier spell, Suggestion, rendered the engulfed sea dragon beast momentarily dazed, its previously vengeful gaze now transformed into a state of bewilderment. From behind, the caster's enticing voice followed. I believe the most pressing need for you right now is to extinguish the flames enveloping your body. Surely there is no body of water more refreshing than this one, is there? Gedon pointed toward a small puddle brimming with clear oil, addressing the fire-ridden sea dragon beast. Chapter 74, Bundled Lightning, Supplement. On one side lay the discomforting freshwater area that felt as if sand had been mixed into its scales, while on the other, a seemingly appealing shallow pit. The options for the sea dragon beast were rather limited. Its mind was a blank slate. The cunning and cruelty that once defined it faded away, as it began to unconsciously heed the voice. Moreover, it found the black dragonling's words to be quite reasonable. The freshwater appeared less inviting compared to the puddle, and anything would be preferable to the freshwater. At least the scent from that spot was more pleasant. The effects of the suggestion spell proved remarkably effective on the beast-like sea dragon. Its large head was not inclined to overthink. It simply perceived Gedon's proposition as exceedingly agreeable and was willing to give it a try. Although the duration of the spell was not prolonged, it was sufficient to entice the sea dragon beast to roll about in the oil-laden pit. The sea dragon, ensnared in a state of suggestion, began to turn its head, heedless of the flames consuming its scaled hide and the tattered blue-green membranes of its wings, scorched by the molten lava. It commenced its movement, swiftly traversing the sea of flames towards the direction indicated by Godin. Observing that the suggestion spell had not faltered, Godin's anxious heart was instantly set at ease. The recent eruption of lava proved somewhat less effective than anticipated, although it struck the sea dragon, igniting the oil-soaked surface of its body. The inflicted wounds were likely only moderate. It still possessed the strength to fight. Godin had always wielded his lava breath with remarkable efficacy, turning both adventurers and sewer monsters alike into charred remains. However, this time, he had mentally prepared for the possibility of diminished effects from his breath. Thus, the outcome remained within the confines of his strategy. After all, the creature before him was not the frail humans, the utterly defenseless goblins, or the feeble ratfolk, but rather a bona fide third-tier dragon beast, and an aged one at that. Its scales could, to a certain extent, rival the juvenile scales of a true dragon. Consequently, it possessed a degree of elemental resistance, mitigating damage from fire, ice, and acid to some extent. Additionally, as an elder dragon beast, its vitality was robust, boasting a greater health pool than that of a juvenile dragon, rendering it akin to an indomitable cockroach. Therefore, the ability of the lava breath to inflict such extensive damage while preventing the sea dragon from unleashing its full potential, yet still resulting in only moderate injuries, left Godin thoroughly satisfied. All these developments fell well within Godin's expectations, without significant deviation. As the curtain rises, the script unfolds like a prologue. In the blink of an eye, the sea dragon beast glides swiftly across the fiery path beneath it, resembling a serpent as it approaches a cooling puddle just under 100 feet away. In this moment, the world it perceives, the figure of Godin, the onlooking goblins, and even the flames licking at its body, holds no significance for it. A roll in that refreshing puddle would extinguish the flames that torment it like a relentless parasite, and the agony it endures would dissipate. It is filled with anticipation as it gazes at the puddle merely 30 feet ahead. The corner of the sea dragon's mouth curves upward in a subtle smile, and with a powerful thrust of its lower body, it springs forth like a coiled spring, its several thousand-pound frame soaring 6 feet into the air. It hurtles toward the rugged shallow puddle, which spans approximately 40 feet by 40 feet, ample space for it to stretch out comfortably. As the sea dragon makes contact with the cool, oil-slicked water, Godin realizes that his moment has arrived. Without hesitation, he shatters the prepared spell scroll in his grasp. The spell, enlarge, has the capacity to double the size of a creature that does not exceed the average human stature. Note, even a gnome has the right to pursue happiness, as declared by a certain gnome wizard aspiring to experience the diverse cultures of the continent of Io. Suddenly, Godin's body surges upward, growing from less than 6 feet to over 10, as though illuminated by a magnifying glass. The effects of the enlarged spell grant Godin a fleeting taste of the sensations reminiscent of a young dragon, yet time is of the essence, and he has no moments to spare for reflection. It dashed forth with the swiftness of the wind, its frame undergoing a rapid expansion, ceasing only when it reached a length of 14 feet and a height of 5. Its dark, golden, vertical pupils morphed into a deep crimson, betraying an unmistakable aura of savagery. Unquestionably, the berserk state had been initiated. Conversely, the sea dragon beast had regained consciousness. Upon contact with the puddle, the flames enveloping its form surged in intensity, as if having consumed a potent elixir, instantly doubling in magnitude. The entire puddle was now engulfed in flames, a veritable inferno. The sea dragon beast, having plunged into the heart of this conflagration, could not fail to realize that it had fallen victim to a caster's spell. As the sea dragon beast ruefully contemplated its predicament and attempted to rise from the fiery abyss, a figure emerged from the wall of flames, standing over 5 feet tall. The silhouette strode through the inferno, the intensely hot flames that surrounded the sea dragon beast behaving like docile felines in its presence, as if subdued by its menacing visage and crimson, vertical pupils. Could this be the same fledgling dragon from moments ago? The sea dragon beast gazed in disbelief at the young dragon, its size having more than doubled, its body now adorned with thick, protective scales. This was no mere hatchling. It rivaled even adult sea dragon beasts in stature. Moreover, its imposing aura suggested that it was not an ordinary true dragon, but rather akin to the gold or red dragons, whose offspring could attain Tier 3 power. As the sea dragon beast pondered how to address the magnificent dragon before it, Gordon, having closed the distance, afforded it no opportunity for speech. Without hesitation, he crouched slightly, preparing to charge. An unseen gale erupted instantaneously from within its scaly armor, coalescing into a colossal, visible vortex that skewed the surrounding flames. Propelled by the potent gust, Gordon's immense physique collided directly with the bewildered sea dragon. A resounding thud echoed as scales met, and flesh audibly impacted. The sea dragon, attempting a draconic plea for mercy, was violently hurled against the jagged rock face of the cavern. As stones cascaded, the sea dragon's words finally broke free. Great dragon, I, best, pledge my fealty and allegiance until my dying breath. However, within the metallic dragon tongue, a maxim exists. Never trust the guileful and wicked dragons, be they dragonkin or true dragons. Their pronouncements are more mendacious than the words of a mischievous sprite. Very well. I accept your submission. Gordon, having uttered these words immediately after the sea dragon's declaration, cast a glance at the inactive title section of his interface, his expression remaining impassive. Within the conflagration, Gordon's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with a rasping power, reaching the sea dragon's ears. Just as Best began to rejoice and formulate his next words to further ingratiate himself with the black dragon, he beheld the fearsome, youthful dragon unfurl its wings from the flames and launch a swift aerial assault towards him. The frigid blades upon its claws made its intentions unequivocally clear. A dragon must meet its demise this day, as an amphibious entity. The sea dragon's terrestrial combat prowess was virtually non-existent. Its aquatic combat mastery and agility were rendered useless on land. This was Gordon's sole advantage. However, his vigilance remained undiminished. Mindful that the sea dragon possessed breath attacks akin to those of bronze and blue dragons, spell-like abilities resembling lightning bolts. Indeed, the sea dragon, feigning desperation, began a spirited counterattack. Its scales crackled with electrical energy, an uncanny harmony with the roaring flames. Arcs of azure lightning flickered within its maw, ready to be unleashed. Witnessing this, Gordon's teeth audibly fractured. A second circle spell scroll of energy protection, worth 150 gold coins, shattered. A cerulean and white magical aura surged amidst the flames, an invisible circular barrier enveloping Gordon. His crimson, vertical pupils gazed unflinchingly at the approaching lightning. Chapter 75. Termination. The azure lightning, marginally lighter than the sea dragon's scales, erupted from its jaws shortly after Gordon deployed the energy protection scroll. Within the inky cavern, a thick, jagged bolt of lightning erupted from the firelit walls, hurtling towards Gordon's ebony-scaled draconic form. Initially, the sea dragon, Best, felt a surge of relief as its lightning bolt was about to strike the abnormally large black dragon wormling, presuming the dragon was too haughty to evade its lightning. Renowned for its formidable cluster of lightning, capable of incapacitating even robust aquatic creatures like the second-tier great sea lion, this potent spell had never faltered in its efficacy. Whether in bygone eras or the present day, adventurers daring to encroach upon its domain were invariably met with a searing, acrid demise. Indeed, its cluster of lightning had consistently proven its worth. As Best anticipated the imminent discomfiture of the approaching dragonling, the cluster of lightning unerringly struck its mark. Yet, a violet magical undulation materialized ex nihilo a mere 3 feet before the dragonling, intercepting the electrical assault. Best could only helplessly observe as the shield completely absorbed the lightning before gradually dissipating into the ether. Had Best possessed anthropomorphic features, it would have undoubtedly exhibited a visage of vexation and ire. The former sentiment stemmed from the spellcaster's scroll, which had repeatedly placed it at a disadvantage. Despite its third-tier strength, capable of effortlessly overwhelming a dragonling, albeit one of true dragon lineage, it felt as though it were being dominated, afforded little latitude for choice. The latter emotion arose from the tenacious flames that continued to engulf its form. Despite Best's scales rivaling those of a dragonling, it felt acutely dehydrated under the intense heat. The numbness that had previously enveloped its senses had now receded, replaced by a renewed awareness of the searing pain. Even with its formidable constitution, it struggled to endure. Of course, its indignation was further fueled by the exorbitant sum the dragonling must have expended in preparations to secure victory. Although Best held little understanding of treasures, it possessed a keen awareness of magical artifacts, such as scrolls and other items utilized by spellcasters, recognizing their worth as equivalent to a fraction of its hoard's value. This was a price that would instill trepidation in any adult sea dragon. Meanwhile, Godin apathetically observed as the chain lightning dissipated under the counteraction of energy shield. Its fearsome visage remained expressionless, and before the sea dragon, it consumed a vial containing a potion akin to the effects of stone skin. As the imminent melee with the dragon approached, it was unwilling to be parsimonious with such resources. Having procured them, they were meant for use. Not for hoarding as dragon treasures, such a practice was not to its taste. A mottled grayish-white hue rapidly emerged upon Godin's ebony scales, even the tawny underbelly turned pallid. Its form seemed to swell slightly, likely due to the effects of the stone skin potion. At first glance, it appeared as though a true dragon with a wingspan of 10 feet and a length from snout to tail nearing 15 feet, was adorned in mottled grayish-white scales, as if a red dragon had coated itself in a layer of pallid lacquer. Godin's form was undeterred by the chain lightning, propelled by a fiery wind. It surged toward the sea dragon, whose fiery state was gradually waning. The seasoned sea dragon, battle-hardened and alert, attempted to roll away at the last moment. Yet the searing pain in its chest hindered its reflexes, granting Godin the opportunity. For sharp claws plunged unreservedly into the thick, resilient scales of the sea dragon. Navigating the sea dragon beast's scales, Gorton's claws initially met with some resistance, but once through, they moved unhindered. His talons plunged directly into the flesh of the sea dragon beast, Best, which was still reeling from the searing pain. Best immediately felt an even more piercing pain in its upper body, and its long body twisted involuntarily, trying to entangle the creature before it. Without a second thought, Gorton released his claws and slipped out of the encircling coils. He then moved with the agility of a fish, seeking opportunities around the sea dragon beast. However, the sea dragon beast defended itself with equal measure, preventing Gorton from attacking its vulnerable spot, its most lethal throat. Gorton had indeed aimed for that location earlier, but the sea dragon beast's vigilance had thwarted the attack. Time slipped away, and Best, weary from Gorton's relentless attacks, revealed a glint of resolve in its eyes as a wisp of blue electricity reappeared in its mouth. The fins on its back also erupted with blue sparks from their previous dormancy. Best knew that if it continued to delay, the wound on its chest would worsen, and its declining physical condition would inevitably lead to its demise. Therefore, it decided to resort to its final trump card: 2 consecutive lightning bolts. This was all thanks to a talent it had gleaned from its bloodline in its old age. Dragonkin's super breath talent, breath recovery, endowed with the blood of dragons. You can unleash 2 consecutive breath attacks in rapid succession, but at the cost of depleting the elemental energy in your blood for a certain period, rendering you unable to use breath weapons again until the elemental energy is restored. The sudden electrical surge on the sea dragon beast sent a jolt of alarm through Gorton. Lacking the aegis of its energy shield, it could only attempt to evade the oncoming electrical discharge. Yet, such a concentrated bolt of lightning at close range proved exceedingly difficult to avoid, nigh impossible without the aid of superior reflexes. The electric arc struck Gorton unimpeded, the potent high-voltage current effortlessly piercing the ashen, stony barrier of his stone skin spell. However, it met its match against Gorton's enchanted scales. 6-fold layers of scale enchantment dissipated much of the high-voltage current, mitigating the damage by a substantial 30%. This reduction allowed Gorton to merely experience a full-body paralysis and muscular convulsions. Though not entirely incapacitated, his claws remained functional. With cunning, he feigned immobility, curling up with his back to the sea dragon, furtively rummaging within his dimensional pouch. As a ruse, he deliberately arranged his wings, one retracted and the other extended, drooping over his body to conceal his upper limbs and head, thus creating the illusion of being reduced to a paralyzed heap. Indeed, upon witnessing Gorton's apparent state, the sea dragon harbored no suspicion, fully aware of the potency of its own concentrated lightning. Consequently, a surge of elation coursed through Best, alleviating the weariness that had followed its breath attack. Summoning its remaining vigor, it swam towards Gorton. "You were destined to fall before me, fledgling dragon," Best proclaimed triumphantly, just as a crisp crack echoed, and a crescent-hued divine light emanated ethereally from beneath the dragon's wing. A scroll of greater healing, imbued with the power of Luna and crafted by the clerics of Selna's temple, sold by friend Willow for a princely sum of 80 gold pieces, detonated in a burst beneath the dragon's wing. Though its price rivaled that of a common second circle spell scroll, its efficacy was undeniable, proving perfectly suited to the occasion. It not only mended moderate wounds but also purged common afflictions, dispelling paralysis, fear, poison, burns, frostbite, and stupor alike. Bathed in the moon's effulgence, which instantly dissolved the paralysis, Gorton exhaled a soft sigh. Indeed, the unsuspecting sea dragon had unwittingly exposed its most vulnerable point, the tender flesh of its throat. Gorton, his ashen petrification now entirely expunged by the chain lightning, his scales gleaming with renewed obsidian luster, seized the moment. Speaking thus, he lunged upward with ferocious alacrity, his fangs sinking into the sea dragon's throat, cleaving through the delicate scales with the ease of talons. The sea dragon writhed in desperation, but Gorton's foreclaws were now sunk deep into its upper body, rendering its struggles futile. Its snapping jaws, confronted by Gordon's enchanted scales, were as the feeblest babe, producing naught but a clangorous din. Its struggles waned with each searing draught of blood that Gordon imbibed, until, at last, the cunning and malice faded from its wide, viridescent pupils, replaced by the dull, gray pallor of oblivion. Within the cavernous hall of the kobold lair, the crackling of flames was now accompanied by a bestial susurration. Chapter 76. Reaping the embers cast an ethereal glow upon the two intertwined draconian forms, their scales refracting the light in a display of breathtaking magnificence. Divine creations, sculpted to perfection. Foremost among them stood the victor, a true dragon of 5 meters in length. From its fearsome maw, blood dripped from the fangs, staining the dragon beast beneath. Its slender neck pulsed with each swallow. The lustrous ebony scales that sheathed its body shimmered like the finest artwork in the flickering firelight. And its back, though not immense, possessed the imposing grandeur of a mountain range, a bastion of steadfastness and unwavering strength. The crimson, vertical pupils inspired an instinctive dread. However, this tableau was fleeting, dissolving as the victor released its hold. The catalyst for this abrupt departure was the emanation of a bronze-hued orb from the fallen sea dragon beast, prompting an immediate release. Only with the emergence of this luminous sphere was death truly confirmed, and any lingering instability averted. The first order of business was to gather the spoils, to savor the sweeter fruits of victory, the talent fragment. Though the sea dragon beast's ichor possessed a certain allure, reminiscent of the ocean, honeyed and viscous, akin to a thick yogurt, it paled in comparison to the enticement of the higher-tiered talent fragment. Barely 2 seconds after its appearance, the bronze orb was drawn into the dragon's body, though it would have to wait for proper inspection. First, a suitable location for recuperation was needed. Given the subterranean lake within the kobold den, the full extent of its hidden contents remains uncertain. Despite the first-hand account of the maiden Lava waifu and the supplementary information from the kobold skio, Gordon maintained his vigilance. Should this sea drake, like a certain black dragon, possess a twin, the situation would become precarious. Gordon sought a secure distance and a concealed vantage point. He swiftly discovered a spot near the exit, where the remnants of a burning structure provided cover. He summoned several goblins to guard the cave entrance, while he himself took refuge amidst the still blazing inferno. Positioning himself near the exit with his gaze fixed on the passage, ever watchful. Once assured of his surroundings, Gordon dispelled the rage state, allowing his post-exertion weakness to take hold. However, he did not neglect to dispatch a goblin to retrieve the kobold captives from outside. The kobold den's entrance, though secluded, might still be chanced upon by adventurers who, upon witnessing the captured kobolds, could stir up further trouble. Gordon, feeling sated from the day's events, wished to avoid further encounters with adventurers. After issuing these commands, the enlarged spell that had initially empowered him dissipated. Yet, Gordon was too overwhelmed by a profound sense of enervation to dwell on the sensation of his body shrinking. Indeed, this debilitating weakness rendered him utterly immobile. He desired nothing more than to recline as a languid dragon, basking in the surrounding flames. However, Gordon was still able to marshal his consciousness to examine his latest acquisitions. The bronze-hued orb, gleaned from the sea dragon beast, seemed indicative of a higher-order talent. Gordon eagerly employed his consciousness to activate the twinkling green dots within his retina. A translucent blue panel, akin to ripples on water, unfurled within his vision, and concise data refreshed in the list. Gordon glanced at it, noting that the analysis of the talent fragment was still at 40%, implying a further delay before completion. Aside from the bronze talent orb, Gordon discerned some novel aspects within his panel. Several first-tier talents in the list had undergone subtle alterations. Gordon's memory served him well, and he immediately noticed the anomalies. They had all advanced. Whether endurance, veracity, sturdiness, or ambidexterity, these first-tier talents had each automatically increased by a modicum. Whether this was due to the growth of the physical body after combat or some other factor remained unclear, but the fact remained that the battle had fostered development. The only explanation Gordon could conceive was that it was a reward for vanquishing a creature of higher caliber. Even ordinary nascent dragons, bereft of panels, would experience considerable growth after a challenging hunt, provided they survived. Therefore, it stood to reason that he, too, would benefit. Despite the gains being limited to first-tier talents, Gordon was nonetheless delighted by this gratuitous boon. His sole regret was the apparent stagnation of his second-tier talents, their numerical values remaining immutable. seemingly only amenable to accumulation via talent fragments. Just as Gordon was pondering this, whoosh, with another data refresh, the talent progression check was finally completed. Detection successful. Detected a Tier 3 talent, breath recuperation. Activate talent? Yes, no, yes. Gazing upon the talent's designation, Gordon knew it was an exceptional find. Without hesitation, he confirmed its activation. Breath recuperation, 120, stood out prominently in Gordon's talent roster, a cut above the rest. The description of the talent, breath recuperation, aligned with Gordon's expectations. It indeed granted the ability to unleash another breath attack within a short span, albeit at the cost of extending Gordon's recovery period. However, for Gordon, who could only employ his breath once a day, this was of little consequence. The previous perplexity in his mind was now resolved. No wonder the sea dragon beast could consecutively use 2 bundled lightning attacks. It was due to this very talent. As the breath recuperation talent fragment integrated into his body, Gordon immediately sensed a heightened sensitivity in his manipulation of internal organs and blood vessels, along with a familiarity in summoning elemental power. He even felt that, should he desire, he could expel a cone-shaped jet of magma from his maw, similar to the one before, albeit less ferocious. This was sufficient. The renewed availability of his lava breath provided Gordon with a modicum of reassurance. This sense of security was short-lived, as the cacophony of barking echoed through the lair. The kobold captives were brought in by the goblins, and their gaze immediately fell upon the massive dragon beast lying supine and lifeless in the lair, its neck streaming with blood. It was none other than their revered sea dragon beast best, to whom they had offered countless sacrifices and devotions. However, their clamor stemmed not from that, but from the kobolds' realization of the demise of their sea dragon beast best. They fervently clamored to submit to the true dragon. Such intense pleas enabled them to writhe like maggots, even after being cast aside by the goblins, crawling to the edge of the fiery sea nearest to Gordon, kneeling and prostrating themselves, begging Gordon's forgiveness, and loudly proclaiming their ignorance in the draconic tongue. Moreover, at the conclusion of their utterances, they unanimously shifted all blame onto the deceased sea dragon beast best, claiming it was all due to its coercion. They, the kobolds, who were exceedingly loyal to the true dragon, were also in immense distress, and so forth. Enough. Gordon's indifferent voice echoed from the fiery sea, and the kobold nest fell into complete silence, save for the crackling of the flames. Since you sincerely pledge allegiance, then swear an oath. Henceforth, you shall be vassals of the great magma dragon lord. Gordon's voice was devoid of emotion. It held no particular sentiments towards these kobolds, as they were merely choosing a favorable tree to roost upon, clinging to the strong. Furthermore, Gordon, bearing the title of Black Fire Overlord, desired to conduct an experiment, thus not rejecting the kobold submission. Enslaving vassals was always a favorite pastime of true dragons, and these kobolds were not traitors, were they? Indeed, amidst the chorus of submission, Gordon's title bar gained another title. However, this title was so fleeting that Gordon barely glimpsed it before it intertwined with Black Fire Overlord, and a brand new title was being forged.